Chapter 1. Handsomeness is a feeling. Du Xiaoshui, merely 18 years of age, possesses a certain charm. Ever since he traversed into this martial world known as the Tianfang continent, he has awakened each day to the realization of his increasing attractiveness. At this moment, Du Xiaoshui found himself once again roused by his own good looks. Upon opening his eyes, even without the aid of a mirror, he was convinced that he was the most handsome man in this realm. Ding! 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 As Du Xiaoshui indulged in the reverie of his own beauty, a series of bell tolls resonated, echoing through the outer gate of the Tianma sect. Something significant must have occurred, he exclaimed, hastily scrambling out of bed, neglecting to wash his face, and hastily donning his attire. Utilizing his light body technique, he hurriedly made his way to a plaza at the outer gate. Upon reaching the plaza, he observed numerous fellow disciples standing with grave expressions, their gazes unwavering. At that moment, a group of strikingly handsome, middle-aged men entered the plaza, each adorned in splendid robes. Isn't that extraordinarily handsome man the chief steward of the inner sect? What brings him here? What momentous occasion warrants the presence of such an esteemed figure? Du Xiaoshui was taken aback upon spotting a particularly distinguished middle-aged man, whose imposing stature made him appear as if he towered above the rest. The Tianma sect was founded 1,500 years ago and was once the pinnacle of sects in this world. However, approximately 2 centuries ago, a cataclysmic conflict erupted between the forces of evil, led by the Tianma sect, and the Righteous Alliance, resulting in a decade-long war fraught with casualties. This historical event became known as the First War of Righteousness and Evil, causing the Tianma sect to lose its hegemonic status and subsequently decline. A century ago, the Second War of Righteousness and Evil broke out, lasting only 6 years, yet inflicting even greater losses on both sides than the first. Since then, the Tianma sect standing among the forces of evil has become increasingly precarious, relegated to the lowest rank. The inner sect's chief steward, named Fang Dajuan, bore a rather mundane name. Yet his cultivation level was said to be second only to that of the sect master and the Grand Elder. Half an hour later, after Fang Dajuan had concluded his address, he departed with an air of grace. He announced that an inner sect disciple selection competition would take place in 3 days, aiming to select a group of outer sect disciples to enter the inner sect. For nearly a century, the Tianma sect has held numerous similar competitions to scout for talent, and every time, a multitude of outer sect disciples eagerly participated. However, due to limited slots, only a select few would be chosen, while the majority would have to wait for the next opportunity. In terms of cultivation talent, Du Xiaoshui was extraordinary. Yet, for reasons unknown, his progress had been agonizingly slow over the past 3 years since his arrival, akin to a tortoise's pace. The difficulty of entering the inner sect through the selection competition was immense. Xiaoshui, how confident are you about this selection competition? A youth clad in green caught up with him from behind. Lin Shixiang, a person as handsome as I am would only forego participation if I were to fail. If I enter, there is no chance of failure. My confidence is unwavering. Du Xiaoshui struck a dashing pose, exuding confidence. Indeed, Xiaoshui, your exceptional talent qualifies you as the finest among the outer sect. You will undoubtedly enter the inner sect. Lin Shixiang, known as Lin Jie, was the closest person to Du Xiaoshui within the Tianma sect. Lin Shixiang, you flatter me. You are the true top talent. I believe you will secure the first place in this selection competition. While Du Xiaoshui was undeniably handsome, he could not bring himself to boast about his other qualities, appearing quite humble instead. Xiaoshui, are you not aware? Aware of what? In the history of our Tianma sect, at least for the past century, the selection of inner sect disciples has not been based on ranking as long as one meets the necessary strength requirements. Entry is granted. Is that so? It seems that Xiaoshui is not well versed in the history of our sect. Compared to Lin Shixiang, aside from my looks, I still have much to learn in other aspects. Lin Jie could not help but smile wryly at this remark. The Tianma sect employs 2 criteria for accepting outer sect disciples: appearance and talent. Lin Jie considered himself a decent-looking youth. Yet upon entering the Tianma sect, he encountered many outer sect disciples far more handsome than himself, which tempered his self-satisfaction. In contrast, Du Xiaoshui had never ceased his self-admiration, convinced of his unparalleled beauty, believing no one could rival him. Xiaoshui, where do you plan to practice? Practice? No, I must return to freshen up. Ah, Lin Jie momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Then I shall take my leave. I need to find a suitable place to train. Lin Shixiao, please do as you wish. Du Xiaoshui watched Lin Jie depart before leisurely heading back to his quarters. Not long after, in his private chamber, Du Xiaoshui sat cross-legged, gathering his thoughts, and began meditating. 3 full hours passed, yet he achieved no progress. With a heavy heart, he eventually ceased his cultivation and let out a long sigh. Here I am, Du Xiaoshui, endowed with exceptional talent, having reached the 12th layer of the Enlightenment realm 3 years ago. Yet, despite my fervent efforts over the past 3 years, my cultivation has only reached the 1st layer of the Radiant realm. It is truly a disgrace to my handsome visage. What went wrong in my training process? Is it possible that aside from my looks, I truly fall short compared to my predecessor? What of the system? Others have systems upon their reincarnation. Why am I left without one? The more he pondered, the more despondent he became. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme and strength commands respect, what good is being handsome? Without sufficient cultivation, even the most beautiful man in the world may become merely a plaything for wealthy women, devoid of dignity. Moreover, the Tiamat sect is never lacking in handsome individuals. To be fair, countless men possess better features than Du Xiaoshui. In terms of appearance, he might just be the pinnacle among the handsome. But could he truly compare to the great beauties? Thus, as he calmed himself, he began to contemplate strategies. As he pondered, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Du Xiaoshui fell asleep. He lost track of time until he awoke from a deep slumber, experiencing an exhilarating clarity of mind. Or in his own words, he was once again roused by his own handsomeness. However, this time it felt more intense. Ding! Handsome system activated. Upon assessment, the host has been asleep for 3 years, accumulating a total of 10,800 handsome points. Please prepare, for the handsome points are about to be loaded. A handsome system? Before Du Xiaoshui could adequately prepare or even comprehend what to do, he found himself compelled to accept it. Boom! In an instant, his mind felt as if struck by lightning. There was no pain, yet his spirit felt ethereal. Subsequently, Du Xiaoshui caught a glimpse of a series of rapidly changing values in his mind. 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, 300 points, 600 points, 900 points. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed within his consciousness once more, and this time, Du Xiaoshui completely fainted, feeling as if struck by 5 bolts of thunder. Chapter 2. Handsome Points. 10,830. Demon God Mountain. The abode of the Tiamat sect. The peaks rise sharply, with countless caves shrouded in everlasting mist, stretching endlessly as far as the eye can see. On this clear morning, with dew still clinging to the grass and the air fresh, Du Xiaoshui, having slept for an indeterminate length of time, was once again roused by his own handsome visage. In reality, however, it was a series of calls that awakened him. Xiaoshui, are you there? Xiaoshui, if you're present, please respond. Xiaoshui, are you truly absent? Xiaoshui, are you really not here? Within the Tiamat sect, only Lin Jie would refer to Du Xiaoshui as Xiaoshui, while others would either call him Du Xiaoshui or address him as Du Shidi or Du Shixiao. Lin Shixiao? Du Xiaoshui opened his eyes and replied, Indeed, it is I. So, Xiaoshui is here after all. Of course, I am here. Where else would I be? Under a cart, murmured Du Xiaoshui to himself. Soon after, he opened the door and stepped outside. As the sunlight enveloped him, a warm sensation washed over him, providing an indescribable comfort. Lin Shixiao, do you need something? No sooner had he spoken than an unusual feeling surged within him. In the next moment, a series of assessments regarding Lin Jie's appearance flashed through Du Xiaoshui's mind. Xiaoshui. Height, 1.78 meters. Excellent disposition, 1 in 100. Campus heartthrob level of handsomeness. Overall score, 6.8. Du Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this. Xiaoshui, you look exceptionally handsome today, Lin Jie remarked, momentarily stunned. or perhaps slightly dazed, then expressed his admiration. Really? Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui believed he had transformed into a great beauty, promptly turning to return to his room to check his reflection. However, after a brief moment, he emerged from his room, feeling as though Lin Jie had played a trick on him. Lin Shixiang, I consider you a brother, why would you deceive me? I look the same as always. I did not deceive you, Xiaoshui. Just a moment ago, I genuinely thought you were incredibly handsome. You may not believe it, but for an instant, I thought you were even more handsome than Chief Steward Fong. Lin Shixiang. Chief Steward Fong is universally acknowledged as the super handsome man in our Tianma sect. I may be somewhat attractive, but I could never rival him. Lin Shixiang, do you have business with me? At these words, Lin Jie recalled the reason for his visit and quickly explained, Xiaoshui, I heard you have not signed up for the competition. Why is that? There's no rush. The competition begins tomorrow. What? The competition starts tomorrow? That cannot be true. What day is it today? September 3rd. In an instant, Du Xiaoshui found himself utterly stunned. In the Tianfang continent, each month comprises 30 days, culminating in a total of 360 days in a year. Yet, astonishingly, he had slumbered for several consecutive hours without stirring, a feat that seemed rather absurd. Junior brother Xiaoshui, there are only 2 hours left until the registration deadline. I signed up for the competition yesterday. If you wish to participate, you must hurry. Well, Du Xiaoshui hesitated, pondering for a considerable time, before finally resolving to take action. Before long, Du Xiaoshui departed from his dwelling, employing lightness techniques to traverse over 10 miles, ultimately arriving at the significant location at the foot of the Demon Spirit Peak, where the outer sect elders and stewards resided. Steward Zhang, I wish to register for the competition, Du Xiaoshui declared, having encountered no one on his journey until he laid eyes on a middle-aged martial artist responsible for filling out forms. Du Xiaoshui, why have you only just arrived? I am about to conclude my work, Steward Zhang said, a man in his 40s, noted for his handsome appearance, rated a score of 6.1 by the charisma system. He held the position of an outer sect steward within the Tianma sect, with cultivation at the Kaiyang realm. In the Tianfang continent, martial arts flourish, with cultivation levels ascending from low to high as follows. Hidden Origin Realm, Dongming Jing, Yao Gong Jing, Kaiyang Realm, Yuheng Realm, and Yuanwu Realm. The first 3 realms have 12 layers each, while the latter 3 consist of 6 layers. Steward Zhang's cultivation stood at the 4th layer of the Kaiyang realm, classified as a senior disciple within the inner sect of the Tianma sect. In the outer sect, disciples are not distinguished by rank, but rather by their cultivation levels. The inner sect disciples, however, are stratified by status, ranging from ordinary disciples to senior disciples, elite disciples, top-tier disciples, and ultimately, inner sect elders. Thus, Steward Zhang possessed a modicum of status, and Du Xiaoshui dared not offend him. After completing his registration, Du Xiaoshui left the Demon Spirit Peak, intending to return to his residence. Initially, he had wished to observe the charisma scores of others, but as he found no one on his way back, he was disinclined to seek someone out, leaving only Lin Jie and Steward Zhang as the individuals eligible for evaluation by the charisma system. Moreover, he had intended to use the charisma system to assess his own score, but, upon approaching his residence, found the system unresponsive despite numerous attempts. This insufferable system refused to grant its host a score. At this moment, darkness enveloped the sky, shrouding the surroundings in a hazy twilight. His dwelling was situated in a mountainous region, comprising 3 relatively independent buildings, each covering approximately 100 square meters, with a similar internal layout divided into 2 rooms. One of these buildings belonged to him, another to Lin Jie, and the third to an outer sect disciple named Han Yuan. Isn't that junior brother Du? It has been quite some time, a sudden voice called from behind. Du Xiaoshui jumped in surprise, turning to see that the speaker was indeed Han Yuan, simultaneously utilizing the system to gauge the latter's charisma. Xiaoshui. Height, 1.68 meters. Decent temperament. A rare gem among 100. A campus heartthrob. Overall score, 6.2. Upon seeing this, Du Xiaoshui couldn't help but chuckle. If this were the case, standing at an impressive height of 1.80 meters with extraordinary charisma. His overall score should soar to a staggering 6.9, undoubtedly placing him at the pinnacle of handsome individuals. Is that not senior brother Han Yuan? Indeed, it has been far too long, Du Xiaoshui greeted with a smile. At 20 years of age, Han Yuan, clad in black, moved with an ethereal grace akin to a specter. Approximately half a month prior, he had seemingly vanished, likely seeking solitude to focus on his cultivation. Such occurrences were commonplace within the vast outer sect of the Tianma sect, posing no cause for suspicion. During the gathering in the square 3 days prior, Du Xiaoshui had not spotted Han Yuan, as the latter had not stood close to him. Despite residing in proximity, Du Xiaoshui knew little about him, other than that he had entered the Tianma sect at the age of 14, boasting commendable talent after 6 years of training. However, in terms of diligence, Du Xiaoshui considered Han Yuan to be exceptionally dedicated, scoring a perfect 10, while Lin Jie, though occasionally lazy, still achieved an admirable 8. As for himself, over the past 3 years, he could only muster a 5. In comparison, Han Yuan exhibited extreme competitiveness, while Du Xiaoshui could not be said to be slacking, but was certainly close to a state of complacency. At this moment, Han Yuan merely nodded slightly at Du Xiaoshui before entering his own abode without further discussion. Understanding Han Yuan's taciturn nature, Du Xiaoshui dismissed the encounter and returned to his own room. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Awakening suddenly from his slumber, Du Xiaoshui opened his eyes to behold his own striking beauty. Charisma value, 10,830 points. Wasn't it 10,800 points last time? How did it increase by 30 points? Du Xiaoshui pondered for an extended period, and suddenly, a light flickered in his mind as he grasped the system's calculation method. 3 years prior, he had awoken to find himself transported to this world. If an increase of 10 charisma points were calculated daily, that would amount to 300 points per month, or 3,600 points per year. Over 3 years, that would total precisely 10,800 points. The sudden increase of 30 points was simply due to an additional 3 days having passed. Indeed. Chapter 3 Defense Modes. On the 4th day of September, shortly after dawn, Du Xiaoshui and Lin Jie set off together from their residence, making their way to the training ground located within the outer sect of the Tianma sect. Due to Du Xiaoshui's late rise that morning and the various delays along the way, by the time they arrived at the training ground, all the other outer sect disciples had already gathered. Despite Du Xiaoshui's mental preparation, he was still taken aback when he surveyed the scene before him. Everywhere he looked, there were handsome young men, each boasting a minimum attractiveness rating of 6. This left him utterly astonished. Consequently, his longing intensified for one particular thing. He yearned for the opportunity to ascertain just how many beautiful women resided within the Tianma sect. Tio expressed a little heartache. Over the past 3 years, he had only been able to linger in the male disciple quarters of the outer sect, and thus, he had not even glimpsed a single woman, let alone someone who could rival his own charm. If he were to encounter a female, even one with merely an average appearance of 4 or 5, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't drool. Before long, Du Xiaoshui's gaze wandered around, scrutinizing the faces of the outer sect disciples. Each one etched into his memory, impossible to forget. Han Yuan had also made his way to the training ground, but this fellow kept his distance from the crowd, appearing aloof and enigmatic. Junior brother Xiaoshui. Look over there. Elder Chao has arrived, Lin Jie said, nudging Du Xiaoshui, urging him to observe the person he was referring to. Turning his head, Du Xiaoshui beheld a tall elder in gray robes, accompanied by more than 20 outer sect stewards, leading a middle-aged martial artist clad in brocade who strode confidently to the center of the training ground, exuding an impressive aura. The elder in gray bore a formidable appearance, with a dark complexion and a long beard. And he had already attained the 6th level of the Yuheng realm, serving as the authoritative figure overseeing the male disciple section of the outer sect, Elder Chao gang. Before Elder Chao could utter a word, Du Xiaoshui had already assessed the attractiveness of Chao gang and his companions. Elder Chao's overall attractiveness was rated at 6.3, while the 20 or so outer sect stewards ranged from 6.0 to 6.7. The brocade-clad middle-aged martial artist, however, was a sight to behold, boasting an impressive score of 8.5, a veritable male god. At this moment, Elder Chao began to speak, first introducing the name and identity of the brocade-clad martial artist, who was the deputy chief steward from the inner sect, named Du Dayo. Although Du Xiaoshui shared the same surname, he felt an inexplicable aversion to Du Dayo upon first sight. This was not out of jealousy, but rather an unsettling sixth sense that he could not shake off, leaving him perplexed as to its origin. Once Elder Chow concluded his address, he and Du Dayo retreated to the side of the training ground, leaving the remaining matters to the 20 or so outer sect stewards, one of whom was Steward Zhang. The training ground was vast and sturdy, able to withstand not only wooden swords but even real ones without leaving significant marks. After Elder Chow officially announced the commencement of the matches, 6 outer sect disciples, all in their 20s and at the 10th level of the Dongming realm, eagerly stepped forward, each taking up a wooden sword to duel within 3 designated red circles. Du Xiaoshui watched for a while, but soon found it rather tedious. It was not that he underestimated the abilities of these 6 fellow disciples, but rather that he felt their swordsmanship was rather ordinary, leaving no opportunity for them to qualify for advancement to the inner sect through this selection competition. They likely entered the competition hoping to impress Du Dayo and Elder Chow, hoping to catch their attention for future benefits. Ultimately, Du Xiaoshui lost interest and gazed at the arena, his mind beginning to ponder the usage of the handsome system. "Are you Du Xiaoshui?" At some point, Lin Jia had moved aside, and the one now approaching Du Xiaoshui was Du Dayo. Du Xiaoshui froze for a moment before quickly regaining his composure, replying, "Yes, I am Du Xiaoshui." In response to the deputy chief steward, "I've heard you're quite famous in the outer sect. 3 years ago, you met senior brother Fong. Is that true?" "Indeed." "What is your current cultivation level?" Du Dayo casually inquired. "My cultivation is at the first level of the Yaoguang realm." "Impossible. I've heard you possess exceptional talent. Having been in the Tianma sect for 5 years now, your cultivation should at least be at the 3rd level of the Yaoguang realm. How can it only be at the 1st level?" This disciple has encountered a bottleneck. Before Du Xiaoshui could finish his explanation, Du Dayo stepped forward, gently patting his left shoulder, and smiled. "You must strive hard moving forward. Senior brother Fong holds you in high regard." Had this been in the past, Du Xiaoshui would have thought nothing of Du Dayo's physical contact. However, in that instant, he not only realized that Du Dayo was aware of his true cultivation level, but he also sensed Du Dayo's cultivation level in return. 6th level of the Yuanwu realm. Combat power, 9 million. Please choose a defense mode. Protective shield, evasion, counterattack. Upon perceiving the reminder from the handsome system within his mind, Du Xiaoshui felt an overwhelming shock. A martial artist of such caliber was likely among the top 10 within the entire Tianma sect, perhaps even within the top 20. Meanwhile, Du Dayo, who initially believed Du Xiaoshui's talent to be remarkable, quickly shifted from astonishment to delight, and then back to indifference. "I had thought this young man's talent was high. It appears I was mistaken. He is merely a disciple recorded by second senior brother." Du Dayo mused to himself, "Well, so be it." After stating this, Du Dayo concluded that Du Xiaoshui was nothing extraordinary and turned to leave the training ground without even bidding farewell to Elder Chow. Elder Chow, observing from a distance that Du Dayo had not caused any trouble for Du Xiaoshui, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later, Lin Jia approached Du Xiaoshui and quietly asked, "Junior brother Xiaoshui, are you all right?" I'm fine, Du Xiaoshui replied, regaining his normal demeanor with a smile. At that moment, even upon introspection, he could not sense the earlier situation. Nevertheless, this incident had granted the handsome system an additional function. As long as someone intended to target him, the system would automatically display the opponent's cultivation level and combat power in his mind. As for the 3 defense modes, protective shield, evasion, and counterattack, whether they could assist him in combat remained uncertain since he had not made a timely choice earlier. However, regardless of the outcome, the more functions the handsome system possessed, the greater its assistance would be. If his assumptions were correct, with the increase of his handsomeness value, the potency of the 3 defense modes would also escalate. Chapter 4 12th level of the Yaoguang realm. As night fell, Du Xiaoshui and Lin Jia returned to their respective quarters. Neither of them had participated in the combat today and planned to postpone their actions until tomorrow. After a day of matches, 30 outer sect disciples had earned advancement slots, their cultivation ranging from the 1st to the 10th level of the Yaoguang realm. These individuals varied in attractiveness, but the lowest rating was still a respectable 6. The most striking among them was a handsome young man named Zhao Yuding, who stood tall with an attractiveness score of 8.1, and he also possessed the highest cultivation among the 30. Being at the 10th level of the Yaoguang realm, if one were to point out a flaw, it would be that he was a bit older, at the age of 22. This illustrates that being exceptionally handsome does not necessarily correlate with superior cultivation talent. For instance, Zhao Yuding, despite being more attractive and having entered the sect earlier than Lin Jie, found himself 2 levels below Lin Jie, who had reached the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm. As for Du Xiaoshui, had it not been for his physical issues over the past 3 years, he should have already attained the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm, given his former talent. The night passed, and the following morning, Du Xiaoshui discovered that his handsomeness value had increased once more. Though it had only risen by 10 points, if this trend continued, it would only be a matter of time before it reached 20,000 or even 30,000 points. Or more. Just imagine, if he were fortunate enough to live to 100 years old, his handsomeness value could potentially soar into the hundreds of thousands. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Junior brother Xiaoshui, are you really not going today? Lin Jie's voice called from outside. I won't be going. You can go alone. If you feel lonely, bring Han Xiong along. Han Xiong seems to have not returned last night. Is that so? Yes, I've heard he has been diligently practicing in the deep mountains for over a month now. I see. His cultivation must be at least at the 8th level of the Yaoguang realm. He could enter the inner sect with his eyes closed. Such diligence is truly commendable and worth emulating. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie chuckled from outside the door, saying, Junior brother Xiaoshui, since you're not going today, I won't keep you any longer. I'm off. With that, he turned and departed. Left with nothing to do, Du Xiaoshui decided to practice. The Tianma sect possessed a fundamental technique known as the Ma Yu Ju, which consisted of 36 levels. Upon mastering the highest level, one could reach the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm. Lin Jie had already achieved the 36th level 2 weeks prior, making remarkable progress. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoshui remained stuck at the 25th level, having hit a bottleneck for nearly 3 years. After 2 hours, Du Xiaoshui conceded defeat. There had been no progress whatsoever. He harbored doubts that the circumstances were related to the handsome system, speculating that the dog system had imposed restrictions on physical cultivation. As dusk approached, Lin Jie returned from the training ground and noticed his door ajar. Curiosity piqued, he entered and inquired, Little Shui, have you not ventured outside all day? No, I haven't, came the reply. You are truly diligent, Lin Jie remarked. Du Xiaoshui paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, responding, Indeed, when I become industrious, even I am taken aback. Haha, Lin Jie chuckled as well. Brother Lin, have you advanced in rank? Advanced? Oh, I have indeed. Today, more than 40 individuals have ascended compared to yesterday. Du Xiaoshui, upon hearing this, did not press further. Lin Jie had anticipated his curiosity about the day's duels, but sensing his lack of interest, he engaged in a few casual exchanges before retiring to his room. As another day elapsed, the final day of the selection tournament had arrived. After 2 days of seclusion, Du Xiaoshui finally stepped out. Unlike the previous days, today was akin to the first, with everyone present, including Du Dayo. After witnessing a dozen intense battles, Du Xiaoshui felt it was time to make his entrance. Striding confidently, he stepped into the arena and called out, I wonder which brother would be willing to offer me some guidance. He casually picked up a wooden sword, entered one of the 3 red circles, and declared his stance. For a fleeting moment, he felt like a true victor of life. If no one accepted his challenge, he was certain to advance, as his cultivation was at the 1st level of the Yaoguang realm, and his swordsmanship was commendable. Theoretically, he could qualify as an inner disciple. At that moment, Chao Geng rolled his eyes towards the sky, lost in thought, while Du Dayo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a smile reminiscent of a white-faced tiger. Lin Jie appeared slightly anxious, though Du Xiaoshui remained oblivious. Han Yuan, who had advanced the previous day, maintained a cold demeanor, exuding an air of indifference. The others displayed a range of emotions. Some were excited. Others offered sympathetic glances, while a few cast their gaze towards a particular individual. Sensing something amiss, Du Xiaoshui was about to look in that direction when a soft voice interrupted, Du Shidi, allow me to exchange a few moves with you. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui's spirit involuntarily stirred. In an instant, a figure gracefully emerged, employing an advanced lightness technique, his cultivation undoubtedly at the 10th level of the Yaoguang realm. Upon noticing the individual wielding a wooden sword, effortlessly gliding into the red circle, Du Xiaoshui exclaimed, Oh, isn't that brotherly? Have you not advanced yet? The man replied with a smile, I haven't made a move yet. How could I advance? Du Shidi, do you remember what happened 4 years ago? At this, Du Xiaoshui suddenly recalled an incident from 4 years prior, when his predecessor had engaged in a skirmish with an outer disciple named Li Huan, emerging victorious in a single exchange. Because their altercation was deemed a private duel, they had both been summoned to the Elder's Chamber on Demon Spirit Mountain by Chao Gang, who lectured them for quite some time. Had Li Huan not brought it up, Du Xiaoshui would have entirely forgotten the matter. 4 years ago? I do not recall. Du Xiaoshui feigned nonchalance, unwilling to admit his memory lapsed. Du Shidi, if you do not remember, there is no need for further discussion. I am a year your senior. I shall let you strike first. Please, enlighten me. After Li Huan spoke, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, soaring backward with the wooden sword in hand, moving with an elegance that even surpassed Du Xiaoshui's. To be candid, Li Huan was quite handsome, his features more refined than Du Xiaoshui's, achieving a score of 7.5 out of 10, qualifying him as a campus heartthrob. Even more infuriating, upon landing, Li Huan's heels were merely half a step away from the red circle, indicating he possessed absolute confidence in defeating Du Xiaoshui publicly. Wow, what an impressive technique. I couldn't master that in 3 years, exclaimed an outer disciple at the 10th level of the Dongming realm. Not to mention 3 years. Even 5 years would not suffice to reach the level Li Huan just demonstrated. One must be at least at the 10th level of the Yaoguang realm, remarked another outer disciple, who was at the 3rd level of the Yaoguang realm. Du Dayo then inquired, Li Huan, is your cultivation truly at the 10th level of the Yaoguang realm? In response to the deputy chief steward, my cultivation is at the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm. This revelation left many outer disciples astounded. At just 19 years of age, having never consumed any elixirs, Li Huan had astonishingly reached such heights. Calling him a genius would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 5. I feel unbelievably powerful. Du Xiaoshui. What is your cultivation level? Chao Gang suddenly asked. 1st level of the Yaoguang realm. Since you are at the 1st level of the Yaoguang realm, you might as well concede and step down. There is no need for a fight, Chao Gang suggested, ostensibly to spare Du Xiaoshui from embarrassment, but in reality, to protect him. In his estimation, Du Xiaoshui's cultivation could at most reach the 10th level of the Yaoguang realm. There was no way he could compete with Li Huan. Should Li Huan strike, driven by personal vendetta, he would surely make Du Xiaoshui suffer a humiliating defeat in front of everyone. Concede? I am not even familiar with how to write that word. I, Du Xiaoshui, would rather die in battle than bow my head. Upon hearing this, many gazed at Du Xiaoshui as if he were a fool. How could someone at the 1st level of the Yaoguang realm possibly contend with someone at the 12th level? The disparity between them was akin to an 18-year-old adult easily overpowering an 8-year-old child. Such courage. I, a disciple of the Tianma sect, would choose to die standing rather than kneeling in defeat. Well said, Du Xiaoshui, Du Dayo exclaimed, appearing very supportive of Du Xiaoshui. At this moment, Du Xiaoshui realized why Du Dayo had inquired about Li Huan's cultivation level. These two were in cahoots. However, Du Xiaoshui feigned encouragement, stating, Deputy Chief Steward, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Upon hearing this, Li Huan appeared momentarily bewildered. He had delayed his strike until now because he had already received instructions from Du Dayo. Yet, he could not dare to question the rationale behind Du Dayo's directive. What if he struck too hard, leaving Du Xiaoshui severely injured? If Du Dayo suddenly questioned him, what then? Therefore, he quickly pondered and smiled. Du Shidi, since you refuse to concede, please make your move. Brother Li, you may go first. No, you go first. Truly, you should go first. Very well, prepare for my sword. Li Huan, losing patience with their verbal sparring, decided to end it swiftly. In an instant, a flash of sword light struck like a venomous snake, dividing into 7 mid-flight, attacking Du Xiaoshui from all directions. Chao Gang's expression darkened upon witnessing this, while Du Dayo continued to wear his cheerful smile. Li Huan, glancing at Du Dayo's expression, felt a surge of delight. Knowing that as long as he did not kill Du Xiaoshui, he would be in the cleared. I'm all in. Du Xiaoshui, disregarding Li Huan's sword techniques, sensed that no matter how he fought, victory was unattainable. Thus, he abandoned the Tianma sect's sword techniques and opted for an unconventional approach, thrusting his sword directly forward. His cultivation was at the 1st level of the Yaoguang realm, lacking in some respects, yet superior in others. The wooden sword emitted a chilling sound, resonating with a sense of impending drama. Sword energy? Many were taken aback. What sword technique is this? I have never seen it before, Chao Gang pondered. Ah, sword energy. At that moment, even Han Yuan and Lin Jia could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Li Huan's sword technique remained unchanged, yet an enigmatic aura erupted from the wooden sword in his grasp. Fierce and potent, capable not only of harming from a distance but potentially lethal as well. Typically, only sword cultivators at the first level of the Kaiyang realm could emit sword energy. Given that Li Huan was at the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm, his swordsmanship was exceptional. Even using a wooden sword, he could still generate sword energy. However, just as the sword energy exploded forth, Li Huan's wooden sword unexpectedly slipped from his grip, as though he had lost control. Almost simultaneously, Du Xiaoshuai's wooden sword also flew from his hand. Du Dayo, Chao Gang, and the others observed this and presumed that Du Xiaoshuai's sword technique was extraordinarily peculiar, possessing some form of counteracting power. Had he not been significantly weaker than Li Huan, he would not have lost his wooden sword. In that moment, Du Xiaoshuai felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Unable to contain his emotions, he pointed his finger as though it were a sword. Aiming directly at Li Huan. In an instant, the tip of his finger struck Li Huan's chest. By the time Li Huan comprehended the situation, his cultivation, not being at the Kaiyang realm, could not form a protective barrier with qi. He could only rely on his inner strength and physical resilience to withstand the blow. With a resounding thud, Li Huan was sent flying out of the red circle, landing on his back. Gasping for breath, utterly incapacitated, unable to even move his fingers, in that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Soon, everyone regained their composure. Those with higher cultivation remained silent, while those of lower cultivation erupted in astonishment. Did Brother Li lose? How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. A first-level Yaoguang disciple defeated a 12th-level Yaoguang disciple in a single move. This is unheard of. Another questioned their own perception. Du Shidi, your cultivation cannot possibly be at the first level of the Yaoguang realm. You must be at least at the 12th level, correct? Someone else queried. Du Xiaoshuai felt a bit dazed. He had merely executed a sword technique he had created over the past 3 years. Without any substantial expectations, he had never anticipated such overwhelming power when applied against another person. Had he known this would occur, he would not have been so reckless in his initial strike. At that moment, an outer disciple floated down to inspect Li Huan, bending over to check for signs of life, his expression shifting dramatically. Is he dead? Du Dayo inquired with a furrowed brow in response to the deputy chief steward. Li Huan is not dead, however, his cultivation is effectively ruined. As long as he is not dead, that is all that matters. Du Dayo restored his smile, but deep within, a cloud of gloom loomed. Du Xiaoshuai, look at the trouble you've caused. Chao Gang's face was a portrait of rage. I never intended to seriously injure Senior Brother Li, Du Xiaoshuai replied, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Do you think your cultivation at the 12th level of Yaoguang is something to boast about? Chao Gang declared, aiming to convince everyone that Du Xiaoshuai's prowess was far superior, certainly not merely the first level of Yaoguang. The others accepted this, except for Du Dayo, who remained skeptical. He had previously employed a secret technique to probe Du Xiaoshuai's abilities and was acutely aware that Du Xiaoshuai was indeed at the first level of Yaoguang. As for why Du Xiaoshuai's swordsmanship was so extraordinary, enabling him to triumph despite being weaker, he found himself at a loss for an explanation. Du Xiaoshuai, wish to say something. What is it? Chao Changlao. I have defeated Senior Brother Li. I should be eligible for advancement, right? Upon hearing this, Chao Gang first glanced at Du Dayo, and upon noticing his silence, proclaimed, although your actions have violated the sect rules, that is another matter altogether. Once you enter the inner sect, you will be dealt with accordingly. Wait, he cannot go to the inner sect. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance, at least 8 miles away. Chao Gang recognized the voice and his expression shifted dramatically. Even Du Dayo, who held a much higher status, was taken aback by the unexpected arrival. Why can't I go to the inner sect? Du Xiaoshuai protested defiantly, regardless of who had spoken. You have grievously harmed a fellow disciple, a heinous crime. According to the sect rules, you are forbidden from entering the inner sect. This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Master Gao, Chao Gang exclaimed, his voice strained. Chao Gang, do you dare to question my authority? Very well, I shall heed your words, Chao Gang retorted, wishing to defend Du Xiaoshuai but well aware of the temper of the newcomer. He refrained from further argument. Chapter 6. A sword comes from the west in the middle of the night, within a hall on the mountainside of Demon Spirit Peak. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie yet amusing atmosphere. Chao Gang sat at the head of the table, eyes closed, waiting in silence. The only other occupant was Du Xiaoshui. Du Xiaoshui surmised why Chao Gang had summoned him to this place. If it were anyone else, they would have confessed obediently by now, but he would not. Du Xiaoshui, are you trying to drive me to madness? At last, Chao Gang could no longer contain himself, abruptly opening his eyes, which sparkled with intensity. Not at all. You are 56 this year. You've only lived half your life, Du Xiaoshui replied, his gaze cast downward. Humph, are you implying that I could live to be over 100? If you think that is insufficient, 200 years is quite feasible. Nonsense. Chao Gang laughed while scolding, then shot Du Xiaoshui a glare. Speak. Speak of what? Du Xiaoshui inquired. With a resounding clap, Chao Gang slammed his palm on the armrest. Had the chair not been specially designed and extraordinarily sturdy, it would have been reduced to splinters. Are you still pretending to be confused? Tell me, where did you learn that sword technique? Of course, I learned it from you. Nonsense. When have I ever taught you a technique capable of defeating someone at the 12th level of Yaguang? Oh, I see you refer to that one sword. That was my own creation. Chao Gang was momentarily taken aback. The concept of self-created sword techniques was peculiar, and it was astonishing that Du Xiaoshui could devise such an enigmatic technique when even Chao Gang himself could not. In fact, he could assert that no one in the history of the Tianma sect had ever achieved such a feat. How did you come to create it? Chao Gang asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Du Xiaoshui explained, over the past 2 to 3 years, I have observed the celestial phenomena at night, witnessing the shifts of the stars, which resembled a certain sword technique, and I have been contemplating it ever since. Just 3 days ago, after much effort, I finally comprehended a sword move. Initially, I did not intend to use it on a fellow disciple, but senior brother Li's cultivation far surpassed mine, and unwilling to concede, I had no choice but to engage him. Chao Gang listened in silence, feeling both astonished and amused. Du Xiaoshui possessed an exceptional talent for swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would not have discreetly guided him while serving as an elder of the outer sect. Yet, Du Xiaoshui was merely 18 years old. The fact that he could grasp such a remarkable sword technique was simply outrageous. What name have you given your self-created sword technique? It remains unnamed. I humbly request you to bestow a name upon it. In my view, your sword embodies fearless determination, a life-or-death resolve. Thus, let it be called A Sword Comes from the West. Du Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback. Remember, you must not use your self-created sword technique lightly, especially against fellow disciples. Chao Gang continued, I understand. By the way, you mentioned that Li Huan's cultivation is far superior to yours. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Is your cultivation genuinely at the first level of Yaguang? Yes, that is impossible. 3 years ago, your cultivation was already at the 12th level of Dongming. Even if you faced obstacles in the past 3 years, you should at least be at the 3rd level of Yaguang. How can this be? Du Xiaoshui sighed and replied, over the past 3 years, I have struggled to cultivate the Moya Jade Sutra. Thus I had to focus solely on swordsmanship. I understand now. You have been too immersed in the sword path, making it difficult to advance in the Moya Jade Sutra. Chao Gang reasoned. That should be the case. Do not continue this way, otherwise you risk falling into demonic practices. For you, mastering the Moya Jade Sutra completely should be the priority. Once you have cultivated it to the 36th level, unless the sect master intervenes, no one will be able to prevent you from entering the inner sect and pursuing more profound techniques. Du Xiaoshui had not anticipated that Chao Gang would so quickly accept his explanation, and thus he refrained from elaborating further to avoid revealing any flaws. Thank you for your guidance. I shall diligently cultivate the Moya Jade Sutra. You may leave the mountain now. Yes, Du Xiaoshui replied, turning to depart. Wait. Chao Gang suddenly called out to him, I've grown rather forgetful. Even if you intend to descend the mountain, you should wait until dawn, go find Steward Ma and inform him that you need to stay here for the night. He will make the arrangements. Disciple obeys. Du Xiaoshui turned once more. However, after taking a few steps, he hesitated and turned back, asking softly, do you wish to learn my self-created sword technique? What? You want me to learn A Sword Comes from the West? Chao Gang retorted incredulously, do you truly believe your self-created technique is invincible? I will not learn it. I will not. If you refuse to learn, then so be it. Stop. Chao Gang shouted. Are you doing this on purpose? I tell you, I must learn a sword comes from the west. You have caused quite a stir this time. The inner sect will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. If someone inquires about the origins of your sword technique, how will you respond? You cannot simply say it was self-created, can you? I can believe you, but can others? If I also understand a sword comes from the west, you can tell those who inquire that I taught it to you. My intention is not to take advantage of you, but to protect you. Do you understand? Du Xiaoshui, feigning innocence, asked, Did you not just say you wouldn't learn? Chao Gang's face flushed with embarrassment. What I said earlier is irrelevant. The present is what matters. Are you not aware that humans are the most capricious beings? Very well, I shall impart my self-created sword technique to you. Chao Gang fell silent, yet he felt as if he were a mute person forced to endure bitterness without recourse. Half an hour later, Du Xiaoshui exited the hall and sought out Steward Ma to arrange for his accommodation. Chao Gang initially intended to rest after Du Xiaoshui departed, but after contemplating the sword technique Du Xiaoshui had created, he discovered that within its simplicity lay profound principles of swordsmanship, and he could no longer summon the desire to rest. Before he knew it, dawn broke. Chao Gang stood alone in the hall. His expression peculiar. One moment he laughed heartily, the next he appeared tormented, resembling a madman. Shortly thereafter, Steward Ma arrived. Upon noticing Chao Gang's state, he assumed he was engrossed in the practice of an exceptionally profound magical art and dared not interrupt. Remaining outside the door as the sun climbed higher, Chao Gang, who had kept his eyes shut for a long time, suddenly opened them, exuding a terrifying aura. Ha! Chao Gang released a breath, unleashing a surge of sword energy that shot forth with astonishing speed. Steward Ma had no time to evade. Fortunately, the sword energy missed him, zipping past his left side like a bolt of lightning. Even so, Steward Ma was left drenched in a cold sweat. What is the matter? Chao Gang, feeling a surge in his swordsmanship, was inwardly delighted but maintained a facade of composure. Steward Ma, regaining his senses, quickly reported, Du Xiaoshui has descended the mountain. Oh, I see. You may leave now. Chao Gang waved his hand. Once Steward Ma departed, Chao Gang could no longer restrain himself. There was no need to suppress his joy. Ha ha. I did not expect Du Xiaoshui to assist me so greatly, unraveling the mysteries that have plagued me for years. Within a month, my cultivation will surely break through to the 6th level of Yuheng and step into the 1st level of Yuanwu. That lad is truly my lucky star. Chapter 7. Son of a woman. 2 days later, an elite disciple from the outer sect of the heavenly demon sect arrived, holding the position of an inner sect steward. This individual, named Xiahong, although not as formidable as Chao Gang, had nonetheless reached the 5th level of the Jade Balance realm, indicating the inner sect's significant concern regarding matters transpiring in the outer sect. Xiahong approached Du Xiaoshui to inquire about the origin of a particular sword technique. Du Xiaoshui explained that it had been imparted to him in secret by Chao Gang. Skeptical of Du Xiaoshui's words, Xiahong sought out Chao Gang and received confirmation of the truth. Although he found the situation dubious, he could not pursue a deeper investigation due to Chao Gang's elevated status and superior cultivation. He reluctantly returned to the inner sect to report. 2 days swiftly passed, and the inner sect decided to cease investigations into Du Xiaoshui. Upon learning this news, Chao Gang felt a weight lift from his heart. Surmising that the chief steward had intervened, in essence, despite being an elder of the heavenly demon sect, he was merely an elder of the outer sect, and in terms of cultivation, he fell short even of the top disciples in the inner sect. Let alone the inner sect elders, had there been no opposition from the esteemed senior uncle, who might have continued to send individuals to investigate. Given the temperament of such a person, it would have likely led to a thorough inquiry, potentially coercing Du Xiaoshui into a confession. However, with the chief steward's unique status and superior cultivation, should he choose to involve himself in Du Xiaoshui's affairs, even the most senior uncle would be unable to act with impunity. Time flew by, and before long, it was early October, with the weather beginning to turn chilly. The Demon God Mountain, where the heavenly demon sect was located, was shrouded in thick mist. One day, atop a towering peak reaching 10,000 meters, a figure clad in purple stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the seemingly bottomless chasm to the east, resembling a statue. Shortly thereafter, a silhouette ascended from the western side of the mountain, soaring through the clouds and mist, swiftly arriving at the summit. The newcomer was an inner sect steward of the heavenly demon sect, his cultivation level on par with Chao Gang's. He stepped forward a few paces and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Liu, White Steward, you have arrived," the purple-clad figure replied without turning. "Indeed, I have something for you to examine," the purple figure stated, casually flicking his wrist, causing a thin sheet of paper to float forth, appearing as though it were being gently supported by an invisible hand. The White Steward extended his hands to catch the paper, quickly scanning its contents. The explosive nature of the information caused his expression to shift dramatically. "Have you memorized it?" the purple figure inquired. "Memorized it," the steward affirmed. "Good, then destroy it," commanded the purple figure. "Understood." The White Steward, fully aware that the contents of the paper must not be divulged to a third party, immediately complied with the order to obliterate the evidence. "Have you ever encountered that Du Xiaoshui from the outer sect?" the purple figure asked unexpectedly. "Nah, yes, he very handsome? I've heard he possesses a decent appearance, particularly his pair of lively eyes. However, in our heavenly demon sect, where handsome men and beautiful women abound, he is merely a small beauty. And what do you think of my looks, Elder?" The purple figure suddenly turned to face him. The White Steward's heart raced slightly, and he quickly lowered his gaze, daring not to meet the purple figure's eyes, responding, "Elder Liu, you are indeed striking and deserving of the title of Great Beauty. When compared to the Chief Steward, who among us is more handsome? That, it seems the Chief Steward surpasses me in beauty. If I am a great beauty, then he is the greatest among great beauties. A veritable paragon of handsomeness." The White Steward, hearing this, dared not speak further. Before long, the purple figure gestured for the White Steward to descend the mountain. The White Steward made his way down from the western side. The purple figure strode forward, disregarding the chasm to the east and stepping directly over the edge. Strangely, upon suspending in midair, he did not plummet nor move horizontally. It was as if an invisible staircase lay beneath his feet, allowing him to tread gracefully into the mist enveloping the mountainside. Suddenly, a series of laughter echoed from within the clouds, the gender indiscernible, possessing an alluring and almost bewitching quality. The following day, news spread throughout the outer sect of the heavenly demon sect. All outer sect disciples selected for the inner sect must report to a designated peak in the inner sect by October 15th. That very evening, Du Xiaoshui, in high spirits, initially intended to invite Han Yuan and Lin Jie to celebrate their ascension to inner sect disciples with a few drinks. However, Han Yuan had gone missing for 2 days, leaving him unable to locate him. Thus, he settled for a drink with Lin Jie, engaging in idle chatter and dreaming of their future. As they drank, both became increasingly inebriated, particularly Lin Jie, who, unaware of when he would next see Du Xiaoshui, indulged excessively, outdrinking Du Xiaoshui, despite having a lower tolerance. When Du Xiaoshui began to feel the effects of the alcohol, Lin Jie had already collapsed onto the ground. "Senior brother Lin, let us have another round?" In a drunken stupor, Du Xiaoshui raised his cup, searching for Lin Jie to clink glasses, but could not find him. "Senior brother Lin, where have you gone?" "No cheating. I've had 80 cups, and you've only had 60. "Oh, so you went outside," Du Xiaoshui exclaimed, swaying as he stumbled outside, oblivious to Lin Jie, who lay drunkenly on the ground at a tea that moment. Someone outside intended to enter, but, upon seeing Du Xiaoshui mistakenly identifying him as Lin Jie, opted to retreat. Believing Lin Jie was challenging him to a contest of agility, Du Xiaoshui, emboldened, chased after the retreating figure with laughter, running for over 10 miles, losing all sense of direction. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, diminishing Du Xiaoshui's intoxication, although his mind remained hazy. "Hey, senior brother Lin, why have you become shorter? Have you mastered the art of shrinking?" In the pitch darkness, the figure was still over 10 meters away, and Du Xiaoshui, his vision clouded, could not discern the person's features. A series of melodious giggles echoed back, enchanting and alluring, almost intoxicating. "Senior brother Lin, your laughter is truly delightful. You can't be a woman, can you?" "I am indeed a woman. A woman?" Du Xiaoshui caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma drifting through the air, reminiscent of roses. Momentarily stunned, he quickly realized that the figure before him was not Lin Jie but a woman. 3 years. It had been a full 3 years. Do you know how I have endured these 3 years? I haven't inhaled the scent of a woman in 3 years, as the realization washed over him. Du Xiaoshui's heart raced with excitement, barely able to contain his elation. However, suspicion soon crept in. Could it be? How could there be a woman in the outer male district? Have I inadvertently wandered into the female district after running 5 or 6 dozen miles? This is bad, very bad. My actions could lead to severe punishment. I must return. Chapter 8. The outer sect female district Du Xiaoshui was about to cultivate his mind for clarity when, at that moment, the woman suddenly flew towards him, closing the distance to a mere 3 meters. At that instant, Du Xiaoshui finally beheld her visage. The woman was strikingly beautiful, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years old. Clad in form-fitting black attire, her figure alluringly sensual. In the next moment, the handsome system in Du Xiaoshui's mind activated, assessing the enchanting woman's beauty. Average beauty. Height 1.65 meters. Charming demeanor. 1 in 1,000. A campus beauty. Overall score 7.9. Who are you? Du Xiaoshui steadied himself, not allowing the woman's allure to cloud his judgment, shouting loudly, fully sobering up, though the scent of alcohol still clung to him. Hee, young handsome, can you not tell that I am a fragrant and beautiful woman? The enchanting woman, noticing Du Xiaoshui's strong composure, began to flirtatiously pose before him, exuding an aura of seduction that even a third-level martial artist would find hard to resist. A great beauty. Du Xiaoshui could not help but glance at the woman's ample bosom. Undeniably impressive, beyond the grasp of an average man's hands. Is it not sufficiently large? The alluring woman intentionally pushed her chest forward, her gaze teasing. It is indeed large, but are you truly the legendary woman? At his words, the enchanting woman paused, asking, little boy, have you never seen a woman before? Never. You are the first woman I have ever encountered, and a stunning one at that. Initially believing him, the enchanting woman soon reconsidered. Little boy, do you think I am unaware of your background? Your name is Du Xiaoshui. You entered the heavenly demon sect when you were 13 or 14. Prior to that, how could you have never seen a woman? Eh? How do you know about me? The enchanting woman was momentarily speechless. Who are you, really? My name is Hua Yurong. You are not a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, are you? Who says I am not? I joined the heavenly demon sect 10 years ago. How old are you? 40, Du Xiaoshui inquired deliberately. How dare you? I am 32 this year. Hua Yurong, indeed in her early 30s, appeared no older than 24 or 25. Her skin fair as snow. So, you are an inner sect female disciple? No, I am a steward of the outer sect female district. Hua Yurong inadvertently revealed too much. Is that so? I don't believe you. Whether you believe it or not, you must come with me tonight. Go with you? I do not even know you. Why would I go with you? Someone has instructed me to take you to a certain place. Once you go, you shall understand. But what if I choose not to go? Du Xiaoshui, having not encountered a woman in 3 years, found himself faced with a captivating beauty. Although she was somewhat older, her allure was undeniable, particularly her curvaceous figure, which ignited a desire in him to engage in further conversation with Hua Yurong. Moreover, having surveyed his surroundings, he concluded that this place could not possibly be the outer female district. Should this situation escalate, it would not be him who faced the consequences, but rather Hua Yurong, who had intruded upon the outer male area. Are you truly not going? Just because I said I want tea? I want tea. Little imp, I am an outer district steward. You must obey me. I command you to go. What nonsense! Do you think I, Du Xiaoshui, am unaware of the rules of the Tianma sect? Do not mistake yourself. Even if you were an outer female elder, you would have no authority to issue commands to me. If anyone is to go, it should be you, not I. Upon hearing this, Hua Yurong was taken aback. Astonished that Du Xiaoshui remained unaffected by her alluring charms. Is your cultivation truly at the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm? I say what I mean. Impossible. Under my seductive influence, even if your cultivation were merely at the 3rd level of the Kaiyang realm, you should not be able to remain unperturbed. Seduction? Du Xiaoshui suddenly realized. Hua Yurong had been employing her enchanting arts upon him. Had it not been for his exceptional composure, he would likely have succumbed and fallen beneath her spell. I shall no longer converse with you. I am leaving. Although Du Xiaoshui could not discern Hua Yurong's cultivation level, he guessed it to be at least the 3rd level of the Kaiyang realm. Fearing he might fall victim to her beauty, he turned and fled, thinking of escaping. My cultivation is at the 4th level of the Kaiyang realm. Where do you think you can run? In an instant, Hua Yurong caught up to him, her hand pressing upon his right shoulder, filling the air with a fragrant aura that was utterly enchanting. Even if Du Xiaoshui were merely at the first level of the Yaoguang realm, or even at the fourth level of the Kaiyang realm, his mind would inevitably be affected, rendering him vulnerable to Hua Yurong's charms. At that moment, Du Xiaoshui swiftly reached out with his right hand, executing an unusual maneuver with considerable force. Hua Yurong, surprised by his quick reflexes and unaffected demeanor, instinctively recoiled. Had it not been for her heightened cultivation and rapid response, she might have found herself ensnared in his grasp. Then, with a playful laugh, she teased, "Little imp, are you attempting to take advantage of me? If you desire, come with me. I shall ensure you are well taken care of." Du Xiaoshui, upon hearing her words, felt no joy whatsoever. This audacious woman was at the fourth level of the Kaiyang realm. Even if he unleashed his full strength with a move like a sword from the west, he would stand no chance against her. His ambush having failed, he realized his opportunities were dwindling. If I do not run, I shall be waiting to be beaten. In an instant, he unleashed his lightness skill to its utmost limits. Giggling, "Little imp, you cannot escape," Hua Yurong declared, poised to pursue him. At that moment, a figure shot towards them with astonishing speed. A master at the sixth level of the Kaiyang realm. Du Xiaoshui was taken aback, wishing to evade, but it was too late. The individual extended a hand, seemingly pressing lightly upon Du Xiaoshui's shoulder, yet a force akin to a mountain enveloped him, causing him to collapse to the ground. The figure then turned towards Hua Yurong, speaking in a deep voice, "Hua Steward, had I not intervened personally, this little imp would have escaped." Though Du Xiaoshui lay on the ground, not fully unconscious, he was shaken by the words he heard. "Ma Steward, so it was you who set me up. You must have orchestrated Hua Yurong's entry into the outer male district. I bear no grudge against you. Why would you do this to me? Thank you for your assistance, Ma Steward," Hua Yurong expressed, "but even without your intervention, this little imp could not escape my grasp. Quick, we must leave." Upon finishing her sentence, Ma Steward vanished into the night like a fleeting shadow. After he departed, Hua Yurong picked up Du Xiaoshui, utilizing her exceptional lightness skill to make a hasty exit. Moments later, she cradled Du Xiaoshui as she ascended the mountains, swiftly traversing from the outer male district into the female domain, eventually arriving at the foot of a towering peak, some 700 or 800 meters high. Without pause, she entered the mountain and at a certain point, encountered a hidden figure resembling an elderly Taoist nun clad in dark robes. "Have you brought him?" the nun inquired. "Indeed, elder," Hua Yurong replied with utmost deference upon seeing the elderly woman. "Very well. Lay down this little imp and depart." Hua Yurong had anticipated some instructions from the elder, but the nun seemed uninterested in further discussion. Even if she hesitated to release Du Xiaoshui, she had no choice but to leave immediately. Before departing, she could not help but ask, "Elder, he won't come to any harm, will he?" "Humph." Down the mountain. Hua Yurong, well aware of the nun's temperament, hastily complied. Soon, Du Xiaoshui opened his eyes, finding himself bound by some form of restraint, akin to being struck at pressure points, rendering him temporarily immobile. "Who are you?" Du Xiaoshui feigned shock upon seeing the elder. "Du Xiaoshui, spare the act. You are aware of my identity. Must you force my hand? Who exactly are you? Are you my aunt?" The nun paused, taken aback. While she was uncertain whether Du Xiaoshui had an aunt, she was well aware of many of his circumstances. After a moment's thought, she replied, "Du Xiaoshui, it is just you and me here. Be honest." "Honest about what? Do you still intend to feign ignorance? I truly do not know what to say." "You are an infiltrator sent by the Xianshan sect, are you not?" At this declaration, Du Xiaoshui's heart raced in alarm. "Indeed. My previous incarnation was indeed an undercover agent. However, the elder had misjudged. His previous life was not sent by the Xianshan sect, but rather another sect. The Xianshan sect? What is that? I have never heard of it. I, too, am an infiltrator of the Xianshan sect, and we are on the same side. You need not continue the charade." Had Du Xiaoshui not sensed that she was testing him, he might have fallen into her trap. "I, Du Xiaoshui, am a disciple of the Tianma sect in life and a ghost of the Tianma sect in death. I am no infiltrator of the Xianshan sect. Kill me if you must, grant me a swift end." "Grant you a swift end?" Seeing that Du Xiaoshui would not be deceived, the elder began to smirk coldly. "If you are not an infiltrator of the Xianshan sect, I shall take my time torturing you. rendering you to a state worse than death. Admit it, and you shall not only be spared but also cared for in the future. But you are not my aunt. What right do you have to care for me? To tell you the truth, I am an outer district female elder. Preposterous. How could an outer district female elder possibly be an infiltrator? Who are you truly? The nun had expected that a mere threat would compel Du Xiaoshui to confess, yet his steadfastness caught her off guard. You truly are not an infiltrator? Not a chance. Then I cannot allow you to live with that. The elder crouched down and extended a finger, poised to strike at Du Xiaoshui's waist, a single surge of energy sufficient to shatter his vital core. However, after a brief moment, when Du Xiaoshui felt no unusual sensation, he realized he had wagered correctly. This old woman dared not kill him. She was merely testing his loyalty to the Tianma sect. Yet, he truly was an infiltrator. Approximately 8 years ago, when he was but 10 years old, he had already become a disciple of another sect in order to facilitate his entry into the Tianma sect. An elder had spent 3 years meticulously orchestrating the plan, resulting in his successful admission at the age of 13. That elder had not imparted any techniques to him. Instead, he instilled a profound sense of loyalty. Had he not been a mere vessel for the previous life, he would have undoubtedly remained loyal to the death. Du Xiaoshui, you are indeed no infiltrator, truly deserving of being a steadfast disciple of the Tianma sect. At this juncture, the elder withdrew her finger and stood, smiling kindly. Then please release me. Although you may not be my aunt, from this day forth, you shall be my dear aunt. No, my godmother. Very well, since you wish for me to be your godmother. You must heed my words. Of course, upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled, her smile growing even warmer. You are still a little virgin, are you not? Indeed. Then as an outer district elder, I can arrange for you to lose your virginity at any time. Du Xiaoshui, initially bewildered, soon grasped the elder's intentions. You are exceedingly kind, but as an outer male disciple, I cannot proceed without Elder Chao's approval. This is the female district. There is no opportunity for Elder Chao to intervene. You do not seem like a proper person. Had it not been for the sex regulations, you would have already lost your virginity, am I right? Do not hesitate. The outer female district is filled with stunning female disciples, each a beauty beyond compare. If you are not interested in the young beauties, I can arrange for you to indulge with the grand beauties, enjoying a life of pleasure. Such an opportunity is rare. Should you let it slip away, you shall regret it for eternity. Du Xiaoshui pondered for a moment, realizing that evasion was futile, and resolved to take things one step at a time. After all, I, Du Xiaoshui, am quite the handsome gentleman. If I am to lose my virginity, I must seek out a stunning beauty. Please arrange that for me, and I shall await your guidance here. There is no need. The old crone clapped her hands, her voice, though not loud, resonated all the way to the mountain peak. Sensing something amiss, Du Xiaoshui became increasingly cautious. This ancient hag possessed formidable powers, undoubtedly on par with Chao Gang. My own cultivation is merely at the first level of the Yaoguang realm. How can I possibly contend with her? Handsome system, where are you? Du Xiaoshui thought, intending to summon the handsome system or await its guidance. However, even as the figure descended from the mountaintop and approached, the handsome system remained unresponsive. When Du Xiaoshui beheld the descending figure, he was momentarily entranced. This woman is extraordinarily beautiful, with an overall rating of 8, qualifying her as a goddess-level beauty. Could she be the enchanting beauty I have longed for? Her features were exquisitely refined, resembling an ethereal fairy, untouched by the mundane world. How could I possibly tarnish her elegance? Yet, the more he gazed, the more he found her captivating. Indeed, that frosty beauty was undeniably a great beauty. She possessed striking looks, clad in black, with an air of chill about her, standing at 1.68 meters. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, neither too thin nor too plump, just right. If indeed this woman were to share my bed, it would not be an unwelcome prospect. However, at that moment, the cold beauty set down the person she was holding, uttered not a word, and barely glanced at Du Xiaoshui, her fragrant shoulder moving slightly as she floated down the mountain like a celestial being. Could it not be her? Du Xiaoshui felt a twinge of disappointment. As for the person she had placed down, Du Xiaoshui could not discern clearly, only noting that it appeared to be another woman, slightly taller than the cold beauty. Du Xiaoshui, it seems you are quite the lecher. The old crone smirked after the cold beauty had descended and walked away, casting a glance at Du Xiaoshui. Nonsense. What man is not drawn to beauty? Du Xiaoshui could not hide his feelings from this ancient hag and admitted, I am but a normal man. Upon seeing a stunning beauty, it is only natural to feel moved. Chapter 10. A city-level beauty, then allow me to stir your heart once more, the old crone declared. Snapping her fingers, a gust of wind striking Du Xiaoshui's body, instantly breaking his restraints. Du Xiaoshui hurriedly scrambled to his feet, offering an awkward smile that go on. Lift her long hair and see how she appears. The old crone anticipated that Du Xiaoshui would not dare to flee, placing her hands behind her back. Hearing this, Du Xiaoshui approached the unconscious woman, bending down to gently part her hair that concealed her face. Finally catching a glimpse of her features, in that instant, Du Xiaoshui felt his heart race. A divine visage, standing at 1.70 meters, exuding unparalleled grace, a 1 in a million beauty, with an overall rating of 9.5, her features could not merely be described as exquisite. They were a masterpiece, flawless in every way. As she lay in slumber, her gentle breathing carried an enchanting fragrance, resembling a perfect sleeping beauty. Du Xiaoshui inhaled deeply, straightening up to regain his composure. Well, are you satisfied? The old crone inquired. Thoroughly satisfied, Du Xiaoshui replied. Since you are so pleased, let us begin. Begin? Here? Where else would you suggest? Isn't this rather inappropriate? Du Xiaoshui glanced around, then turned to the old crone. Humph, what scenes have I not witnessed in my time? Do you require my instruction? I am not accustomed to being watched. Hurry up! The old crone's tone suddenly turned stern. Du Xiaoshui longed to comply swiftly, yet a sense of foreboding loomed over him. Should he engage in intimate relations with the sleeping beauty, he feared he might meet his demise. This girl is far too young. I prefer someone more matured. Du Xiaoshui contemplated stalling for time. She is hardly younger than you. I did not mean age. Then what did you mean? It's nonsense. Move quickly. If you continue to dawdle, I shall end your life immediately. The old crone's voice turned harsh. Seeing her menacing demeanor, Du Xiaoshui had no choice but to squat down again, his hands exploring the sleeping beauty's body, inadvertently touching places he ought not to. What should have been a soft and pleasurable experience felt devoid of any mood. What on earth are you doing? The old crone suddenly bellowed. I cannot remove her garments. Du Xiaoshui feigned ignorance. Bang! Suddenly, an invisible force struck Du Xiaoshui from afar, sending him flying away from the sleeping beauty. Crashing to the ground and nearly losing consciousness, Du Xiaoshui, you have quite the audacity. At that moment, the old crone's expression turned grotesque as she advanced menacingly toward him, exuding a murderous aura. How dare you trespass into the forbidden female area of the outer sect? Such a crime warrants severe punishment, and you, without remorse, intend to defile a disciple of the female sect. Your crime is compounded. I am an elder of the outer sect. I can dispense with your life without trial from Chao Gang. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui understood that the old crone intended to kill him and shouted defiantly, I harbor no enmity toward you. Why do you seek to harm me? You may as well perish. Is it not Du Dayo? The old crone hesitated for a moment, then pointed a finger, unleashing a sword chi that shot toward Du Xiaoshui at incredible speed. Striking his body in an instant, Du Xiaoshui felt suffocated, struggling desperately to channel his energy. However, the old crone's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Yuheng realm, her demonic powers profound, her swordsmanship exceptional. The sword chi, having not yet struck him, would surely rend him apart if it did. Just as Du Xiaoshui felt his body was about to shatter, the handsome system finally activated. Yuheng realm 6th level, combat power 2,500,000. Please select a defensive mode. Guardian, Escape, or Counterattack. Counterattack. Du Xiaoshui focused his thoughts, realizing that the Guardian and Escape modes would not resolve the issue, and there was no time to ponder the extent of the Counterattack mode's power. Oh? You haven't perished yet. Just how high is your cultivation? The old crone was astonished to see Du Xiaoshui writhing on the ground, ready to strike him down with a single blow to eliminate any potential future troubles. Just then, Du Xiaoshui suddenly stood up, his feet leaving the ground, not only hovering but also ascending. From head to toe, every inch of skin, every strand of hair, underwent an astonishing transformation. His entire demeanor shifted dramatically. Your cultivation is far beyond the first level of the Yaoguang realm. It must be at least the 6th level of the Kaiyang realm. You are even stronger than Huaiweirong. What is your true cultivation? The old crone's expression shifted rapidly. Moments later, she gathered her demonic energy, preparing for a full-force strike to bring Du Xiaoshui crashing down, even to obliterate him completely. At that moment, Du Xiaoshui's hair flowed freely in the wind, his handsome visage radiating an unprecedented charm. In that instant, the initially anxious Du Xiaoshui could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of confidence. He was simply too handsome for anyone to suppress him. You! The old crone's expression shifted from shock to resignation, her face softening into tranquility. After several seconds, Du Xiaoshui, like a celestial being, landed gracefully and soundlessly. Seeing the old crone collapsed on the ground, he approached her cautiously. Upon closer inspection, he immediately realized that she had ceased to breathe. In a way, has this old hag actually died? How could she have succumbed? Was it my handsomeness that did her in? Du Xiaoshui was bewildered. In the next moment, the handsome system activated. Handsome value 10,000 points. Handsome value 9,000 points. Handsome value 8,000 points. Handsome value 7,000 points. The handsome value plummeted dramatically, more exaggerated than a stock market crash. Before Du Xiaoshui could devise a way to salvage the situation, his handsome value cascaded down like a waterfall, dwindling to a pathetic 10 points. It's over. It's over. I am doomed. Though I may have caused the old hag's demise, I feel I am beyond saving. With a thud, he collapsed backward, unconscious. Time passed, and in Du Xiaoshui's perception, it felt as though he had indulged in a long slumber, or perhaps merely fainted for an hour or two. Before suddenly awakening with a start. I've been awakened by my own handsomeness. How can this continue? Du Xiaoshui reflected. At that moment, the handsome system activated once more. Handsome value 1, 000. Handsome value 2, 000. Handsome value 3, 000. Handsome value 4, 000. The handsome value soared uncontrollably, unstoppable, such as the rise and fall of life. When the handsome value finally stabilized, Du Xiaoshui sensed an unparalleled stillness enveloping the world. The vast mountain peak seemed to exist beneath the shadow of his handsomeness. Every rustle and whisper was within his earshot. Could it be? Has my cultivation ascended to the Yuheng realm? Or perhaps to an even higher level? Du Xiaoshui hastily focused inward, only to discover he had overestimated himself. His cultivation remained at the first level of the Yaoguang realm. Upon further inspection of his handsome value, he noted it had increased by 10 points compared to yesterday. This system is indeed formidable. Not only does it recover rapidly, but it also remains unaffected by extensive usage of handsome value. It continues to rise as it should. As laughter erupted from Du Xiaoshui, he sprang to his feet. Hands on hips, striking a pose that exuded charm and charisma. What are you laughing at? A voice inquired suddenly, soft and melodious, reminiscent of the whispers of flowers. I laugh because I am exceedingly handsome. Du Xiaoshui replied, only to be taken aback as he turned to see a sleeping beauty sprawled on the ground, her eyes wide with astonishment, radiating warmth and even a hint of affection, devoid of any malice. Are you the legendary man? She asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui found himself at a loss for words, standing as still as a statue. Chapter 11. You may call me Yanzu. It seems you are indeed a man, the sleeping beauty noted, sensing his silence. Have you never encountered a man before? Never, he responded. I cannot believe it. The sleeping beauty's tone shifted, urgency creeping in. Why do you not believe my words? Why should I trust what you say? Du Xiaoshui chuckled lightly. Because I am your fiancé. You are my fiancé. Du Xiaoshui's mind was awash with questions. What was happening? How could this sleeping beauty be his fiancé? He had no recollection of such a thing, his memories yielding no hint of this claim. We were betrothed in childhood. My name is Li Manju. What is yours? Why are you silent? Finally, Du Xiaoshui spoke. Indeed. What do you mean by that? People have often said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she may be. When you lie, your eyes betray not a flicker. No wonder you resemble a celestial being. Am I truly that beautiful? Li Manju beamed, her smile brightening her features, surpassing even the allure of blossoms. Du Xiaoshui's heart skipped a beat, and he turned away to compose himself before returning his gaze to her. You do not realize your own beauty? Everyone tells me I am beautiful, yet when I gaze into the mirror, I see only ugliness. Haha, little girl, you are far more skilled at deception than I am. I am impressed that I am the one who admires you. What is there to admire about me? You are exceedingly handsome, is that so? Du Xiaoshui, who had always considered himself the most handsome man in the world, felt a twinge of doubt as he stroked his chin. He had intended to accuse Li Manju of lying once more, but upon witnessing her infatuated gaze, devoid of any pretense, he could not bring himself to do so. Moments later, Li Manju withdrew her soft, affectionate gaze and asked, "Am I truly beautiful? Beautiful indeed. You are the most exquisite woman in the world, surpassing Diao Chan and Shi, besting Yu Huan and Zhao Jun. Are you satisfied?" Upon hearing this, Li Manju's joy intensified, her laughter causing her belly to ache. Du Xiaoshui, perplexed, inquired, "What is so amusing? I do not know why I feel this happiness. It may be because you said I am beautiful." Skeptical, Du Xiaoshui jested, "You are beautiful, very beautiful, immensely beautiful." Unexpectedly, Li Manju leapt to her feet, laughing uncontrollably, unable to contain her emotions. "Stop laughing. If someone comes, I shall kill you," Du Xiaoshui exclaimed. "Why would you kill me?" Li Manju obediently ceased her laughter. Before Du Xiaoshui could speak, Li Manju suddenly recognized that the figure on the ground was the old woman in black robes. "Elder," she exclaimed, rushing over to kneel beside the old woman, examining her without the slightest caution towards Du Xiaoshui. Du Xiaoshui had initially intended to intervene, not to harm Li Manju but to subdue her. However, observing her lack of wariness and sensing her apparent lack of cultivation, he refrained from any bullying. "The elder has passed away." After confirming the old woman's condition, Li Manju appeared saddened yet not mournful, standing to face Du Xiaoshui. "Are you not going to avenge her?" "Avenge? What is there to avenge? The elder has merely passed away of natural causes." "Passed away of natural causes?" Du Xiaoshui lowered his gaze to scrutinize the old woman. To his surprise, she bore no external wounds, showed no signs of internal injury, and even had a faint smile upon her face, resembling someone who had simply succumbed to old age. "By the way, what is your name?" Li Manju inquired. "Did you not say I am your fiancé? Why do you not know my name? The one who claimed you as my betrothed was the elder, and now that she has departed, no one else can tell me your name, is that so?" "I truly did not deceive you." Seeing Du Xiaoshui's skepticism, Li Manju became flustered. "Very well, I believe you. My name is Hu Yinzu. May I call you Hu Gij?" "You may call me Yinzu." Uncertain whether Li Manju was merely innocent or intentionally teasing him, Du Xiaoshui decided to play along to Hu Gij. "As I am not yet your wife, it seems inappropriate to call you Yinzu. I shall continue to address you as Hu Gij." After saying this, Li Manju cast a furtive glance at Du Xiaoshui. Relieved to see that he bore no anger, however, she soon noticed something amiss. Why is my garment undone?" "It was I who did that," Du Xiaoshui replied with a mischievous grin, deliberately provoking her. This time, he wondered if this little girl would continue her facade. "So it was you, Hu Gij. That puts my mind at ease." Li Manju did not seem perturbed, quickly adjusting her attire to return to her previous state. "You are not angry?" Du Xiaoshui inquired. "At Hu Gij, you are my fiancé. Why would I be angry with you? You are more adept at feigning than I am." "Feigning what?" Li Manju asked, puzzled, before inquiring, "Hu Gij, who are Diao Chan, Shi, Yu Huan, and Zhao Jun? Are they all beautiful?" "They are legendary beauties from literature, captivating enough to bring nations to their knees." "Oh, in Hu Gij's eyes, I surpass them all, do I?" "Indeed, indeed. You are the most beautiful, the fairest in the universe." Upon hearing this, Li Manju could no longer contain herself, her laughter ringing like silver bells, her joy soaring to new heights. "Hu Gij, dear brother, please do not say I am beautiful any longer. My laughter may disrespect the elder who has just passed. I implore you." Witnessing her genuine amusement, Du Xiaoshui became increasingly bewildered. Not long after, Li Manju stifled her laughter, resuming her goddess-like demeanor, and said, "Hu Gij, we must take the elder's remains to their final resting place. I find this place to be serene and picturesque. Let us bury her here." Du Xiaoshui, still skeptical, probed Li Manju once more. "Very well. Hu Gij, whatever you say goes." Li Manju complied without a hint of doubt. At that moment, Du Xiaoshui was utterly stunned. This girl truly believed she was his fiancée, and she was unwavering in her conviction. Impossible to dissuade. While Du Xiaoshui should have felt elated to have gained such an extraordinary beauty, he found himself unable to rejoice. If the women from the outer sect were to stumble upon this scene and discover the old woman in black had perished, they would undoubtedly consider him the culprit, intent on his demise. And that was merely a minor concern. Once news of the old woman's death spread, it would surely alarm the entire Tianma sect. By then, not even Chao Gang, nor anyone 100 times more formidable, could shield him from the consequences. In other words, regardless of how great his grievances, he would be unable to clarify the circumstances surrounding the old woman's demise. As he was now in the outer sect, he had already violated the sect's regulations, and even Chao Gang would have to flay him alive. Thus, he could only adapt to the situation, taking one step at a time. Chapter 12. A kiss seals the deal, handsomeness soars. Approximately half an hour later, as Li Manju was a girl without cultivation, the task of burying the old woman fell to Du Xiaoshui. After he had discreetly interred the old woman's body in a secluded area on the mountainside, he followed Li Manju in paying their respects, his mind racing. Elder Su, I hold no grudge against you. You cannot harm me, and instead, I have died from my own handsomeness, whatever the case may be. It is indeed your just deserts. Moreover, I have kindly sought out a blessed resting place for you and buried you myself. You cannot haunt me as a ghost. In short, we are even. Yet I know you were also under the influence of another. I shall uncover whether this person is Du Dayo in due time. Additionally, you have fabricated tales, harboring ill intentions, claiming I am Li Manju's fiancé. Originally, I had no intention of being this scapegoat, but should I deny it, Li Manju would be heartbroken. Thus, I have resolved to accept it. Rest in peace. Upon returning to their previous location, Li Manju's eyes were solely on Du Xiaoshui. She refrained from suggesting they descend the mountain. Instead, waiting for him to speak, at this moment, Du Xiaoshui gazed up at the night sky, estimating that dawn would not arrive for another hour, and said to Li Manju, Zhuer, do you trust me? Absolutely, Li Manju replied with unwavering conviction. Is it true that you will unconditionally believe whatever I say? Indeed. Very well, promise me this. You must not disclose what transpired tonight to anyone, including the sister Yin you mentioned. The enchanting Yin Shiji, as described by Du Xiaoshui, is a strikingly beautiful woman of 26 years. 6 years ago, she transitioned from the outer sect to the inner sect. However, for reasons unknown, she returned to the outer sect's female district a year ago, taking on the role of the youngest steward in the history of the Tianma sect. According to Li Manju, Yin Shiji is regarded as the kindest individual towards her in the entire Tianma sect. Boasting a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Kaiyang realm. As for Li Manju's lack of cultivation, it is due to her body being unsuitable for training, as any attempt at practice results in excruciating pain. Nevertheless, she possesses remarkable talent in medicine, becoming the young healer of the outer sect's female district at such a tender age. Brother Hu, I promise you, Li Manju nodded earnestly. Very well, come closer. Upon hearing this, Li Manju leaned towards Du Xiaoshui, inclining her ear to listen. It was not Du Xiaoshui's intention to do so. He merely feared eavesdroppers, so he whispered into Li Manju's ear, imparting his instructions. Li Manju nodded repeatedly, indicating her understanding. At that moment, Du Xiaoshui became acutely aware of the beauty so near at hand. He observed a faint blush grace Li Manju's delicate face, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, igniting a tempest of feelings within him. Yet, Li Manju maintained her position, seemingly enjoying the moment. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he gently pressed his lips to her cheek. Brother Hu, did you just kiss me? Li Manju's face turned even redder, her tone sweetly innocent. Du Xiaoshui felt as though he were engaging in theft, yet he was elated. You are not angry? Why would I be angry? Sooner or later, I shall belong to Brother Hu, and I would be delighted for you to kiss me. In truth, my real name is not Hu Yanzu. No matter what Brother Hu is called, you will always be my fiancé. Initially, Du Xiaoshui contemplated kissing her again, but upon hearing her words, a pang of guilt washed over him, and he refrained from pressing further. However, seeing Li Manju reluctant to let the moment pass, she ventured. Brother Hu, may I kiss you? You want to kiss me? Du Xiaoshui had never imagined such an opportunity would arise. You kissed me, so I should be allowed to kiss you, shouldn't I? Well, if you insist. No sooner had he spoken than Li Manju pressed her lips to his, not on the cheek, but on the lips. A sorceress. Undeniably a sorceress. Du Xiaoshui experienced the sensation of being overpowered by an irresistible force. The following day, as dawn broke, Du Xiaoshui awoke from his slumber, feeling exceptionally handsome. What is happening? When the notion of his charm value surfaced in his mind, Du Xiaoshui was left astonished. Logically, today was October 11th, and with the awakening of his charm system 40 days prior, his charm value should have been 11,200 points. How had it surged to 74,200 points overnight, surpassing expectations by a staggering 63,000 points? Slap. Coming to his senses, Du Xiaoshui doubted he was dreaming and gave himself a hard slap to awaken fully. However, this was no dream, or rather, his charm value had not plummeted merely because its host had slapped himself. Ha! Du Xiaoshui laughed heartily. Although he did not comprehend the events that had transpired, the charm value could not deceive him, making it impossible not to feel exhilarated. Once he managed to calm down, Du Xiaoshui began to ponder the reasons behind this phenomenon. Yet, until Li Manju's voice reached him, he remained puzzled. "Brother Hu, you are awake." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui looked up to see Li Manju emerging from the cave. And he nodded slightly. The area belonged to the mountaintop, housing a cave that remained warm in winter and cool in summer, stocked with ample food sufficient for both Du Xiaoshui and Li Manju for over half a month. Du Xiaoshui speculated that the cave must have been a retreat for Elder Su Chong, the cloaked old woman, during her seclusion. However, prior to Elder Su, the previous elders of the outer sex female district frequently practiced in this place, rendering it a forbidden zone. Otherwise, with both Li Manju and Elder Su missing for so long, someone should have ventured to this mountain peak to investigate. After yesterday's exploration, Du Xiaoshui gained a general understanding of the mountain's environment. The eastern, southern, and western sides were lined with dizzying cliffs, soaring 800 to 900 meters high, while only the northern side presented a path upward. Du Xiaoshui had chosen not to sleep in the cave. Not out of a desire to avoid suspicion with Li Manju, but rather as a precaution. If someone were to arrive at the mountaintop and trap him inside the cave, escape would be nearly impossible. Outside the cave, at the very least, he would have a chance to flee if things turned dire. If you are hungry, there is food in the cave, Du Xiaoshui casually remarked. "Brother Hu, you are so kind to me." Li Manju smiled sweetly, not feeling hungry, thus choosing not to return to the cave. Du Xiaoshui's heart fluttered at the sight. Yet he mused, "If I truly wished to treat you kindly, I should not have kept you as a hostage. I should have let you descend the mountain yesterday." Shifting his thoughts, he inquired, "Do you know someone named Hua Yuanyo?" "Hua Yuanyo? I do not know her. Aside from Elder Su and your Yin Shiji? Who else do you know?" "Senior Sister Zhao Lin, Senior Sister Wu Xiaoxiao, Senior Sister Zhang Jia." Li Manju listed over 100 names of female disciples from the outer sect, followed by 6 names of outer sect stewards, and finally mentioned a former inner sect steward named Gu Xianghua, who had visited the outer sect's female district. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui asked about Gu Xianghua's cultivation level. Li Manju responded that she was at the 5th layer of Yuheng realm, not quite comparable to the female elders of the outer sect. Days passed swiftly, and the relationship between Du Xiaoshui and Li Manju grew increasingly intimate. Though they were not bound by the ties of marriage, they held the title of husband and wife. Du Xiaoshui began residing in the cave, sharing meals and sleeping arrangements with Li Manju. One on the bed, the other on the floor. One morning, Du Xiaoshui overslept by an hour. And upon awakening, he first checked his charm value, discovering it had increased by a mere 10 points. The same had occurred over the previous days. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. His system was indeed formidable. As long as he captured a woman's heart, his charm value would skyrocket. To confirm his hypothesis, he sought to ask Li Manju. However, Li Manju was nowhere to be found in the cave. It seemed she had slipped away. "Alas, I have fallen for the little girl's trick. The more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she tends to be." Du Xiaoshui. "When will you learn?" Seizing a sharp sword from the cave, presumably Elder Su's, he hastily exited the cave in search of Li Manju. Upon reaching a certain area, he heard the sound of water nearby and rushed over without a second thought. In an instant, he beheld a celestial maiden standing in a pool, bathing. Her upper body emerged from the water, devoid of clothing, while her lower half was concealed beneath the surface, creating a scene reminiscent of a painting of a beauty emerging from a bath. Igniting a fire within him, Du Xiaoshui stood momentarily stunned before his face flushed crimson, and he turned to retreat to a concealed spot. De Jure, why are you bathing here? I could find no other place. But, brother Hu, come here. Let us bathe together. Together. Du Xiaoshui's heart raced at the mere thought. Yet, reason cautioned him that it was not the appropriate moment. Why don't you wash first? Once you are done, I will take my turn. Brother Hu, we are engaged. There is no need for modesty. Precisely because we are engaged, I must be prudent. Du Xiaoshui suppressed his impulses, inhaling deeply. You go ahead and wash. I am not accustomed to bathing with another. Very well, I will finish quickly. Please wait a moment. Before long, Li Manju completed her bath, donned her garments, and approached Du Xiaoshui. What fragrance are you wearing? Du Xiaoshui inquired, captivated by a floral scent that wafted through the air. I have not applied anything. It must just be my natural scent. Natural scent? Du Xiaoshui's imagination ran wild, and he shook his head vigorously. You should return to the cave. I have not bathed in days and need to wash thoroughly. All right, Li Manju complied, flashing a sweet smile. Once she had walked away, Du Xiaoshui finally disrobed and entered the pool, scrubbing himself vigorously. The pool was not man-made but rather a natural formation, approximately 200 square meters in size, with shallow water. The deepest part measuring just over a meter. Yes, the weather was pleasant that day. Du Xiaoshui found himself increasingly exhilarated while bathing, even humming a tune. Suddenly, a shadow appeared nearby, ghost-like, silently gazing at Du Xiaoshui's back. When he sensed something amiss, several minutes had already elapsed. Who goes there? Du Xiaoshui tried to turn around. Do not move. A deep, magnetic voice spoke. Fang Dajuan. Du Xiaoshui's heart jolted. The chief steward of the Tianma sect was said to possess an ambiguous level of cultivation, rumored to be ranked third, just below the sect master and the grand elder. Can you recognize my voice? I can. Good. You seem to be enjoying yourself, bathing in the forbidden grounds of the outer sect's female district. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Chief Steward Fang, allow me to explain, and no need for explanations. I am neither here to kill you nor to capture you. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui finally relaxed. Du Xiaoshui, you are 18 this year, correct? Indeed. Do you recall our encounter 3 years ago? Of course I remember. I will never forget. Du Xiaoshui will certainly not forget that it was the third day after his time travel when he inadvertently encountered Fang Dajuan. Finding him extraordinarily handsome, the first impression between individuals holds immense significance. Although Fang Dajuan's striking appearance posed a serious threat to him, he felt no jealousy. Instead, he regarded the other man as akin to an uncle. Conversely, whenever he encountered Du Dayo, who also bore the surname Du, he felt no fondness whatsoever and even harbored a sense of disdain. I came here to ask you for a favor. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback. That I wish for you to become my disciple. Ah, to be your disciple? It would be my honor, master. Du Xiaoshui was immensely excited. If he truly became Fang Dajuan's disciple, his status would be transformed. Not to mention venturing into the outer female district, even if he were to confront the elder of that district, it would likely pose no significant problem. He would no longer have to hide here. Afraid to descend the mountain, though not rushed to agree. Once you become my disciple, I have a significant task to assign to you, and this task may involve peril. No problem at all, Du Xiaoshui thoughtlessly replied, intending to deal with the immediate situation first. Really no problem? I can swear it. There's no need for that. I trust you. Subsequently, Fang Dajuan raised his voice. Du Xiaoshui, listen closely. From this moment forth, you are my personal disciple. I have a pill for you. Take it and consume it. As soon as he finished speaking, a box appeared out of thin air, hovering above Du Xiaoshui's head. He looked up in astonishment. Thus, he obediently took the box, opened it, and indeed found a pill inside. Without needing Fang Dajuan to prompt him, Du Xiaoshui consumed the pill without much thought. Moments later, he felt an intense heat coursing through his body, and his internal meridians began to transform. Crackling sounds erupted as Du Xiaoshui sensed that his previously stagnant cultivation not only broke through to the second level of the Yaoguang realm, but surged forth like a torrent, reaching the 6th level in a single bound. At this moment, he felt immensely powerful, believing that even a casual punch could demolish a building. Seizing the opportunity, he began to secretly cultivate the Mo Yuju, and within merely half an hour, he had mastered the technique to its highest level, the 36th stage. The entire pool began to bubble as if boiling. I did not expect your innate talent to be so extraordinary. Without my assistance, you managed to elevate your cultivation to the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm using the Mo Yuan Dan.it. Seems that the task I have for you is no longer a matter of life and death, but rather 8 deaths for 2 lives. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui was left uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. What difference does it make between 9 lives and 1 death and 8 lives and 2 deaths? Is it not still more deaths than lives? However, Du Xiaoshui was profoundly curious about what task could be so formidable that it required his personal involvement. Just as he was about to inquire, Fang Dajuan interjected, Xiaoshui, I will inform you of the task in due time. Remember, do not disclose today's events to anyone. Additionally, you may act as if I never came here. Proceed with caution, and if necessary, do not hesitate to eliminate any threats without reservation. With that, Fang Dajuan vanished in a flash, his speed surpassing that of his arrival, leaving no trace behind. Master, have you left? Du Xiaoshui queried tentatively, turning around only to find that Fang Dajuan had indeed disappeared. He had initially intended to use the dog system to ascertain Fang Dajuan's level of attractiveness, but it appeared that his master had already departed, and he would have to wait for another time. Chapter 14. Yin Ruobing 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was October 18th. A week had gone by since Du Xiaoshui's disappearance. On the 3rd day following his disappearance, due to Lin Jie's inability to locate him, he deemed the situation too grave and had no choice but to report it to the Demon Spirit Peak. Upon learning of this, Chao Gang initially paid it little mind, assuming Du Xiaoshui had gone into the depths of the mountains to focus on his cultivation. However, just a day later, Chao Gang could no longer contain his anxiety. Du Xiaoshui was his most favored disciple. Though he was a bit mischievous, he had never caused any trouble. How could he suddenly vanish without a trace? This was most illogical. Consequently, Chao Gang summoned all the external deacons, instructing them to search for Du Xiaoshui without alarming the outer disciples. By October 18th, Deacon Ma reported that no one had any knowledge of Du Xiaoshui's whereabouts. Chao Gang was incensed. Du Xiaoshui, you little rascal, where have you hidden yourself? If you dare to run amok in the outer female district, I shall flay your skin off. Though he spoke thus, Chao Gang secretly hoped Du Xiaoshui had indeed ventured to the outer female district. For as perilous as it may be, it still belonged to the outer sect and would not warrant a death sentence. Should Du Xiaoshui wander into the inner sect, however, he would truly be courting death. No one would be able to rescue him, and even Chao Gang would be implicated. Deacon Ma, do not inform the inner sect about Du Xiaoshui's disappearance for now, understand? Understood. Deacon Ma secretly smirked. Du Xiaoshui had been captured and handed over to Hua Yurong by him. If all went according to plan, Du Xiaoshui would have perished that very night, and it was impossible for him to be alive now. How long could Chao Gang keep this under wraps? Soon enough, he would report to the inner sect, and then Chao Gang's good days would come to an end. On the same day, in the outer female district, as Elder Su had not made an appearance for several days, some began to feel anxious. The most agitated was Hua Yurong, yet she was also the least inclined to draw attention to herself. Regardless of why Elder Su had sent her to the outer male district to capture Du Xiaoshui, her actions had already violated the sect's regulations. Now that Elder Su seemed to have vanished, it was likely something had gone awry. If the matter escalated, not only would she face severe penalties for her actions, but even her prior status as an inner sect disciple would not spare her from punishment. Another individual in distress was the cold and elegant woman. Like Hua Yurong, she had encountered Du Xiaoshui, yet she had no understanding of why Elder Su sought to apprehend him. She did not even know who Du Xiaoshui was or what his name was. She had initially intended to search for Li Manju and Elder Su in the forbidden area, but Elder Su had previously issued a strict order forbidding anyone from entering. Thus, regardless of her concerns for Li Manju's safety, she dared not act recklessly. Until that afternoon, when an elder deacon, the most senior among them, insisted on entering the forbidden area. The cold and elegant woman realized she could not dissuade him, so she reluctantly conveyed Elder Su's strict orders and stood by, observing. The elder deacon understood Elder Su's temperament well. Though he had grown suspicious, he dared not act against her wishes. After much deliberation, they decided to send a deacon to report to the inner sect. That evening, filled with apprehension, Hua Yurong retired early, her mind swirling with thoughts that everything should be fine. Otherwise, she would be in grave trouble. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Startled, she inquired, Who is it? It is I, came a cold voice from outside. What does she want with me? Hua Yurong wondered, perplexed. Half an hour later, Hua Yurong and the cold and elegant woman arrived at the base of the mountain where the forbidden area was located. Despite their prior agreement, Hua Yurong hesitated to enter the mountain. In contrast, the cold and elegant woman, having cast aside her fears of life and death, swiftly leaped into the forbidden area. With a sigh, Hua Yurong followed suit. Before long, the two employed superior lightness techniques to search the mountain, but upon finding no sign of life, they gradually approached the summit. Just as they were about to pass a certain high point, Hua Yurong felt a sense of trepidation. Yin Deacon, what if Elder Su is cultivating above and we accidentally trespass into the forbidden zone? She will surely punish us severely. I do not care. If you are not going up, then you may return. With that, the cold and elegant woman vaulted over the high point. Seeing this, Hua Yurong had no choice but to obediently follow behind. As the two stealthily approached a cave, an individual suddenly emerged from within. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his stature slightly taller than a week prior, standing at a height of 183 centimeters. And remarkably handsome. It was none other than Du Xiaoshui. I wondered who it was. Turns out it is the two of you, Du Xiaoshui exclaimed with a smile, casually removing his hand from the sword hilt. Appearing quite at ease, Du Xiaoshui, are you all right? Hua Yurong asked, her face filled with astonishment. Do I look like I am in trouble? Before Hua Yurong could respond, with a sharp motion, the cold and elegant woman unsheathed her sword and demanded, where is Li Shimi? You two are quite amusing. One is concerned for my well-being, while the other worries for Li Shimi, yet neither of you seems to care for Elder Su. If I were Elder Su, I would punish you both to clean the latrines, Du Xiaoshui teased, intentionally ignoring the cold and elegant woman to take revenge for her previous disdain towards him. Indeed, upon witnessing Du Xiaoshui's lack of regard, a surge of unnameable fury welled up within the cold and elegant woman. In terms of beauty, she could not compare to Li Manju, yet among the outer female district, she was second only to her. Under normal circumstances, she would never allow herself to be angered by a man. However, Du Xiaoshui was no ordinary man. Had he been an unattractive or unremarkable individual, his behavior would not have mattered. I only care about Li Shimi. As for others, I am indifferent, the cold and elegant woman stated, yet she quickly regained her composure. Logically speaking, apart from Du Xiaoshui, Li Manju, and Elder Su, there should be no others in the mountain. Why, then, was it only Du Xiaoshui present, with no sign of the other two? Had something truly gone amiss? Who are you? Du Xiaoshui finally turned his gaze to the cold and elegant woman. Where is Li Shimi? If you dare to harm her, I will kill you. The alluring woman wished to enter the cave, yet hesitated to provoke Du Xiaoshui. Your junior sister Li is inside, but I warn you, should anyone dare to take a step forward, I have all the time in the world to enter the cave. Du Xiaoshui's words momentarily stunned the enchanting woman, leaving her reluctant to act rashly. It was then that Hua Yurong timidly inquired. Du Xiaoshui, what about the others? Who are the other people you mentioned? Elder XU.So, it was Elder Su who sent you to capture me. Du Xiaoshui said this deliberately. I am merely acting on orders. Du Xiaoshui, please tell me, where has Elder Su gone? She is quite well. I do not wish to converse with you. Du Xiaoshui, seeing that he had Hua Yurong firmly in his grasp, felt a sense of satisfaction. You may leave. I wish to have a proper discussion with this woman. Remember, do not attempt to flee, or you shall bear the consequences. Hearing this, Hua Yurong felt compelled to comply, hastily descending the mountain. Yet she dared not stray too far. I ask you, what is your name? Once he confirmed that Hua Yurong had distanced herself, Du Xiaoshui addressed the alluring woman. Humph, what does signify? I do not wish to speak with you. That is not for you to decide. A cold smirk crept across Du Xiaoshui's lips, his gaze fervent, exuding charm and dominance. Tell me, what is your name? Yin Ruiying. The once reticent woman found herself responding involuntarily. Chapter 15. I am but a demon, both wicked and magical. Yin Ruiying, do you wish to rescue your junior sister Li? Du Xiaoshui, already privy to the alluring woman's true name, flashed a devilish smile. What are your conditions? Yin Ruiying was no fool. She instantly surmised that Du Xiaoshui intended to leverage Li Manju against her. First, toss aside your sword. What if I refuse to do so? If you do not, I shall have no choice but to enter the cave before you can act. You dare? Yin Ruiying, believing Du Xiaoshui might harm Li Manju, spoke with an icy urgency. Do you not wish to inquire who I, Du Xiaoshui, am? If you provoke me, I am capable of anything. I will count to 3, and if, before Du Xiaoshui could finish, Yin Ruiying suddenly threw her sword. Surprisingly compliant. Excellent. From this moment forth, you must remain still, or I shall ensure you regret it for a lifetime. With that, Du Xiaoshui drew his treasured sword, carelessly tossing the scabbard aside, and approached Yin Ruiying step by step. Elder Su's sword. Yin Ruiying was taken aback. For a moment, she assumed that Du Xiaoshui's cultivation surpassed that of Elder Su, which explained how he had acquired her sword. That sword was exceptionally sharp. Not only would it be fatal for the untrained Li Manju, but even she would bleed profusely from a mere graze. Thus, she dared not act without absolute certainty, as Du Xiaoshui drew near. He first appraised her visage, then could not resist reaching out with his left hand to gently pinch her cheek. To his astonishment, this ice-cold beauty was already 26 yet retained such youthful, supple skin, akin to delicate tofu. Du Xiaoshui had intended to pinch her further, but upon noticing the tears welling in Yin Ruiying's eyes, filled with an exquisite blend of fury and sorrow, he restrained himself. Do you know who I am? I do not wish to know. Having lived for 26 years, Yin Ruiying had never felt as wronged as she did this evening. Were it not for her desire to rescue Li Manju, she would have long since clashed with Du Xiaoshui, leading to a battle where one would perish and the other survive. I am a disciple of the outer sect. You are an outer sect steward? Not at all. I am an outer sect disciple. An outer sect disciple. If you truly are one, how can you possess such formidable abilities? Yin Ruiying was astounded. Because I am not an ordinary outer sect disciple, but the strongest outer sect disciple in the history of the Tianma sect, surpassing even Chao Gang. Nonsense. How foul, how foul. Du Xiaoshui fanned himself. I thought fairies did not pass gas. Turns out they are just like me. At his words, the usually unblushing Yin Ruiying felt her cheeks flush with heat, and being referred to as a fairy ignited an unexpected flutter in her heart. There is no need for you to mock me. Those whom Du Xiaoshui mocks are invariably breathtaking beauties. Du Xiaoshui decided to press on with the jest. Regardless of what you say, I shall not be deceived. Do you know what I enjoy eating? What do you enjoy eating? Though Yin Ruiying had no intention of asking, she found herself unable to resist under Du Xiaoshui's burning gaze. I delight in gazing longingly at you. Yin Ruiying had never encountered such crude romantic banter. She was momentarily stunned before feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Disgusting. Du Xiaoshui paid her revulsion no mind and continued, Do you know what I aspire to become? What do you aspire to become? Yin Ruiying could no longer contain her curiosity. Yours. A demon. Indeed, I am a demon, both wicked and magical. However, I can also be kind. You may now enter the cave. With that, Du Xiaoshui strode aside. His unpredictable behavior left Yin Ruiying confounded. You truly allow me to enter the cave? Am I not in such a state? Why do you not enter? No sooner had she spoken than Yin Ruiying swayed and swiftly entered the cave. Soon, she roused Li Manju, who had been sleeping on the bed, and whispered, Junior Sister Li, how are you? Sister Yin. Li Manju rubbed her eyes, believing she had merely taken a nap. How did you get here? I am perfectly fine. Has Du Xiaoshui bullied you? Who is Du Xiaoshui? The foul man outside. Foul man. So the Du Xiaoshui Sister Yin spoke of is actually Hu Ji.Hu Gu. What is this fellow's true name? Du Xiaoshui is still Hu Gu, Yin Ruiying thought, bewildered. Just then, Du Xiaoshui called from outside the cave, Miss Yin. If you are willing to call me Hu Gu, I shall concede a little, and you may name your price. Shameless, Du Xiaoshui. What have you done to Elder Su? Yin Ruiying scanned the surroundings, failing to spot Elder Su and fearing that she had been obliterated by Du Xiaoshui, causing a chill to creep over her. What could I possibly do to someone of Elder Su's prowess? You. The more Yin Ruiying pondered, the more dreadful it seemed. Suddenly, a low shout echoed from a point halfway up the mountain. It was Hua Yurong. Almost simultaneously, with a loud thud, Hua Yurong, despite her cultivation at the 4th layer of Kaiyang, was struck and sent flying without a sound. In an instant, a figure soared to the mountain's peak. While Hua Yurong's body fell to the ground, uncertain of her fate, a sword comes from the west. Du Xiaoshui sensed danger, and before he could discern the intruder's identity, he thrust his sword forward. Executing his self-created sword technique with utmost finesse, The assailant, intending to strike Du Xiaoshui with overwhelming force, instead met the Star of Demons and found himself compelled to shield against the invisible sword energy emanating from Du Xiaoshui. Hiss! The figure brushed past Du Xiaoshui, a sleeve flying off like a finely sliced knife, transforming into a butterfly. Du Xiaoshui nearly lost his grip on his sword from the shockwave of the unseen sword energy. Just what is your cultivation? The figure landed, turning his back to the cave before facing Du Xiaoshui, his expression one of astonishment. And what is yours? Du Xiaoshui glanced at the individual, noticing that despite his age, he was not lacking in looks, scoring a solid 7.3 on the attractiveness scale, with piercing phoenix eyes. Humph! I am an inner sect steward, and my cultivation has long reached the Jade Balance realm. No wonder you are so arrogant. My cultivation is in the Radiant Light realm. Nonsense. If your cultivation were truly in the Radiant Light realm, how could you possibly spar with me? You would have been killed by my palm long ago. Facts speak louder than words. I am indeed in the Radiant Light realm, believe it or not. After exchanging a strike with the individual, Du Xiaoshui sensed that the opponent's cultivation was at least at the third layer of the Jade Balance realm. Recognizing that victory through swordplay was improbable, let alone killing the opponent, he began to contemplate utilizing the charming system to defeat him. Feng Dajuan had once mentioned that he could kill if necessary. Thus, he no longer cared whether the other party was an inner sect steward. In other words, ever since the dog system had awakened, his life had begun to change, and no matter who it was, none could dictate his fate. Destiny should lie in one's own hands. Even if it spiraled out of control, he would not relinquish it to another. Chapter 16. Let us conspire together, junior sister, do not go outside. Inside the cave, seeing Li Manju stepping toward the exit, Yin Ruiying immediately grasped her. Li Manju sensed the danger outside but was more concerned about Du Xiaoshui, making her unable to resist the urge to venture out. As for Du Xiaoshui, whether it was Li Manju or Yin Ruiying, he wished for neither to interfere in his affairs. Yin Ruiying's action proved to be a significant help to him. Listen, this is my grudge with him. It does not concern you. Du Xiaoshui declared loudly. Humph, this fellow is an undercover agent sent by the Xinshan sect to our Tianma sect. You two, come out and help me eliminate him. When the intruder arrived, he initially intended to swiftly deal with Du Xiaoshui and then escape. But now he found Du Xiaoshui somewhat troublesome and shifted his thoughts. I believe you are the real undercover agent. Yin Ruiying retorted coldly. You dare? Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? I am only aware that this is the outer female district. You two have trespassed into forbidden territory and have already violated the regulations of the gate. I am surnamed Tian, serving as a steward of the inner gate, sent here on a mission. How can you speak of trespassing? By whose orders? You do not have the right to know. Then why did you kill Steward Hua Yurong? Upon hearing this, the elder surnamed Tian replied indifferently. She was in collusion with Du Xiaoshui and is also a traitor to the Xinshan sect. Do you have evidence? Insolence. The elder surnamed Tian did not expect Yin Ruiying not only to side against him, but also to target him at every turn, which infuriated him greatly. Were it not for his focus on dealing with Du Xiaoshui, he would have already turned and entered the cave, not only to kill Yin Ruiying but also to eliminate Li Manju. In short, his purpose for coming to the outer female district was not only to eliminate Du Xiaoshui, but also to eradicate any potential future threats. This was precisely why he had acted against Hua Yurong the moment he arrived on the mountain. Have you truly killed Hua Yurong? Du Xiaoshui inquired. How? Are you lamenting? It is you who is in pain, is it not? What do you mean? You are the traitor of the Xinshan sect. You killed her to silence her. Did you not? Du Xiaoshui, no matter how you attempt to argue, it does not change the fact that both you and Hua Yurong are traitors of the Xinshan sect. If you were to discard your sword and kneel, as a steward of the inner gate, I might consider being lenient. Who do you think you are? Du Xiaoshui scoffed. The elder surnamed Tian was enraged. With his status, once he stepped into the outer gate, not to mention the outer disciples, even the outer stewards and elders would have to treat him as a deity. Yet Du Xiaoshui disregarded him entirely, which was hardly surprising given his fury. However, he currently lacked the absolute confidence to eliminate Du Xiaoshui, so he could only bide his time. Du Xiaoshui, should you persist in your delusions, do not think that even if it is not Chao Gang, someone 100 times more formidable than him can save you. One must bear the consequences of their actions. My presence in the female district is my affair, and it concerns no one else. If you have the ability, then kill me. If not, be gone. I will end you. The elder surnamed Tian was provoked. Fearing that lingering too long would lead to unforeseen complications, he resolved for a swift conclusion. However, this fellow was quite cunning. As he lunged towards Du Xiaoshui, he suddenly veered off and extended his hand to grasp something from the AI art. In an instant, he had seized the sword that Hua Yurong had dropped on the ground. Ha ha ha, Du Xiaoshui, had it not been for the sharpness of your sword, I would have already killed you. Now that I too possess a sword, let us see how you will contend with me. Nevertheless, Du Xiaoshui remained motionless throughout. It was not that he did not wish to prevent the elder from seizing the sword, but rather that he found himself unable to do so. Rather than engage in futile efforts, he opted to observe the unfolding events. What does it matter if you have a sword? Death is still inevitable, Du Xiaoshui. Your time to die has come, as a steward of the inner gate. I will cleanse the ranks and ensure that you, the traitor of the Xinshin sect, do not escape. The elder surnamed Tian saw Du Xiaoshui begin to descend the mountain and hurriedly pursued him. Yet, no matter how swift Du Xiaoshui was, he could not outrun him. Before reaching halfway down the mountain, he was already closing in. Die. The elder thrust his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that confined a radius of dozens of meters with terrifying force. However, at that moment, Du Xiaoshui merged with his sword and leaped from the ground, breaking through the blockade. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted in the air. What kind of cultivation does this fellow possess? How can he shatter my sword energy? The elder, though astonished, followed suit and soared into the air. He aimed to strike down Du Xiaoshui mid-flight, leaving him no chance for a complete corpse. Suddenly, Du Xiaoshui turned, a wicked smile gracing his face. As if amused. In that instant, the elder's heart raced, a reaction that even the mightiest of cultivators could not suppress. Unlike Elder Su, who met his demise in a different manner, the elder surnamed Tian, after being struck by Du Xiaoshui's charm, was filled with terror, unable to withstand the psychological shock. With a thud, the elder, who just moments ago had exuded an aura of invincibility, his sword capable of raising multiple stories, now fell from the sky like a withered corpse. After landing, Du Xiaoshui noticed his charm value plummeting rapidly. Fortunately, it had been exceedingly high at over 70,000, so even after a drop of 10,000, he still retained a considerable amount. Subsequently, Du Xiaoshui approached the elder, looking down at him. Have I once again charmed someone to death? Though he thought this, he did not dare to let down his guard. He thrust his sword into the fallen elder. Thus, even the most exceptional of masters could not discern whether the elder had died from his charm or from the sword, only assuming he had perished from a sword wound. Soon, Du Xiaoshui floated back to the mountaintop, heading straight for the cave. Halt! Yen Rubing stood at the entrance, gathering her strength, preparing to confront Du Xiaoshui head-on. Du Xiaoshui was not particularly eager to enter the cave. He merely intended to feign compliance, so he paused upon hearing her words. My dear wife, your actions are rather misguided. What did you say? Who is your dear wife? You are older than I. If you are not my dear wife, then who is? Shameless. Yen Rubing's face turned pale with anger. However, upon seeing Du Xiaoshui return alive, she realized that the elder surnamed Tian, who may or may not have been a steward of the inner gate, had been killed by Du Xiaoshui. Having spent time in the inner gate, she was well aware of the prowess of its masters. If the elder truly were a steward of the inner gate, his cultivation would not be lower than the 4th level of the Yuheng realm. Meanwhile, her own cultivation was merely at the 4th level of the Kaiyang realm. Should she engage Du Xiaoshui? She would be utterly overwhelmed. What is shameless about playful banter between husband and wife? It is merely a form of intimacy. Gu, is Sister Yin also your fiancée? Li Manju inquired. No, then why do you call her dear wife? If she were to become my dear wife, wouldn't the three of us be able to be together every day? Du Xiaoshui initially spoke in jest, unaware that Li Manju took him seriously, exclaiming, Excellent! Sister Yin, what do you think? Yin Rubing felt as though she might vomit blood. Had it been anyone else, she would have slapped them, but she truly cared for Li Manju and would rather suffer herself than lift a finger against her. Junior Sister Li, he is a demon. We are all from the Tianma sect. If Gu is a demon, then we are demonesses, right? At this, Du Xiaoshui nearly burst into laughter, while Li Manju wore an expression of utter disbelief. The Tianma sect belongs to the demonic faction, and in the eyes of the Righteous Alliance, they are all considered demons. Yet, the members of the Tianma sect never regard themselves as demons, at most considering themselves as evil spirits. Only Li Manju would find glory in being called a demon. Junior sister Li, do not speak to B.Y. Dawn. He will have no means of escape. Why would Hu Gu want to escape? He killed a steward of the inner gate. Hu Gu did not kill someone who was innocent, did he? Who says that the steward of the inner gate was innocent? Hu Gu said so. His words cannot serve as evidence. I believe what Hu Gu says. Upon hearing this, Yin Rubing was utterly astonished. What kind of enchantment has this girl fallen under, to be so enamored with Du Xiaoshui, always considering him? Unable to help herself, Yin Rubing glanced at Du Xiaoshui, eager to see just how charming this demon could be. A few seconds later, Yin Rubing's heart fluttered, and she dared not meet Du Xiaoshui's gaze any longer. Turning her face away, her expression is still icy. Junior sister Li, if he claims I am a traitor, will you believe him? Of course, I trust Hu Gu, but I also believe that Sister Yin cannot possibly be a traitor. What if I truly am a traitor? Then I would also be a traitor, and we could be traitors together. Upon uttering this, even Du Xiaoshui was left speechless. How could there be such an innocent and naive person in this world? Chapter 17. Du Xiaoshui, you are surrounded. As dawn approached, Du Xiaoshui had not slept a wink the entire night and was utterly exhausted, intending to seize any opportunity to rest. Thus, he called Li Manju and Yin Rubing out of the cave, entered, and lay down on the bed, quickly falling asleep. Yin Rubing gazed at Du Xiaoshui's back for a while, unsure if he was truly asleep or merely feigning slumber, and dared not act rashly. Sister Yin, I wish to ask you a question, Li Manju suddenly spoke. What question? I have been living in the mountains with Hu Gu for quite some time, and he has always refused to sleep with me. Now that he is sleeping in my bed, does that count as us having slept together? Nonsense. Yin Rubing was both angry and amused. However, she knew that Li Manju would not deceive her. From the tone of Li Manju, she could tell that she had not been harmed. How strange. Junior sister Li is clearly more beautiful than I am. Why has Du Xiaoshui not taken any improper actions towards her? Yet I have been at his mercy. Could it be that Du Xiaoshui prefers older women over younger ones? Where has Elder Su gone? Her sword has fallen into Du Xiaoshui's hands. Could it be that he truly killed her? The more Yin Rubing thought, the more fearful she became. She had never encountered someone like Du Xiaoshui before. Her intuition warned her that if she did not leave this place soon, once Du Xiaoshui's demonic nature erupted, he might commit even more disrespectful acts against her. Junior sister Li, we must leave. Yin Rubing pulled Li Manju, eager to descend the mountain as soon as possible. I will not leave. I want to stay here and guard Hu Gu. If we do not leave now, we may never have another chance. Sister Yin, why don't we guard Hu Gu together? If any bad people come, your cultivation is high, and you can help. Upon hearing these words, Yin Rubing was no longer merely incensed to the point of spitting blood. Rather, she felt an overwhelming urge to take her sword and end her own life. It was only when she thought of her blade that she realized it had already been taken by the elderly man of the Tian surname. In an effort to be cautious, Yin Rubing hastily descended the mountain to retrieve her weapon, casting not a single glance at the old man, let alone seeking out the fates of Hua Yurong, who remained uncertain. She hurried back to the summit, arriving at Li Manju's side. Senior sister Yin, I knew you would never abandon me, she exclaimed. Junior sister Li, I apologize for my previous wrongdoing. It shall never happen again. Last time? Li Manju inquired. You mean when Elder Su ordered me to be carried here by you and instructed you to follow her commands? Surprised, Li Manju realized that it was actually senior sister Yin who had brought her to this mountain, and she had thought it was the elder all along. By the way, where has Elder Su gone? Noticing Li Manju's nonchalant demeanor, Yin Rubing recalled the uncertainty surrounding Elder Su's fate and asked, Do you not know? Li Manju, reluctant to lie, could only respond as Du Xiaoshui had advised her. Despite her considerable talent for deception, Yin Rubing knew her well and sensed something amiss. She hesitated to press further, fearing she might bring Li Manju to tears, and thus abandoned her inquiry regarding Elder Su's whereabouts. In truth, even now, Yin Rubing could hardly believe that Elder Su had been slain by Du Xiaoshui. Perhaps Elder Su had known Du Xiaoshui all along, and there existed some form of agreement between them. After giving her sword to Du Xiaoshui, Elder Su might have left this mountain, possibly even the female quarters. As far as she was aware, the Demon God Mountain boasted numerous peaks, stretching endlessly, with places unreachable even by inner disciples. Moreover, Certain areas within the mountain were deemed off-limits to all save the Demon Lord and the Grand Elder, with trespassers facing dire consequences. Yet, as an outer sect steward, she possessed no authority to inquire about Elder Sue's whereabouts. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the mountain's base, belonging to someone of considerable cultivation, at the 6th level of the Jade Balance realm. Du Xiaoshui, you have trespassed into the outer female quarters, committing a grave offense. Come down and face your demise. Upon hearing this, Yin Rubing felt a fleeting joy, quickly followed by a smirk of derision. If I were Du Xiaoshui, having committed such a significant crime, I would scarcely have time to flee, let alone descend to face death. The speaker's words are as absurd as flatulence. Moments later, the voice boomed again. Shaking the entire mountain, Du Xiaoshui, you are surrounded. If you do not descend, you shall truly be reduced to ashes, your corpse left unrecognizable. I am Steward Qin, sent by the inner sect. If you surrender, I will grant you 3 more days of life. Should you resist, even with the greatest of power, you will perish today. I give you half an hour to consider. Once the time is up, including myself, over 100 from the inner sect and 500 from the outer sect will charge at you. Flattening this mountain beneath our feet, in truth, there were not as many people at the foot of the mountain. The combined total of inner and outer disciples barely exceeded 200, with the majority being outer disciples. The inner disciples, at a minimum, were at the 1st level of the opening sun realm. Overall, the display was indeed formidable. What a trivial matter. I merely wish to sleep a while longer. When I become the sect leader, I shall assign you, old man, to clean the latrines. Within the cave, Du Xiaoshui opened his eyes, muttering curses under his breath. Soon, he noticed that his charm value had not only been restored but had increased by 10 points. This further confirmed his suspicion that charm value was related to sleep. As long as he fell asleep, even for just a minute, he could awaken with an increase in charm value. Whether he could enhance his charm value multiple times within a single day remained an unanswered question. At this moment, Yin Rubing wished to pull Li Manju down the mountain, but as Du Xiaoshui emerged from the cave, Yin Rubing suddenly realized a critical matter. They could not descend. For if they did, even if they survived, they would face punishment. Du Xiaoshui, quickly restrain me. I shall be your hostage. Du Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback. This stunning beauty was not as foolish as he had thought. She intended to use this tactic to deceive those below. Since you have offered yourself, I shall not hold back. With a clang, Du Xiaoshui disarmed Yin Rubing, wrapping his arms around the icy beauty's waist. What are you doing? Yin Rubing attempted to resist. Yet, being held thus by a man for the first time, especially by Du Xiaoshui, rendered her body weak, causing her to lean against him instead. Did you not ask me to restrain you? How does it feel to be compliant now? Du Xiaoshui remarked, placing her sword before her eyes. To any onlooker unaware of the situation, it would appear as though Yin Rubing had fallen completely under Du Xiaoshui's control, her life hanging by a thread. Brother Hu, I too wish to be your hostage, Li Manju chimed in, finding amusement in the spectacle. You need not bother, Du Xiaoshui replied with a chuckle. Time passed. And as Du Xiaoshui awaited the arrival of reinforcements, he pondered, does old Qin truly intend to wait half an hour before ascending the mountain? Just as he was about to loosen his grip, he noticed that Yin Rubing's face had turned crimson, transforming from an icy mountain into a furnace, radiating warmth. What is the matter with you? Du Xiaoshui, inadvertently shifting, touched an inappropriate area. In response, Yin Rubing reacted as if struck by lightning. She was no longer the icy beauty but rather a figure of molten warmth. Quickly, Yin Rubing feared she might lose control. Quickly, what? Du Xiaoshui was perplexed. Quickly, kill me. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui, more perceptive than Yin Rubing, immediately understood. With a sharp slap, he struck Yin Rubing's shoulder, not using his sword but his palm. Poof! Yin Rubing, unprepared and unable to resist, spewed blood and was flung away. Du Xiaoshui had not anticipated her complete lack of resistance, and he felt a pang of regret, silently apologizing. Chapter 18. The Demon God Sect does not tolerate disobedient disciples. Senior Sister Yin, Li Manju cried out, rushing over to embrace the seemingly dying Yin Rubing. Weeping uncontrollably, surely, I haven't killed her, Du Xiaoshui thought, feeling a twinge of remorse. Just then, Li Manju lifted her head slightly, glancing at Du Xiaoshui, her tear-streaked face morphing into a comical grimace as she stuck out her tongue. In an instant, Du Xiaoshui realized that this girl was merely acting, and her performance rivaled his own. Considering Li Manju's exceptional talent, capable of discerning how a person had perished at a glance. If Yan Rubing truly were on the brink of death, Li Manju would not be in the mood to play tricks, which put his mind at ease. At that moment, Du Xiaoshui heard faint movements, indicating that multiple individuals were rapidly approaching the mountain's peak, at least 20 in number. His thoughts racing, Du Xiaoshui dashed toward the northern cliff, glancing down. With his current cultivation, jumping down within 100 meters posed no problem. Even if he fell from over 100 meters, it would merely result in a few days of limping. However, leaping from a cliff several hundred meters deep would surely result in severe injury. If not death, what to do? Naturally, he would leap. The situation had already spiraled out of control. Taking a chance was better than remaining passive. In an instant, Du Xiaoshui leaped into the AT that moment. Over 20 figures hesitated to ascend directly to the summit. Instead, they formed groups of 5, adopting a formation as they hastily approached the peak. Du Xiaoshui glanced back, imagining himself as a bird in flight, channeling all his energy as he plummeted. By the time the 20 or so disciples of the opening sun realm reached the edge of the cliff, they only beheld Du Xiaoshui descending 100 meters. Akin to a falling rock, they dared not jump down recklessly, astonished by Du Xiaoshui's apparent disregard for life. Jump! Suddenly, a middle-aged figure clad in black soared to the mountain's summit, reaching the cliff's edge in an instant. Possessing the first level of the Jade Balance realm, he leaped down. The others, seeing this, hesitated to jump, but they employed their finest lightness techniques to descend the steep cliff. Though their speed was considerably reduced, it was still effective. Boom! The black-clad middle-aged man landed first, his lack of cultivation at the 6th level of the Jade Balance realm resulting in a significant impact. Damn it! The black-clad man had intended to pursue Du Xiaoshui, but had overestimated his abilities, twisting his ankle and sweating in pain. Once the others safely reached the ground, he darkened his expression and waved, signaling them to continue their pursuit of Du Xiaoshui. The 20-odd individuals understood immediately, stifling their laughter as they hurried after him. With a whoosh, a moment later, one person descended from the sky, landing beside the black-clad man. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a long beard. Strikingly handsome, far beyond the realm of mere charm. Where is he? The bearded elder inquired casually. He escaped. Escaped? You were injured? I twisted my foot. Then you are indeed injured. The black-clad man attempted to explain, but the bearded elder needed no further words. In an instant, he soared into the air, quickly reaching halfway down the cliff. With a light tap of his toes at a certain spot, he borrowed a bit of force and shot up to the summit with a whoosh. The black-clad man looked up, unable to suppress his thoughts. Elder Qin's cultivation far surpasses mine, yet he cannot ascend to the peak in one breath. In truth, with the bearded elder's strength, he could have reached the summit directly. However, should he do so, he would appear somewhat disheveled, perhaps wobbling upon landing. He did not wish to embarrass himself before the multitude at the summit, needing to maintain his image as the foremost expert among the inner sect stewards. Steward Qin, how magnificent! At this moment, dozens of male disciples from the inner sect, all at the Kaiyang realm, had gathered at the mountain's summit. Upon witnessing Qin Feng soar up from the cliff's base, they erupted in admiration. Qin Feng nodded lightly, and then, with a subtle shift of his feet, he appeared beside Li Manju. Are you Li Manju? He inquired. Woo woo woo. Where is Elder Su? She sobbed. Woo woo woo. Stop crying. She must be Yan Rubing, right? She won't die that I know. Then why are you still crying? I just want to cry, she replied, tears streaming down her face as she thought of when she might see Du Xiaoshui again. Her sorrow deepening. Qin Feng felt a twinge of annoyance at her weeping. Just then, over 10 women arrived at the mountain top, led by a female steward from the inner sect. Take the 2 of them back, commanded the female steward. Understood. Soon, apart from the steward, all the other women retreated from the summit. Even the majority of the male disciples from the inner sect departed, leaving only a few to remain on guard. Where did Du Xiaoshui go? The female steward inquired. He jumped off the cliff. Qin Feng replied that yes, he did. He should still be alive. What is his cultivation level? How would I know? Qin Shixiang, I've told you before. Once we reach the base of the mountain, we should all ascend together. Unless Du Xiaoshuai's cultivation is higher than yours, otherwise then it would be my fault, he interjected. I wouldn't dare, I merely, Gu Shimi. I do not wish to quarrel with you. Even if Du Xiaoshuai is not dead, he cannot escape the female quarters of the outer sect. Qin Feng dreaded arguing with women. Winning was uninteresting, while losing was embarrassing. What if? If something were to happen, I would bear the responsibility. I fear you may not be able to handle it. Who says that? Just then, a voice called out. I said it. In an instant, a figure ascended to the mountain top, his cultivation surpassing that of Qin Feng. Tall and elegant, with thick brows and large eyes, he was none other than Du Diyu. Greetings, Deputy Chief Steward. Qin Feng and the female steward named Gu hurried to greet him, while the others bowed in respect. Qin Steward, have you met Du Xiaoshuai before? No, he has caused trouble in the outer female quarters, resulting in the death of an inner sect steward. Even if I wish to excuse him for the sake of Chao Gang, I fear it would be impossible. Deputy Chief Steward, are you referring to the inner sect steward Tianpeng? Indeed, Tianpeng's death was suspicious. It may not necessarily be linked to Du Xiaoshuai. Aside from Du Xiaoshuai, I cannot think of anyone else. Are you implying that Du Xiaoshuai killed Tianpeng? I never said that. Du Diyu shot a glare at Qin Feng. Qin Steward, in nearly a century, such a significant event has never occurred in our Tianmo sect. Elder Gao initially intended to personally visit the outer sect, but I persuaded him otherwise. I have met Du Xiaoshuai. He is indeed a talented individual. However, he has repeatedly violated sect rules. If he is not severely punished this time, how can we ensure order in the future? Qin Feng listened quietly before responding. Deputy Chief Steward makes a valid point. However, Elder L believes. What Elder L says, we must certainly heed. But there is another elder whose words we must prioritize. The Grand Elder has emerged from seclusion? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. The Grand Elder emerged last night. You simply were not aware. He stated that the Tianmo sect does not permit the existence of unruly disciples and has granted me the authority to execute judgment. Within the outer sect, if necessary, we may act first and report afterward. Upon hearing this, the female steward Gu quickly spoke up. Congratulations, Deputy Chief Steward, on taking command of the outer sect. Du Diyu, with his hands clasped behind his back. Feigned humility, I am merely temporarily overseeing the outer sect. Once Du Xiaoshuai is captured, I shall return to the inner sect. Does this mean I must heed the Deputy Chief Steward's orders as well? Qin Feng chuckled. Qin Steward may choose not to. I wouldn't dare. As Qin Feng fell silent, Du Diyu appeared to assume the role of the Chief Steward in the outer sect. Qin Steward, I have brought along over a dozen special disciples, all clad in red, bearing tokens at their waists. Please inform the others that whether in the male or female quarters of the outer sect, upon seeing them, they must either cooperate or take a detour. Should anyone provoke them, I cannot predict their actions. Understood. I will take care of it at once. Qin Feng did not dare to be insubordinate. The Grand Elder is the second most powerful figure in the Tianmo sect, and for nearly a decade, the sect master has remained in seclusion, making the Grand Elder the most authoritative presence. Moreover, the Grand Elder's cultivation far exceeds his own, even surpassing that of both Elder L and Elder Gao combined. They would be powerless against a mere flick of the Grand Elder's finger. By sheer force, the Grand Elder could intimidate a significant portion of the Tianmo sect. Who would dare utter a word of dissent in the presence of such a formidable figure? In the outer female quarters of the Tianmo sect, within a small mountain, after nightfall, Du Xiaoshuai finally dared to reveal himself. During the day when he jumped off the cliff, he landed without twisting his ankle, feeling overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, he also understood that no matter how formidable he became, he could not contend against so many adversaries, or rather, he did not wish to resort to bloodshed unless absolutely necessary. His plan was to hide within the outer female quarters for a few days, and once an opportunity arose, he would either flee to the outer male quarters or directly enter the inner sect. As for why he did not choose to leave the Tianmo sect, the reason was simple. The Amo Shun Mountain was protected by a terrifying divine array. Even top-tier experts, if inadvertently caught within, would meet a grim fate. Under normal circumstances, the mountain gate of the Tianmo sect only opened once a year. Not only was it not the day for the mountain gate to open, but even if it were, given the gate's formidable defenses, he could not escape through it. Someone is coming. Upon hearing the commotion, Du Xiaoshuai, although he could have left early, chose instead to conceal himself. Soon, under the moonlight, over 20 female disciples from the outer sect searched the mountain in a group, passing nearby. As Du Xiaoshuai's cultivation was no longer at the first level of Yaoguang, but had reached the 12th level. He quickly assessed the beauty of these outer female disciples with a mere glance. All were quite lovely, though the most stunning among them barely rated a 6.5. None caught the eye of Du Xiaoshuai. Perhaps his standards had risen too high, as he found these beauties rather mundane and commonplace, hardly piquing his interest. Humph, that Du Xiaoshuai really deserves a beating. He has made us toil so hard to find him, remarked a beauty with a cultivation of the 10th level of Dongming. Indeed, if I find him, I will surely kick his backside. Another, at the 11th level, chimed in. What kind of person is he anyway? Someone inquired. Who knows what he is? What is his cultivation level? Unclear, but I've heard he is quite the handsome fellow. Upon hearing this, a beauty at the 9th level of Dongming remarked, Our Tianmo sect is filled with handsome men. How do you know, Ma Shimi? I heard it. Cough, cough. Everyone be cautious and do not let your guard down. By the way, I heard that Du Xiaoshuai is only 18 years old. Is that true? At this moment, a beauty in her 20s, at the 12th level of Dongming, scanned the surroundings for any suspicious signs before joining the conversation. It should be true. Then he is rather impressive to have drawn so much attention. Xiao Shiji, no matter how impressive he is, he cannot surpass us if we encounter him. Whether through a war of attrition or all ganging up on him, he will surely be overwhelmed. Du Xiaoshuai nearly laughed aloud at this. In any other context, he would have to admit that he indeed could not withstand such an onslaught. It would wear him out eventually. Wu Shimi, hearing you say that, I am quite curious to meet him, said a beauty around 21 or 22, laughing heartily. Lu Shimi, what are you laughing about? Xiao Shiji, you are older than me. Can't you guess why I am laughing? I cannot guess. Xiao Shiji, how many years have you been in the sect? 8 years. No wonder. I joined 3 years ago, and by then, I was no longer a maiden. So, you have had a man before? Xiao Shiji asked. Yes, but later, heartbroken, I killed that scoundrel and came to Emotion Mountain to join the sect. Lu Shiji, I am still a maiden. I do not know what a man tastes like, nor do I know if I will have the chance to enjoy a man in the future. A younger beauty said, blushing, do not worry. Our Tianmo sect does not shy away from male or female affection. Unless one chooses to abstain, opportunities will surely arise in due time. But I am already 19. So what if you are 19? Once our Tianmo sect conquers a vast territory, even at 90, what kind of man you desire will be easily within reach. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshuai watched the women depart. Refraining from eavesdropping further, and instead rose slowly. It was no wonder that some claimed women were more lustful than men. Du Xiaoshuai had never taken this seriously until today, when he witnessed it firsthand. Validating the saying, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Whether it was sheer luck or his agility skills reaching a remarkable level, Du Xiaoshuai had evaded detection for several days, remaining unnoticed despite his various hiding spots. Each night, he managed to sleep anywhere from 1 to 6 hours, which contributed to his increasing charm. On this particular night, after a brief rest past the midnight hour, he emerged from his hiding place. He had traversed at least 2/3 of the outer women's district, deeming it unnecessary to linger there any longer. Furthermore, he had noticed a growing presence of disciples from the Tianmo sect in the women's district over the last couple of days. If the trend continued, their numbers would only escalate, making escape far more challenging than it was tonight. Thus, he resolved to shift his position from the women's district to the men's, as he passed a certain area. Despite not hearing a whisper of movement, an unsettling premonition gripped him, warning that proceeding further could lead to peril. Could there be an ambush ahead? After a moment's hesitation, youthful bravado compelled him to press on. Eager for a confrontation, without lingering any longer, soon, that ominous feeling intensified. Nonetheless, he chose to proceed, curious to discover what kind of arrangement the deputy chief steward, Du, had in place. After walking several hundred meters, 3 figures clad in red appeared before him. Swiftly advancing. Almost simultaneously, 2 more red-clad warriors emerged from both his right and left flanks. Du Xiaoshuai, it seems you can no longer contain yourself, spoke the highest ranked among the trio of red-clad warriors. Are you all disciples of the Tianmo sect? Du Xiaoshuai inquired, scanning them with a discerning gaze. Indeed, came the reply. You hardly appear to be so, he remarked, noting that the 9 red-clad warriors were all in their 40s or 50s, possessing unremarkable appearances. The most handsome among them barely scored a 4.8, while the least attractive managed only a 4.1. Typically, disciples of the Tianma sect, regardless of age or gender, were not ordinary in looks. How could these 9 have gained entry? Was it through connections? The highest-ranking red-clad warrior spoke again. We are indeed disciples of the Tianma sect, but neither outer disciples nor inner disciples. Then what kind of disciples are you? We are peripheral disciples. Peripheral disciples? Ha! How amusing. If you are peripheral disciples, then I, Du Xiaoshui, must be a left-handed disciple, so, in essence, we are all part of the same family. Since you claim we are kin, should you not extend us some courtesy? What kind of courtesy do you seek? Pray elaborate. Come with us to meet the Deputy Chief Steward. Why does the Deputy Chief Steward wish to see me? Are you truly unaware? Unaware of what? Du Xiaoshui feigned ignorance. Though he had already gleaned 2 days prior from some outer female disciples that Du Dayo intended to replace Qin Feng and was tasked with capturing him. The Deputy Chief Steward now holds significant power over the outer sect. Anything related to the outer sect requires his approval. You have trespassed into the outer women's district. Do you not owe the Deputy Chief Steward an explanation? I see. However, I am rather busy tonight. Might it be possible to postpone our meeting? What do you think? Before Du Xiaoshui could respond, a red-clad warrior behind him sneered, Du Xiaoshui, do you know what our cultivation levels are? Are you all at the 6th level of the Kaiyang realm? You underestimate us. We are at the Yuheng realm. And what level within the Yuheng realm are you? Level 3? And the others? The highest-ranking red-clad warrior chuckled. Aside from my 4th level, the rest are at level 3. I am Qianishan. Would you like me to introduce the others? There's no need. Each of you is at the Yuheng realm, while I am merely at the Yaoguang realm. Any one of you could easily dispatch me with a mere finger. You are far too modest. It is said that you learned a remarkable sword technique from the outer elder, Chao Gang, called a sword comes from the west. Is that true? It is indeed the case. Do you intend to use that sword technique against us? Indeed. Upon hearing this, even Qianishan felt a sting of humiliation. Generally, the higher one's cultivation, the greater their abilities, making it rare for someone of lower cultivation to defeat a stronger opponent. Even if there were instances of a weaker individual triumphing over a stronger one, they were exceedingly rare. With Qianishan at the 4th level of the Yuheng realm, he was qualified to be an inner sect steward, while the other 8 were at the 3rd level, placing them among the elite disciples of the Tianma sect. Should they unite, even someone at the 5th level of the Yuheng realm would struggle to withstand them. At least a 6th level would be required. And no matter how high Du Xiaoshui's cultivation, he could at most reach the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm. To think he could single-handedly incapacitate all 9 was utterly absurd. Du Xiaoshui, since you do not wish to accompany us to meet the Deputy Chief Steward, I would like to pose you a question, Qianishan said, believing Du Xiaoshui to be a captive bird, thus unhurried in his approach. What question? Did you kill the inner sect steward, Tian Peng? Du Xiaoshui's mind raced as he asked, Who is Tian Peng? Qianishan proceeded to describe Tian Peng's appearance. Oh, that fellow. Yes, I killed him. You truly killed Steward Tian? Qianishan sounded incredulous. If I did not kill him, then who did? Du Xiaoshui countered. How could you alone have slain Steward Tian? Do you suspect I had accomplices? Without assistance. As merely an outer disciple, how could you have taken down a steward of equal cultivation? Du Xiaoshui chuckled. If I could kill him, I could certainly kill you too, if you were to reveal the true culprit behind Steward Tian's death. The Deputy Chief Steward has promised that not only would you not be held accountable, but you would also be granted entry into the inner sect. This is my final answer. Tian Peng was indeed killed by me, and no one aided me. Qianishan, still unconvinced, urged, if you refuse to speak, the true culprit will be pinned on you. Can you bear such a heavy burden? Each person must bear their own consequences. I will not implicate others. In that case, allow me to ask you, why did you kill Tian Peng? He sought to kill me. I acted in self-defense and had no choice but to kill him. Why did he want to kill you? Was it not the Deputy Chief Steward who sent him after me? Du Xiaoshui feigned innocence. Such nonsense. Seeing Qianishan's expression turn furious, Du Xiaoshui deduced that Tian Peng and these individuals, or rather, Tian Peng and Du Dayo, were not allies. It seemed likely that the mastermind behind the ambush in the outer women's district, Elder Su, was not Du Dayo, but someone else entirely. To uncover the truth, he would need to consult Steward Ma. Suddenly, A thought struck Du Xiaoshui, leaving him puzzled. He asked, "How did Qin Feng, the steward, know that the person hiding in that mountain was me, Du Xiaoshui? Steward Qin is the chief steward of the inner sect. He only entered the outer women's district to capture you on orders." "On whose orders?" "That is an internal sect secret. Not only do I not know, but even if I did, do you think I would tell you?" "Then it seems there is nothing more for us to discuss." Du Xiaoshui refrained from mentioning Steward Ma and Hua Yurong, not because he wished to leverage Du Dayo to eliminate Steward Ma, but because revealing the truth could lead to complications. Should Steward Ma suddenly fall ill and die unexpectedly before Du Dayo could send someone to apprehend him, how would he ever uncover the true mastermind? Thus, by omitting any mention of Steward Ma, and with Elder Su and Hua Yurong deceased, no one would suspect Steward Ma very well. "Since you insist on challenging us, let us begin," Qianishan declared. "Are you not here to capture me? If I do not strike, will you not apprehend me? You are already a captive bird, unable to escape." With those words, Du Xiaoshui surmised why Qianishan and his 9 companions were not in a hurry to attack. With 9 against 1, they held the advantage and had no need to act prematurely. As dawn approached, a multitude of disciples from the Tianma sect would surely converge upon this location. At that point, he would truly become a caged bird, unable to flee the outer women's district, regardless of how he flapped his wings. After pondering briefly, Du Xiaoshui declared, "I harbor no grudges against you, nor do I wish to kill you. However, should you continue to force my hand, do not blame me for my ruthless sword. We do not wish to kill you either, but if you insist on fleeing, the deputy chief steward has ordered that we act without mercy if necessary. Why do you not summon Du Dayo? If we 9 cannot handle you, how can we continue as peripheral disciples of the Tianma sect? Then I, a left-handed disciple, shall have no choice but to engage in a life-and-death struggle with you 9 peripheral disciples. Those who stand in my way shall perish." Having spoken, Du Xiaoshui drew his sword, moving with a deliberate pace toward the front. "Attack!" Qianishan commanded in that instant, as the 9 warriors moved to encircle Du Xiaoshui. He swiftly altered his course, soaring into the air like a bird taking flight. The 9 believed he intended to escape into the sky, so they followed suit. "Counterattack!" Du Xiaoshui silently recited a phrase in his heart and decisively activated the charming system. His figure spun swiftly, revealing himself to the 9 onlookers. In an instant, Qianishan and his companions were rendered motionless, their gazes dazed as if caught in a spell. Soon after, they all plummeted, unable to escape the allure of Du Xiaoshui's charm. Even Qianishan, the most skilled among them, died in the next moment. Du Xiaoshui swiftly drew his sword, piercing each of their hearts with a rapid thrust, before employing his lightness technique to dash away like a flash of lightning. Chapter 21. You are still young. Do not ruin your future. In early November, the cold winds began to rise, and the demon god mountain was shrouded in a desolate stillness. At this moment, Du Xiaoshui's silhouette appeared at a certain location outside the Tianma sect's outer gate. Minutes later, he stealthily approached his residence's vicinity. Lin Jie and Han Yuan had long since ascended to the inner gate, leaving the 3 houses vacant for days. Initially, he intended to enter his dwelling, but to be cautious, he refrained and chose to hide in a nearby spot, marking it as a farewell of sorts. Just as he contemplated his quiet departure, 9 figures soared in, neither outer gate disciples nor stewards, but rather 9 senior disciples from the inner gate, each at the 4th level of the Kaiyang realm. Du Xiaoshui, come out. We know you are here. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui was taken aback. How did these 9 know he was nearby? Du Xiaoshui, we are here at Elder Chao's behest to escort you. Do come out. At this moment, the 9 approached the residence cautiously, displaying keen vigilance. Realizing they were merely probing and had no inkling of his hiding place, Du Xiaoshui scoffed, "You fools! I thought you were formidable. It turns out you were just trying to trick me. If I were inside, I might have been foolish enough to step out after a while." The 9 scoured the 3 houses thoroughly, finding not a single shadow, not even a ghostly hint. They gathered together to deliberate whether to search elsewhere. Suddenly, a figure dashed in. It was Steward Ma. Seeing him, Du Xiaoshui felt a surge of hatred, wishing to cleave him in two with a single stroke. As Steward Ma approached, he swiftly leaped onto one of the rooftops, scanning the surroundings. Then, he gathered his energy and shouted, his voice echoing for 6 or 7 miles. Du Xiaoshui, Elder Chao has said that if you are willing to show yourself, he will speak on your behalf. Are you not aware of how much Elder Chow values you? Come out now. Hiding like this will not solve anything, will it? Du Xiaoshui dismissed his words as nonsense. After shouting for a while with no response, Steward Ma had no choice but to follow Du Daio's instructions and continue his plea. Du Xiaoshui, you are a genius, a rare talent in a century, if you are willing to appear. The Vice Chief Steward has promised not only to make you an inner gate disciple, but also to take you on as a direct disciple. You do not know the true identity of the Vice Chief Steward, do you? I will tell you the truth. The Vice Chief Steward is the closed-door disciple of the old sect master. A disciple of the sect master himself, he has always valued talent, and now your opportunity has come. Come out quickly. Once you become the Vice Chief Steward's direct disciple, anything you desire will be within your grasp. You are still young. Do not ruin your future. Du Xiaoshui felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Du Daio, sending Steward Ma to deliver such empty words was merely an attempt to lure him out. Only someone with a head as thick as a donkey's would fall for it that moment. A martial artist clad in red approached swiftly, landing on Lin Jie's rooftop without interrupting Steward Ma's proclamations. Waiting for something. Once Steward Ma had exhausted himself with his shouting, the red-clad martial artist took over. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Yuheng realm, and his voice carried even further. Reaching at least 10 miles, Du Xiaoshui, listen. If you do not come out before dark, Chao Gang will die. If he dies, it will be on your conscience. If you are a man, do not act like a coward. Had it been more than a month ago, Du Xiaoshui might have felt conflicted, half believing the words. But now, he regarded it as mere background noise, remaining unmoved regardless of how pitifully the red-clad martial artist painted Chao Gang's plight. Du Xiaoshui, you little rascal, don't you dare come out. Suddenly, a voice boomed for 20 miles, grating on the ears of those nearby. Upon recognizing the voice as Qin Feng's, Du Xiaoshui thought, what is this old man doing here? Qin Feng continued, you went to the Outer Gates female district and committed a heinous act. Not even 100 Chao Gangs can save you now. Only the Vice Chief Steward can rescue you. Do you think the Vice Chief Steward is merely a disciple of the sect master? I will tell you the truth. He is also the right-hand man of the protecting sect elder, Master Gao. And who is Master Gao? He is a peak expert who can flatten mountains with a single sword strike. If you provoke him, the heavens themselves may crumble. Du Xiaoshui silently listened, deducing that although it was his first time hearing of the protecting sect elder, he guessed that the Master Gao Qin Feng spoke of was the one who had previously stopped him from becoming an inner gate disciple. As for why Qin Feng chose to speak now, it seemed he wished to convey something. Whose side is this old man on? Why is he going to such lengths? Does he intend to help me? If I were Du Daio, I would have given him a piece of my mind. After a while, since Du Xiaoshui remained hidden, indicating he would not be deceived, the red-clad martial artist had no choice but to lead Steward Ma and the 9 senior disciples away. Du Xiaoshui had been lurking in the Outer Gates male district for 3 to 4 days, seeking an opportunity to capture Steward Ma and interrogate him about the mastermind behind the scenes. However, Steward Ma was exceedingly astute, providing no opportunity. If he pursued now, risking exposure, he would likely face relentless attacks. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too long to wait. One day, he would capture Steward Ma. There was no need to rush on the 10th of November, relying on his considerable cultivation. Du Xiaoshui had been evading detection in the Outer Gates male district for 9 days. Today, however, he felt increasingly restless. Since his return, the number of experts in the Outer Gates male district had surged daily. Du Daio had already mobilized a large number of skilled practitioners to capture him. If this continued, no matter how vast the Outer Gates male district was, once it became tightly sealed, even with his cultivation at the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm, or even if he were at the 6th level of the Yuheng realm, he would surely be exposed within 3 days. That being said, it was remarkable that a martial artist at the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm could remain hidden for so long. Eluding even those at the Yuheng realm. It was indeed extraordinary. Thus, he couldn't help but question whether his cultivation at the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm was genuine. Perhaps his true strength far surpassed the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm. Reaching at least the 4th level of the Yuheng realm, he speculated that this might be related to the charming system. After all, every morning upon awakening, he not only felt more handsome but also sensed a growing strength within him. Yet, his cultivation had not improved. He remained at the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm. This must be what they call a chosen one, however. even a chosen one needs sustenance during their growth, requires training, and may face life-and-death situations. Thus, he resolved to cease hiding. Regardless of the direction, north, south, east, or west, he simply needed to leave the Outer Gates Male District, and with the vastness of the Demon God Mountain, there would surely be a place for him to conceal himself. Half an hour later, Du Xiaoshui discovered that fortune was on his side. He sped along without encountering a single practitioner of the Yuheng realm. Even those at the 6th level of the Kaiyang realm, due to his adept concealment while moving, failed to perceive his presence, allowing him to effortlessly exit the Outer Gates Male District. Chapter 22. The Uncontrolled Charming Sword Demon. Ha ha. It seems I, Du Xiaoshui, am truly the chosen one. With at least 18 practitioners of the Yuheng realm in the Outer Gate, I have not encountered a single one today. Truly, heaven is aiding me. If not now, then when? Upon leaving the Outer Gate, Du Xiaoshui dared not ascend too high to avoid exposure. Instead, he ran at full speed, occasionally seeking cover. After traversing over 30 miles, a sudden instinct warned him of impending danger. Had I fallen into an ambush? At that moment, retreat was not an option. He could only choose to move left or right. Just as he was about to make a decision, a thunderous shout erupted behind him. Du Xiaoshui? You cannot escape. Hearing it was Qin Feng, Du Xiaoshui remained unfazed. Although Qin Feng seemed near, he was still at least 20 miles away, and no matter how fast that old man was, he could not reach him in a second. Moreover, Qin Feng had no knowledge of his precise location. It would take him at least 3 minutes to find him. Qin Feng's shout only confirmed to Du Xiaoshui that retreating was out of the question. In the next moment, Du Xiaoshui randomly chose to move left. His speed was extraordinary, beyond what even a practitioner at the 6th level of the Kaiyang realm could achieve. Yet, just after covering a few miles, his instinct warned him again. Danger lay ahead. In the very next moment, the danger materialized. 50 martial artists suddenly appeared before him, each at least at the 4th level of the Kaiyang realm, with the highest among them being a red-clad martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yuheng realm. Subsequently, apart from the red-clad martial artist, the remaining 49 practitioners formed 7 groups of 7, creating interconnected sword formations that rushed towards him with the speed of a tempest. Wherever they passed, the sheer force was such that even the ground seemed to tremble. A sword comes from the west. Du Xiaoshui resolved to charge forward, indifferent to the multitude approaching him. In an instant, he soared into the air, merging with his sword, his momentum surging dramatically. Boom! Dozens of sword energies surged forth, all striking Du Xiaoshui as he drew near. This lad has reached the 5th layer of the Yuheng realm? Aside from the red-clad martial artist, the others were taken aback. Generally speaking, those in the hidden origin, insightful understanding, and radiant light realms possess only inner strength. Even at the 12th layer of the radiant light realm, it is impossible to cultivate a form of inner energy known as Xuanqi. However, upon entering the Kaiyang realm, Xuanqi emerges, its potency increasing with one's cultivation level, ultimately undergoing a qualitative transformation. The combined sword energies unleashed by the 49 martial artists attempting to thwart Du Xiaoshui were exceedingly formidable. Even at the 3rd layer of the Yuheng realm, one would be jolted to the point of displacing internal organs when using Xuanqi for protection. A practitioner at the 4th layer would also suffer dizziness and considerable discomfort. The 5th layer might barely withstand it, while the 6th layer could fully safeguard oneself. Thus, when the 49 Kaiyang realm martial artists witnessed Du Xiaoshui enduring their sword energies with his physical body, they were momentarily dumbfounded. Is this truly a radiant light realm practitioner? Even those at the 4th layer of the Yuheng realm cannot achieve this. How could an 18-year-old outer sect disciple possess such strength? Those who obstruct me shall perish. Du Xiaoshui, astonished by his own power and feeling no fatigue, continued to execute his sword moves. Kill! The red-clad martial artist believed that regardless of Du Xiaoshui's strength, he was already at the end of his tether. A mere stroke from him would suffice to incapacitate Du Xiaoshui, and he acted decisively. Unexpectedly, when his sword energy struck Du Xiaoshui, the latter's aura intensified, accompanied by a certain force of resolution. Your cultivation is at the 6th layer of the Yuheng realm? The red-clad martial artist was taken aback. Realizing he could not evade and could only brace himself against Du Xiaoshui's sword move, a tremendous crash echoed. 2 astonishing forces collided violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward. In that fleeting moment, The 49 Kaiyang realm martial artists could no longer maintain their sword formation. Becoming disordered and forced to flee chaotically, crack, the red-clad martial artist's sword shattered. Moreover, even the broken sword in his hand suddenly flew away. Yet this time, the sword in Du Xiaoshuai's grasp did not escape. Instead, it glided forth with a celestial grace, effortlessly severing a significant portion of the red-clad martial artist's neck. I am so powerful. Du Xiaoshuai felt as if he were possessed by the spirit of the sword god, capable of dispatching anyone at will. However, rather than being a sword god, he resembled a sword demon, for after slaying the red-clad martial artist, his emotions surged uncontrollably. The situation spiraled out of control. Whoosh, like a wild wolf. He soared forth, ready to slay any divine or demonic being that dared obstruct his path. What is happening? During his rapid ascent, Du Xiaoshuai's pupils glimmered with a demonic light, exuding both charm and menace. Although he yearned to halt, he found himself unable to do so. Suddenly, the system activated automatically, binding his charm value to his sword moves. The host may choose from the following modes: continue, stop. Can it be played this way? Du Xiaoshuai was overjoyed. Yet before he could make a choice, a pair of middle-aged individuals, both at the 5th layer of the Yuheng realm, appeared, one on each side. Their combined swordsmanship could contend with the 6th layer of the Yuheng realm. Bang! The duo did not seek to kill Du Xiaoshuai but aimed to prevent his escape. However, as they approached, an invisible sword energy struck them, causing them to tremble in shock and retreat hastily. By the time they pursued him side by side, Du Xiaoshuai had already soared hundreds of meters away. Clang! At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, wielding a sword with great force. His cultivation was at the 6th layer of the Yuheng realm. A steward from the inner sect, Du Xiaoshuai, you cannot escape, so why not yield? Before he could finish speaking, the steward's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly withdrew his sword. Relying on his superior cultivation, he flew a considerable distance away, landing without daring to pursue immediately. What manner of monster is this lad? The strength of his sword energy rivals that of the 6th layer of the Yuheng realm. His swordsmanship is so advanced that even I cannot withstand it. Clang! Just then, another figure descended from above, striking Du Xiaoshuai's sword with fierce pressure. Du Xiaoshuai, why not surrender? The newcomer was Qin Feng, wielding a sword as sharp as Du Xiaoshuai's own, thus harboring no doubts. However, he restrained his power during the strike to avoid accidentally killing Du Xiaoshuai. Hiss! Du Xiaoshuai rebounded fiercely, pushing back Qin Feng's sword. Were it not for Qin Feng's restraint, he would have undoubtedly pierced Du Xiaoshuai's throat with a single strike. Nevertheless, even so, Qin Feng was greatly startled, no longer daring to hold back. With a whoosh, he flew dozens of meters away. Has this lad fallen into madness? Qin Feng was deeply shaken. At this moment, Du Xiaoshuai had already distanced himself, maintaining the posture of a sword soaring westward. However, within Du Xiaoshuai's mind, his charm value was plummeting steadily, decreasing by 10 points each second. After 1 minute, it had dropped by 600 points. Fortunately, the decline was not catastrophic. Otherwise, within a minute, his charm value, which had exceeded 70,000 points, could have dwindled to nearly nothing, though not pursue. As the voice rang out, a figure landed beside Qin Feng, who had intended to follow. It was none other than Du Dayo. Soon after, centered around the two of them, groups of 3 to 5 swiftly gathered, numbering nearly 200 in total. Everyone gazed at Du Dayo, yet no one dared to speak. After a moment, Du Dayo's grim expression finally eased as he glanced at Qin Feng. Qin Steward, you may return to report to Master Lu. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he bowed slightly to Du Dayo and turned to leave. Disperse, Du Dayo ordered. The crowd stood in bewilderment. Are we not pursuing Du Xiaoshuai? If so, does that not signify a declaration of mission failure? Disperse, Du Dayo bellowed. In an instant, everyone scattered, fleeing as far as possible. Shortly thereafter, Du Dayo's gaze turned toward a certain direction, coldly stating, Second brother, I know it is you. It has been 3 years since we last met. It is time to have an audience. Yet, no one responded to him. Second brother, I ask you this. Is Du Xiaoshuai truly your disciple? This time, no one replied again. Good, second brother. Since you do not wish to show yourself, very well, I shall take my leave. With that, Du Dayo shot into the sky, transforming into a streak of dazzling light, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 23. Utterly handsome. Unmatched charm. Within the demon god mountain, Du Xiaoshui dashed forward relentlessly, akin to a runaway train. His charm value continued to plummet. Eventually, he lost count of how many mountains he had traversed or how many miles he had run, with his charm value dropping to 1,000 points. Bang! He collapsed into a ravine, feeling fatigue wash over him. May no one come upon me. This was Du Xiaoshui's fervent wish before succumbing to slumber. Uncertain how much time had passed, he awoke as if emerging from a profound dream. Upon awakening, he felt incredibly handsome, and his charm value surged, requiring no effort to cultivate. His sixth sense expanded like a tide. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, all the way to 10,000 meters. Or 20 li everywhere he went, details were sharp and distinct, as if right before his eyes. Utterly handsome. He could not help but exclaim, realizing his charm value had restored and even increased by 10 points. Before his perception could fade, he noticed a figure gliding like a feather, approaching from 18 li to the east with the grace of the wind. Such speed! Du Xiaoshui's heart trembled slightly. The speed of sound is approximately 340 meters per second. And in that brief moment, this person had covered at least 1,000 meters, bordering on supersonic, undoubtedly surpassing the Yuheng realm. Moments later, Du Xiaoshui's heightened perception waned, narrowing to a few hundred meters. Fortunately, this individual had not detected him. Du Xiaoshui leaped up, invigorated, intending to leave shortly. Yet, mere seconds later, although his perception had diminished to a few hundred meters, his sixth sense alerted him that he had been sensed by some unseen force. Not good! Du Xiaoshui leaped into the air, racing westward like the wind. His speed was comparable to double the speed of sound, exceeding 300 meters per second. However, once the individual locked onto him, they simultaneously released their energy and pursued at double the speed of sound. Before long, the person had closed into within 1,000 meters behind him. Kid, you have been locked onto by my energy. You cannot escape. Fine, then I shall knotter you in. As soon as the words left his mouth, Du Xiaoshui abruptly halted, turning to face the approaching figure, his sword glowing faintly. The individual instantly halted mid-air, suspended over 3 meters above the ground. Retracting their energy die in that moment, Du Xiaoshui scrutinized him, and he, too, examined Du Xiaoshui. Strange, this lad has run so far, yet his face is unflushed, and he shows no signs of exhaustion. He appears entirely unfazed. Even Chao Gang could not achieve such a feat. The person had intended to intimidate Du Xiaoshui from mid-air, but upon seeing the latter's calm demeanor, they descended. Who are you? Why are you pursuing me? Du Xiaoshui inquired. And you are? I am Du Xiaoshui. You truly are Du Xiaoshui. No, then who are you? I am Hu Yinzu. Upon hearing this, the individual glanced at Du Xiaoshui with skepticism, stating, regardless of whether you are Du Xiaoshui or Hu Yinzu, accompany me to meet the guardian elder. Which venerable elder serves as the protector of the sect? Elder Galiangya. With your impressive cultivation, could you possibly be a top disciple of the inner sect? I am but a humble attendant disciple of Elder Gao. An attendant disciple. Du Xiaoshui appeared somewhat perplexed. Allow me to clarify. Elder Gao is the protector of the Tianma sect, and I, being in his presence, am referred to as an attendant disciple, though I could also be called his direct disciple. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui inquired, how many such attendant disciples are there by Elder Gao's side? If you accompany me to meet Elder Gao, you shall find out. Naturally, Du Xiaoshui had no intention of going and asked, what is your level of cultivation? Yuanwu realm. How many levels? First level. Even at the first level. You are so formidable. What then lies beyond the Yuanwu realm? Do you think I would disclose that information? Then tell me, what level of cultivation does the venerable protector, Galiangya, possess? The 5th level of Yuanwu realm? Or perhaps the 6th? 1,000 levels, forget it. I bear you no ill will, and I wish not to harm you. You may leave now. The individual, however, did not take offense. Instead, he smiled and proposed, here's the deal. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall turn and leave immediately. But should you fail, you must concede and accompany me to meet Elder Gao, Du Xiaoshui asked. What do you mean by unable to withstand? Falling down constitutes a loss. Very well, Du Xiaoshui agreed readily. Dio, you truly dare? If I strike, it will be a different story. I fear nothing, but I must confess, I cannot discern where your sword is. Watch closely. The man then raised his right hand slowly. In no time, he manifested a sword of condensed energy, shimmering in his grasp, resembling a tangible beam of light, extending 3 feet in length, indistinguishable from a real sword. Du Xiaoshui was somewhat taken aback. He had previously witnessed such exquisite swordsmanship from Chao Gang, though it was nowhere near as extravagant. You are indeed impressive. I truly wish not to harm you. Harm you? You overestimate yourself. I fear my sword would strike before you could even react. I, Du Xiaoshui, fear nothing save for the prospect of losing my charm. Very well, I shall fulfill your request. Wait, are you having second thoughts? No, I merely wish to inquire your name. Wu Bufian. In an instant, both individuals launched their attacks simultaneously. Wu Bufan directed his sword, and the air crackled with energy, his might surging, the aura extending far beyond 100 meters. Should his opponent be numerous, his aura could reach 500 meters, even 1,000. A single strike capable of sweeping away thousands, truly remarkable, Du Xiaoshui thought to himself as he unleashed his own strike. A sword comes from the west. First level of Yuanwu realm. Combat power of 3,500,000. Please select a defensive mode. Protective, evasive, or counterattack. In another scenario, Du Xiaoshui would have been inclined to test the protective or evasive modes to see their effectiveness. However, he feared that should either mode prove insufficient, his charm would plummet, leading to dire consequences. Thus, he resolutely chose the counterattack mode. In an instant, before his attack could fully manifest, Du Xiaoshui shot straight into the sky. Dashing, absolutely dashing, Du Xiaoshui felt an overwhelming surge of charisma radiating from him. As his charm broke through the heavens, it transcended mere allure, morphing into a form of magical power. Not even the first level of Yuanwu realm could withstand it. True magic? Wu Bufan's expression froze momentarily. Then, willingly, he allowed the sword energy to rebound, self-destructing his meridians, even going so far as to hasten his demise by slashing his own throat with the shimmering sword. As he collapsed, his countenance was peculiar, neither fearful nor smiling, but filled with admiration. Dead? Though Du Xiaoshui had mentally prepared himself, witnessing Wu Bufan's demise still left him momentarily stunned. In the next moment, his charm plummeted, losing 1,000 points per second. Du Xiaoshui, disregarding everything else, sprinted at full speed, eager to find a concealed spot before succumbing to slumber. After several dozen seconds, he entered a towering mountain over 5,000 meters high. With a splash, he landed in a lake. Its depths reaching hundreds of meters. In an instant, Du Xiaoshui sank to the bottom, gradually descending. Yet, he clutched his sword tightly. Moments later, a figure soared into the mountain, releasing energy to probe the surroundings while flying in midair. Whoosh! The individual skimmed over the lake's surface, initially intending to reach the mountain's peak. But upon a change of intent, he reversed course, swiftly circling the lake several times. However, failing to detect Du Xiaoshui's presence, he shot upwards to the mountain top. Half an hour later, he meticulously searched the entire mountain but found no trace of anyone and settled near the lake. Ultimately, he departed the mountain, scouring the area to avoid missing anything. Returning to the spot where Wu Bufan had taken his life. Elder Lu, my subordinate found nothing? Elaborate, yes. Shortly thereafter, the individual completed his report. The esteemed Elder Lu stood tall, a striking figure at 184 centimeters. Possessing a somewhat androgynous beauty that belied his 30-something years. The lake bottom, Elder Lu suddenly remarked. The lake bottom? Du Xiaoshui is at the lake bottom. Impossible. Yang Wu, you remain here. Yang Wan, accompany me. In an instant, Elder Lu moved with unparalleled speed, akin to teleportation, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Yang Wan, the individual who had just returned to the scene, hurriedly followed. As for Yang Wu, he remained still. After a brief wait, Elder Lu returned with Yang Wan, who kept his head bowed, appearing chastised. Yang Wu pondered. It seems Du Xiaoshui is indeed hidden at the lake bottom. That cursed lake plunges over 2,000 feet deep. How could Du Xiaoshui conceal himself beneath the water? Moreover, that lake harbored demonic creatures a millennium ago. Its depths not only frigid but also infused with venomous cold. Even those at the 6th level of Yuheng realm would not dare venture deep. Could it be that my brother has descended? Or perhaps Elder Lu himself did it? At that moment, Elder Lu pointed to Wu Bufan's corpse and inquired, "Do you two brothers know how he met his end?" Suicide. No, he was afflicted by a form of demonic technique, unwittingly resulting in his own demise. Isn't that still suicide? Yang Wen and Yang Wu both thought. You've never encountered him before, have you? No. His name is Wu Bufan. He was once a formidable figure of the Dark Path, forced to flee to our Tianma sect over 20 years ago to escape persecution. Approximately a decade ago, he became a disciple under Elder Gao. Elder, Wu Bufan's cultivation is at the Yuanwu realm. Yang Wu inquired. What do you think? Who exactly killed him? I care not for the identity of his killer. He was a disciple under my esteemed Uncle Gao. His death here will undoubtedly cause a stir. Hehe. Yang Wen and Yang Wu exchanged glances, their eyes tinged with fear. In nearly a century, no murder had transpired within the inner sect of Tianma. Yet now, not only had a murder occurred, but the victim was also a master of the Yuanwu realm, not to mention the protector of the sect. Even the Grand Elder would likely be alarmed. What manner of creature is Du Xiaoshui to provoke such a great upheaval? Meanwhile, Du Xiaoshui had long since emerged from the lake bottom, feeling rather peculiar. However, he thought little of it and sprinted for over 200 miles into another mountain. What a cursed lake! It nearly froze me to death. I'm fortunate to be alive. He had no idea how long he had slept at the lake bottom. Upon awakening, his charm had returned, yet his limbs felt frozen, and a chilling aura lingered within him. After running 200 miles, he managed to alleviate some of the cold, but it was far from sufficient. He had no choice but to seek a place within the mountain to meditate and continue dispelling the cold. After a night had passed, he still felt the coldness within him, unable to fully eradicate it. Forget it, I'll sleep for now. Perhaps the lake's chill is too potent. It will take a day or two to dispel it. I shall deal with it later. Soon, Du Xiaoshui fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he noticed an increase of 10 points in his charm value. However, with over 70,000 charm points now, he pondered how long it would take to reach 80,000 if he only gained 10 points daily. To accumulate several thousand points, he would need to win the hearts of young maidens. Yet here, deep in the mountains, there wasn't even a ghostly maiden, let alone a young girl. Suddenly, the coldness within him flared again. Initially, it was tolerable, but soon it became unbearable, rendering his limbs stiff. He was uncertain how to utilize his charm points to defend against the cold. Or perhaps charm points lacked the power to ward off the chill. Regardless, as the discomfort escalated, he succumbed to slumber once more. Days passed without food or drink, and he found no desire to move, enduring the trials of ice and fire. The ice represented the coldness, while the fire symbolized the magical energy of the jade magic technique. On this particular day, the ice triumphed over fire, vowing to extinguish it, thereby drawing in an overwhelming wave of cold that did not belong to him. As time passed, more coldness surged from all directions, converging upon Du Xiaoshui's refuge and gradually forming a layer of ice. Days later, the ice layer had grown into an ice pillar. For Du Xiaoshui, each time he hazily awoke, he felt an increasing handsomeness. If only he could live like this forever, he would wish to reach the age of 58, that is, 40 years hence. With 360 days in a year, his charm value multiplied by 10 would yield 3,600 points. Over 40 years, the total would amount to 1,440 days. His charm value could then increase by over 140,000 points. The notion of effortlessly earning money while reclining was a concept that Du Xiaoshui had never truly grasped until now. He finally experienced it firsthand. After all, being handsome can indeed be a form of currency. 10 points of charm could easily be valued at 100. And with over 100,000 points of allure, he could confidently assert that his worth exceeded 2 million. Yet, upon reflection, he pondered the reality of such a valuation. What could 200,000 accomplish? It couldn't even secure a decent home. His charm must be worth at least 200 million. No, at the very least, it should be valued at 2 billion. In a moment of introspection, Du Xiaoshui's thoughts turned towards Li Manju and Yin Rubing. 40 years hence, Li Manju would be nearly 58. While Yin Rubing would have reached 60-6. No matter how striking they once were, could they still be considered beauties? Alas, beauty is but a fleeting illusion, a mere fade that ultimately crumbles to dust. Du Xiaoshui felt he had reached a profound understanding. Thus, each day upon awakening, he first indulged in his own handsomeness, then reveled in the company of various beauties, eventually transitioning into a state of sage-like contemplation. Days merged into weeks, and one day, he found himself once again roused by his own allure. A glance at his charm level revealed it had fallen below 80,000 points, indicating that 40 years still lay ahead. A person as striking as him should not languish here awaiting demise. If the world were oblivious to his extraordinary handsomeness, then whether he lived 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years, what difference would it make? He resolved to venture forth and showcase his charm. With a resounding boom, it felt as though the heavens and the earth had split apart, and the ice columns shattered into a mist of frost. In that fleeting moment, Du Xiaoshui experienced a sensation of ice and fire converging within him, followed by a surge of mysterious energy rising from his dantian. Had his cultivation truly ascended to the Kaiyang realm? Soaring into the sky with a sword in hand, despite his tattered attire, his charm remained undeniable and could not be concealed. Beware, a monster. No, it's not a monster. It's a demon. Wait, it's a person. What a handsome man. I've never seen anyone so striking. Could he be a deity? He is Du Xiaoshui. At last, someone recognized him. As Du Xiaoshui soared high above. His gaze swept across the vicinity, spotting dozens of individuals. Some appeared quite flustered, likely startled by the explosion of the ice columns, while those who remained composed were utterly astonished, unable to fathom that a living being had been concealed within the ice. These individuals, all of notable cultivation and striking appearances, none less than 6.7 points, with the highest reaching 8.1, seemed utterly mundane in comparison to Du Xiaoshui, who felt as if he had transcended beyond mere beauty. With a graceful pivot, Du Xiaoshui launched himself at supersonic speed, landing far beyond the mountains before anyone could react. "Quick, pursue him," shouted a master of the first layer of the Yuanwu realm, realizing the urgency. However, even he, having lost precious time, found his pursuit futile. He could no longer sense Du Xiaoshui's presence and had to abandon the chase. Was that truly Du Xiaoshui? He inquired. "It should be," came the response. "How could that boy have hidden within the ice? I distinctly probed the ice earlier, and there was no one inside. No one could answer his queries, for he was the highest cultivator present. Even he himself perplexed, let alone the others." Chapter 25. If effort were truly effective, what need would there be for geniuses? Ding Hao, you mean to say that Du Xiaoshui hid in the ice? And when it exploded, he escaped right before your eyes? Within the endless expanse of the Demon God Mountain, in a palace located 8,000 meters high on the towering Demon King Peak, a voice resonated, exuding authority. "Indeed," replied Ding Hao. "What was his cultivation level?" The disciple is unaware. "And you?" "First layer of the Yuanwu realm." "Such a first layer of the Yuanwu realm." The individual within the palace initially fell silent, then erupted in a tirade. "Did you grow up eating dung? A dignified first layer of the Yuanwu realm, yet you couldn't discern that boy's cultivation. Even if he was swift, if you couldn't gauge his level, why couldn't you catch him? Is his cultivation higher than yours? This is utterly ludicrous. You are a top disciple of our heavenly demon sect. Speak, what punishment do you think you deserve?" Upon hearing this, Ding Hao felt a surge of relief, for he knew the elder's temperament was unpredictable. If he chose to scold him, it meant he wouldn't face severe consequences. "I accept any punishment." "Very well, you shall be confined for a month. Not permitted to leave." "Understood," Ding Hao replied, not daring to speak further as he rose and exited the Demon King Peak. Shortly after, a 40-something martial cultivator in green attire ascended the mountain with a fluid grace. Upon nearing the palace, he halted. Disciple greets master. Did you achieve any advancement during your seclusion?" Reporting to master, the disciple's cultivation has ascended to the 4th layer of the Yuanwu realm. Upon stating this, the green-clad cultivator anticipated praise, only to find his master dissatisfied. "Disciple, do not be complacent. With your current level, you could at most serve as an ordinary inner sect elder. Even a senior elder of the 5th layer would surpass you, let alone a top elder of the 6th layer. Oh, you know why I summoned you." Hastily, the green-clad cultivator bowed, saying, "Master wishes for the disciple to deal with the outer sect disciple named Du Xiaoshui." "No, I merely wish to see you." "You may leave." "Yes," the green-clad cultivator complied, departing the mountain with haste. Moments later, a figure appeared outside the palace. It was Du Dayo. Hi Master Uncle, congratulations on your disciple's cultivation advancement. Compared to Du Shurji, I am still far from adequate. Hi Master Uncle, you flatter me. Du Shurji, I wish to discuss something with you. Please, do speak. I intend to temporarily set aside matters regarding Du Xiaoshui. Do not misunderstand, I think the same. Du Dayo replied with a faint smile that it is most agreeable that Du Shurji understands my predicament. That Sister L is indeed quite challenging, and as for Ming Shidi, I am at a loss as to why he advised me against intervening in outer sect affairs, especially given that your second brother, Feng Shurji, possesses a unique status and specifically sought me out. Thus, you comprehend. Upon hearing this, Du Dayo recognized the significant pressure faced by High Master Uncle Gao Liangya. What of the Grand Elder? Du Dayo inquired before leaving. Senior brother is in seclusion, Gao Liangya replied. Another seclusion. In terms of seniority, the Grand Elder is Du Dayo's granduncle. He frequently retreats into seclusion for extended periods, sometimes for 5 years, sometimes for 1. It seems this time, he would not emerge for at least a year. As for Du Dayo's master, the previous sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, he had passed long ago, over a decade prior. The current leader, who had taken over the sect for over a decade, had spent nearly 10 years in seclusion, surpassing even the Grand Elder's duration. Perhaps I should also attempt seclusion. Who knows, I might break through to a higher realm. Meanwhile, deep within a secluded forest of the Demon God Mountain, Du Xiaoshui emerged from his meditation. After over 10 hours of unceasing cultivation, his Demon Jade technique, which comprised merely 36 levels, felt significantly deeper, and his cultivation had advanced from the first to the second layer of the Kaiyang realm. I, Du Xiaoshui, am indeed the chosen one. Just yesterday, I was in the first layer of the Kaiyang realm, and now I have ascended to the second. Such rapid progress is unprecedented. At this rate, not only will I reach the Yuheng realm, but the Yuanwu realm is merely a matter of time. I shall rest for a while to augment my charm. With that thought, Du Xiaoshui sought no other place and lay down within the confines of a few square meters of cave. 3 hours later, he opened his eyes, having gained another 10 points of charm. Outside, darkness had deepened, though it was not yet midnight, likely around 9 o'clock. The dense forest surrounding him spanned 100 miles and was designated as a forbidden area for the inner sect. For centuries, apart from a select few, even the top disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect dared not approach. Thus, the trees in this locale were exceptionally towering, with some so grand that a dozen people could not encircle their trunks. Provided no one disturbed him, Du Xiaoshui could continue to cultivate and rest here indefinitely. However, merely after 7 days, Du Xiaoshui ceased his cultivation, for despite his efforts, he had not progressed to the third layer of the Kaiyang realm. He remained stagnant. Sometimes, effort alone is insufficient. Otherwise, what need would there be for geniuses? And I, Du Xiaoshui, am indeed a genius. Yet even a genius cannot perpetually elevate their cultivation, for that would not make them a genius. But a deity. Du Xiaoshui contemplated this. His sixth sense detected an approaching presence, and before he could discern the sound, a figure materialized nearby. Xiaoshui, you're still alive, a voice exclaimed. Master? Du Xiaoshui blinked in surprise. Come forth. Your charm cannot be concealed. Chuckling, Du Xiaoshui had initially intended to hide a moment longer, but upon hearing Feng Dajuan praise his handsomeness, he hurriedly emerged. Wow! Upon discerning the visage of Feng Dajuan, Du Xiaoshui could not help but feel a subtle tremor within his heart. A celestial appearance, standing at a height of 1.88 meters, exuding an effortless charisma, rarity among millions. A top-tier handsome man with an overall score of 9. 3.Do you no longer recognize me as your master? Feng Dajuan quipped, his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle smile gracing his features, capable of enchanting countless young maidens. Master, you are so handsome. Mutual admiration? He replied. Master, please don't jest. I may possess a modicum of charm, but in comparison to you, handsome is a matter of perspective. To my eyes, you are indeed quite handsome. Is that so? Du Xiaoshui pondered whether he might find a mirror to reflect upon his current appearance. Had he ascended to the level of celestial beauty? Feng Dajuan's gaze roamed over him a few times before he remarked, Xiaoshui, your survival thus far attests to your exceptional talent. The task assigned to you has evolved from an 8-2 chance of survival to a 7-3. Or rather, a 6-4, considering even Wu Bufan has fallen to your hand. Chapter 26, The Demon God Staff Master, may I pose a question? Du Xiaoshui inquired. Ask away. Who is it that wishes for my demise? This query proved complex to address. Fang Dajuan pondered briefly before elucidating. Many years ago, our heavenly demon sect was the paramount force on the continent, unrivaled in might. However, approximately a millennium ago, internal strife led to a schism within the sect, resulting in two factions. When these factions clashed to mutual destruction, one faction departed from the demon god mountain, significantly diminishing our influence. Over 200 years ago, the first battle between righteousness and evil erupted. And as the foremost evil sect, our heavenly demon sect suffered immense losses, unable to retain its dominant status. In the second battle, a century ago, we could only strive to preserve our strength, incapable of steering the course of the conflict. You should understand that these battles were fundamentally driven by self-interest. There are many kinds of interests, such as territorial control. Prior to the first battle, our heavenly demon sect controlled hundreds of cities, with a population exceeding 100 million, spanning territories as far as 100,000 miles. Yet, after the conflict, our influence contracted to merely 30,000 miles within a decade. During the Second War, we faced not only open confrontation with the Righteous Alliance, but also covert struggles against our so-called allies. The aftermath left us in disarray. Having lost vast territories, our domain reduced to merely 8 or 9,000 miles. Fortunately, a formidable leader emerged within our sect, the former sect master, who led us in negotiations and forceful reclamation of some lost ground, albeit only regaining around 20,000 miles. That year, the former sect master engaged in combat with a master of the evil path, initially poised for victory, yet ultimately suffered defeat. Furthermore, upon returning to the demon god mountain, he passed away prematurely within 5 years. My senior brother was compelled to assume leadership of the heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui could not restrain himself from asking, "Is my senior uncle the current sect master?" "Indeed," Fang Dajuan affirmed. "I heard he has been in seclusion for 10 years. I wonder if that is true." Fang Dajuan replied, "It is undoubtedly true. Why senior brother possesses remarkable talent and has contributed significantly to the sect in his youth, having shed blood for its cause. However, after becoming sect master, his demeanor softened considerably, prohibiting any conflict with other factions. 10 years ago, on his 50th birthday, he suddenly declared his intention to enter seclusion indefinitely. I initially thought he would emerge within 5 years at most, yet a decade has passed, and neither I nor even the Grand Elder have laid eyes upon him. It was also 10 years ago that the sect master appointed me as the chief steward of the heavenly demon sect when I was merely 38. Over these 10 years, due to the influence of Elder Gao Liangya, who serves as the guardian elder, I have had little recourse against him, as only the Grand Elder can impose any restraint. The heavenly demon sect comprises 8 guardian elders. Apart from Elder Gao, another elder, L, is notably active. This L elder, a woman 2 years senior to Gao, is now 80-3. In their youth, they had a falling out, and it is said L once made Gao cry profusely. After becoming guardian elders, neither would yield to the other, swiftly creating 2 factions within the sect. At this juncture, Fang Dajuan shifted the conversation abruptly, asking, "Xiaoshui, have you ever heard of the demon god staff?" The mention of the demon god staff sent a slight thrill through Du Xiaoshui's heart. At the age of 12, I had already heard tales of the demon god staff. Yet I was never informed of its true power. My master merely instructed me to seek its whereabouts upon entering the inner sanctum of the heavenly demon sect, urging that should an opportunity arise, I must seize it. "What is the demon god staff?" Du Xiaoshui inquired. "The demon god staff is the sacred artifact of our heavenly demon sect. Whoever possesses it can command the sect. Even the sect master must heed its call?" "Indeed. Impossible. I am not privy to all the details, but I know that for several hundred years, no one has successfully claimed the demon god staff, and its location remains known only to the sect master and the Grand Elder." Hearing this, Du Xiaoshui chuckled softly, asking, "Master, do you wish to obtain the demon god staff?" He anticipated Fang Dajuan to respond with anger, or at least a scowl. Instead, Fang Dajuan unabashedly replied, "Of course, I desire the demon god staff. But my motives are not to command the entire heavenly demon sect. Rather, it is for the future of the sect. Decades ago, we harbored traitors within our ranks, and not just one, a righteous sect named Xian Shen sect. Our sworn enemy infiltrated our sect with 8 agents, all seeking to acquire the demon god staff. Once discovered, they were all executed. Beyond Xian Shan's sect, other factions covet the staff. Anyone who has heard of it yearns to possess it. Over 20 years ago, an inner steward, with a cultivation level of the 6th tier of the Jade Balance realm, was revealed as a traitor, yet he was not dispatched by Xian Shan's sect. This is why I assert that our sect has more than one traitor. I suspect there may be another traitor within our ranks, one of considerable standing. How high? Du Xiaoshui inquired. Is he least a top disciple? Perhaps even a member of the inner council. Du Xiaoshui fell silent, contemplating. Master, you would never suspect that I, a seemingly honest individual, could also be a traitor. Of course, that was the former self's doing, not mine. If you suspect that the traitor has reached the status of a top disciple or even an inner elder, why not boldly consider that the traitor may have ascended to the rank of guardian elder? Ha ha, I am merely jesting. Given the strict admission processes of the heavenly demon sect, the difficulty for any traitor to attain the position of guardian elder is truly unimaginable. However, should there be a traitor within the sect? Aside from myself and the individual who may have become an inner elder, I believe there are others as well. Were you not my idol, I might even suspect you of being a traitor. At that moment, Feng Dajuan queried, Are you not astonished? Indeed, Du Xiaoshui concurred. If this traitor were to become an inner elder of our heavenly demon sect, who knows how many disciples would fall victim to their machinations? Then you must have deduced who seeks your demise. Could it be this traitor? Aside from this traitor, I cannot conceive of anyone else who would undertake such an act. Master, I am merely an outer disciple. There would be no need for that traitor to take such risks against me, would there? Do you recall our encounter 3 years ago? Before Du Xiaoshui could respond, Feng Dajuan continued, On a certain night 3 years ago, the entirety of Demon God Mountain was engulfed in a tempest. Not only the outer disciples, but even the inner sanctum was beset by thunder and lightning, as if the thunder god had descended. It was said that that night, the entire continent experienced various omens. My reason for venturing into the outer sect was not without cause. I was concerned for their safety. What does this have to do with me? Du Xiaoshui longed to inquire. Chapter 27. The 5 versions of the Demon Jade technique. Feng Dajuan continued. Upon arriving in the outer sect, I fortuitously encountered you, sensing your potential, and thus encouraged you, contemplating the possibility of taking you as my disciple. Unbeknownst to me, this matter spread, ultimately reaching even Brother Du. He believed I had already accepted you as my personal disciple, and as he has always held reservations about me, he felt compelled to seek you out in the outer sect. If Brother Du was aware, how much more so would that traitor be? If I were that traitor, would I not consider eliminating you? Especially after you showcased your formidable swordsmanship by defeating Chen Huan with the sword from the west. In response, Du Xiaoshui shook his head, laughing. That was merely luck. Luck? That is implausible. Even Chao Gang informed me otherwise. What? Elder Chao sold me out. It cannot be deemed betrayal. He acted for your benefit. Feng Dajuan chuckled, his tone laced with a hint of mischief. What talent does he possess that I am unaware of? Even if given 500 years, he could not possibly create the sword from the west. Hence, I informed him that the sword from the west is indeed a technique I taught you, which he then passed on to you. In this manner, even the Grand Elder would find himself at a loss against me. Nevertheless, to speak candidly, I must concede that your innate talent in the swordsmanship surpasses my own as your master. Du Xiaoshui, blushing from Feng Dajuan's praise, momentarily dismissed any grievances he held towards Chao Gang, turning his concern instead to the latter. Master, Chao Elder hasn't perished, has he? How could he possibly be dead? Feng Dajuan remarked. His expression unusually exaggerated. He is now allied with me. Anyone wishing for his demise would also be jeopardizing my own existence. However, he no longer serves as an outer sect elder but has instead moved to the inner sect, where he must remain imprisoned for 3 years. Should he grow restless, I can arrange for some diversion to temper his frustrations, lest he vent his anger and damage the walls. Du Xiaoshui was taken aback initially, then feigned ignorance. Xiaoshui, you too must experience frustration, correct? Frustration? Certainly, I am brimming with it. Very well, in due time, I shall arrange for you to alleviate that frustration. No need. I can manage it myself. You can manage it? Such traditional skills, if overused, may prove detrimental. Traditional skills. Surely you are not oblivious to what I mean by frustration. What do you mean? Before you turned 13, did you not witness men and women quarrel? Fang Dajuan believed he had spoken quite plainly. So this is what Master refers to as frustration. What else could it be? Fang Dajuan shot Du Xiaoshui a stern look. Although I am your master, we are all disciples of the heavenly demon sect, not righteous individuals. The passions of man and woman are part of human nature. Men have frustrations, and women do too. Both require release. The women I shall arrange for you will possess even greater frustrations. And I fear you may not be able to withstand this. Du Xiaoshui was indignant. Master, whom do you underestimate? I am 18 years old, full of frustrations and presently lamenting the lack of an outlet. Fang Dajuan laughed heartily, convinced he had chosen wisely. Xiaoshui, my concern lies in your inability to let go, which may jeopardize the mission. Observing your current demeanor, it seems that the mission has shifted from 6 deaths and 4 lives to 5 deaths and 5 lives. Here, I have a set of new clothes. After your bath, it would not be too late to change. After speaking, Fang Dajuan produced a bulging package and handed it to Du Xiaoshui. Prior to this, Du Xiaoshui harbored suspicions that Fang Dajuan concealed something, but he had refrained from inquiring. Now, he finally understood. You have mastered the Demon Jade technique to its highest level, have you not? Fang Dajuan asked upon seeing Du Xiaoshui take the package. I have indeed. Allow me to share a secret. The Demon Jade technique you practice is not the authentic version. Master, what do you mean? Fang Dajuan elaborated. The original version of the Demon Jade technique consists of 5 levels. Upon mastering the highest level, one's cultivation can ascend to the 6th level of the Yuheng realm. However, the original version is exceedingly difficult for many to practice, some even unable to comprehend it. Thus, several centuries ago, a sect leader of our heavenly demon sect simplified it into a 36-level version. As the saying goes, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. The martial path is no exception. I shall now impart the 5-level version of the Demon Jade technique to you. Listen closely. Several hours later, under Fang Dajuan's guidance, Du Xiaoshui not only grasped the essence of the 5-level version, but also successfully cultivated to the 4th level, elevating his prowess from the 2nd layer of the Kaiyang realm to the 6th layer. The rapidity of his progress astounded Fang Dajuan. This child is undoubtedly the most gifted disciple our heavenly demon sect has seen in a century. What I can achieve, he undoubtedly can as well. What I cannot, he may yet accomplish. Could it be that our sect will regain its former glory and reclaim its title as the premier sect on the continent within the next decade? Fang Dajuan felt a surge of excitement within this moment. Du Xiaoshui was also contemplating. No wonder I sensed something amiss with the 36th-level version of the Demon Jade technique. It appears I am a genius among geniuses. Were it another genius, even mastering the 5-level version would not yield such swift comprehension. After all, if diligence alone sufficed, what need would there be for talent? At this juncture, Fang Dajuan's expression grew grave as he slowly stated, Xiaoshui, your rapid cultivation may not be a blessing, for there is a saying, heavenly jealousy of the gifted. Those who engage in defiance of the natural order often meet untimely ends. Fortunately, your temperament is carefree. If you can recognize this early on and exercise caution in the future, you should be able to circumvent obstacles in your martial path. As he spoke, Fang Dajuan's lips curled into a slight smile. A hint of mischief glinting in his eyes. Xiaoshui, in a single day, you have surprised me multiple times. This is truly a stroke of fortune for our heavenly demon sect. Regardless of the challenges posed by that mission, based on your performance, it seems you now possess a chance for 4 deaths and 6 lives. When we next meet, in addition to arranging for your release of frustrations, I must also reveal the nature of the mission. With that, Fang Dajuan turned to depart. Du Xiaoshui had intended to ask something when Fang Dajuan suddenly pivoted, pointing northward. Xiaoshui, approximately 500 miles from here lies a great mountain. You must not approach it, nor should you set foot upon it. Remember this. Before Du Xiaoshui could respond, Fang Dajuan transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Master, you leave so swiftly. I scarcely had time to inquire about your cultivation level. And what of that traitor? Do you lack evidence? Hence your reticence to disclose their identity? As thoughts swirled in his mind, Du Xiaoshui began to feel drowsy and returned to the cave to lie down. Intending to take a brief nap. Chapter 28. A little more handsome each day upon awakening, Du Xiaoshui felt his charm quotient increase by 10 points, enhancing his already striking appearance. Should he continue on this path of handsomeness, he would inevitably find himself friendless one day. Thus, He resolved to sleep a little longer. If being friendless was the price of genius, so be it. After all, the solitary nature of genius often accompanies those blessed with extraordinary looks. Particularly someone as undeniably handsome as he, however. When he forced himself to slumber once more, he awoke only an hour later, and to his dismay, his charm score had not improved in the slightest. This proved that one could only become more handsome once each day. In simpler terms, the charm system adhered to principles. Were he able to become handsomer countless times a day, Du Xiaoshui could easily drive the system to its breaking point without the need for sustenance. Becoming a little more handsome each day sufficed. There was no need to push it to the limits and leave other handsome individuals feeling inadequate. Shortly thereafter, Du Xiaoshui first quenched his thirst with a drink of water and consumed some frost-resistant wild fruits before disrobing and taking a bath in a nearby pond. The season was deep winter with biting cold temperatures. Most would struggle to keep warm even in thick clothing. Yet, who was Du Xiaoshui? He was a practitioner of profound cultivation, and the chill was of little consequence to him. As he soaked, he discovered an interesting phenomenon. Whenever he slightly circulated the energy within his body, the water in the pond would quickly warm to a comfortable temperature. He had even previously succeeded in boiling the pond water, akin to heating it to a rolling boil. Since I can bring the pond water to a boil, perhaps I could also turn the pond into an ice block. With this thought in mind, Du Xiaoshui decided to experiment. Predictably, in no time at all, he found himself encased in a layer of ice. How could no one have informed me that I could play with energy in such a manner? Is it possible my energy is unique? In a fit of excitement, Du Xiaoshui manipulated the pond water as if it were a delicate beauty, powerless to resist his playful whims. With a sudden surge of exhilaration, he unleashed a towering column of water, reminiscent of a dragon, causing the surface of the pond to recede dramatically. Suddenly, Du Xiaoshui heard a faint sound, mistaking it for Feng Dajuan's return. However, the next moment, he sensed something amiss. As he attempted to emerge from the pond, he noticed two shadowy figures approaching. Du Xiaoshui? Indeed, it is you. The two spoke in succession. Do I know you? Du Xiaoshui felt the oppressive air surrounding him, and with nothing but water below his neck, he remained still. You do not recognize us, but we know you, one of the men declared. Forgive my ignorance. May I know your esteemed names? Du Xiaoshui scrutinized the pair, noting their commendable looks. The man was robust, with an overall score of 7.5, while the woman was voluptuous, achieving a score of 7.6. Giggles erupted from the curvaceous woman. Du Xiaoshui, I've long heard of your good looks. Seeing you today, you truly are rather handsome. Even I find myself intrigued, and why, dear lady, your words are quite flattering. I wouldn't mind if you continued to this. Both the voluptuous woman and the robust man paused in surprise. The woman then laughed more heartily, her bosom swaying. What did you call me? My dear lady, I could be your mother. Calling me lady? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Why would I want to eat tofu? If I were to eat something, it would be something else. Something else? What might that be? The woman's tone became suggestive, her expression teasing. Just as Du Xiaoshui was about to respond, he noticed the robust man glaring at him with lethal intent. Seemingly eager to cleave him in two, thus, he offered a faint smile and replied, My lady, your husband seems intent on killing me. What do you have to say? The voluptuous woman, suppressing her desires, sought to placate the robust man. I too wish to kill you, but I hold no grievances against you, my lady. Why would you wish to kill me? For as long as I can kill you, my brother Bai and I will obtain 8 magic jade pills. What are magic jade pills? Du Xiaoshui had only heard of magic essence pills and had never encountered magic jade pills, which piqued his curiosity. Magic jade pills can assist one in cultivation. Besides magic jade pills, what other pills does the heavenly demon sect possess? There are also magic young pills and enough. The burly man could no longer contain his impatience. Du Xiaoshui, we are ordered to take you down. Come forth and meet your demise. By whose command? By the order of the chief steward. Naturally, Du Xiaoshui did not believe this and inquired, What crime have I committed? You trespassed into the inner sect, which warrants extreme punishment. Now that you've entered this forbidden area, your sins are utterly unforgivable. I ask that all? Do you find it insufficient? After all, we are all destined for death. It matters not if there are more charges. For instance, I killed an inner sect steward named Tianpong in the outer sect. Do you know him? Humph. I have known Steward Tion since we were teenagers. Do you think I wouldn't recognize him? So, you are in league with him. While we belong to the same sect, of course, we are allies. The burly man sneered, drawing his sword. Junior sister, this lad is somewhat troublesome. Even Steward Tion fell to him. We must combine our swords and ensure we slay him within 3 moves. The plump woman, who had felt a twinge of desire upon seeing Du Xiaoshui, now realized that, no matter how handsome he was merely the pinnacle of a pretty boy. However, the magic jade pills were exceedingly precious. If they killed Du Xiaoshui, she and her brother Bai would each receive 4. Moreover, an inner sect elder had promised them that once they eliminated Du Xiaoshui, he would present them with 10 magic jade pills. The allure of 18 magic jade pills was beyond what any pretty boy could compare to. Even a handsome man would pale in comparison. Du Xiaoshui, our presence here is already a breach of sect rules. But once we kill you, miss, are you stronger than Tian Pong? What is Tian Pong to me? My strength surpasses his, and my brother Bai's cultivation is even higher. Du Xiaoshui's heart stirred, and he asked, are you not an inner sect disciple of the heavenly demon sect? Indeed not. However, my brother Bai and I are already wed, which qualifies me as half an inner sect steward. I see that Du Xiaoshui deduced that the plump woman must belong to a different sect. Her marriage to the burly man conferred upon her a somewhat special status. I, Du Xiaoshui, am certainly not one to be easily dispatched. Yet if you two insist on following me, very well, draw your swords. Upon hearing this, the plump woman unsheathed her sword, eager to engage alongside the burly man. However, with their keen eyes, they had already spotted a treasure sword submerged beneath the water. Belonging to Elder Su of the Outer Sect, their own swords could not compare to that treasure sword, which was why they hesitated to strike. Junior sister, it appears we only have one chance. The burly man suddenly declared, "1 chance it is." The plump woman understood his meaning. Very well, let us proceed. In an instant, 2 beams of sword light surged forth, sweeping across the vicinity, reducing over 20 towering buildings to mere fragments in their wake. Through the handsome system, Du Xiaoshui instantly assessed the strength of the 2 opponents. The burly man's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Jade Balance realm, with a martial power of 2,200,000, while the plump woman's cultivation was at the 5th level of the Jade Balance realm, with a martial power of 1,900,000. A sword strikes from the west, Du Xiaoshui bellowed. His cultivation merely at the 6th level of the opening sun realm, yet the profound energy within him surged, exuding an aura akin to a dragon. Boom! Du Xiaoshui soared from the water's surface, his treasured sword thrusting forward with the force of celestial bodies in motion, lacking any visible sword energy, yet surpassing it in might. Dual demons emerged from their lair. The burly man and plump woman, spurred on by excitement, shouted their ultimate technique. This sword technique had been secretly imparted to them by that inner sect elder. Clash, sword light erupted, spanning hundreds of meters. Following that, with a tremendous roar, trees within several hundred meters were uprooted, none escaping unscathed. As for the pond, it had long since lost its original form. You forced my hand. After landing, Du Xiaoshui fled like the wind. He first returned to the cave to retrieve his belongings before decisively departing the dense forest. Just as Du Xiaoshui left the scene, a tearing sound echoed. The plump woman's clothing ripped, revealing a gash on her chest. With just a trickle of blood spilling forth, she fell lifelessly down. My wife and I were ensnared. What a clever ploy to use another's sword against me. The burly man too was pierced through the chest, and due to his higher cultivation, he barely held on for a few seconds before collapsing into the muck. Yet he died with great resentment, not out of hatred towards Du Xiaoshui, but rather realizing he had fallen victim to the inner sect elder's scheme. With his death, all he knew would vanish with him. Even if someone were to suspect that inner sect elder in the future, what good would it do? Without evidence, who would dare to recklessly slay an inner sect elder, save for the sect master and the grand elder? Chapter 29. The Soul-Seizing Melody, Reboot. On the 3rd day of the 1st month, Du Xiaoshui wandered aimlessly like a lost spirit, having roamed a certain area of Demon God Mountain for over half a month. During these days, aside from the time spent wandering, he divided the remaining hours into 2 parts. One for sleep, ranging from 5 to 8 hours, and the other for cultivation, with a minimum of 1 hour. That morning, after 2 hours of practice, He found that while his mastery of the magic jade formula had grown more refined and his strength had increased, his cultivation remained at the opening sun realm. Just as he was about to conclude his practice, a faint, ethereal sound reached his ears. Who was playing the flute? Du Xiaoshui focused intently, soon discerning that it was not the sound of a flute, but rather that of a bamboo pipe. Curious, he wondered who would dare approach this forbidden area of the heavenly demon sect. Who is this person? Is it a man or a woman? Initially, Du Xiaoshui felt little interest, but after days of living like a wild man without a soul to converse with, he had grown quite bored. As he listened, curiosity overcame him. Thus, he grasped his treasured sword and moved cautiously, gradually drawing closer to the flutist. This person is quite skilled. Their flute melody has traveled at least 50 miles. Even someone at the 6th level of the Jade Balance realm would struggle to achieve such a feat. Could it be that they have reached the Yuan martial realm? At that moment, the rhythm of the flute suddenly shifted, infused with a joyous spirit, reminiscent of a bride embarking in a grand bridal sedan. Filled with merriment, Du Xiaoshui, lacking any understanding of music, stood and listened for a while, concluding that the flutist was likely not a burly man but rather a woman of exquisite beauty. Could it truly be a woman? Du Xiaoshui's mind raced, and he ultimately could not resist the urge to approach the flutist. Soon, he found himself floating lightly to a vast expanse of towering wildflowers, peering through the gaps in the blossoms. Indeed, it was a woman. In the depths of the wildflowers stood a tall figure clad in purple, facing away from Du Xiaoshui. This purple-clad woman possessed a thick mane of long, jet-black hair, and even from a distance, Du Xiaoshui seemed to catch a whiff of her fragrant hair. Who is it? The purple-clad woman ceased her playing, her melodious voice softly inquiring, appearing to be in her 20s. Fear not, fair maiden. I am no villain. I am a good person. A good person? Where in the heavenly demon sect can one find a good person? Du Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. So, you two are a member of the heavenly demon sect? Of course, I am a member of the heavenly demon sect. Are you not? I am as well, but what? I have made a mistake and am being hunted. Then why are you still here? At her words, Du Xiaoshui, momentarily bewitched, stepped into the thicket of wildflowers. Miss, you are an inner sect disciple of the heavenly demon sect, are you not? Insolence. Do you have any idea where this place is? The purple-clad woman still did not turn around. Is this not your residence? Humph. This entire area, spanning dozens of miles, is my territory. How dare a mere ordinary disciple who has just entered the inner sect act recklessly here? Are you tired of living? Miss, you should leave quickly. The purple-clad woman suddenly turned around. Upon seeing her face, Du Xiaoshui was momentarily stunned. This woman is truly beautiful. Not only does she have an alluring figure, but her looks are also extraordinarily high. Achieving a comprehensive score of 8.6, she is akin to Yin Ruobing, belonging to the goddess-level beauty. If one were to point out a flaw, it would be her slightly advanced age, what one might call a mature woman. Yet mature women possess their own advantages. In terms of charm, how could they possibly be compared to young maidens? Miss, no, senior, I beg your pardon. Du Xiaoshui felt no hostility and sensed no danger, thus stepping into the open space. Whose disciple are you? The purple-clad woman inquired, frowning. I am Hu Yinzu, a disciple without a master. Is that so? Then how did you come here? As I mentioned, I am being pursued. You have trespassed into my forbidden area. I give you half an hour to leave. Should you refuse to heed my warning, you shall bear the consequences. Du Xiaoshui, hearing this, still felt no sense of enmity and thought. Could it be that this woman is an old acquaintance of my master? Perhaps she is here playing the flute at my master's behest, testing my resolve. Oh, master, I, Du Xiaoshui, am somewhat lecherous, yet I am not so easily swayed by mere beauty. If she is my master's wife, I would only hold her in respect, harboring no impure thoughts. While he thought this, he did not leave. Instead, he took a few steps forward and bowed, saying, I implore you, senior, to show mercy and allow me to stay a while longer. Since you refuse to leave, do not blame me for being impolite. Does the senior intend to make a move? What are you afraid? If Hu Yinzu were to be afraid, he would not bear the name Hu Yinzu. It appears you consider yourself quite formidable, which emboldens you to act so brazenly in my presence. I seldom involve myself in the matters of my sect, but in light of your status as a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, I shall grant you an opportunity. What opportunity? Listen to me play a melody. If you are able to withstand it, I will concede this place to you. However, should you falter, your fate, life or death, will be of no concern to me. How difficult can this be? Du Xiaoshui believed this to be a trial imposed by Feng Dajuan through the agency of the woman in purple, and thus he did not flee. Rather, he was eager to test the challenge. Now listen closely, the woman in purple declared, lifting the flute in her hand and beginning to play it. Du Xiaoshui could not discern the tune she was performing, but found it exceedingly pleasant, uplifting his spirits. Moments later, the melody shifted abruptly, seemingly imbued with a sinister magic, transforming into a demonic blade that plunged deep into Du Xiaoshui's heart. His complexion turned pale, and he nearly spat blood. "Are you serious?" he gasped. "Who would jest with you?" The woman in purple, seeing Du Xiaoshui still alive, felt an unexpected stir of intrigue. "I'm done. I concede." "Must I leave?" Du Xiaoshui implored. "Du Xiaoshui, you have trespassed into my forbidden domain. Do you still wish to leave alive? You are here to hunt me down," Du Xiaoshui shouted. Just then, the woman in purple once more brought the flute to her lips. After mere seconds of listening, Du Xiaoshui felt his limbs weaken, unable to flee. The demon flute, Du Xiaoshui realized with dawning horror. Indeed, this is a demon flute, passed down from a protector of the heavenly demon sect 3 centuries ago. As she played the enchanted flute, the woman in purple simultaneously invoked a sound transmission technique. Few can produce sound from this flute. Only those who have attained the Jade Balance realm may do so. Once one hears its demonic melody, within moments even a 6th-layer Jade Balance practitioner will find their vital energy reversed, leading to their demise. Du Xiaoshui, you lecherous rogue, you have ultimately fallen into my trap. Yet, as the woman in purple played vigorously, Du Xiaoshui did not experience the anticipated reversal of his energy. Initially, he felt some discomfort, but soon it was as if he had become numb, feeling drowsy and lethargic. "You despicable old hag. I admit to my lechery, but even from several dozen miles away, I could hear your flute. I found it curious. Now I see it was your ploy, if you have any courage. Set aside the demon flute and duel me with swords." Upon hearing this, the woman in purple laughed heartily, though it was not a sound made with her mouth, but through sound transmission. "Du Xiaoshui, your sword that comes from Feng Dajuan, the esteemed steward, is indeed formidable. However, with my cultivation, even if Feng were here, he would struggle to slay me with a single strike. I resort to the demon flute solely for expedience." "Oh, you still live? Very well. Let me demonstrate the essence of soul-stealing demonic sound." In an instant, the demonic notes transcended the flute's power, infused with the woman's vital energy and a certain technique. Du Xiaoshui's heart trembled. But the next moment, his vision blurred, nearly losing consciousness. "Let us do this." Du Xiaoshui sensed that the woman's cultivation surpassed the 2nd layer of the Yuan martial realm. She was at least at the 3rd, possibly even the 4th. In a flash, the system of charm activated against his will. "What? 6th layer of the Yuan martial realm? Is this a mistake?" Du Xiaoshui hastily directed his thoughts toward counterattacking. With a thunderous roar, unlike before, Du Xiaoshui, disregarding his usual flair, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of charisma, and he was propelled away. The woman in purple emitted a cry of disbelief, her expression twisted in shock. Crack! The demon flute shattered in her grasp, rendered utterly useless. Subsequently, she collapsed to the ground, her face still bearing the expression of shock at her own demise. "Wait, I'm still alive." At that moment, Du Xiaoshui leapt from the thicket of wildflowers. Feeling unscathed as he approached the woman in purple, he found her already lifeless. Just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow, a distant, aged voice called out, "Du Xiaoshui, come out." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui's heart raced. This old man is at least 100 miles away. With such high cultivation, he must have surpassed the 6th layer of the Yuan martial realm. If he finds me, even if I could charm him to death, I would still perish. I refuse to die in such a manner. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the system of charm activated once more. Charm value: 10,000 points. Du Xiaoshui was taken aback. How did it drop so drastically? Without pausing to ponder, he discerned that the old man's voice came from the south, and he fled northward with desperate haste. Charm value: 30,000 points. Charm value: 9,000 points. Charm value: 40,000 points. Charm value, 8,000 points. The charm system seemed to be in disarray, fluctuating wildly. Du Xiaoshui focused solely on escaping the wildflower thicket, dismissing all other thoughts. After a brief period of frantic running, he covered several hundred miles, his speed rivaling 3 times the speed of sound. At last, his charm value depleted entirely. Even if I, Du Xiaoshui, must perish, I shall not do so here. With a shift in resolve, he summoned all his strength and leapt toward a great mountain ahead. Whoosh! He traversed over 1,000 meters in an instant. Yet at that moment, he felt an immense force, akin to a demonic hand, capable of suppressing the world, crushing mountains and rivers, pulling him into the mountain's depths. Rebooting, the charm system prompted. Then, Du Xiaoshui fell into a deep slumber. Completely unaware. Chapter 30. The Bull Demon King. After an indeterminate number of days, when Du Xiaoshui finally perceived that he was still alive, he opened his eyes, so handsome. He could not see his own reflection, but he felt an overwhelming sense of charisma. Moments later, tears streamed down his face as he was moved by his own handsomeness. Charm value, 10,000. Charm value, 20,000. Charm value, 30,000. When the charm value ceased to rise and stabilized, it was still below 80,000. Du Xiaoshui calculated that his charm value had increased by 200 points since encountering the woman in purple. Could it be that he had slept for 20 days? Suddenly, a grotesquely ugly face loomed close, gazing at his handsome visage, initially filled with envy, swiftly transforming into mockery. Why are you crying, little fellow? My appearance may be somewhat terrifying, but surely it wouldn't reduce you to tears. What manner of monster are you? Du Xiaoshui stammered, wiping away his tears. I am not a monster. I am a demon creature. A demon creature? How hideous. It turned out that the rebooted charm system not only evaluated human beauty but also graded non-human entities. According to the charm system, the demon creature's appearance was assessed as follows. Extremely ugly, height, 2.3 meters, aesthetic appeal, nauseating, 1 in a billion, epic level ugliness, overall score, 0.3 points. The demon creature grinned widely and said, To you mortals, I may indeed appear very ugly, but among demon creatures, I am a super handsome fellow. Ha ha, do you have any shame? What face do I need? I am not human. Du Xiaoshui had initially intended to mock further, but suddenly he realized this being was certainly not an ordinary creature but rather a demon. Or perhaps a demon creature. He could disregard any martial arts master, but demons were different. Anyone would feel a sense of trepidation. You can actually speak human language? I once was a prominent figure in the heavenly demon sect. Of course I can speak. A prominent figure in the heavenly demon sect? You, little fellow, have trespassed into my forbidden domain. What punishment do you deserve? Upon finishing, the demon creature stood upright, resembling a tree, its face akin to that of a bull, yet it possessed hands and feet. What sort of demon creature are you? You may call me the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King? I thought you were called the Bull Demon Lord. The Bull Demon Lord? What is that? Can it compare with me? Bull Demon Lord, wait. The Bull Demon King appeared displeased. Do not mislead me. Now tell me, what punishment do you deserve? What crime have I committed? Du Xiaoshui feigned indifference. You have intruded into my forbidden domain. I am a member of the heavenly demon sect. This place belongs to the heavenly demon sect. Am I not permitted to enter? The Bull Demon King seemed somewhat swayed by this logic, pondering briefly, By the way, where exactly is this place? Du Xiaoshui sat up, casting his gaze around, noting the dim surroundings, which bolstered his courage. This is my forbidden domain, known as Bull Demon Mountain. Bull Demon Mountain? Du Xiaoshui suddenly recalled Feng Dajuan warning him against approaching a certain mountain. Had he inadvertently stumbled into this mountain in his panic? Bull Demon King, you claim to be a prominent figure in the heavenly demon sect. Just how significant is that? Significant enough that even the sect leader must bow to me. You read boasting? Boasting? Let me put it this way. If it weren't for me, the heavenly demon sect would have perished long ago. When did you speak of this? A few hundred years ago. A few hundred years ago. Du Xiaoshui's mind reeled, but upon reflection, he concluded that since the Bull Demon King was not human but a demon creature, living for several centuries should be quite normal. Thus, he casually inquired, How old are you? How old? The Bull Demon King widened his eyes. Let me tell you, I was already hundreds of years old 1,000 years ago. Are you implying you are over 1,000 years old? Is there any other interpretation? How high is your cultivation? I possess no cultivation, but my abilities are immense. A mere sneeze could annihilate thousands. Is it truly that exaggerated? If you don't believe me, so be it. Since you possess such remarkable abilities, why do you not assist the heavenly demon sect in unifying the Tianfeng continent? What is the purpose of unifying the Tianfeng continent? This Du Xiaoshui is also unaware. He merely feels that the ultimate objective of the two righteous and evil battles is to achieve unity. However, as the conflicts ensue, both sides suffer losses. To avoid mutual destruction, they are compelled to negotiate and delineate territories. In this context, the heavenly demon sect is increasingly losing ground. Du Xiaoshui casts a glance at the bull demon king, asking how long it has been since he ventured outside. Several centuries, he replies. How do you know it has been several centuries? Du Xiaoshui explains that every few decades, someone enters, the last being an elder tasked with protecting the sect. Where is this person now? Long since deceased. With a snap of his fingers, the bull demon king fills the surroundings with light. Not sunlight nor candlelight, but something akin to magic. When Du Xiaoshui focuses, he discovers a corpse seated in the corner, surrounded by a dozen skeletons, some of which have turned green with age. Steadying himself, Du Xiaoshui inquires, is that corpse the elder who came in last time? Indeed. How did he die? He succumbed to the harsh environment within 3 days of his arrival. Why did you not save him? Why should I save him? By your reasoning, did those skeletons meet the same fate? Correct. Even the strongest among them could not endure beyond half a year. Du Xiaoshui gasps in shock. While the bull demon king, perceiving his thoughts, bursts into a laughter reminiscent of a bull's call. The last elder was the weakest, and you, my friend, are even weaker. You will perish within 2 days at most. What advantage do you gain from my death? You are simply too handsome. I harbor jealousy towards you, never mind. I initially intended to punish you, but since your demise is imminent, I shall refrain from intervening. With that, the bull demon king snaps his fingers, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. Before Du Xiaoshui can utter a sound, the bull demon king retreats and vanishes without a trace. With a sudden leap towards the direction of the bull demon king's disappearance, Du Xiaoshui is repelled by an invisible force, leaving him dizzy. Bull demon king, release me, he bellows, yet receives no response. Bull demon king, come forth. I challenge you to a duel. Bull, do you wish to hide like a turtle? Bull, show yourself. Regardless of Du Xiaoshui's insults, the bull demon king remains absent. Eventually, wearied, Du Xiaoshui reclines back to his position and drifts into slumber. After several hours, Du Xiaoshui awakens to find his charm has increased, which brings him solace. From that point onward, he refrains from practicing martial arts, spending his time either sleeping or staring blankly into space. By gauging the increase in his charm, he can ascertain how many days he has spent on Bull Demon Mountain. One day, upon awakening and feeling particularly bored, he loudly proclaims, Bull Demon King, did you not say I would not survive beyond 2 days? It has now been 6. What do you have to say? As soon as his words fall, the Bull Demon King snaps his fingers, appearing a dozen meters away with his hands clasped behind his back. How do you know 6 days have passed? I have slept 6 times, hence it is 6 days. You are quite cunning. Your survival indicates you possess some fortitude, your physique being exceptional. The Bull Demon King closes his eyes in contemplation for a moment before suddenly opening them, his gaze shimmering with a diabolical light. What is your name? Du Xiaoshui. Such a pedestrian name, as long as I am not pedestrian, that suffices, indeed. The Bull Demon King lets out a peculiar chuckle. Du Xiaoshui, I have decided to grant you an opportunity. If you pledge yourself as my disciple, I shall allow you to leave. Du Xiaoshui laughs heartily, replying, you are unable to leave yourself. How could you expect me to become your disciple? How do you know I cannot leave? The Bull Demon King inquires with surprise. If you could, would you have remained here for several centuries? Du Xiaoshui rolls his eyes. Humph. I do not lack the ability to leave. It simply is not yet the right time. Regardless, you cannot escape. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King becomes as agitated as a child. What do you know, you brat? In my efforts to save the heavenly demon sect, I inflicted wounds upon myself, leading to my self-imposed seal. I have already regained much of my strength. In merely 100 years, I shall be able to break the seal and fully restore myself. I see. Du Xiaoshui acknowledges the explanation without probing further into how the Bull Demon King saved the heavenly demon sect. Your inability to escape does not imply that I cannot. How will you escape? Return my sword to me. A broken sword. Will you return it or not? I shall not. If you refuse to return it, when I eventually escape, you can forget about my assistance. Here, the Bull Demon King reaches into the void, producing a treasured sword and tossing it to Du Xiaoshui. Upon receiving the sword, Du Xiaoshui concentrates and feels a surge of anticipation. Wait, if you manage to escape, you must assist me. On what grounds? Did I not just return your sword? This sword was never yours. If I declare it mine, then it is mine. If you disagree, let us settle it with a duel. I could defeat you with a single punch. What is there to fight about? How about this? I possess a set of boxing techniques that I can impart to you. Du Xiaoshui's interest is piqued. Though he harbors reservations, I am human. And you are a demon. Can I even utilize your techniques? Of course, the Bull Demon King assures him. How so? This set of boxing techniques was imparted to me by the founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Humans can indeed learn to use it. Have you ever met the founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Why do you care about that? Will you learn or not? Very well, I shall learn. Before I teach you this set of boxing techniques, you must swear an oath. Whatever. Thus, under the Bull Demon King's guidance, Du Xiaoshui swears a toxic oath, binding not only his own life but also invoking the spirit of the founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should Du Xiaoshui fail to find a way to assist the Bull Demon King after his escape, the spirit of the founder will face obliteration. Whether Du Xiaoshui adheres to the oath depends on his disposition, a detail the Bull Demon King does not dwell on, believing Du Xiaoshui, as a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, would not jest with the founder's spirit. 3 days later, having hardly exerted himself, Du Xiaoshui masters the first level of the Bull Demon King's boxing techniques. This technique comprises 7 levels, of which the Bull Demon King has long since achieved the 7th, perhaps due to their differing physiques. Du Xiaoshui finds this boxing technique extraordinarily formidable. Having only mastered the first level, he can unleash double the power. For instance, if his punch possesses a force equivalent to 10,000 pounds, employing the Bull Demon King's technique allows him to strike with a force of 20,000 pounds. If he were to master the second level, it should yield 30,000 pounds. By the 7th level, it would amount to 80,000 pounds. Naturally, given his cultivation level, the force he can generate far exceeds 10,000 pounds, though he remains uncertain of the exact measure. After mastering the first level of the Bull Demon King's boxing technique, he inadvertently loses control of the punch's momentum, obliterating a dozen skeletons in the corner, including that of the elder Du Xiaoshui. Not only are you handsome, but you are also a genius, the Bull Demon King exclaims, his eyes brimming with envy. Of course, it appears I did not misjudge you. You must possess a way to escape. Did you not claim I would not survive beyond 2 days? Very well, I concede my misjudgment. You have come to Bull Demon Mountain to save me. If you do not mind, I shall become your adopted son. Initially, Du Xiaoshui was merely jesting, but upon hearing the Bull Demon King's ludicrous proposition, he finds it amusing. You are over 1,000 years old. If I were to become your adoptive father, would that not lead others to believe I am a millennia-old demon? Moreover, you are so unappealing. If I were to adopt a son, I would prefer someone young and handsome. In response, the Bull Demon King, rather than becoming irate, ingratiates himself. Since you find me unattractive, how about this? We become sworn brothers, and you shall be the elder brother while I remain the younger. What benefit is there in being your elder brother? Whatever the elder brother commands, the younger brother must obey. That is not necessarily true. A younger brother may betray the elder brother for the sake of advancement. Despite this, Du Xiaoshui contemplates the proposition and decides it may be worth trying. Bull Demon King, if you genuinely wish to be my younger brother, then perform a somersault. As you wish, elder brother. Eager to escape, the Bull Demon King disregards the notion of shame and obediently performs a somersault, executing it with surprising grace. Elder brother, how did I perform? Mediocre. Continue until I say stop. Understood, elder brother. The Bull Demon King shamelessly continues, executing 800 somersaults in one breath. At this moment, he notices Du Xiaoshui lying on the ground asleep and dares not slack off, persisting in his somersaults. Several hours later, Du Xiaoshui awakens from his slumber, surprised to see the Bull Demon King still performing somersaults. How many have you done? Perhaps 50,000. Aren't you tired? The elder brother has not called for a stop. How could the younger brother dare to claim exhaustion? Enough, you may cease. The bull demon king rejoices, believing Du Xiaoshui has consented to be his elder brother, and quickly halts his shameless antics, yet still ingratiates himself. Elder brother, from now on, whatever you command me, I shall comply without a hint of hesitation. Do you possess eyebrows? Du Xiaoshui couldn't help but inquire. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the bull demon indeed had eyebrows, albeit rather inconspicuous ones. Oh, bull demon, your intention in forming a brotherhood with me is nothing more than to drag me into your schemes. I shan't fall for your tricks. Du Xiaoshui thought this not without justification, for the bull demon had existed for over a millennium. Who could ascertain how much longer he could endure? What if one day he were to perish? Would a brotherhood necessitate that we meet our ends on the same day? Du Xiaoshui could swear other oaths, but such a vow was best avoided. Brother, may I inquire when you shall depart? Is there sustenance here? None. What of beverages? None as well. Since there was nothing available, and he was on the brink of starvation, it was imperative to exit at the earliest opportunity. But how have you managed to survive? My humble self requires neither food nor drink. I merely absorb the essence of heaven and earth. If you can absorb such essence, why can you not leave? Sigh, it is a long story. If you have the time, I could. Enough. I am truly on the verge of starvation and lack the time for your lengthy discourse. Please step aside and do not emerge, lest you disturb me. Yes, brother. Though the bull demon was unaware of Du Xiaoshui's means of escape, he found Du Xiaoshui to be extraordinary and believed he could indeed find a way out. Thus he complied willingly. Once the bull demon vanished without a trace, Du Xiaoshui brandished his treasured sword, assuming a stance of unity between man and sword, concentrating his energy and spirit. After a brief moment, Du Xiaoshui bellowed, executing the sword comes from the west, activating the handsome system. The charm value was intertwined with the sword technique, and the host could select from the following modes: continue, stop, continue, boom. The sword comes from the west unleashed tremendous power, causing the surrounding space to ripple momentarily. Yet, that was all it achieved. However, Du Xiaoshui had anticipated that this strike would not shatter the seal and was well prepared. Boom. Another impact reverberated through the space, which, aside from the resounding noise, yielded no ripples. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of impacts, the handsome system could finally hold on no longer. Cultivation level unknown. Combat power unknown. Sealing power. Please select a defensive mode. Shield. Escape. Counterattack. Escape. Du Xiaoshui decisively chose. Please maintain rationality. Escape. If Du Xiaoshui were capable of maintaining rationality, he would not be Du Xiaoshui in his frenzy. He found himself beyond control. Hiss, in an instant, Du Xiaoshui vanished from his spot, emerging from Bull Demon Mountain. Upon breaking free, Du Xiaoshui knew his charm value would plummet, so he fled at full speed. Indeed, scarcely had he traversed 1,000 meters when the handsome system collapsed. The charm value plummeted dramatically, and within 10 seconds, as it suddenly dropped to zero, Du Xiaoshui had not fled far before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Reboot. The handsome system made its own choice once more, that moment, within the confines of Bull Demon Mountain Seal. The Bull Demon appeared, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. After several hundred years, do you know how I, old bull, have endured these past centuries? Brother, I always knew you could escape. I shall wait for you. Perpetually, even until the end of time. Chapter 32. The Demon Among Demons. 3 days later, Du Xiaoshui distanced himself from Bull Demon Mountain, arriving at the base of a towering peak. In comparison to Bull Demon Mountain, this peak truly soared, standing over 2,000 meters tall. However, the strength of Bull Demon Mountain lay not in its height, but in its vastness. Although it was less than 500 meters high, its expanse surpassed that of the 2,000-meter mountain. Such a height! Du Xiaoshui gazed up at the summit, his eyes glimmering with a hint of devilish light. In the next moment, he leaped into the air, performing somersaults. 1, 2, 3, relying on the formidable energy within him. Although he did not directly leap to the peak, he managed to reach the mid-altitude. Upon landing, he remained composed, not even panting, which was an achievement that even a 6th-tier Jade Balance Realm cultivator could not attain. Bull Demon Mountain is indeed vast. I have run so far, yet there are mountains beyond mountains. I wonder when I shall see the end. Bull Demon, it is not that I, Du Xiaoshui, am ungrateful. Rather, I am unable to assist you. When the day arrives that I possess the strength to help, I shall certainly make an attempt. For now, you shall remain in Bull Demon Mountain, and I, having not tasted meat in 3 months, my mouth has grown as dry as a bird's. I must seek some meat to consume. However, after searching the mountain for a considerable time, intending to hunt some game, he found not even a single rabbit. Just as he was about to change his location, suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, exclaiming, Xiaoshui, it seems you are indeed alive. You frightened me to death. Recognizing it was Feng Dajuan, he hurried to greet him. Master, you did not perish from my fright, yet I nearly succumbed to yours. Barely had he finished speaking when Feng Dajuan enveloped him in a tight embrace, refusing to release him for a time. Although Du Xiaoshui stood at an impressive height of 1.83 meters, making him a formidable figure, he appeared somewhat diminutive in comparison to Feng Dajuan, who stood at 1.88 meters. Master, I can hardly breathe. Du Xiaoshui felt slightly uncomfortable and wished to catch his breath. Xiaoshui, you bear no grudge against your master, do you? Feng Dajuan released him, a look of sincere apology on his face. How could I blame you? For you are my master? That is a relief. Feng Dajuan clasped his hands behind his back, regaining his demeanor as the chief steward, exuding a calm yet somewhat sinister aura. After a moment, Du Xiaoshui anticipated that Feng Dajuan would pose some inquiries. Yet surprisingly, he merely gazed at him, his eyes reflecting the pride of a parent witnessing their child grow into adulthood. Master, there is a woman in purple attire. A woman in purple. Oh, I know whom you speak of. As long as you are unharmed, others are inconsequential. At this juncture, Feng Dajuan's tone shifted abruptly. With your current strength and astuteness, should you undertake that task, the odds would be at least 3 deaths to 7 lives. Master, what task do you speak of? Since the woman in purple was deceased, Du Xiaoshui felt no inclination to inquire further about her identity. Have you heard of the Sea Empress Palace? The Sea Empress Palace? Du Xiaoshui's expression turned bewildered, uncertain of what it was. Before he could ask, Feng Dajuan expounded, the Sea Empress Palace, both righteous and wicked, emerged 20 years ago. The palace's mistress claims the title of Sea Empress. Her origins unknown. It is said she possesses the beauty of a young maiden and unfathomable powers. To win her favor. 10 years ago, the formidable leader of the evil sect, Evil Godly Feiyu, personally visited the Sea Empress Palace, only to leave in disgrace. Is Li Feiyu truly that formidable? Du Xiaoshui inquired. Li Feiyu is the leader of the 10,000 Evil sect, having proclaimed himself the foremost expert of the evil path over a decade ago. The 10,000 Evil sect boasts the largest territory and the most disciples, rightfully earning the title of the premier super sect of the evil path at IC. Subsequently, the leader of the Righteous Alliance dispatched an envoy to visit the Sea Empress, seeking to win her over, but he was met with the order for one of his ears to be severed by her subordinates. Is the Sea Empress truly so ruthless? The Sea Empress's cruelty is not what is truly terrifying. What is genuinely fearsome is her unparalleled beauty. With a single smile, few men in the world can withstand her charm. Master, can you withstand her? I have yet to lay eyes upon her. Does Master wish for me to? Indeed, I desire you to infiltrate the Sea Empress Palace as an undercover agent. An undercover agent? Am I not to seduce the Sea Empress? Du Xiaoshui felt a pang of disappointment at this notion. His thoughts were not without reason. Li Manju, possessing a beauty that could topple cities, had once been smitten by him at first sight. What significance did an alluring beauty hold? Once she laid eyes upon him, she would likely be equally captivated by his handsomeness. Master, I have never been an undercover agent. What if? I have never been one either, but every endeavor has its first time. However, let us set aside the matter of infiltration for now. How long has it been since you last tasted meat? Several months. Very well, I shall make arrangements for you. That evening, Du Xiaoshui followed Feng Dajuan into a mountain and was accommodated in a luxurious villa nestled within. Initially, Du Xiaoshui wished to inquire about the place, but upon reflection, he deemed it meaningless and refrained from further questions. Upon entering the grand hall, the sight of an abundant spread of mountain delicacies and seafood awakened the cravings within Du Xiaoshui's stomach. Xiaoshui, you may eat first. I shall return shortly. Feng Dajuan turned and exited the hall. Du Xiaoshui paid little heed, sitting down and indulging heartily. Half an hour later, Du Xiaoshui had not only consumed a considerable amount of meat, but had also partaken of some wine. However, mindful of past experiences, he dared not drink excessively to avoid further mishaps. At this moment, he perceived something amiss. He noted that the hall was not only brightly lit, but also adorned in extravagant decor. With a thick, red carpet underfoot and festive decorations adorning the walls, imparting an atmosphere of jubilation. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching, soft and deliberate. Clearly someone of considerable cultivation. As he turned to look, the figure hastened their pace. Reaching the entrance of the hall, "Ah, it is you?" Du Xiaoshui recognized the individual, feeling quite taken aback. Upon seeing him, the newcomer exhibited a fleeting expression of relief. "Indeed, it is I. What brings you here?" Du Xiaoshui feigned disinterest. The visitor coldly retorted, "Did you not summon me? Do not jest. If I possessed such power to summon anyone at will, I would have called for Mingzhu. Are you implying that you look down upon me? Why would I look down upon you?" Upon hearing this, the visitor misinterpreted his words, trembling with rage. "No? Wait." Du Xiaoshui suddenly realized that this icy beauty's unexpected appearance could not merely be for a verbal sparring match. Could it be that the person Master spoke of, one whose evil fire surpassed his own, was indeed her? Her malevolence certainly eclipsed his own. Originally, Du Xiaoshui had been ignited by wicked desires, yet upon realizing that the other party was Yin Rubing, beautiful, indeed, but also frigid, he temporarily suppressed his urges. "I might as well take my own life," he muttered. Suddenly, Yin Rubing interjected, "Take your life? Why would you do such a thing?" Du Xiaoshui was somewhat bewildered. "You need not humiliate me." "What a joke. If I truly wished to humiliate you, I would have done so last time." "What about Zhuer? Has she arrived? Is she well? Are you only concerned about Sister Li? Zhuer is my fiancée. I care for her. Is that a problem? She cannot possibly be your fiancée." Elder Su deceived her. "That is inconsequential." Upon hearing this, Yin Rubing bit her lip and asked tremulously, "If I were also your fiancée, would you have room for me in your heart? Are you feverish? If it were anyone else, I would rather end my life than endure this humiliation. And what about me?" Du Xiaoshui felt like a demon. "The worst of demons. You are insulting me." Yin Rubing trembled again, tears glistening in her eyes. Du Xiaoshui was about to speak when, unexpectedly, Yin Rubing raised her palm and struck her forehead with unwavering resolve. "Hey, are you really going to commit suicide?" Du Xiaoshui was taken aback by Yin Rubing's fiery temperament. He swiftly moved, grasping her wrist just in time. "If you do not like me, why must I humiliate myself? Let me die." Yin Rubing struggled with all her might. "Oh, you truly like me. You are feigning ignorance." "You like me?" Du Xiaoshui felt utterly perplexed. If Yin Rubing had been smitten with him from the start, why had his charm not skyrocketed? What had gone awry? Had I not liked you, I would have taken my life upon seeing you. Yin Rubing realized Du Xiaoshui was not merely acting and was equally bewildered. With her temperament, once her heart opened, she could not contain herself. "When did this happen?" Du Xiaoshui inquired. "Last time, to be more specific. You struck me. Are you out of your mind? I am so handsome, and yet you do not like me until I strike you? Indeed, I am a bit unhinged. I am a witch who enjoys being struck by you." "What of it?" Du Xiaoshui laughed heartily and replied, "If you are a witch, then I must be the Demon Lord." "You, Demon Lord?" Yin Rubing's cheeks flushed, her gaze sultry. "The Demon Lord now desires wine." After speaking, Du Xiaoshui released Yin Rubing's delicate wrist and returned to his seat, drinking deeply. Initially confused, Yin Rubing soon realized that he sought courage from the drink. "So this fellow had his moments of timidity. As long as I engage with him, the elder will accept me as a disciple, allowing me to ascend to greatness. I had originally intended to end my life. Merely fantasizing. Yet it truly is him. Even if the elder does not take me under his wing, I must experience being his fiancée, offering him my maidenhood." With this thought, Yin Rubing decided to let go of her inhibitions. Snatching the wine cup from Du Xiaoshui's grasp and downing half of it, "You, which, dare to take my wine. What punishment do you deserve?" Du Xiaoshui feigned anger, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Humph, the witch desires your wine. What can you, the Demon Lord, do about it?" Having never consumed alcohol before, Yin Rubing's face flushed crimson after downing half a cup. as she had not cultivated her internal energy. Just watch me strike you. Can you defeat me? Who was it that bled last time? That was last time. This time is different. I shall make you call me You think too highly of yourself. This time I will make you call me daddy. Du Xiaoshuai's tongue became looser with drink. Soon, feeling himself intoxicated, he began to act inappropriately towards the ice-cold beauty. Yin Rubing, having consumed only half a cup, was not easily affected by the drink, but she no longer cared. Her heart fluttered, and she surrendered herself to Du Xiaoshuai's whims. Hours later, Du Xiaoshuai awoke from his drunken stupor. Emerging from slumber, that moment, he felt as though his handsomeness had reached celestial heights. His charm skyrocketing. Charm value: 80,000, 81,000, 82,000, 83,000, 100000, 101000, 102000, surging like a flood, unstoppable. When the charm value finally stabilized at 180000, he noticed someone was handling him rather intimately, and he found himself and this person lying in a spacious, brightly lit bedroom at the back of the hall. Demon Lord, why are you so handsome? Yin Rubing murmured dreamily, her limbs still in motion. Only now do you realize. No, I feel you have become much more handsome than before. So this is what they mean by beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Beauty? Who is that? Yin Rubing understood what a lover was, but she had no idea who beauty was. Do not concern yourself with who. I ask you, were we not fighting outside? How did we end up here? I do not know. I simply want to fight now, to spar with you, Demon Lord. Hey, do not do that. I have only just awakened. Though he said this, Du Xiaoshuai found himself unable to resist. Days later, Du Xiaoshuai had thoroughly defeated Yin Rubing, triumphantly sending the ice beauty away, with a promise to spar again in the future. At that moment, Feng Dajuan, who had come and gone like the wind, suddenly appeared. Xiaoshuai, has anything happened these past few days? Nothing at all. That is good. How about it? Are you interested in going undercover in the Sea Queen's palace? Is it absolutely necessary? If it were not for my master growing old and losing his charm, I would have long since visited the Sea Queen herself. You are being modest, Xiaoshuai, if you do not wish to go. I know that even if I kneel and beg, you would not agree. However, there is no one else in the entire Tianma sect who can undertake this task. Du Xiaoshuai, upon hearing this, remained composed and asked, if I go to the Sea Queen's palace, what is the objective? Within 3 years, find an opportunity to obtain a certain tome. What tome? The Sea King's divine strategy. Is this tome a technique? Indeed, it is said that the Sea Queen became unparalleled in the continent by practicing the supreme techniques within this tome. Unparalleled? Does that mean there may exist someone stronger than her on the continent? I have limited knowledge on this matter. She is so formidable. Do I stand a chance of success? Opportunities are created by oneself, just as there are no individuals who earn wealth without effort. All right, I wish to explore the Sea Queen's palace. Upon hearing this, Feng Dajuan hesitated to give an immediate answer, stating, Xiaoshuai, for the sake of the Tianma sect, I would do anything, but you are my disciple. And I cannot allow you to leap into the fire pit. If I wish to go, master, you cannot stop me. Very well, it is settled. In that moment, the bond between master and disciple ascended to a new level. The so-called benevolent father and filial son is but this. Then the days that followed, Du Xiaoshuai learned much from Feng Dajuan. Realizing that he was a prodigious talent in every aspect, Du Xiaoshuai, a quick learner, found that proficiency was not paramount. Suffice it to be adequate. Time flew by, and soon it was early February. As spring arrived, flowers bloomed in abundance, painting the demon god mountain in vibrant hues. Evoking a sense of wonder, it was also the day when the gates of the Tianma sect opened, coinciding with the season of animal mating. Xiaoshuai, I am already your wife. No matter how long you are away, I will wait for you, eternally. Amidst a cluster of flowers, Yin Rubing lay in Du Xiaoshuai's embrace, soft as a melting ice cube. Ice sister, I will return soon. A man's words can sometimes be more unreliable than a woman's. Du Xiaoshuai knew this well. Yin Rubing understood too, but that was of little consequence. What mattered was the nature of love. When in love, one longs to consume the other, but when not, the thought alone can be repugnant. How many in this world can achieve true love? Or perhaps, love is never without flaws. In the Tianfeng continent, monogamy does not exist. Whether man or woman, as long as one has strength, they can live more freely than an emperor. Ever since his transmigration, Du Xiaoshui had never considered that he would identify someone as his destined partner simply because he fell in love. He once believed so, only to face utter failure. Therefore, regardless of gender, one must first love oneself before loving another. Xiaoshui, let me share a secret with you. Dio, you have one. Don't scare me, you're overthinking. The secret is that Zhuer has begun practicing, in a way, elder who helped her does. Oh, that's how it is. Du Xiaoshui was aware that the esteemed protector elder was named El Xiui, who had already accepted Yin Rubing as her personal disciple. He himself was a disciple of Feng Dajuan, which meant, by the hierarchy of their sects, he had to address Yin Rubing as beautiful martial ant. Fortunately, he was not a righteous disciple but rather a practitioner of the dark arts. Otherwise, he would be at a loss when facing Yin Rubing. Xiaoshuium, devil. What is the enchantress command? Shall we engage in a duel? Let us do it. Once the devilish spirit took hold of Du Xiaoshui, he relentlessly pushed the icy beauty back, defeating her at every turn. Chapter 34. The young hero exudes charisma, instantly recognizable as a prodigy the next day. Before dawn, under Feng Dajuan's careful arrangements, Du Xiaoshui stealthily slipped out of the Tianma sect from a certain spot on the western slope of the Demon God Mountain, which was the very entrance of the sect. At that moment, he felt free. Initially, he had considered returning to the hometown of his former self, but upon thinking of that old man, his predecessor's master, who likely had plans of his own, he decided against it to avoid complications. 3 days later, he traveled a staggering 3,000 miles and arrived at a town, not a city. To hell with the Tianma sect. To hell with the sea harem. To hell with all powers. The heavens and earth are vast, but I am the greatest. My life is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Du Xiaoshui fantasized himself as a supreme villain, doing as he pleased wherever he went, yet no one dared to confront him. Young innkeeper, where is my food and drink? Why isn't it served yet? Do you want me to break your legs? Here it is, dashing young hero, your food and drink. Enjoy your meal and drink, and if you need anything, just command it. Soon, Du Xiaoshui sought trouble again. Young innkeeper, your wine is terrible. Change it for something better. For free. Not a problem. The innkeeper hurried off to fetch better wine and indeed returned with a fine flask. Here it is, dashing young hero, is the food unsatisfactory? Would you prefer a different seating? Can I change? No need for the owner to intervene. This left Du Xiaoshui somewhat bewildered. Ultimately, he ate his meal obediently, forcibly handing the young innkeeper some money for the food and drink before exiting the tavern. Safe travels, young hero. We welcome you back anytime. The innkeeper saw him off, watching the charming young man disappear before returning inside, as though nothing had happened. Before long, Du Xiaoshui found an inn to stay in. Inside the room, he examined his handsome visage in the mirror, realizing he looked utterly harmless. Why did the innkeeper's son seem so fearful of him? Normally, if he dared to cause a ruckus, shouldn't he, the innkeeper's son, have brandished a chair to strike him? What was the issue? Boss, yes, came the voice of the innkeeper from outside. This room is supposed to be top-notch, yet it has mice. Young hero, if you're not comfortable, I'll immediately clear out my daughter's room for you. You have a daughter? Yes, 3 of them. Bring them all here. Understood. Soon, the innkeeper's 3 daughters arrived. The eldest was 17, and the youngest only 5. Du Xiaoshui was so infuriated he nearly spat blood. Forget it. Forget it, all of you leave. I wish to be alone. Young hero, my eldest daughter is just 17. If you don't mind, the innkeeper thinks you are quite handsome and would even offer a bridal dowry to marry her. The eldest daughter blushed upon seeing Du Xiaoshui, unable to look at him for too long. Leave? Yes. The innkeeper hurriedly pulled his eldest daughter away. Big brother, you are so handsome. I want to marry you when I grow up. The youngest daughter said earnestly. Children speak without guile. They do not tell lies. Could it truly be that his extraordinary looks led everyone to cater to his feelings? Du Xiaoshui found this hard to believe. The next day, as he strolled around the town, he discovered that no matter how he sought trouble, it invariably ended with him conceding. Ultimately, he realized it was not because he was exceptionally handsome, but because he was clad in a distinctive outfit, causing everyone to mistake him for a disciple of the Tianma sect. I knew it. No matter how handsome a person is, it can't possibly be like this. It's all the fault of the clothing. That evening, Du Xiaoshui commissioned a tailor in the town to hastily craft him an appropriate outfit. The following day, after donning his new attire and leaving the town, he found a secluded spot to destroy his old garments. He refused to believe he could not play the role of a villain again. Indeed, when he arrived at another town, the tables had turned. If he were a villain, regardless of who his opponents were, they all appeared as formidable adversaries. The moment he sought trouble, they responded with fists, some even possessing immense strength. What kind of world is this? Within the Tianma sect's territory, why does everyone seem as if they've consumed gunpowder? Could they not tone down their hostility? If I hadn't run fast, I might have been beaten to death. With no other option, Du Xiaoshui reluctantly decided to refrain from instigating trouble in the future and let things unfold naturally. Days passed, and on the 10th day of the second month, Du Xiaoshui headed north to a city. He had anticipated that the local customs would be simple and that hostility would be less pronounced. However, upon entering the city, he found two factions of armed individuals locked in fierce combat, among whom were over 10 ferocious women. The passers-by merely fled in all directions, avoiding the conflict without notifying the authorities. It was only when someone was killed that Du Xiaoshui realized this was no mere performance, but a genuine clash between two sections. Isn't anyone going to intervene? Where is the city lord? Du Xiaoshui could no longer stand idly by and shouted. You wish to meet the city lord? A small, thin man approached, his cultivation at the 12th level of the Yaoguang realm. Yet his looks barely rated 4 out of 10. No. I merely want to ask why the city lord is not intervening. The city lord is overwhelmed with duties and has no time to spare. What about the emperor? The emperor? Oh, he resides in the capital over 4,000 miles away. He can't come here. Besides, the higher the mountain, the further the emperor's reach. He cannot manage affairs here. And the Tianma sect? Upon hearing this, the thin man's expression changed. Are you a member of the Tianma sect? No, I'm just inquiring. It seems you are new to the world. Although this place falls under the Tianma sect's jurisdiction, they hardly intervene. Why? Because this territory is merely 300 miles from the Xianshan sect's domain. The city lord is the law here. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui finally understood the underlying reasons. In its prime, the Xianshan sect commanded a vast territory of 70 to 80,000 miles. Today, as Feng Dajuan had mentioned, it still held at least 40,000 miles. Unsurprisingly, the area where the two factions met, especially near the Tianma sect, was more chaotic than anywhere else. Young hero, being so young and handsome, have you considered seeking employment at the city lord's residence? I can recommend you. Once you enter, you will enjoy a life of luxury, with beauties aplenty. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui shook his head, indicating he was not interested. The next moment, the thin man erupted in fury. Are you mocking me? Pay up. Pay? You think you can extort me? With a loud thud, Du Xiaoshui struck the thin man first, nearly incapacitating him, leaving him unconscious for several days. I have no money, only my fists. Du Xiaoshui did not plan to stay in the city any longer. He left through the northern gate, continuing his journey north. That afternoon, he finally stepped beyond the Tianma sect's territory and entered the realm of the Xianshan sect. Upon arriving in a town, he was met with a warm welcome that a banner was raised at the street entrance, adorned with flamboyant characters. Welcome to the light, Du Xiaoshui chuckled to himself. You Xianshan sect are no saints either. UVE sent undercover agents into the Tianma sect 8 times. How noble could your methods be? Young hero, you exude an impressive charisma, clearly a prodigy. Why not join our Hong Fu martial arts school? At that moment, a middle-aged man, with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the Yaoguang realm, dressed in martial attire, approached him amicably. Chapter 35. I want to invest. Is your Hong Fu martial arts school genuinely formidable? Du Xiaoshui appraised the middle-aged man, having already discerned his looks. The man possessed well-defined features, achieving a commendable score of 5.8 in the system evaluation. Our Hong Fu martial arts school is the foremost martial arts academy within 1,000 miles. Renowned far and wide, boasting a wealth of talent, the middle-aged man eagerly extolled. Zhang Tianbao, stop your boasting, as he spoke. 4 martial instructors approached, the leader sneering, who doesn't he know your Hong Fu martial arts school is on the brink of collapse? Young hero, come to our Tianyun martial arts school instead, Du Xiaoshui inquired. Is your Tianyun martial arts school superior to the Hong Fu martial arts school? Absolutely. The 4 martial instructors beamed with pride. Our Tianyun martial arts school boasts over 30 martial instructors. With our disciples numbering as high as 800, our schoolmaster is at the third layer of the Kaiyang realm, and the two vice-schoolmasters are at the second layer. Younger hero, if you're interested. Without allowing the man to finish, Du Xiaoshui asked, do you have female martial instructors? Female martial instructors? We do not. We have female martial instructors. The middle-aged man quickly interjected. All right, then it's settled. I choose your Hongfu martial arts school. Du Xiaoshui finally made his decision. Younger hero, they have female martial instructors in the Hongfu martial arts school, and no need to say more. Your Tianyun martial arts school doesn't even have a female martial instructor. How dare you run a martial arts school? Fine, suit yourself. The four martial masters of Tianyun Martial Arts Hall displayed an air of indifference as they departed. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man escorted Du Xiaoshui through the town, hastening towards the entrance of a martial arts hall several kilometers away. Although the facade of the hall was somewhat modest, for Du Xiaoshui, the presence of female martial artists rendered it an enticing prospect. Even if the place was sparsely attended, it promised a vibrant experience. Suddenly, a woman emerged from within Hongfu Martial Arts Hall, exclaiming sweetly, Senior brother, you have returned. Indeed, he replied. And who might this be? A newly enrolled student. Wait a moment, Du Xiaoshui realized he had been deceived. The woman who had appeared was no young maiden. She was at least 30 years old, her features flawed, and her physique quite robust, were it not for her somewhat pleasant voice. Her overall appeal could not possibly reach a score of 3.9. Is she truly the female martial artist you mentioned? Yes. Just her alone? Yes. Isn't this rather unfair to those who are earnest? Du Xiaoshui remarked with displeasure, turning to seek out the individuals from Tianyun Martial Arts Hall. Both the middle-aged man and his female companion were left utterly bewildered. At that moment, a more melodious voice resonated from within the hall. Senior brother, you have finally returned. My father said there is something important he wishes to discuss with you. Du Xiaoshui had barely taken a few steps when this voice caught his attention, prompting him to glance back. A stunning beauty, standing at 1.68 meters with an aura of purity, appeared. 1 in a million, a goddess-like figure with an impressive score of 8. Is this young lady also a female martial artist of the hall? He inquired. Young hero, she is my junior sister, not a martial artist of the hall, the middle-aged man clarified. Then may I join your Hongfu Martial Arts Hall? Join? Both the man and the two women looked at him in confusion. What I mean is, I wish to become a martial artist at your Hongfu Martial Arts Hall. Young hero, do you possess any skills? Of course. How proficient? Well, I assure you, I am not lacking. The middle-aged man hesitated. I do not seek monetary compensation. Only food and lodging will suffice. However, you can't expect me to pay to be here, can you? Even that is not feasible, he replied. Then, a beautiful young woman, appearing around 17 or 18, dressed in form-fitting attire and boasting an impressive figure, stepped forward. What do you mean by that? I do not wish to deceive you. My father has stated that the hall will be closing in a few days. Why must it close? All our martial artists have left. That cannot be. Wasn't your hall renowned for its talent? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man blushed, chuckling awkwardly. Young hero, that was merely my boasting. I hope you do not take offense. I certainly do mind, Du Xiaoshui feigned concern. Young hero, I wish to invest, he interjected. Invest? The beauty and her senior brother, along with the second sister, were puzzled by his intentions. Can't you see? I am a wealthy and handsome man. That is, as long as I am pleased, I can purchase your martial arts hall at any time. Are you serious? Just then, a man in his 50s strode out, equally handsome and rated at 6. Are you the hall master? Indeed. How much do you desire? What amount are you willing to offer? 10,000. Deal. The hall master did not hesitate, readily agreeing to the sum. Du Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback. Hall master, you jest, do you not? I do not. If you truly wish to purchase Hongfu Martial Arts Hall, 10,000 is an acceptable figure for me. Really? It can be arranged immediately. Very well. Du Xiaoshui, being straightforward, agreed. An hour later, given the hall's close proximity to the nearest city, the middle-aged man quickly made 2 trips to the city lord's office, completing the necessary paperwork. When it came time for Du Xiaoshui to sign, he did not use his real name but instead inscribed Yan Zhu. The former master of Hongfu Martial Arts Hall was named Qi Hongfu, while the middle-aged man was called Zhang Tianbao. The robust woman, who was both Zhang Tianbao's sister and wife, was named Wang Jiao Jiao. The pivotal moment arrived. Qi Hongfu's precious daughter was named Qi Yunxiao, 18 years of age, with skin as fair as a flower, a captivating figure, and a gentle demeanor. Young hero Yin, I toast to you. During dinner, Qi Hongfu appeared elated, as if he had struck a remarkable deal. A toast in return, Du Xiaoshui lifted his glass, stealing a glance at Qi Yunxiao. At that moment, she too was gazing at him. Their eyes met, and Qi Yunxiao, already harboring fond feelings for him, blushed and quickly lowered her gaze. Observing this, both Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiaojiao were exceedingly pleased. To them, Du Xiaoshui was the epitome of a wealthy and handsome gentleman, particularly in terms of wealth. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. Yet Du Xiaoshui was not adept at concealing his riches. Unintentionally, he revealed a substantial bundle of gold bars to the couple. In the realm of Tianfang continent, gold bars represented a solid currency, each worth 1 million, sufficient to purchase 2 luxurious estates in the city. Conservatively estimating, Du Xiaoshui's wallet contained around 20 gold bars, amounting to 20 million. Was that not wealth? Indeed. Zhang Tianbao, out of goodwill, had previously cautioned Du Xiaoshui to refrain from displaying gold bars casually to avoid attracting envy. In gratitude for Zhang Tianbao's advice, Du Xiaoshui intended to offer him one of the gold bars, yet Zhang Tianbao hesitated to accept. How many men in the world could boast both wealth and looks? Only a beautiful and charming junior sister deserved such a prize. Young hero Yin, I heard you came from that direction, Qi Hongfu inquired after a few more drinks. Indeed. What are your future plans? I grew up without parents, my master has recently left, and that area has become quite chaotic, so I plan to settle here and establish a home. That place is indeed a bit tumultuous. With constant calls for violence, it is far better here, peaceful and prosperous. Indeed. Du Xiaoshui boldly stole another glance at Qi Yunxiao. Hall Master, I would like to invite you to stay and assist me in managing the martial arts hall. What do you say? No problem. Then I raise a toast to you. They clinked glasses once more. After the meal, Du Xiaoshui, assuming the role of host, settled into the martial arts hall, deciding not to change its name. It would still be called Hongfu. From that day forth, Du Xiaoshui became the proprietor of Hongfu Martial Arts Hall, albeit under the alias Yin Zhu. Chapter 36. Yin Zhu, the wealthy and handsome in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. Du Xiaoshui felt increasingly handsome with each passing day, an allure he could hardly contain. Throughout these 3 days, he had also familiarized himself with the surrounding circumstances, in the Tianfang continent. Martial arts were widely practiced, with 1 in every 10 individuals having trained. Within the territory of Xianshen sect, there were approximately 40 million inhabitants, implying that around 400,000 had engaged in martial arts. Of course, only a fraction of these martial practitioners belonged to the Xianshen sect. Aside from hermits, the vast majority of martial practitioners were scattered among the royal family, city lords' offices, and the general populace. The civilian martial practitioners roughly fell into 3 factions: sects and guilds, escort agencies, and martial arts halls. That a few years ago, Hongfu Martial Arts Hall boasted over a dozen martial artists and more than 100 students. However, after the students graduated last year, the hall could not enroll new students. Half of the martial artists sought other opportunities, while the other half were lured away by the competitive rival, Tianyun Martial Arts Hall. Offering higher salaries, it was only natural for martial practitioners to seek sustenance. What was unusual was that Hongfu Martial Arts Hall had not managed to recruit a single new student in months. Du Xiaoshui suspected that Tianyun Martial Arts Hall was secretly sabotaging them. However, lacking evidence, he had no intention of investigating. He had purchased the hall for the sole purpose of courting women, who had the time or inclination to manage a martial arts hall. As for Qi Hongfu's management, that was entirely his concern, unrelated to Du Xiaoshui. He merely wished to spend his days in the company of Qi Yunxiao. His charm had soared to over 180,000. While he could not claim to be invincible across the continent, he felt sufficiently capable of defending himself. Did winning Qi Yunxiao's heart and boosting his charm truly matter? His purpose for traversing to this world was not merely to cultivate or to achieve great feats, but to savor life's experiences. That afternoon, after lunch, Du Xiaoshui was entertaining Qi Yunxiao by reading her palm, weaving elaborate tales. Yunxiao, your palm lines are extraordinary, a sure sign of immense wealth and prosperity. Do you know what this line signifies? It is the peach blossom line. See how evident it is? It indicates that the one you love is, like me, a tall and handsome man. And this line here, known as the fortune line, is also quite pronounced, suggesting that your good fortune is imminent. Within a month, you shall rise to great heights. Your descendant line is remarkably strong. You will have 4 sons and 3 daughters in the future. Qi Yunxiao listened in astonishment. Brother Yin, can you truly discern how many sons and daughters I will have? I speak no falsehood. Observe this line. It is quite thick, branching out into 7 distinct marks. The darker ones denote sons, while the lighter ones indicate daughters. Qi Yunxiao focused intently, and indeed, she could discern the truth in his words. Brother Yin, let me see your descendant line. Without hesitation, Qi Yunxiao drew near, eagerly examining Du Xiaoshuai's palm. Ah, Brother Yin, why is your descendant line so strong? I can hardly count them. Is that so? Du Xiaoshuai withdrew his right hand with a forced smile, saying, men on the left, women on the right. You are looking at the right hand? So it doesn't count. My left hand is the same as your right. Let me have a look, another day. Not possible now. It's not that it can't be done, but just then, Zhang Tianbao entered from outside. Seeing the two of them close together, he was not surprised. Master, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for me? Du Xiaoshuai only recognized the people from the martial arts school, who would seek him out. Before he could inquire who it was, 3 individuals barged in, heading towards the outer hall. Wang Jiaojiao attempted to stop them but was unsuccessful. Are you the master of Hongfu Martial Arts School? Indeed. Du Xiaoshuai strode out. Aren't you over 50? How do you look so young? I am the new master. New master? What is your name? Yanzu. Yanzu? Are you Qi Hongfu's son-in-law? Well, never mind. Since you are the new master, I have come to see you. After saying this, the leader tossed a money pouch to Zhang Tianbao, treating it like giving alms. My master wants to rent this place for half a month. It must be cleaned up before dawn tomorrow. On what grounds? Du Xiaoshuai asked loudly. On the grounds that my master is the richest man in the city. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiaojiao's expressions changed. They both wanted to speak, but at that moment, Du Xiaoshuai asked, how rich is your master? A single hair from him is thicker than your thigh. The other party sneered. Is he tall? Not particularly. Is he handsome? Not particularly. To be honest, do you think I'm handsome? The person was taken aback, then replied, you are indeed somewhat handsome. Am I tall? Taller than many. I am tall, rich, and handsome. Your master might only be rich. How can he compare with me? Return the money to him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianbao tossed the money pouch back to the man. The man looked around, confirming something, and then asked, how rich are you? A few tens of millions, perhaps. Tens of millions? The man was skeptical. After all, he could never earn that much in his lifetime. Do you know how rich my master is? A few 100 million? At least 10 billion. So what? Even if my master isn't as tall or handsome as you, his wealth far surpasses yours, more than enough to make up for those 2 points. Still not as handsome as me, you? Let's go. This is my call. Do you believe I can tear this place down? The man's face turned crimson with anger. I don't believe it. Upon hearing this, the man clenched his fists but dared not make a move. Don't be impulsive, let's go, said the person on the left. Leave? The man departed Hongfu Martial Arts School, accompanied by 2 subordinates whose skills were inferior to his own. At that moment, Du Xiaoshuai sensed something and activated the handsomeness system. Oh, what is going on? It actually increased by 3,000 points of handsomeness. Suddenly, he noticed Wang Jiaojiao's gaze towards him was somewhat peculiar, unmistakably filled with admiration for a strong figure, a clear manifestation of idolization. No way. Could it be that the handsomeness system evolved after 2 reboots? Brother Yin, you are truly handsome. The speaker was not Wang Jiaojiao, but Qi Yunxiao beside her. Du Xiaoshuai turned to look, only to find Qi Yunxiao's expression was even more infatuated than Wang Jiaojiao's, almost glistening with admiration. Isn't it Sister Wang, but rather Sister Yunxiao? Du Xiaoshuai thought to himself. Ahem. Zhang Tianbao broke the enchanting atmosphere. Master, the richest man in the city has a good relationship with the city lord. If you refuse the person he sent this time, it might lead to trouble. What is there to fear? If the sky falls, I will hold it up. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaoshuai noticed his handsomeness value increased by several hundred points. Wang Jiaojiao's gaze remained unchanged, while Qi Yunxiao looked at him with even more sparkling eyes. Fortunately, it is not Sister Wang. I cannot do anything to betray Brother Zhang, Du Xiaoshui silently rejoiced. Thus, he confirmed one thing. To increase handsomeness points, the prerequisite is that the other party must hold favorable feelings towards him. Otherwise, it is meaningless. If any woman could help him boost his handsomeness points, wouldn't he surpass tens of millions within a day? That would be absurd. The handsomeness system couldn't be that powerful. However, upon reflection, Du Xiaoshui couldn't help but feel a pang of loss, as if he had squandered tens of billions. If given the choice, he would unhesitatingly opt to enhance the handsomeness system to a level where any woman could assist him. Chapter 37. Where did Dad go? The next day, Du Xiaoshui was once again checking Qi Yunxiao's fortune. This time, however, he was examining her facial features instead of palmistry. His fingers inevitably brushed against her smooth, delicate skin, which felt exquisite. Yet, Qi Yunxiao seemed entirely unconcerned, exhaling softly like orchids. Brother Yin, you really know so much. Whoever becomes your wife will surely be very happy. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui wanted to ask something, but Zhang Tianbao rushed in at an inopportune moment. Master, bad news. Calm down. Speak. What happened? Dozens of people have come from outside, and leading them is the richest man in the city, Qiandafu. I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be him. Master, you don't understand. I heard Qiandafu has formidable skills. How formidable? Level 6 of the Kaiyang realm. No problem, I can handle it. However, Du Xiaoshui suddenly shouted, Sister Wang, quickly close the door. Not even a dog should be allowed in. Got it. Wang Jiaojiao, stationed by the entrance, hurriedly shut the door and even moved a several hundred-pound stone lion to block it. Her cultivation was one level higher than her husband's, and she possessed significantly greater strength. If the couple were to fight, despite Zhang Tianbao being slightly taller than Wang Jiaojiao, he would certainly not be able to defeat her. Before long, a voice called from outside, I am Qiandafu. Here to pay a visit to Master Yin. Du Xiaoshui heard this and did not respond. After a while, Qiandafu's voice rang out again, Master Yin, my people offended you last time. It was truly inappropriate. I have come this time to apologize. Please give me a chance. Du Xiaoshui remained silent. Master Yin, do you have any requests? Although Du Xiaoshui did not speak, he was a bit surprised. I am willing to offer 1 million to rent the martial arts school for half a month. 1 million a day. Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiaojiao exchanged glances. Dumbfounded, Qi Yunxiao merely stared at Du Xiaoshui, seemingly unfazed. 10 million a day. Outside, Qiandafu was almost in tears. All right, deal. Du Xiaoshui did not wish to push too hard and decided to relent. Put down the boxes and come back with me, Qiandafu ordered, then led his group back to the city. A moment later, Du Xiaoshui instructed Wang Jiaojiao to move the stone lion and open the door. Soon, with the combined effort of Wang Jiaojiao and Zhang Tianbao, 15 wooden boxes were brought into the martial arts school. Wow, so much money. As Du Xiaoshui opened a box, Wang Jiaojiao exclaimed in surprise. Du Xiaoshui had never seen so much money in his life and was taken aback. When each box was opened, it was filled with cash. Each box contained 10 million. 15 boxes totaled 150 million. Enough to bury someone in wealth. Brother Zhang, this box of money is for you and Sister Wang. This? If you don't want it, I'll return it to Qiandafu. All right, thank you, Master. Long live the Master. Wang Jiaojiao shouted. Before long, Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiaojiao first moved 14 boxes of wealth to the basement for safekeeping, then brought the remaining box inside. Now we are set. The martial arts school can recruit a large number of martial arts instructors, and once we have instructors, you being foolish, what is wrong? I ask you, why did the master open the martial arts school in the first place? To make money. Then that is incorrect. Now the martial arts school has so much money. Why still give it away? But is the master someone who lacks money? Being tall, rich, and handsome is not merely a title. Should we still keep the school open? Yes, it should be opened, but there is no need to worry. Look at the master. He hasn't gone out these days, and he hasn't said anything either. At this point, Wang Jiaojiao chuckled, clearly delighted. Once the master marries the little junior sister, the master's money will be the same as the master's money, and vice versa. The master truly did not misjudge the person. He picked the master at first sight. What if Qiandafu? If Qiandafu dares to act recklessly, he would have attacked long ago. This Jiao Jiao? You make a lot of sense. Of course, as long as we follow the master, when the master eats meat, we will drink soup. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianbao felt a bit worried. We have the soup to drink now? But what about later? If one day the master gets shot by someone, will we also get punched? Never mind. Zhang Tianbao thought to himself, when soldiers come, I will block them, and when water comes, I will cover it. Those who open martial arts schools often encounter challengers. The master is not afraid, nor is the master, and neither am I. What do I have to fear? If something major happens, at worst, I will die on the same day. Month and year is Jiao Jiao. It wouldn't be in vain for us to be a couple. The following day, Du Xiaoshui, stationed at the martial arts hall and poised for action, awaited the arrival of Qian Dafu's emissary to challenge the establishment. After a prolonged half-day wait, the anticipated visitor finally arrived on the third day, but rather than a challenger, it was a representative seeking to discuss arrangements for entertaining esteemed guests. As for the identity of these guests, Du Xiaoshui remained in the dark, though he was certain they could not possibly be affiliated with Qian Dafu. This revelation led him to piece together the situation with considerable accuracy. It was no wonder that Qian Dafu spared no expense to secure the hall. He must have offended a powerful patron and, in a bid to safeguard his wealth and perhaps even his life, was forced to swallow his pride. Another day passed. The esteemed guests finally made their grand entrance, accompanied by an impressive entourage of no fewer than 100 individuals, each possessing notable martial prowess, resembling disciples of a prestigious sect. The guest of honor arrived in a palanquin, and neither Du Xiaoshui, who remained indoors, nor Wang Jiaojiao, who had ventured out under the pretext of exploring, could discern whether the occupant of the palanquin was male or female. Following a night of anticipation, the guests dispatched an envoy to request a meeting with the hall's master. Du Xiaoshui, sensing the gravity of the situation, chose to remain inactive and instructed Zhang Tianbao to represent him. Upon Zhang's return, his expression had shifted dramatically. Master, we have a serious predicament, he exclaimed. What has you so flustered? Du Xiaoshui inquired. The esteemed guest residing here is none other than the sect leader of the Hengdao sect. Known as Daoba, I have not heard of him. The Hengdao sect is the preeminent faction within 1,000 miles, and it is said that Daoba's martial prowess is unparalleled. Is he truly that formidable? Had I known, I would have been eager to meet him. Master, Dao sect leader instructed me to convey a message to you. What message? He wishes to host a distinguished figure here. A distinguished figure? Du Xiaoshui pondered. Somewhat bewildered. Isn't his cultivation already unparalleled? Indeed, to me, his prowess is unmatched. What level of cultivation does he possess? Yuheng realm, no less than the 4th level. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui mused that the distinguished figure Daoba mentioned must be significantly more powerful, likely at least at the 1st level of the Yuanwu realm. Should this individual arrive and cause trouble, he would not hesitate to put an end to it. The next day, the distinguished figure finally arrived. With an entourage so grand that it was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk, surrounding the martial arts hall were sect disciples numbering no less than 800, with a few of the highest cultivation levels rivaling that of Daoba. The distinguished guest was such that commoners could only observe from a distance, unable to approach. Hall master, pray tell, who is this distinguished figure? Zhang Tianbao, who had come to report, steadied himself and inquired. It appears to be the legendary Han Jianhuang. He replied, Who is Han Jianhuang? It is said that 2,000 miles away lies a lake, with an island upon which stands a palace known as the Jianhu Palace, and Han Jianhuang is its master. I see. And what level of cultivation does Han Jianhuang possess? He is the pinnacle of the pinnacle. This revelation, Du Xiaoshui could not help but chuckle. Brother Zhang, have you ever conversed with Han Jianhuang? How could I dare? I lack the qualifications. I entered through the back door and did not even have the courage to use the front. At that moment, Qi Yunxiao entered, treating Du Xiaoshui with the familiarity of kin. Brother Yin, have you seen my father? Your father? I have not. Master brother, what about you? Neither have I. Strange, where could my father be? Suddenly, Wang Jiaojiao rushed in, her face pale, trembling as she spoke. A grave matter has arisen. What has happened to my father? Qi Yunxiao's face turned ashen. It is not your master, but the city lord, she stammered. What happened to the city lord? Zhang Tianbao queried. The city lord has been slain by Daoba with a single stroke, under the order of the divine sect, authorized by the southern emperor. The divine sect? Could it be the Xin divine sect? Du Xiaoshui felt a stir within his heart. And who was this southern emperor? The emperor of the south. The territory of the Xin divine sect spans tens of thousands of miles. It is not impossible for there to be several emperors. Where could my father possibly be? Qi Yunxiao interjected. The fate of the city lord was of little concern to her. She was solely focused on finding her father. Chapter 38. You may call me the charming young man. The origins of the Xin divine sect are shrouded in mystery. But it has existed for over a millennium. During the first battle between good and evil, the leader of the Righteous Alliance was the sect master of the Xin divine sect. However, during the second battle, the Xin divine sect became sidelined, forced to relinquish its position as the leader. Fortunately for the Xin divine sect, as an established sect, it retained a considerable amount of territory. Within its domain, there are 5 emperors. The most prominent being the Central Emperor. It is said that each generation of the Central Emperor must pay homage to the elders of the Xin divine sect as their teacher. Possessing the highest cultivation level among the 5 emperors, the other 4 emperors, Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern, are of similar strength, each subordinate to the Central Emperor. In the Southern Emperor's realm, there have been no reports of a city lord being beheaded in nearly a century. Yet today, a city lord has lost his head to Daoba's blade. The news has spread like wildfire, shocking not only the townsfolk but also those from beyond the city walls. Though the city lord's cultivation may not have been extraordinarily high, his status was unique. Under normal circumstances, even if Daoba held a grudge against the city lord, he would not dare to strike. However, this time, he acted without hesitation, indicating he came prepared. With the divine sect's decree and the Southern Emperor's authorization, Daoba could slay whomever he wished within the Xin divine sect's territory without a second thought. Of course, if he dared to falsify the divine sect's orders, he would not survive the day. As Han Jinhuang, the master of Jinhu Palace, was just outside the city, capable of sending Daoba to his demise with a single sword strike. At this moment, Han Jinhuang entered the Hongfu Martial Arts Hall through the front door, followed by 8 attendants, each at the first level of the Yuheng realm. Qi Hall Master, I have come to pay my respects. Please step forward to meet me. Han Jinhuang, in his 50s and possessing Yuanwu realm cultivation, spoke, clearly regarding Qi Hongfu as a formidable figure. Who are you? What business do you have with my father? Qi Yunxiao stepped forward to inquire. Impertinent, the 8 attendants shouted in unison. How dare you? Han Jinhuang scolded, causing the attendants to fall silent in fear. Miss, is your esteemed father Qi Hongfu, the hall master? He inquired. Yes, he is. And where is he? I am also searching for him, she replied. He is not at the martial arts hall? Han Jinhuang's expression shifted. I do not know. Unbeknownst to them, prior to Daoba's arrival at the Hongfu Martial Arts Hall, the establishment had been divided into Eastern and Western courtyards. The Eastern courtyard was designated for entertaining guests, while the Western courtyard served as the residence for Du Xiaoshui and his companions. Qi Yunxiao had only searched the Western courtyard and had yet to visit the Eastern. You do not know? We have leased the Eastern courtyard to you. Who authorized this? Han Jinhuang demanded. It was my own decision. I beg your pardon, came a voice from outside. Enter. Han Jinhuang commanded. Yes. A man, whose appearance could be deemed handsome yet adorned with a bushy beard, stepped forward. Despite having never met him before, Du Xiaoshui recognized him as the notorious Daoba, famed for his fearsome reputation. Who instructed you to act in such a manner? Han Jinhuang pressed. It was my own initiative. Please do not blame you, Daoba replied, bowing respectfully. Just moments before, he had slain the city lord with a single stroke, exuding an air of intimidation, yet now he resembled a mouse caught in the presence of a cat. Speaking in hushed tones, Humph, Han Jinhuang, realizing that the matter could not be solely blamed on Daoba, chose not to admonish him further. He then summoned a close attendant and whispered a few instructions, after which the attendant hurried away. At this juncture, Han Jinhuang turned his attention to Du Xiaoshui. Have heard that the Hongfu Martial Arts Hall has recently acquired a new proprietor, a young man. You must be he. Indeed, that is correct, Du Xiaoshui affirmed. I have heard your name is Yanzu. Yes. Are you not aware of who I am? I have heard you are Han Jinhuang, and that you are the master of Jinhu Palace. Interesting, Han Jinhuang remarked with a smile. In truth, Han Jinhuang was not lacking in looks, possessing a certain charm, his overall appeal reaching a score of 7.3. When not smiling, he exuded an air of authority. Yet when he did smile, He appeared quite amiable. I have heard that the wealthiest man in the city, Dafu, was extorted of 150 million. Is that true? I did not extort him. He offered it willingly. Being coerced is also a form of willingness, so what now? Thus, I suggest you return half. Are you his protector? Han Jianhuang asked incredulously. He is not worthy of that yet. Then by what right? Within the territory of the Xin divine sect, extortion and coercion cannot be tolerated. I do not believe such matters have not occurred before. This, Han Jianhuang's expression shifted, and his tone grew serious. What do you mean by that? If you can ensure that such incidents do not occur in the future, I would gladly return the entire sum, not just half. Young man, do you think you can change the hearts of men? I cannot change them. I simply refuse to return the money. Han Jianhuang struggled to contain his annoyance and then inquired, do you know why I am asking you to refund half? I do not. Recently, a flood has devastated a certain region, leaving many homeless. If donations, fine. Whatever Jinhu Palace donates, I will match, until I am left with nothing. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiaojiao broke into a cold sweat. To them, Han Jianhuang was akin to a demigod. Should he be provoked, he could easily cleave the Hongfu martial arts hall in two with a single strike. Are all the young people today so reckless? Han Jianhuang mused, not requiring a reply. You may call me the charming young man. Charming young man? Han Jianhuang felt somewhat bewildered. However, upon reflection, he realized that during his youth, especially in his adolescent years, he often exhibited a rather juvenile demeanor. In other words, he perceived Du Xiaoshui as merely a boy on the cusp of manhood. There are certainly hundreds of youngsters like you in the city. I shall not stoop to your level. Since you are unwilling to refund the money, I have no desire to tarnish my reputation by bullying the young. Depart from the Hongfu Martial Arts Academy. Du Xiaoshui chuckled and replied, I have purchased the Martial Arts Academy. Where do you suggest I go? I bought it. I have no intention of selling it just yet. 1 million. Not for sale. Just as Han Jianhuang was about to raise the price, a green-robed elder, possessing the cultivation of the fourth layer of the Yuheng realm, hurriedly entered and whispered to Han Jianhuang. His expression shifted dramatically before he finally commanded, Dao Ba, take your men and accompany me to the city. Yes. Dao Ba promptly withdrew all the disciples of the Hangdao sect stationed in the eastern courtyard. Subsequently, he led his subordinates to follow the people from the Jinhu Palace. Only after the Jinhu Palace and Hangdao sect had vanished without a trace did Qi Yunxiao, who had remained silent for a long time, finally inquire, where has my father gone? Second senior sister, do you know? Master is missing? Indeed. Is there a chance he is in the eastern courtyard? However, when Qi Yunxiao and Wang Jiaojiao searched the entire eastern courtyard, they found no sign of Qi Hongfu. The following morning, Qi Yunxiao was still searching for his father. Fortunately, Du Xiaoshui had not yet become Qi Hongfu's son-in-law. Otherwise, he too would be seeking his father-in-law. Nevertheless, Du Xiaoshui was not a cold-hearted individual. He ordered his servants to prepare a lavish feast, intending to treat Qi Yunxiao, Wang Jiaojiao, and Zhang Tianbao to a hearty meal upon their return to the Martial Arts Academy after their exhaustive search. Ultimately, he could not wait for the three to return and dined alone before collapsing into a deep slumber. His nap lasted only an hour, and he awoke just before 2 in the afternoon. Consequently, he strolled between the eastern and western courtyards, carrying the birdcage that Qi Hongfu had tended to for several years. After half an hour, seeing no sign of Qi Yunxiao and the others, Du Xiaoshui exited the Martial Arts Academy. That moment, a scholarly-looking youth, accompanied by a young attendant, approached from the direction of the market. Du Xiaoshui initially paid them no mind, but as the pair drew closer, he glanced at the attendant and noted the young boy's striking features, his fair complexion, delicate nose, and cherry-red lips. Was this not a beauty in its own right? A remarkable score of 8.2. When Du Xiaoshui finally turned his gaze to the scholar, he was momentarily taken aback. Divine countenance. Much like Li Manju, he possessed an otherworldly beauty, standing slightly taller at 1.73 meters, and his overall score was a stunning 9.5. Yet, despite his examination, Du Xiaoshui could not determine why the scholar's visage did not reach the level of breathtaking beauty. Could it be that he wore a mask? Chapter 39. The indistinguishable. What are you staring at? The attendant approached and glared at Du Xiaoshui. I am not looking at you. You are looking at my young master. Where is your young master? Du Xiaoshui inquired deliberately. The attendant stomped his foot in frustration. This gentleman, is this not the Hongfu Martial Arts Academy? As soon as the scholar spoke, Du Xiaoshui felt a flutter of intrigue. Was this scholar male or female? If female, why the Adam's apple? If male, how could the voice be so melodious? In a moment of clarity, Du Xiaoshui understood. For the handsome system had already indicated to him that the scholar was not a top-tier handsome man, but rather a beauty of breathtaking caliber. Even with an Adam's apple, it was likely a facade. The only pity was that the chest was rather flat, lacking in comparison to his own. However, if the Adam's apple was a pretense, the chest could also be. Fairy, fairy! Suddenly, the bird in the cage began to chirp excitedly, its small eyes gleaming with mischief. And no squawking, the attendant shouted. And certainly no lewdness. Little Doozy, did you hear that? No lewdness, lewdness, lewdness. Little Doozy mimicked Du Xiaoshui, chirping even more joyfully. The attendant's cheeks puffed with anger, wanting to retaliate but ultimately refraining. Young master, this is indeed the Hongfu Martial Arts Academy. Whom do you seek? Du Xiaoshui ignored the attendant and addressed the scholar. I am looking for Master Qi. Unfortunately, Master Qi is not present. Might I inquire as to his whereabouts? I am not sure. The thing is, the scholar stepped forward, carrying a faint fragrance reminiscent of orchids, which Du Xiaoshui had never encountered before. I am Master Qi's nephew, having traveled a great distance. If it is not too much trouble, may I enter to speak? Certainly, certainly. Come in. Du Xiaoshui, carrying the birdcage, turned and stepped into the martial arts academy. Shortly thereafter, in the hall of the academy, the host and guests took their seats. Once the servants had served tea and exited, Du Xiaoshui asked, May I know how to address you, young sir? My name is Yuming. Yuming? That is quite a unique name. You flatter me. May I ask your esteemed name? I am Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu? That is rather intriguing. Upon hearing this, Yuming smiled, revealing perfectly white teeth, which captivated Du Xiaoshui's attention. I am Yun Tong, the attendant interjected. However, Du Xiaoshui paid no heed, nor did Yuming. Where do you hail from, brother Yin? I come from the neighboring city. The neighboring city? Ah, I see. And you, Yun brother? Dazhou City. So it is. Forgive my ignorance, I have not heard of it. Dazhou is a small city, with a population of merely tens of thousands. It is normal that you have not heard of it. Yuming was quite eloquent. Yun brother, you seek Master Qi. Is there a particular matter at hand? I have come to seek refuge with him. May I ask how long you intend to stay? As long as I wish. That complicates things. Why is that? The Hongfu Martial Arts Academy now belongs to me. I can repurchase it. Yun brother, you misunderstand. I have no intention of selling the academy at this time. Then I can rent it. For how long? For however long you desire. Very well, I shall rent it for 10 days at 1,000 a day. No problem. Thus, Du Xiaoshui rented the eastern courtyard to Yuming without considering that it had already been rented to Qian Dafu, who had paid 150 million, while Yuming only paid 10,000. Upon discovering this, Qian Dafu would surely be devastated. As dusk fell, Qi Yunxiao and the others finally returned, still having not located Qi Hongfu. After a simple dinner, Wang Jiaojiao took a pillow to sleep in the same room as the junior sister, hoping to comfort Qi Yunxiao. With no one around, Du Xiaoshui inquired, Brother Zhang, do you know where Master Qi's hometown is? I do, Dazhou City. Does he have a nephew? I am not certain, but he did mention having a sister. So it is true. What is true? 2 individuals came previously, one named Yuming and the other Yun Tong. Yunming claimed to be Master Qi's nephew, having traveled thousands of miles to seek him out. I took pity on them and rented the eastern courtyard to her. Zhang Tianbao was momentarily taken aback. Master, how much did you charge young Master Yun? 10,000. 10,000. Wasn't the eastern courtyard already rented to Qian Dafu? Master, do you not think this could lead to significant trouble? Rest assured, Qian Dafu would not dare to come. Since Han Jianhuang has left, he will not return. Zhang Tianbao pondered for a moment before deciding to trust him. Master, previously, I would not submit to anyone but my master. Now, I also submit to you. What of me? I have no intention of fighting you. If you wish to fight, direct your energies toward Wang Jia. However, you will not have the chance tonight. Fight. Zhang Tianbao initially did not comprehend. Once he understood, even as a middle-aged man, he could not help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. Before long, several more days had passed, and in total, Du Xiaoshui had resided at the Hongfu Martial Arts Academy for over 10 days. Each day was as plain and monotonous as the last, yet he grew more handsome by the day, with no one to hinder him. One day, after awakening from his slumber, he followed his usual routine of grooming, having breakfast and planning to take little Doozy for a stroll around the market. Fairy, fairy, little Doozy chirped joyfully upon spotting Yunming and Yun Tong. In lewdness, Du Xiaoshui admonished. Little Doozy, upon hearing this, refrained from any unruly outbursts. What breed of bird is this? Yun Tong inquired. Rude. What bird? This is little Doozy. I know. To tell you the truth, it is a mixed breed. Mixed breed? Yuming and Yun Tong were puzzled. Little Doozy's parents are a parrot and a golden-headed myna. While everyone knew of parrots, neither Yuming nor Yun Tong had heard of the golden-headed myna. Actually, I do not know what a golden-headed myna is either. I only heard Master Qi mention it. Du Xiaoshui explained with a smile. Where has Master Qi gone? Yun Tong asked. With Master Qi's high cultivation, he should be safe wherever he goes. Humph. There are always mountains beyond mountains and skies beyond skies. From your tone, do you possess some cultivation as well? Of course I do. Let us spar another day. Who wants to fight you? Having abandoned the idea, Du Xiaoshui gazed at Yuming and inquired, Brother Yun, do you possess any cultivation skills? Would you be interested in engaging in a duel with me? When shall we arrange it? Yuming replied with a smile, perhaps in a few days. What location shall we choose? He asked. Anywhere will suffice, was the response. Should we determine a winner? That is entirely up to you. If I were to defeat Brother Yin, would there be any consequences? I cannot possibly lose, she stated confidently. Why is that? My stamina is exceptional. I am no less capable, Yunming retorted, her gaze intense and challenging. Du Xiaoshui, aware of her femininity yet unable to discern her gender clearly, felt a twinge of hesitation in meeting her eyes, lest she misinterpret his intentions. Haha, Brother Yun, are you heading out? He asked. Indeed, she replied. Where to? Into the city. Please, go ahead. And what of Brother Yin? I shall wander about a nearby town. With that, Du Xiaoshui watched as Yuming departed with Yuntong. However, he inadvertently overheard the following conversation. Young master, do you truly intend to fight him? The duel we speak of is not what you envision. What is it then? It is something to be understood. Not spoken of. At this point, Du Xiaoshui felt a vague sense of unease. Could it be that Yunming had already discerned the true nature of his challenge? If that were the case, and she continued to jest with him while being fully aware of his meaning, there could only be two possibilities. 1. Yunming is adept in the ways of men and women. Or 2. She is deliberately teasing him. Should it be the latter, it would pose a significant problem. For Du Xiaoshui had unwittingly lost a round. Very well, Yuming, regardless of whether you are male or female, or who you may be, within 3 days, I, Du Xiaoshui, shall find an opportunity to reclaim my honor. Chapter 40. I will dazzle you with my charm. That night, the stars twinkled brilliantly in the vastness of the city. In the eastern part of town, a well-lit area was heavily guarded. Even a master of the Yuheng realm would find it impossible to infiltrate such a tightly secured location. Yet, for Du Xiaoshui, it was hardly a challenge. At that moment, he had not only infiltrated the most secure area, but had also remained hidden for over 10 minutes. His master, Feng Dajuan, had taught him a profound secret technique to conceal his presence. Normally, with his level of cultivation, even at full strength, he could only evade detection from a 6th-level Yuheng expert. However, due to the unique nature of his profound energy, even those at the Yuanwu realm found it difficult to sense his existence. Suddenly, 2 figures streaked across the night sky and landed on the rooftop, both at the 1st level of Yuheng. Strangely, though they passed quite close, merely a couple of meters away, they seemed entirely oblivious to him. After they quickly scanned the roof and moved on, Du Xiaoshui let out a silent sigh of relief. Indeed, the defenses were formidable. Had I not been clad in dark clothing, continuously employing my master's stealth technique, I would have surely been detected by those 2. Moments later, 2 more figures flew past him. Their cultivation no less than that of the 1st level of Yuheng, yet they too failed to notice the hidden Du Xiaoshui. He could not help but feel a sense of exhilaration. Alas, this stealth technique cannot be employed while in motion. Were it possible, it would be indistinguishable from divine arts. At this juncture, 8 figures appeared, 4 of whom Du Xiaoshui had seen earlier, each pair landing on separate rooftops, adopting a commanding stance. Must they be so vigilant? Du Xiaoshui pondered. Just then, Han Jianhuang entered a nearby hall with a dozen others, including 4 Yuheng experts from the Jianhu Palace and others like Daoba, all of whom were no less than 4th-level Yuheng. "Welcome, young master," a voice echoed from an unknown source, reverberating throughout the vicinity. In an instant, everyone, including Han Jianhuang and the 8 companions on the rooftops, knelt, bowing their heads, none daring to look up. Could my suspicions have been correct? Du Xiaoshui, fearing that Han Jianhuang might sense his presence, suppressed any emotional fluctuations, remaining as still as a corpse. Soon after, 2 figures entered the hall. First seen from behind, then turning to face the hidden Du Xiaoshui. Indeed, it was the 2 he had suspected. The pair, dressed as a scholar and a servant, were none other than Yunmeng and Yuntong. At that moment, Yuntong, though unchanged in appearance, exuded a formidable aura. Surely not. This girl is barely in her 20s. How has she cultivated to such a level, rivaling even Han Jianhuang? In contrast, Yunmeng emitted no aura whatsoever, appearing as tranquil as a living corpse. Even Han Jianhuang, without lifting his gaze, could not perceive her presence. Han Jianhuang inwardly gasped, thinking, even if I trained for 100 years, I could never reach such a level. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoshui, though astonished, felt a surge of competitive spirit. He had lost to Yunmeng earlier in the day, and now sensed that she was no ordinary opponent. Acknowledging that it was somewhat fanciful to think he could surpass her, he nonetheless mused, without dreams, what distinguishes a person from a salted fish? Is it not merely a matter of being stronger than those of the Yuanwu realm? No matter how high your cultivation, can it withstand my impressive charm value of 180,000? I will surely dazzle you one day. Have you not yet located Qi Hongfu? Yuntong asked, sounding more authoritative than even Han Jianhuang. Yet she was merely Yunmeng's servant. No, Han Jianhuang replied, his demeanor humble. If Qi Hongfu is not found within 3 days, there will be consequences. At this pronouncement, even Han Jianhuang appeared alarmed. Yet no one dared to speak, for that would invite death. Han Jianhuang, what is the true identity of the one known as Yin Zhu? He hails from the territory of the Tianma sect, seemingly a disciple of the Demon Sword Immortal. Demon Sword Immortal? What is that? Du Xiaoshui had never heard of such a figure, but Yuntong continued. The Demon Sword Immortal has been missing for over a decade. His fate is uncertain. How can you be sure he is Yin Zhu's master? Reliable sources claim that the Demon Sword Immortal was spotted in the neighboring city last year, and a month ago, someone witnessed him reappearing there with a young man who resembles Yin Zhu in age. Similarity in age does not equate to identity. I will have my men continue the investigation. Suddenly, Yunmeng lifted her gaze slightly toward the opposite rooftop, then smiled gently, revealing her teeth. Finally speaking, she said, the Demon Sword Immortal is a figure of both righteousness and villainy. Should he be swayed to join our righteous alliance, he would be an invaluable asset. If Yin Zhu is indeed his disciple, we must not offend him. Of course, those who do offend the disciple of the Demon Sword Immortal and face his wrath will have only themselves to blame. Han Jianhuang, do you understand my meaning? Upon hearing this, Han Jianhuang became even more deferential, nearly bowing his head to the ground. I do not understand. Truly do not comprehend. I understand a little. A little is how much? The young master means we should not offend Yin Zhu, yet we must keep his possible connection to the Demon Sword Immortal under wraps. You indeed understand a little. Young master praises you. Very well, that will be all for tonight. With that, Yunmeng stepped out of the hall first. Yuntong followed closely at her side, and they both exited the building. After a full half-hour, Du Xiaoshui, having restrained himself for so long, finally saw Han Jianhuang rise, followed by his 4 subordinates and Daoba, with the 8 companions being the last to stand. The others remained unable to rise for the time being. With a rustle, the 8 companions leaped down to guard the hall's entrance. Once Han Jianhuang and his group had conferred and departed, Du Xiaoshui finally slipped away from the rooftop. He did not dare to fly through the air, but opted instead to move stealthily along the ground, traversing the area as if it were uninhabited. Suddenly, a figure emerged from his left side, and Du Xiaoshui found it too late to evade. Yin brother, why are you dressed this way? The newcomer was none other than Yunmeng. Du Xiaoshui, his face obscured by a blue cloth, regarded her with a captivating gaze. Yin brother, do you wish to duel with me? Hee hee. Young brother and Yin brother seem to have an instant rapport. May I inquire about your school of thought? You may guess. Could it be that Yin brother is truly a high disciple of the Demon Sword Immortal? And you? Du Xiaoshui did not answer but countered. Might brother Yun be from the Xinshin sect? Yin brother is astute. Ha ha, Du Xiaoshui chuckled softly, striding away. Yunming made no effort to impede him. Only after Du Xiaoshui had walked a considerable distance did she realize something. Yin Zhu, Yin Zhu, I bested you in one encounter by day and lost to you by night, leaving us at a stalemate. Yet you have piqued my interest. I shall uncover your secrets one day. Chapter 41. This is my golden card. Use it freely the next day. After Du Xiaoshui and the others set out to search for Qi Hongfu, he ventured alone to the eastern courtyard. Carrying a birdcage, to his surprise, Yunming and Yuntong had not returned, leaving the expansive courtyard devoid of any presence. After wandering for a while, he was about to head back to the western courtyard when, unexpectedly, Qi Hongfu, who had been missing for days, appeared before him. Oh, isn't this the pavilion, Master Qi? You have returned. Ah, indeed. I have returned. Qi Hongfu was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Du Xiaoshui, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Master Qi, if you do not return soon, I might have assumed you were abducted by human traffickers, Yin Xiaoxia jested. Afterward, Qi Hongfu attempted to take his leave, but suddenly he froze, then grasped Du Xiaoshui's wrist. Appearing quite intimate, Yin Xiaoxia, do you harbor feelings for Yun Xiao? The young lady is quite beautiful. Everyone admires her. What I mean to say is, if Yun Xiao were to wed you, would you accept her? I have no betrothal gifts. Betrothal gifts are merely material possessions. They are of no consequence. I have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You are already wed, indeed. Are you serious? No doubt about it. Qi Hongfu, half convinced, questioned Du Xiaoshui's true identity. However, considering Du Xiaoshui's youth, how could he possibly have 3 wives and 4 concubines? It was likely a fabrication. Master Qi, why do you persist in holding my hand? If I were to become your father-in-law, would you not assist me? Master Qi, you digress. I do have affection for Miss Yun Xiao, but she may not reciprocate. Moreover, she is unaware of my background, and I know little of hers. How could we discuss marriage? All you need do is nod. And from henceforth, Yun Xiao shall be your fiancé. Already have 2 fiancés. Am I to become a playboy? As Du Xiaoshui contemplated his response, at that moment, a figure entered, and to his surprise, it was Yuming. Upon seeing Yuming, Qi Hongfu was momentarily stunned, followed by an involuntary tremor, yet he did not release Du Xiaoshui's wrist. Are you Master Qi? Yuming inquired with a smile. You are? Master Qi, I am your nephew. Nephew? Qi Hongfu's countenance turned pale as understanding dawned upon him. Master Qi, you seem unwell today. Why do you cling to my hand? Du Xiaoshui feigned ignorance. Yin Xiaoxia, are you in cahoots with my nephew? Not at all. Not at all. Then it must be so. That is excellent. I beseech you for a favor. Do not beg me, however. Qi Hongfu disregarded this. I have resolved to betroth Yun Xiao to you. If I perish, you shall become her husband, and you must care for her. Master Qi, you cannot unilaterally decide this matter. Yunming interjected, a son must marry, and a daughter must wed. As Yun Xiao's father, I hold full authority. You are indeed the biological father of Qi Yun Xiao? Am I not? You know full well. At this point, Yuming turned to Du Xiaoshui and said, Yin Xiong, this matter does not concern you. I ask you to retreat to the west courtyard. Yin Xiong, my hand is still being grasped by Master Qi. How can I retreat? Master Qi, do you truly intend to wed Qi Yun Xiao to Yin Xiong? Upon hearing this, Qi Hongfu seemed to receive a tremendous shock, as if Yunming's words bore an irresistible, mysterious power. With a thud, Qi Hongfu knelt, naturally releasing Du Xiaoshui's wrist. Young master, I implore you to spare Yun Xiao. She is innocent. Who claims I wish to harm her? Did a glimmer of hope flicker in Qi Hongfu's heart? She is my cousin. I cherish her too dearly to bring her harm. Thank you, young master. Qi Hongfu bowed deeply, then knelt on the ground, raising his hand to strike his forehead, resolute in his intent. Wait, that person does not desire your death, I understand. In an instant, before Du Xiaoshui could intervene, Qi Hongfu gouged out his own eyes, not uttering a sound. Resembling a stalwart man, Master Qi, your actions put me in a difficult position, Du Xiaoshui sighed as he witnessed Qi Hongfu's self-inflicted blindness. Yin Xiaoxia, this matter does not concern you. It was my own volition. Qi Hongfu said after hastily bandaging his wounds. That is not what I meant. Then what does Yin Xiaoxia imply? I ask you, is this Hongfu martial hall yours or mine? It was once mine. Now it is yours. Then it is settled. You are in my establishment and under duress. You have blinded yourself. If this were to become known, how would I continue to run the martial hall? It was my choice. That does not concern me. Du Xiaoshui made it clear he intended to intervene. At that moment, Yimeng smiled slightly. Yin Xiong, since you wish to involve yourself in this matter, how do you propose I compensate you? I possess two notable traits. I am lecherous and I am greedy. Which can you satisfy? Qi Hongfu's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. To his astonishment, Yimeng not only remained unperturbed but continued to smile. I currently lack the means to satisfy Yin Xiong's lechery, so it seems I must part with some wealth to avert disaster. How much do you possess? How much does Yin Xiong desire? Naturally, the more, the better. Are you not concerned about having an insatiable appetite? I can handle it. Very well. Yimeng produced a gold card from her bosom, approached him, and stated, I possess a gold card. As long as you are within the territory of the Xianshan sect, you may withdraw funds from any bank at your leisure. Just as Du Xiaoshui reached out to accept it, Yimeng swiftly pressed the gold card into his hand and whispered a private remark meant solely for his ears. Handsome boy, I shall remember you. Without waiting for Du Xiaoshui's reaction, she turned to Qi Hongfu and declared, Master Qi, I shall send someone to fetch you before sunset tomorrow, and I will take my cousin with me. I trust you will be prudent as you command. Qi Hongfu remained kneeling. In the next moment, Yunmeng gracefully departed from the martial hall, her figure resembling a drifting cloud. Upon regaining his senses, Du Xiaoshui held the gold card to his nose, catching a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Indeed, she was a woman. No matter how she disguised herself, she could not deceive the system. It seemed she held considerable influence within the Xianshan sect. Could she possibly be a disciple of the sect master? Suddenly, Qi Hongfu stood and asked, Yin Xiaoxia, does the gold card given to you by the young master bear a portrait? Upon closely examining it, Du Xiaoshui confirmed there was indeed a likeness. Indeed, this portrait appears to be that of a woman. That is the founding master of the Xianshan sect. Anyone possessing such a gold card is either a high-ranking official of the sect or an individual of exceptional standing with a special connection to the sect. I advise you to use it sparingly to avoid trouble. What sort of trouble could arise? Regardless, I mean no harm. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui chuckled softly, tucking the gold card into his bosom. Master Qi, have you been hiding in the martial hall these past few days? How do you know? Qi Hongfu was taken aback. Xiao Duzi informed me. Xiao Duzi betrayed me. Qi Hongfu forced a smile. It is not that it betrayed you. Rather, I discerned your bond with it resembles that of father and son. If you truly wished to leave, you would have released it beforehand, given that it has eaten and drunk well in your absence. It seems as though you were still present in the martial hall. With a sigh, Qi Hongfu acknowledged, Yin Xiaoxia, you are truly remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed. Your cultivation must be at least the 6th level of the Jade Balance Realm. I am at the 1st level of the Yuan Martial Realm. No wonder even Han Jianhuang could not perceive your presence within the martial hall. Should a confrontation arise, I would stand no chance against Han Jianhuang. Du Xiaoshui nodded in agreement. Although he had previously offended Han Jianhuang, he could not deny the formidable aura that surrounded him. Qi Hongfu could not hope to compete. In the evening, Qi Yunxiao and her companions returned to the martial hall, only to learn that Qi Hongfu had already arrived. Aside from Qi Yunxiao, Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiaojiao remained unaware that Qi Hongfu had lost his sight. As for how Qi Hongfu concocted a tale to deceive Qi Yunxiao, Du Xiaoshui was oblivious and had no intention of inquiring. In any case, by the following morning, after he had finished breakfast, Qi Yunxiao joyfully approached him, expressing her desire for him to read her fortune. Her previous worries dissipated. Reluctantly, Du Xiaoshui acquiesced to her request, yet it was not a matter of reading her face or palm but rather examining her physique, resulting in another instance of him being taken advantage of by Qi Yunxiao. Nevertheless, Qi Yunxiao appeared unbothered, claiming that as children of the Jianghu, they should not concern themselves with trivialities. Ultimately, after the fortune reading concluded, Du Xiaoshui's charm value increased, reaching precisely 190,000, and the date was the 30th of February. Chapter 42. Please send me the location of Yipin Building. On the 1st of March, after waking, Du Xiaoshui first glanced at his charm value. 190,010, 10 points more than the previous day, making him even more handsome. Following this, he proceeded to groom himself, have breakfast, and planned to stroll through the city. also taking the opportunity to admire the beautiful women on the streets. Wow, there are indeed many beauties. This one scores 6.3. This one, 7.1. Oh, this one even has 7.7. Too bad she is married. Given the many guards surrounding her, she is certainly not someone I can provoke. Never mind, I am merely looking. Nothing more. Du Xiaoshui held no interest in men. Thus he overlooked the male populace, fixated solely on the women. Until, is that not Yunming? Why hasn't she left yet? Du Xiaoshui pondered, just as he was about to feign ignorance and bypass a flat-chested scholar to continue his admiration of the beauties. Yet, Yunming approached with a cheerful smile that not Yin Shtong. Greetings. Yin Shtong, may I invite you to a meal today? Certainly. Du Xiaoshui, realizing that having taken her golden card rendered the choice of meal inconsequential, entered an extraordinarily opulent restaurant with her. After the meal, a twinge of regret struck him, for Yunming had ordered an extravagant spread, complemented by a bottle of aged wine priced at 3,000. Totaling over 10,000. Had he known this beforehand, he would have settled for a modest eatery instead. Where have Yin Xiong, Master Qi, and Miss Qi gone? Yunming inquired, feigning ignorance as they walked down the street. I'm not sure, he replied. The father and daughter mentioned they were leaving for a distant place yesterday afternoon, accompanied by a coachman. Since Yunming wished to entertain him, Du Xiaoshui was more than willing to oblige. What will happen to the martial arts school? Isn't there Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiao? And you? As for me, I am but a hands-off proprietor. Then, Yin Xiong, would you be interested in accompanying me to a certain place? Where to? Yipin Lu. What sort of establishment is Yipin Lu? It is a place filled with many beautiful ladies. A brothel. Du Xiaoshui pondered, then asked, where is it located? It's a bit far. How far? 1,000 miles away. Do not jest, I am not joking. Yipin Lu is indeed 1,000 miles away. Then I shall not go at his pace. Traveling 1,000 miles was hardly a challenge. However, a man so consumed by lust as to venture 1,000 miles for pleasure was indeed beyond redemption. Destined to fall ill eventually, Du Xiaoshui was not lacking in self-control, so he reined it in. Besides women, Yipin Lu had other attractions. What other attractions? Men, that's quite normal. Where there are women, there will be men. Ah, do you mean to say? Yin Shtong, with your striking looks, it would be a waste not to experience it. Before Du Xiaoshui could respond, Yunming performed a farewell gesture. Yin Shtong, I must take my leave. Until fate brings us together again. Then, Yunming transmitted a message. Yin Xiong, on the night of the 4th day of the 3rd month, we shall meet at epinlou.in. The next instant, she gracefully departed. What right does this woman have to summon me? You are not my wife. I can choose not to go. Du Xiaoshui turned and walked away, as if having quarreled with Yunming, each heading in opposite directions. Hoping never to cross paths again. Upon exiting the city and returning to Hongfu Martial Arts School, he was startled. What is going on? So many people. Clear the way, clear the way. Master Yin has returned. How wonderful, exclaimed a martial artist. Du Xiaoshui recognized him as a martial artist from Tianyun Martial Arts School. Pay your respects to the master. Many children, aged 12 or 13, knelt in unison, treating Du Xiaoshui as their revered teacher. Who can tell me what exactly transpired? Du Xiaoshui bellowed. Not long after, he finally understood the matter from Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiao. It turned out that just last night, the head of Tianyun Martial Arts School declared its closure and left without a second thought. The two vice masters, having nowhere else to turn, brought all the martial artists and students to join Hongfu Martial Arts School today. Is this not sheer madness? Du Xiaoshui was furious. Our school is in dire straits. Where would we find the funds? We do not require money. Wang Jiao replied, no money. The two vice masters proclaimed that from now on, within 100 miles, there would only be Hongfu Martial Arts School, which would surely thrive, and they would follow the master's arrangements. What about the other martial artists? All the martial artists who came are willing to heed the master's guidance. There's such a good fortune? Du Xiaoshui speculated, though maintaining a facade of disbelief. It seems we have struck gold. Zhang Dage, Wang Jie, from now on, you shall be the vice masters of Hongfu Martial Arts School, assisting me with matters large and small. Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiao exchanged bewildered glances. Then it is settled. With that, Du Xiaoshui, unbothered by their kneeling, cheerfully dashed away. That evening, as Du Xiaoshui was enjoying dinner, an unexpected guest arrived, the leader of the Hongdao sect. Dao Ba, Master Yin, congratulations. Congratulations for what? With so many new students today, is that not a joyous occasion? Did you orchestrate this? Dao Ba scratched his head. Hongfu Martial Arts School is indeed a blessed place. Even the esteemed Han Jianhuang has visited here. Even if I did nothing, Tianyun Martial Arts School would have dissolved within half a month. Besides, the name of Tianyun Martial Arts School was too ostentatious. I have long wished to dismantle it. The Sword Emperor merely uttered a single phrase, and I took action, without so much as a thought. Du Xiaoshui had initially believed Yunmeng was behind it all. Now, it seemed unrelated to her, and even the Sword Emperor could not be blamed. When an individual's power reaches a certain height, many beneath will go to great lengths to curry favor. For Han Jianhuang, the dissolution of Tianyun Martial Arts School would likely be but a fleeting thought. Dao Zhongzhu, have you eaten? Not yet. Shall we dine together? Thank you, Master Yin. For the meal, Dao Ba replied with a tone of flattery. The next day, Dao Ba departed with his Hangdao sect members. That afternoon, feeling idle, Du Xiaoshui asked Zhang Tianbao, Zhang Dage, have you ever heard of Yipin Lu? Yipin Lu? I have heard of it. Do you know how to get there? While I have never been, I know it is located at the foot of Yulo Mountain, just outside Yulo City, which I visited once. Since you have been to Yulo City, why not visit Yipin Lu and experience it? Zhang Tianbao's face flushed as he explained, I went there with my master, and at that time, I was already wed to my junior sister, so I dared not go. Has Master Qi been? Perhaps he has. My master passed away over a decade ago. Very well, please send me the location of Yipin Lu. What? Oh, just tell me how to get to Yulo City, but do not disclose this to anyone, including Wang Jia. Rest assured, master. I will keep it confidential. Chapter 43. Continue the music, continue the dance in the celestial realm of Baiyu Jing, with 12 towers and 5 cities, the immortal brushes my head. Granting me longevity, mistakenly pursuing worldly pleasures, I am somewhat impoverished in reason and emotion. The 96 holy monarchs hang their names in the clouds, heaven and earth gamble on a throw, yet fail to forget the war. On the afternoon of the 4th day of the 3rd month, a young scholar, handsome and dashing, clad in black, quietly recited poetry as he ascended the Baiyu Tower within Yulo City. Baiyu Tower serves as the emblem of Yulo City. Anyone who has visited without experiencing it might as well have never come at all. It was the black-clad youth's first visit to Yulo City and his inaugural ascent of Baiyu Tower, igniting a surge of poetic inspiration within him. This brother possesses remarkable literary talent, someone praised. The black-clad youth turned to see a strikingly handsome young man in white, with a composite score of 8.5, truly a paragon of male beauty. I am unworthy, the black-clad youth responded humbly. May I know your esteemed surname? One is surnamed Yin. Yin? That surname is rather rare. And you? I am surnamed Bai, sharing a name with Baiyu Tower. What of you? Yin Shtong, Yin Zhu. That is a splendid name. In what way? Yin signifies appearance, while Zhu denotes ancestry, an ancestor of beauty, truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui was about to respond, but Baiyu Tower suddenly exclaimed, Yin Xiong, you are quite tall, compared to Bai Xiong. I am indeed a bit taller. Du Xiaoshui assumed his words might have displeased Baiyu Tower, but to his surprise, Baiyu Tower showed no offense. From whence do you hail? Yin Xiong? From wherever I come. You are quite humorous, Yin Xiong, and you, Bai Xiong? I hail from Shiming City. Shiming City? Du Xiaoshui had not heard of it. Seeing his confusion, Baiyu Tower elaborated. Shiming City is less than 500 miles from Baiyu City. Less than 500 miles? Bai Xiong, you must be quite skilled. Just SOSO. Since Bai Xiong is from Shiming City, why not adopt the name Bai Xinming? Upon hearing this, Baiyu Tower was momentarily taken aback. Haha, I was merely jesting, Bai Xiong. Please do not take it to heart. However, Baiyu Tower was invigorated, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. Yin Xiong, you possess such charm. I truly admire you. Admire? Du Xiaoshui thought of something. Feeling rather peculiar at heart. At that moment, an elder and a girl in green arrived at the rooftop, and upon seeing Baiyu Tower, they immediately approached. Cousin, you truly came here. I am Baiyu Tower. Since I have arrived in Yulo City, it is imperative to visit Baiyu Tower. Baiyu Tower responded with a hint of impatience. And you are? The girl in green asked. Initially, Du Xiaoshui was captivated by the girl's fair complexion and beauty. Scoring an 8.2, she was indeed a goddess. He couldn't help but glance at her, but upon hearing her blunt inquiry, he felt a surge of annoyance, though not be rude. This is a newly acquainted friend. Baiyu Tower interjected. A friend? Cousin, with your status, how could he be worthy of your friendship? Ha ha. Du Xiaoshui laughed heartily and waved his sleeve. Bai Xiong, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Baiyu Tower understood he could not stop him, so he could only watch Du Xiaoshui depart. At that moment, the elder quietly remarked, Young master, this person has an unknown background. Earlier, when he saw Miss, his gaze was rather lecherous. As if, silence. To speak ill of my friend is to speak ill of me. A foo. Do not let me hear such words again. Indeed, indeed, the old man hastily replied. As dusk approached, Du Xiaoshui emerged from the northern part of the city, heading towards his destination, the Yiping Tower, situated a dozen miles to the north. The Yiping Tower rested at the foot of the towering Yulo Mountain, which soared hundreds of meters high and had been privately owned for over a decade. Naturally, the proprietor of the Yiping Tower was also the master of Yulo Mountain, yet few knew the identity of this individual. Nonetheless, the Yiping Tower was renowned, heralded as the foremost pleasure house of the southern Huang Kingdom. Those who came to indulge either wielded wealth or power. When Du Xiaoshui, clad in the guise of a scholarly figure, arrived at the entrance of the Yiping Tower, he beheld the magnificent structure within, resplendent and grand, eliciting a spontaneous exclamation of admiration. He had never witnessed such an expansive and opulent ancient edifice. The tower boasted 12 stories, with the ground floor being the largest at approximately 12 meters high. While the highest level, the 12th floor, rose about 6 meters, the entire building loomed like a skyscraper, reaching an impressive height of approximately 99 meters. Du Xiaoshui was uncertain how this tower was constructed. He had only heard that it was valued at a staggering 1 billion, and even if someone were to offer that amount, the owner would never part with it, for it was a veritable gold mine. Recouping its worth within a year, only a fool would sell such a treasure. How much? He inquired. 5,000 just to enter. Indeed. Very well, 5,000 it is. After a moment's hesitation, Du Xiaoshui ultimately paid the entrance fee. Yet he did not rush into the grand hall on the first floor. Instead, he meandered outside. Surrounding the exterior was a vast open space, shielded by towering stone walls, preventing outsiders from glimpsing within. The open area was adorned with various food and pastries, predominantly sweet treats. Du Xiaoshui casually picked up a cup of wine, taking a small sip, only to find it lacking. Initially intending to return the cup to its place, he noticed nearby attendants and guardians. Abandoning the pretense of gentlemanliness, he downed the drink in one go. Soon, feeling the pangs of hunger from having skipped dinner, he indulged in an assortment of pastries. Managing to recoup about 800 from the 5,000 spent, as the clock neared 8, melodious music wafted from the hall. Du Xiaoshui wiped his hands and followed the eclectic crowd inside, noticing that among them were even a dozen or so women. At the center of the hall stood a stage spanning over 200 square meters, elevated half a meter from the ground, where a dozen musicians were seated in the corners, their various instruments contributing to a lively tune. The stage was surrounded by an abundance of tables and chairs. Du Xiaoshui initially sought a seat but soon discovered that additional fees were required. Frustrated, he placed his hands on his hips and stood in the open area. Before the performance commenced, Du Xiaoshui felt a presence behind him. A finger poked at his back. Assuming it was Yunmeng, he turned, only to find Bai Yulo. Yin brother, it is indeed you. Bai Yulo exclaimed joyfully. Bai brother, what brings you here? Where's your cousin? I came alone, that's good. Why aren't you sitting, Yin brother? I prefer to stand. Then I shall stand as well. Before long, a troupe of dancers, their beauty ranging from 6 to 7 out of 10, descended from the second floor and graced the stage, performing in harmony with the music. It was evident that these dancers had undergone rigorous training, their foundational skills remarkable, their movements captivating. After watching for a while, Bai Yulo felt a flush of embarrassment, while Du Xiaoshui remained thoroughly engrossed. Now presenting Miss Miaoxiang, a voice boomed. Suddenly, a woman of exceptional allure, far from an ordinary dancer, stepped forward. Her cultivation was at the 3rd level of the hidden origin realm. Upon reaching the stage, she executed a graceful move, captivating the audience with her solo performance. Bai Yulo could only manage to watch for a few seconds before his face turned crimson. After all, Miss Miaoxiang's dance was too provocative, even for the most seasoned of admirers. Exquisite! Du Xiaoshui exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight, garnering the attention of many around him. As a scholar, don't you find it disgraceful to frequent such places? An elderly gentleman seated nearby, with a cultivation level at the 6th level of the opening sun realm, sneered. What of it? Can a scholar not indulge? Do continue. Keep the music playing. Keep the dance alive. At his words, the music resumed, and Miaoxiang continued her mesmerizing performance. The elderly gentleman, feeling humiliated by Du Xiaoshui's retort, seethed with anger yet dared not cause a scene. As Miaoxiang concluded her dance, glistening with fragrant sweat, Du Xiaoshui shouted once more, "Marvelous! Why is there no one to reward her? How can you all be so stingy?" At that moment, someone chuckled and said, "Scholar, enlighten us. What makes it so marvelous? If your words please me, I shall reward Miss Miaoxiang with 500,000. Truly a generous offer. Many would toil a lifetime for such a sum. Do I jest? When have my words ever been false? Then allow me to speak." Du Xiaoshui cleared his throat. Miss Miaoxiang's dance encapsulated the sorrow of widows, the loneliness of widowers, the regrets of the unmarried, the grievances of married women, and the unfulfilled desires of married men, evoking both ecstasy and despair. Ha ha! The man laughed heartily, rising to his feet. Widows and widowers have it tough. The unmarried face their own trials. And even the married endure their share of misery. Who, then, truly has it easy? Thus, we seek solace in such places. Indeed, you speak wisely, scholar. It brings me joy that I shall reward her with 500,000. Miss Miaoxiang beamed with delight. Casting a grateful glance towards Du Xiaoshui in that moment, she saw him not merely as Du Xiaoshui, but as a handsome figure, the most charming man in the world. Were it not for the rules of the Yiping Tower, she would have been compelled to bestow a kiss upon him. Suddenly, a group of over a dozen individuals entered from outside, led by none other than Yunming. To her left stood a robust middle-aged man, while to her right was a frail old man. Following closely behind them was a man clad in a long robe, resembling a steward. Anyone accustomed to visiting the Yiping Tower would recognize him as the chief steward of the establishment. Upon noticing Du Xiaoshui, Yunming offered a gentle smile, which to onlookers seemed directed at them, evoking a refreshing warmth. Could it be that this unassuming youth in white is the master of the Yiping Tower? Many pondered. "Do not stand on ceremony. Please continue," the chief steward of the Yiping Tower said with a forced smile. As Yunming and her entourage ascended the stairs, the man who had promised to reward 500,000, a formidable figure at the first level of the Jade Balance Realm, sought to engage Du Xiaoshui in conversation but found him missing. Du Xiaoshui had already slipped out of the hall to catch some fresh air, with Bai Yulo following suit. "Yin brother, your talent is remarkable. That was merely me borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha." Speaking whimsically, if mere whimsy is so potent, imagine how much more powerful your true words would be. At that moment, Du Xiaoshui's sixth sense alerted him to the approach of a large group of martial practitioners from beyond the high walls. "What?" Bai Yulo inquired. "Bai brother, it's quite late. You should return to the city." "Return? After finally escaping my cousin, I shall wait until dawn to return. Though you intend to spend the night here? What about you, Yin brother?" Before Du Xiaoshui could respond, a brawny man draped in a tiger skin cloak, leading dozens of martial practitioners, swiftly entered through the main entrance. This time, it was Bai Yulo who was astonished. "This man's cultivation is likely on par with my father." "Who is your father?" "My father is from Shiming City." Suddenly, the imposing man raised his head, spotted something, and commanded, "Leave no one alive. Kill." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The robust man was the first to charge into the hall, his hands slicing through the air like blades, swiftly dispatching several martial practitioners, among them one at the first level of the opening sun realm. "By brother, we must flee the Yiping Tower." Du Xiaoshui's instincts urged him. He sensed that calamity was about to befall the establishment. Had it not been for his belief that Bai Yulo was worth befriending, he would not have warned him. Boom! A figure descended from the sky, targeting not Du Xiaoshui but exuding an overwhelming aura that enveloped him. Second level of the Yuanwu realm, Du Xiaoshui evaded with lightning speed. Others were not so fortunate, their bodies collapsing, blood streaming from their orifices. Simultaneously, Bai Yulo was propelled outward, exclaiming, "Why are you killing indiscriminately? Die!" Another figure descended, this one at the first level of the Yuanwu realm. With a mere gesture, he drew Bai Yulo towards him, shattering Bai Yulo's heart meridian in the process. Poor Bai Yulo met his untimely demise, shrouded in ambiguity. Boom! Du Xiaoshui, devoid of any weapon, could only resort to the boxing techniques of the Bull Demon King, launching a punch that collided with the second-level Yuanwu practitioner. In the next instant, the assailant was sent reeling backward, while Du Xiaoshui was forced to retreat, skillfully dodging 3 consecutive attacks, slipping like a wraith into the first-floor hall. Bai Yulo, even if your cultivation were at the first level of the Jade Balance realm, you would be unable to withstand a single strike from a Yuanwu practitioner. Du Xiaoshui never contemplated saving anyone, for aside from relying on his charm, he struggled to ensure his own survival. Moments later, employing an almost ethereal agility, he infiltrated the 12th floor and entered a well-lit room. In the span of mere seconds, he witnessed countless individuals perish in pools of blood, including the highest-ranked elder who had promised the reward of 500,000, whose throat was severed by the brawny man's hand. Tragic, 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 was the only way Du Xiaoshui could describe the scene. Yin brother, your timing is impeccable. Assist me in eliminating him. As soon as Du Xiaoshui entered the room, he heard Yunming speaking towards the door, while the robust middle-aged man with his back to the entrance was none other than a formidable figure. His cultivation was on par with the purple-clad woman whom Du Xiaoshui had previously slain. Initially believing that Du Xiaoshui was an ally, the man's mind faltered upon hearing Yunming's words, mistakenly assuming Du Xiaoshui was her accomplice. Bang! After Yunming finished speaking, a tremendous force erupted from her palms, instantly killing the robust man. Third uncle, I never imagined you would ambush me, Yunming exclaimed, her complexion paling as she raised her hands, revealing red spots in the centers of her palms, the untraceable divine poison. Third uncle, it turns out you coated your palms with the world's most extraordinary poison. No wonder my mystical energy has faltered. With that, Yunming hurriedly sat down to cultivate. Did you kill all these people? Du Xiaoshui surveyed the room, noticing a dozen corpses lying about, all of whom had accompanied Yunming upstairs. Moments later, the entire building fell eerily silent, as if everyone had perished. Du Xiaoshui soon realized that apart from himself and Yunming, not a single soul remained alive. Who is it that seeks to kill you? Du Xiaoshui asked as Yunming opened her eyes. Why, third uncle, a traitor of the Xian Shun sect. Yunming replied gravely as she stood. I thought this was a trap you set for me, Du Xiaoshui remarked. You still have the spirit to jest, she retorted. Let us lighten the mood. Just then, a blade of light, extending hundreds of meters, sliced down from the heavens with the force of a mountain, obliterating the E-Pin building. The power was at least 8 million. At the moment the building shattered, a circle of mystical light radiated from Yunming, enveloping not only herself but also Du Xiaoshui, a mystical barrier. Du Xiaoshui recalled hearing Feng Dajuan mention such a phenomenon. Though he had never witnessed it, a master capable of wielding a mystical barrier had to possess at least a 6th-level Yuanwu cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. Blades of light struck mercilessly, each carrying a force of 8 to 9 million. Had Yunming not been poisoned, she would have retaliated instead of merely defending herself. Break. In an instant, under the night sky, the blade light surged several thousand meters, threatening to cleave Yulo Mountain in 2.at that moment. Sensing danger, Du Xiaoshui's charm system activated automatically. Second layer of Tianji Realm. Power level, 50 million. Please choose a defensive mode. Shield. Escape, counterattack. Second layer of Tianji Realm. Before Du Xiaoshui could respond, Yunming called out, her mystical barrier transforming into divine light. Wielding the might to devastate mountains, it not only shattered the treasured blade but also struck its wielder. In an instant, a black-clad elder suspended in midair was reduced to a crimson mist, splattering onto the ground. I have done my utmost. Yin brother, you must flee. Yunming gasped, her breath shallow, as the untraceable divine poison swiftly spread through her body, causing her to plummet. Had it not been for her remaining cultivation, her flesh would have turned to bones in an instant. Du Xiaoshui wished to flee, but the allure of his demonic nature surged forth, propelling him downward rapidly. With a swift motion, he grasped Yunming's waist, then unleashed a punch, awakening the potential of the Bull Demon Fist. Boom! In an instant, a 6th-layer master from the Yuhang realm, the very robust man, was obliterated by the Bull Demon Fist, His organs shattered before he even touched the ground. Wait, I have something to say. The second layer Yuan Wu master, astonished by Du Xiaoshuai's prowess, quickly released a surge of energy to lock onto him, hoping to suppress him. Chapter 45. Utterly charismatic. I have no words for you. Die. Du Xiaoshuai's body was about to fall when, in that moment, the charm system activated, allowing him to rise instead, breaking free from the pressure. Radiating an irresistible charm. Second layer of Yuan Wu. Power level. For million. Please choose a defensive mode. Shield. Escape. Counterattack. Counterattack. Du Xiaoshuai could have chosen to flee, but the situation had spiraled out of control. To escape would be to show fear. This kid's cultivation is at the third layer of Yuan Wu. The one who had slain the Bai Yulo exclaimed, promptly joining forces with the second layer Yuan Wu master. Regardless of their cultivation levels, all those suspended in the air unleashed their might, aiming to combine their strengths to suppress Du Xiaoshuai. The total number exceeded 300. In that instant, Du Xiaoshuai's hair billowed, his eyes radiating a captivating demonic light as his body twisted upward in a spiral. Every soul that beheld his visage fell victim to the fatal charm of the system. Die! Two Yuan Wu masters were struck with shock, their faces reflecting palpable terror, succumbing to their fright. The others met similar fates, none escaping unscathed. Suddenly, a red-robed elder appeared as if descending from the heavens, his outstretched hand emanating an aura that enveloped the entirety of Yulo Mountain, resembling a demonic lord. First layer of Tianji realm. Power level, 20 million. Please choose a defensive mode. Shield, escape, counterattack. Counterattack. Du Xiaoshuai relished the sensation of losing control and made his choice without hesitation. He then raised his head, a devilish smile adorning his face. The red-robed elder felt a jolt of dread, an instinctual awareness of impending doom. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he attempted to flee. With a thunderous crash, Yulo Mountain was obliterated, the entire Yipin building area rendered unrecognizable. A deep pit left in its wake, with scarcely any remains of the bodies. As the elder attempted to escape, flying a few hundred meters away, he caught sight of Du Xiaoshuai's captivating face. Plummeting down in fear. At that moment, Du Xiaoshuai sensed his charm value beginning to plummet, dropping 100 points per second, an unstoppable decline. He had no choice but to flee with Yunming, distancing themselves further from Yulo City. Half an hour later, his charm value had decreased by 18,000 points, finally stabilizing. Du Xiaoshuai sighed in relief and decided to find a safe place to rest. In his frantic flight, he had lost track of how far he had gone. Estimating around 700 to 800 miles. There seems to be an island ahead. Du Xiaoshuai noticed a distant island across a stretch of water. Hoping to find refuge there, he reconsidered upon seeing the lights, suspecting there might be inhabitants, and abandoned the thought. Shortly after, he found a relatively secluded spot by the lake, gently placing the seemingly unconscious Yunming inside before lying down beside her, instantly falling asleep. 10 hours later, Du Xiaoshuai awoke to the bright morning light. However, he found himself in a peculiar situation, realizing that he had unwittingly slept atop Yunming. In a wonder, he had dreamt of something intimate last night. It was all connected to her. Yun brother, are you still alive? Du Xiaoshuai whispered near Yunming's ear. Yunming was still breathing, her complexion appearing much improved. It seems you're not dead. That brings me relief. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been in vain. He then noticed, wait, why has your chest grown so much? In the next moment, Du Xiaoshuai rose from Yunming, observing her face slightly flushed, her breathing more rapid than before. So you are indeed a woman. Uncertain if Yunming was awake, Du Xiaoshuai feigned ignorance of having taken advantage of the situation and stealthily exited their hiding place. Moments later, Yunming emerged as well, her chest returning to normal, concealing her femininity from all but Du Xiaoshuai, who had already sensed her size, finding it slightly larger than Yin Rubing's. Yin brother, where are we? Yunming inquired, displaying neither surprise at her survival nor reproach towards Du Xiaoshuai for his previous behavior. I wish I knew, Du Xiaoshuai replied with a shake of his head. Could this be Jinhu Palace? Yunming suddenly speculated. Yun brother, are you suggesting that island is Jinhu Palace? Indeed, it is Jinhu Palace, Yunming affirmed confidently. Have you been here before? Never, but I am familiar with Jinhu Palace's environment. This is indeed Jinhu Palace. Yin brother, you traveled 1,000 miles overnight. That's impressive. Du Xiaoshui chose not to clarify that he had only taken half an hour. Instead, responding with a smile, Yun brother, if we're talking about impressiveness, I can hardly compare to you. Had it not been for your protection last night, I would have been killed long ago. After losing consciousness when she fell from the sky, Yunmeng was unaware of what transpired afterward. In other words, the individuals who sought to deal with her last night included not only the experts of the Xian Shun sect, but also a multitude of Kaiyang and Yuhang realm cultivators, alongside 2 from the Yuan Wu realm and at least 2 from the Tianji realm. For Yunmeng, the knowledge of only one Tianji realm cultivator was available. Had she known of another, her calm demeanor would surely compel her to inquire how Du Xiaoshui managed to lead her out of danger. Yin brother, do you know who that highly skilled swordsman is? Who is he? If I am not mistaken, he is the renowned Western Emperor Sword Saint, famed throughout the 5 sovereign kingdoms. Is he stronger than the Han Sword Emperor? Du Xiaoshui feigned ignorance. The Western Emperor Sword Saint's cultivation is at the 2nd layer of Tianji realm. 2nd layer of Tianji realm? So he could easily sever the Han Sword Emperor's head with a single strike? As long as the Western Emperor Sword Saint wishes, even 20 Han Sword Emperors would be no match for him. No wonder he is so formidable. However, he ultimately fell to Yun brother's divine powers. Upon hearing this, Yunmeng could not help but let out a bitter smile, saying, in my quest to slay him, I have exhausted all my profound energy. Were it not for the peculiar cultivation method I practiced since childhood, I would not have survived until now. Do not be deceived by my apparent calmness. Within me still resides the wooing divine poison, and my profound energy has only recovered to a mere 10%. To restore it fully, I would require at least 6 months, and to completely resolve the wooing divine poison, it would take no less than a year. Du Xiaoshui, upon hearing this, laughed and replied, Brother Yun, you are so formidable that even with just 10% of your profound energy, you could still vanquish a master of the Yuanwu realm. As for the wooing divine poison, I am unaware of its nature and cannot assist in its resolution. As the saying goes, the road is long and far. I cannot linger with you for long, so I must take my leave. Hold on, Brother Yin, Yunmeng interjected. You have saved my life. It is only right that I repay your kindness. Were it anyone else, I would not lower my status to retain them, but since it is you, Du Xiaoshui, it is a different matter altogether. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui paused and inquired, how do you intend to repay me? Chapter 46. You are treading on my hair. Seeing me, Han Jianhuang must heed my command. Why don't we first stay at the Sword Lake Palace for a couple of days and discuss the matter of repayment later? How does that sound? I cannot dare, Yunmeng protested. Why do you say that, Brother Yin? Your third uncle wishes to kill you. What more of Han Jianhuang? In truth, with Yunmeng's wisdom, she had already considered such possibilities. Yet now she found herself with no place to go, and could only take one step at a time. Let us sneak onto the island, shall we? Indeed, if Han Jianhuang seeks to kill you but is unaware of our presence on the island, he may inadvertently reveal his intentions. Brother Yin, you are of like mind with me. But how shall we pass secretly? It seems there are scouts on the island. Do you know any water techniques? I only know how to paddle. That will suffice. Before long, Yunmeng taught Du Xiaoshui the rudiments of water techniques and led him into the water, pulling him from the lake's bottom towards the island's edge. Once on the island, apart from Han Jianhuang himself, no one else could detect the presence of the two. As they evaded all scouts and ventured deeper into the Sword Lake Palace, not a single guard was in sight. Which puzzled Yunmeng. At that moment, an unusual sound reached them from 100 meters away. What a captivating cry! Du Xiaoshui exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before gliding towards the source of the sound, which emanated from a charming villa. To his surprise, Yunmeng followed suit. However, to be cautious, they dared not approach too closely, hiding among the flowers several dozen meters from the villa. The peculiar cries fluctuated in intensity, evidently a fierce altercation between a man and a woman. As Du Xiaoshui listened, he could not help but glance at Yunmeng, only to find her attentively listening as well. What is she? Why does she not blush? After a moment, when the conflict reached its peak, Du Xiaoshui reached out to touch Yunmeng's body, only to discover she appeared calm yet was actually burning with heat. As he was about to apologize, Yunmeng quickly covered his mouth, causing Du Xiaoshui's heart to race inexplicably. Barely able to contain himself, while Yunmeng trembled all over, "Humph!" At that moment, a woman's voice emerged from the villa. You useless wretch. You cannot even endure half an hour. How can you call yourself the Lord of the Sword Lake Palace? Du Xiaoshui was taken aback. The Lord of the Sword Lake Palace is Han Jianhuang. How dare this woman insult him? Does she not fear his wrath? Could she be his wife? I just returned last night. And you came this morning, insisting that I serve you. Do not make excuses. It is unacceptable. It has been nearly half an hour, and I have surpassed the majority of men. Are you not the Sword Emperor? The Sword Emperor is still immortal. Han Jianhuang sounded particularly aggrieved. Enough. Cursing you is futile. Next time I will bring the 9 transformations great strength pill. Please, do not. That thing is harmful. Even a 9-headed ox cannot withstand it. What? Are you afraid of injuring yourself? Better safe than sorry. Humph. You are treading on my hair, my dear. Do not be angry. Han Jianhuang quickly apologized. When you come next time, I will prepare 2 sword dragons for you. They will be a great tonic. You are the one who needs the tonic, my dear. You know well the prowess of the sword dragon. I can hardly bear to eat 2 in a year. If you were to consume 2 at once, with my protection, your cultivation would surely rise to the Yuanwu realm. Upon hearing this, the woman asked, Are you truly sincere towards me? If I were not sincere, I would not. All right, I know your feelings are genuine. When I return to the Sea Palace, I shall speak well of you before my master. Perhaps she will reward you with a sea dragon pill. My dear, you are too kind. Give me a kiss before long. The 2 emerged from the villa, fully attired, heading eastward. Du Xiaoshui, peeking surreptitiously, noted that the woman was clad in black, her waist slender, accentuating her ample hips. Appearing to be in her 20s, with a beauty rating of 8.2, approximately half an hour later, Han Jianhuang returned, bringing with him an elderly man in a green robe. After inquiring about some trivial matters, Han Jianhuang announced his intention to enter seclusion for no less than half a month and no more than 3 months, entrusting the green-robed elder with the affairs of the Sword Lake Palace during this time. Finally, he cautioned the elder, whose name was Han Tong and held the position of chief steward of the Sword Lake Palace. No matter who comes, they are forbidden from approaching the villa. Disobedience shall be met with death. Han Tong, who was in the 6th layer of the Yuheng realm, had once been a servant to Han Jianhuang's master, beginning to serve the young lord after the demise of his previous master 2 decades prior. Though his aptitude was somewhat lacking, having only reached the 6th layer of the Yuheng realm at over 70 years of age, he was loyal to a fault, following Han Jianhuang's commands as if the sky were falling. Once he departed, Han Jianhuang entered the villa. Soon, he emerged from the villa, cradling an oversized golden basin. My dear, I have nurtured you for 20 years, and at last, you have grown plump. It is now time for you to repay my nurturing kindness by allowing me to feast upon you. Rest assured, I shall only consume your inner essence. If you do not perish, I will return you to the lake. Should misfortune befall you, I promise a grand burial. Having said this, Han Jianhuang set the golden basin down, intending for its contents to bask in the sunlight for half an hour. As Du Xiaoshui pondered what lay within the golden basin, he suddenly spotted Han Tong in the distance, calling out towards the villa. Young master! Han Jianhuang's expression shifted, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of the golden basin. What is your purpose here? 4 individuals have arrived on the island. I did not summon you. They are envoys from the Xinshan sect. Initially, Han Jianhuang was about to erupt in anger, but upon hearing they were envoys from the Xinshan sect, he reconsidered and asked, What business do they have? They did not specify. However, they instructed me to inform you that if you do not meet with them immediately, within half a month, they will ensure that not a single fish remains in the Sword Lake Palace. Not a single fish remains. Han Jianhuang was momentarily taken aback before comprehending the implication. Very well, you return and keep them calm. I shall come at once. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed throughout the Sword Lake Palace. Han Chong, I shall count to 10. If you do not come, we shall leave at once. 1. Han Chong was the birth name of Han Jianhuang, which he had not used for 20 years. He was startled, hastily abandoning the golden basin, and rushed to meet the 4 envoys from the Xinshan sect. With Han Tong trailing behind him. As the voice reached the count of 4, Han Jianhuang suddenly realized something and quickly turned back. Han Tong, return and guard the area. Yes, Han Tong replied, sprinting back to his original position. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoshui and Yu Ming swiftly entered the villa. Du Xiaoshui still held the golden basin, and when Han Tong arrived, he had not noticed it was missing. Now that the golden basin was absent, he remained oblivious, believing his duty was solely to prevent others from approaching the villa. What sort of fish is this? Du Xiaoshui gently set down the golden basin, gazing at a golden fish swimming back and forth within. This is the sword dragon that Han Jianhuang mentioned. Have you seen it before? Not only have I seen it, but I have also consumed it. Yunming's eyes widened as she discerned something amiss. Wait, this is not an ordinary sword dragon. It is the sword dragon king. How could Han Jianhuang conceal such information, compounding his offenses? Hearing this, Du Xiaoshui chuckled. In that case, Brother Yun, why not consume this sword dragon king? However, Yunming shook her head. While the sword dragon king is indeed precious, it holds no value for me. Consuming it would be a waste. It is better suited for you. Brother Yin, is that so? Then I shall not be polite. With that, Du Xiaoshui reached out and grasped the sword dragon king from the golden basin, preparing to take a bite. Seeing this, Yunming could not help but widen her eyes. As the sword dragon king realized Du Xiaoshui intended to eat it. It too widened its eyes, expressing a mixture of fear and pleading. Chapter 47. The secrets of the Xianxin sect. Forget it. Du Xiaoshui refrained from consuming the live fish, instead placing the sword dragon king back into the golden basin. Today, I shall abstain from eating. I will not feast upon you. The sword dragon king, remarkably perceptive, understood Du Xiaoshui's intent and displayed gratitude in its gaze. However, just because I do not eat today does not mean I will not eat tomorrow. Upon hearing these words, the king of stegosaurs felt a renewed sense of trepidation. Meanwhile, Yunming discerned that Du Xiaoshui would not devour the king of stegosaurs, and thus whispered, Brother Yin, it is inadvisable to linger here. We should depart at the earliest opportunity. Wait for me a moment, Du Xiaoshui said as he rummaged through the villa for a silk scarf, the purpose of which was unclear. He retrieved the king of stegosaurs and wrapped it securely, clutching it in his hands. Brother Yun, there are onlookers outside. What is your plan for our escape? I have a tactic of diversion. Brother Yin can leave first. Very well, I trust you. Du Xiaoshui anticipated that Yunming would provide him cover. Moments later, Yunming found a brow pencil in the villa and inscribed a few lines on the wall with her left hand before coordinating with Du Xiaoshui on their departure. A few seconds later, Han Tong, stationed at a distance, heard something and called out sharply. Just as Han Tong turned to investigate, Du Xiaoshui moved with astonishing speed, not only emerging from the villa but vanishing in an instant. His Han Tong heard another sound and turned again. In that fleeting moment, Yunming exited the villa and swiftly caught up with Du Xiaoshui. It was merely a rat. I thought it was something else. Han Tong remained oblivious to the fact that not only were two individuals concealed within the villa, but they had also escaped undetected. He continued to fixate on the villa. After several seconds, Du Xiaoshui and Yunming stealthily approached the island's edge, utilizing their water skills to swiftly reach the opposite shore. Brother Yin, follow me. Once on shore, Yunming took the lead. Du Xiaoshui, uncertain of her destination, refrained from questioning and followed closely behind. In no time, the pair sped along the lakeshore like arrows, traversing several dozen miles to a natural wide. It turned out that the expanse of Sword Lake was vast, spanning over 100 miles. With the island housing the Sword Lake Palace not situated at the center, but rather closer to the western side, merely a few miles from the shore. The bay in which they found themselves was distant from the Sword Lake Palace, rendering them unseen by one another. Brother Yun, you seem quite familiar with the environment of Sword Lake. I have perused the map of Sword Lake. I see. After saying this, Du Xiaoshui untied the king of stegosaurs, releasing it back into Sword Lake, then squatted at the release point, awaiting its return. After a while, Yunming inquired, Brother Yin, what are you watching? I am waiting for the king of stegosaurs to return. What purpose does its return serve? To express its gratitude. Upon hearing this, Yunming initially thought Du Xiaoshui was speaking for her benefit and couldn't help but smile wryly. Though she had known Du Xiaoshui for a short time, he inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity, as if they had been acquainted for many years. Perhaps if one believes in reincarnation, she and Du Xiaoshui must have shared a close bond in a previous life. Otherwise, she could not fathom this feeling. After a while, when the king of stegosaurs had yet to return, Du Xiaoshui stood up. What an ungrateful creature! I not only saved you but also set you free, and this is how you repay me. Had I known, I would have simply devoured you. Hearing this, Yunming assumed Du Xiaoshui meant something else and replied softly, Brother Yin, I will repay your kindness, but right now. Suddenly, a golden creature leaped from the lake several hundred meters away. Revealing itself to be the king of stegosaurs, Haha, I knew you would come back to repay me, Brother Yun. What did you say? Yun Ming, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly, unsure of what else to say. Before long, the king of stegosaurs swam to the lakeshore and spat out an object from its mouth. The item landed at Du Xiaoshuai's feet, dark and round, resembling a small ball, its nature uncertain. A black pearl. Du Xiaoshuai paused for a moment, bending down to pick up the dark sphere. Yunming scrutinized the black object for a while, and despite her vast knowledge, she could not identify it. However, she shared her thoughts with Du Xiaoshuai. I once read an ancient text that stated, many years ago, Sword Lake's expanse was immense, stretching over 3,000 miles, much larger than it is now. This object could very well be a type of pearl, and for the king of stegosaurs, it might be of the utmost value. Brother Yin, you have struck gold, Du Xiaoshuai then inquired of the king of stegosaurs. Is this true? The king of stegosaurs seemed to comprehend partially, ultimately nodding in affirmation. Subsequently, it flicked its tail and submerged into the lake, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Du Xiaoshuai, seeing it leave without a word, called out to the lake's surface, King of stegosaurs, from now on, be more astute and do not fall into the hands of Han Jianhuang again. Otherwise, not even the gods can save you. Whether the king of stegosaurs heard this was inconsequential. What mattered was Yuming's response. She smiled lightly and remarked, no matter how bold Han Jianhuang may be, he will think twice before venturing into the lake to capture the king of stegosaurs again. Besides, the king of stegosaurs now possesses sentience, far beyond what it was 20 years ago, and surely has its own means to avoid Han Jianhuang. Brother Yun, Du Xiaoshuai recalled the words Yunming had inscribed on the villa's wall and asked, what is your true name? Yunming paused for a moment. Why do you ask, Brother Yin? You refer to yourself as Yunming, yet the name you left on the villa was Yiming. Which one is your true name? Upon hearing this, Yunming smiled gently. Brother Yin, you surely know that Yiming translates to nameless, do you not? Ah, so Yiming implies namelessness. I mistakenly thought it was your surname. Since Brother Yin wishes to know my true name, I shall confess. My birth name is Xinming. Xinming. Du Xiaoshuai recalled hearing Feng Dajuan mention that the leader of the Xian Shan sect bore the surname Xin, yet for the past 170 to 80 years. None of the sect's leaders had that surname, so it follows that Yun Tong is not called Yun Tong but rather Xin Tong. She does not bear the surname Xian. Her true name is Yun Tong, with the character for cloud being Tong from red clouds. Du Xiaoshuai, inadvertently prying into the secrets of the Xian Shan sect, found that Xinming no longer regarded him as an outsider, and thus briefly recounted the history of the Xian Shan sect over the past 2 centuries. It turned out that the reason the leader of the Xian Shan sect bore the surname Xian was due to a man named Xianzhan. Xianzhan was originally an inconspicuous disciple of the Xian Shan sect. Approximately 180 years ago, turmoil broke out within the sect, and Xianzhan seized the opportunity to rise to power, solidifying his position as the sect leader in less than 3 years. Later, Xianzhan passed the leadership to his only son, Xianzhao, who then passed it to Xianzhang, and so forth down the line until Xianming's mother, Xianshuang.as for Shuaming's father, she did not disclose his identity. She merely mentioned that her mother had 2 brothers. One named Xian Yuan took control of the Xian Shan sect 20 years prior, only to be killed by a traitor 2 years later. The other brother, named Xian Lei, is Shuaming's uncle. Xian Yuan had a daughter, Qi Yunxiao. In truth, Qi Hongfu is not Qi Yunxiao's biological father. His real identity is an inner disciple of the Xian Shan sect, who, years ago, risked everything to rescue the infant Qi Yunxiao and flee the sect. For many years, the Xian Shan sect has secretly sought Qi Hongfu. Logically, Qi Hongfu should be greatly rewarded. However, the sect's rules are stringent, with their own operational principles. Although he saved the young master, he had hidden for 18 years. Had it not been for Shuaming's repeated pleas before departing, Xian Shuang, having been the sect leader for 18 years, would undoubtedly have ordered Qi Hongfu's execution. In other words, Shuaming's mother, Xian Shuang, is a rather ruthless individual. This fact was not lost on Xinming, who, in her words, made it clear to Du Xiaoshuai what kind of person her mother was. Listening to this, Du Xiaoshuai couldn't help but ponder. What man would appreciate a mother-in-law with a perpetually stern demeanor? It seems Brother Yun's mother is not only cold-hearted, but also quite austere and difficult to approach. What could Brother Yun's father have seen in her? Furthermore, Qi Yunxiao's true identity as Xian Yun's daughter means that had Xian Yun still been alive, she would have been the rightful heir to the Xian Shan sect. The reason Brother Yun's mother seeks to bring Qi Yunxiao back is likely out of concern that someone might try to exploit Qi Yunxiao for their own ends. It appears that once Qi Yunxiao arrives at the Xinshan sect, she will have to remain there for the rest of her life. Just before she departed, she even arranged to return home in 6 months to reminisce with me. What an innocent girl. With these thoughts in mind, Du Xiaoshui raised his head to glance at Xinming, who was also lost in thought, her brows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, Xinming came to herself and said, "Brother Yan, I fear I cannot return to the Xinshan sect for the time being. Why would you share such matters with me? I am not your husband," Du Xiaoshui thought to himself, yet he expressed concern. "Are you worried that something might happen at the Xinshan sect? Not necessarily an incident, but I suspect that aside from my uncle, there is another individual plotting against me. Though this person does not bear the surname Xin, they have gained my mother's trust and favor. Not only am I currently no match for them, but even once I recover, I may not prevail in a one-on-one confrontation. Moreover, she is likely to keep everything under wraps from my mother. And once I return, she will undoubtedly make her move against me," Du Xiaoshui inquired. "Are you suggesting that she will rally a host of adept fighters to attack you? Indeed. Do you have any trusted allies in the Xinshan sect?" "Aside from Yun Tong, I have no confidence whatsoever. I am merely 18 years old and have not had the opportunity to cultivate any. I am also 18, Du Xiaoshui chuckled, "but in 3 months. I will be 19, then I am younger than you. I was born in August, and my cousin Yun Xiao was born in October." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui was reminded of Li Manju in terms of age. Li Manju was younger than Qi Yunxiao, let alone when compared to Xinming. Chapter 48. Even the handsome must employ subtle schemes in the Jinhu Palace. Within the villa, Han Jianhuang stood 2 meters away from the wall, his expression shifting constantly while his body trembled slightly. Although he was unaware of the identity of the anonymous individual, he could infer from the markings on the wall that this person, known only as Yi Ming, not only had taken his sword Dragon King, which he had nurtured for 20 years, but also knew of his illicit affair with a disciple from the Sea Empress's palace. Should this matter come to the attention of the leader of the Xinshan sect, the downfall of Jinhu Palace would be imminent. He understood the leader of Xin Shuang all too well. That woman, though of similar age, possessed unfathomable prowess and could easily extinguish his life. Of course, no matter how formidable the Xin Shuang leader was, she could not surpass the Sea Empress. However, Han Jianhuang had no intentions of venturing into the Sea Empress's palace, for he knew that no man who had ever gone there came out unscathed. They all became mere servants, as a man, and especially as a sword emperor, he would rather die in battle than become a dog. As long as Yi Ming kept his secrets, he remained the sword emperor, capable of commanding the winds and rains within a 2,000-mile radius. This meant that as long as he had strength, the Xin Shuang leader would treat him favorably, allowing him to call himself the sword emperor and to assist the southern emperor in governing a territory. With a swift series of sword energies emanating from Han Jianhuang, he obliterated all inscriptions like a torrential rain, without breaching the wall. His swordsmanship was indeed worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. However, with the Sword Dragon King lost, Han Jianhuang could no longer focus on seclusion and cultivation. The pressing matter was to send out personnel to investigate the whereabouts of the young master, for the 4 envoys from the Xinshan sect had come specifically for this reason. Should the young master truly be missing, he dared to assert that a tremendous upheaval would ensue within the entire territory of the Xinshan sect, leaving no one untouched. 3 days later, under the cover of night, 2 figures soared into a grand city. One of them was Du Xiaoshui, while the other was a youth clad in white. "Yun Xiong, I never expected your powers to be so great. Disguising yourself as Bai Yulo is as convincing as the real thing. If Yin Xiong wishes to learn, I am willing to share all I know. Let us discuss this later." Du Xiaoshui could be somewhat shameless at times, but he was not so desperate as to covet the techniques of the Xinshan sect. The reason he still referred to Xinming as Yun Xiong was twofold: for convenience and because Xinming bore the moniker of Yunluo Shusheng. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Just as they reached the stone steps, over 20 individuals swiftly emerged from within, led by a middle-aged man in a green robe. Around his 40s, "Yulo, you have finally returned," exclaimed the man, his face etched with concern. However, Xinming remained silent, merely exchanging a glance with the green-robed man. Mistaking Xinming for his son Bai Yulo, the man assumed his son had significant news to share. "Cousin, your cousin Bai Yulo's younger sister is also in the crowd. She is quite delighted to see you return. Silence. The green-robed man's brother-in-law, who was Bai Yulo's younger sister's father, was astute enough to halt his daughter. Lest she cause a misstep, before long, in a secret chamber of the city lord's mansion, aside from Du Xiaoshui and Xin Ming, there was also the green-robed man, Bai Yilong, the city lord of Shiming City. Who is this? I am a friend of Yulo, surnamed Hu Dada. It is Hu's virtuous nephew. City Lord Bai. To speak candidly, Yulo is currently unable to speak. Why? I have been poisoned, Shiming interjected. Poisoned? Bai Yilong was taken aback. Due to Shuaming's near-perfect imitation of Bai Yulo's voice, even Bai Yilong, Yulo's biological father and a practitioner at the 6th level of Yuheng, could not detect the discrepancy. City Lord Bai, the poison afflicting Yulo is perilous. Had I not rescued him, he would have perished long ago, Du Xiaoshui stated with an earnest demeanor, his eyelids unflinching. Thank you, young hero Hu. Why saving Yulo is not for your gratitude, but because I regard him as a friend. Alas, poor Yulo, Du Xiaoshui thought of the tragic demise of the true Bai Yulo, whose remains were never found, and felt a genuine sympathy. No pretense needed. What is it? Regarding Yulo's poisoning, I implore City Lord Bai not to let this information leak. Otherwise, not only will I perish, but so too will Yulo. Why is that? Because the two of us encountered an old poison master while wandering in the deep mountains 2 days ago. His cultivation was at the 1st level of Yunwu. And when Yulo inadvertently killed the poisonous creature he raised, the master vowed to poison Yulo to death. How outrageous! Who is that old poison master? City Lord Bai, you are not his match, if he truly is at the 1st level of Yunwu. I cannot contend with him. However, Shiming City has many experts. I do not believe we cannot defeat him. What if he escapes when you cannot defeat him? That would be inconsequential. I have ways to deal with him. Even to eliminate him. What means could you possibly possess? Bai Yilong initially hesitated to disclose this information, but upon realizing it was Du Xiaoshui asking, he spoke without reservation. My grandmother is the sister of a former sect leader of the Xianshan sect. As long as I report this to the sect leader in secret, that old poison master will undoubtedly meet his demise. That is splendid. The poison hand divine sovereign, this time. What? You say that old poison master is the poison hand divine sovereign? Bai Yilong's expression changed dramatically. He introduced himself as the poison hand divine sovereign. This is terrible. That old poison master's cultivation is not at the 1st level of Yuanwu, but at least at the 6th level. He claimed his cultivation is. He deceived you and Yulo. If he were truly that formidable, Xinming City would not dare provoke him, nor would I risk visiting the sect leader, City Lord Bai. Did you not just say, enough? As long as Yulo remains alive, it is not a significant issue. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui secretly chuckled, realizing that Xinming had indeed been correct. This Bai Yilong, upon learning that the old poison master was the poison hand divine sovereign, had become exceedingly docile. Moreover, according to Shuaming's account, the genuine poison hand divine sovereign had long since become a guest elder of the Xianshan sect and had not stepped foot outside the mountains where the sect resided for a decade. No wonder the poison hand divine sovereign warned that they would not dare seek him out for retribution and threatened that if they dared to speak recklessly, he would poison the entire Xinming city. Upon hearing this, Bai Yilong's expression shifted repeatedly. That old poison master is ruthless. He once poisoned over 1,000 individuals from a certain sect. If I were to report this, not only would the sect leader refrain from sending someone to pursue him, but even if they did, he would take out his ire on me before dying, first poisoning my father and me, then exterminating the entire city lord's mansion. Enough, enough. I know my sect leader well. She would not act rashly for Yulo's sake. Let us consider this as though nothing has transpired. Yulo, what say you? Observing Ximing nod in agreement, Bai Yilong remarked, good child, this time, you can only resign yourself to misfortune. However, Du Xiaoshui interjected, but what about, though I have saved Yulo's life, the poison he has endured will take a year or two to eradicate, so he must enter seclusion. Furthermore, this matter must not be known by a fourth party. Otherwise, that goes without saying, Bai Yilong declared in a solemn tone. Tonight's events shall not be leaked. I will be the first to eliminate anyone who dares. The implication was clear. Everyone who had witnessed his son's return must be silenced. This was precisely the outcome that Du Xiaoshui and Xinming desired. The next day, Xinming commenced his seclusion, the location personally arranged by Bai Yilong. Aside from Du Xiaoshui, even Bai Yilong himself could not simply visit whenever he wished. Time flew, and a week passed. Bai Yilong ceased inquiring about his son's circumstances and instead busied himself with various affairs. By the 10th day, Du Xiaoshui noticed an increase in personnel within the city lord's mansion and found it peculiar, prompting him to inquire with Bai Fu, the elderly man who had accompanied Bai Yulo to Yulo City previously. Bai Fu informed him that these individuals were dispatched by the city lord for tasks and had been away for over 10 days. As for their exact purpose, outside of the city lord and his subordinates, no one knew, and others dared not pry. Thus, Du Xiaoshui sought out Bai Yilong. Seeing Du Xiaoshui's evident concern regarding this matter, Bai Yilong assumed he was worried that the increase in personnel would lead to the revelation of Bai Yulo's poisoning. He then disclosed to Du Xiaoshui that an important figure from the Xian Shan sect had gone missing over 10 days ago, prompting the city lord's mansion to send people to search. However, just 2 days prior, the important figure had been located, and the matter was resolved. After hearing this, Du Xiaoshui casually fabricated an excuse to leave. Yet he did not rush to see Xinming. It was not until the 15th day that Du Xiaoshui finally sought out Xinming to discuss this matter. It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. Shuaming's expression was grave. The Xian Shan sect has been controlled by the person I mentioned. She stated that I have not gone missing, and thus no one dares to question it. Her actions are merely to stabilize the hearts of the people. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Du Xiaoshui inquired, "What about your mother?" "My mother may have already entered seclusion, unaware of my situation." "Could your mother?" "Impossible." Xinming anticipated Du Xiaoshui's line of questioning to him. "Why mother possesses extraordinary strength. That person would not be able to withstand even a single strike from her. I doubt he has the audacity to plot against my mother. That is reassuring. In truth, Du Xiaoshui is indifferent to the fate of the lord of the Xian Shan sect. It is merely because he has endured hardships alongside Xinming that he feels compelled to offer assistance within his means. However, his motivations extend beyond mere goodwill towards Xinming. He is also laying the groundwork for his own future aspirations. In other words, one should not expect opportunities to fall from the heavens. If one desires something, one must be prepared to invest effort. Du Xiaoshui needs only to employ a slight stratagem, and in time, he may have the chance to seize the entire Xian Shan sect, an opportunity that others could only dream of. He certainly would not squander it. Chapter 49. I am Hu Yinju within a deep valley, heavily guarded and teeming with experts. A tall, slender elder clad in white, appearing to be in his 70s, scanned the gathering and spoke first. "Esteemed colleagues, to eliminate the heir of Xian Shuang, we have suffered significant losses. With half of our numbers perishing, including the esteemed Western Emperor's Blade Saint, who sacrificed his life for our cause. Let us raise a toast in his honor." As the elder finished speaking, he lifted his cup. "Hold on." Another elder, dressed in black, interjected, "The sacrifices extend beyond the Western Emperor's Blade Saint. We must also honor Brother Red Demon and the hundreds of noble souls who willingly gave their lives for our cause. We ought to pay our respects to them. Indeed, we must honor them." The white-robed elder quickly concurred, fearing a rift in their unity due to the black-robed elder's words, which had garnered the approval of the majority. In the next moment, hundreds raised their cups and poured out libations onto the ground. Among them, the two most formidable were the white-robed and black-robed elders, both at the 4th level of the Yuanwu realm. The others, while mostly at the 6th level of the Yuhang realm, numbered over 300, with even the lowest among them at the 6th level of the Kaiyang realm. Though they would face disparities compared to superpowers if they formed a sect, they could still be regarded as a significant sect in their own right. Suddenly, a chilling laugh rang out. The expressions of the white-robed and black-robed elders shifted dramatically. In an instant, a figure materialized. Hovering in midair, garbed in white, resembling a ghost. "Do not seek death." The black-robed elder hastily cautioned those who were inclined to act, then bowed with the white-robed elder towards the figure, saying, "We pay our respects to the special envoy. There is no need for excessive formality. I have come to convey an important message. Please, speak, envoy." Although the target has been eliminated, the ultimate goal remains alive. Within a year, you must continue to lurk in the shadows. Without my permission, none are allowed to reveal themselves openly. This, a 5th-level Yuhang realm expert, could not restrain himself. "The special envoy once promised us." "What? Do you dare to question me?" "No, I merely, Do you know that our Xian Shan sect has lost a prominent figure of noble status? Had he lived, He might have become our sect leader in the future. The figure spoke of the figure of high status. Xian Lei, who was Xian Ming's uncle and Xian Shuang's brother. Should both Xian Shuang and Xian Ming perish, Xian Lei would undoubtedly ascend as the rightful new sect leader. Bang! Suddenly, the white-clad figure extended a hand. And to everyone's shock, the individual who had spoken was struck dead without warning. This one was reckless and lacked the potential for greatness. His continued existence was merely a waste of provisions. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the white-robed and black-robed elders, unable to match the power of the white-clad figure and fearing the reputation of the Xian Shan sect, knelt on one knee. He truly deserved death. The envoy has acted justly. Others followed suit, kneeling and echoing similar sentiments. This was precisely the response the white-clad figure sought. 1 year. You need only wait 1 year. After that, you may act as you wish. Whether his words were mere promises was of little consequence. What mattered was that everyone present shared a deep-seated enmity with the sect leader, Xian Shuang. Their reluctance to seek vengeance stemmed from their own weakness. Pursuing retribution would only lead to their demise. Bai Wuchang, hey Wuchang, take them away from here. Yes, Bai Wuchang, the white-robed elder, and He Wuchang, the black-robed elder, hastened to lead over 300 individuals away. Once they had departed the valley, the white-clad figure descended to the ground and bowed, saying, "Disciple pays respects to master." Not BOW. As he spoke, an elder with silver hair, whose features resembled that of a youthful individual, emerged from the shadows, accompanied by 2 middle-aged men. What a pity! The silver-haired elder lamented the death of the Western Emperor's Blade Saint. Brother Blade Saint, we have been friends for decades, akin to brothers. Who could have imagined that 7 years apart would lead to eternal separation? 10 years ago, your disciple committed a minor transgression, and I was powerless to persuade the sect leader, forced to watch as he was executed. You, in your quest for vengeance, endured in silence for a decade. That girl is truly formidable. If she ascends to leadership, she will only surpass her mother in ruthlessness. Humph! If she remains alive, we old bones shall find no peace. Farewell, Brother Blade Saint. 1 day, we shall avenge you. The silver-haired elder's notion of vengeance was, in truth, a plan to find an opportunity to eliminate Xian Shuang. For now, however, they lacked the capability. Or rather, if they were to strike en masse, even if they succeeded in killing Xian Shuang, few would emerge alive. None wished to become unjustly slain ghosts. Thus, they could only bide their time. Disciple, here I intend to wander about, perhaps paying a visit to Xianming City to see Long. You may return. When will Master return to the mountain? At least 6 months, at most a year. Understood. Disciple takes leave. With that, the white-clad figure exited the deep valley. The following day, the silver-haired elder, accompanied by 2 top disciples of the Xian Shen sect, both at the first level of the Yuanwu realm, emerged from the valley to explore their surroundings. On the 9th of May, the silver-haired elder led his 2 top disciples from within the Eastern Emperor's territory into the Southern Emperor's domain. By the 13th of May, the trio arrived outside Xianming City. Over 30 years ago, when the silver-haired elder first visited Xianming City, he was nearing 50, and Bai Yilong was still under 10. Now, however, Bai Yilong was already in his 40s or 50s. Upon entering the city, the elder chose not to rush to the Lord's residence, but rather sought out a tavern for a drink. As the silver-haired elder and his 2 disciples ascended to the 2nd floor of the tavern, they were met with raucous laughter and the sounds of gambling. Leave. Everyone, leave. One top disciple, noticing the silver-haired elder's frown, approached to usher the patrons out. And who are you to order us about? Came a voice in reply, and my lord has reserved the entire 2nd floor. You are all to vacate, as wealth all that matters? If you have the ability, challenge me to a game. Should you win, I will leave immediately. You? The top disciple, infuriated, prepared to retaliate, but the silver-haired elder did not issue such an order, and he dared not act. You wish to challenge this old man? The silver-haired elder asked, accompanied by another top disciple. Just afraid you might not dare. Humph, there is nothing I would shy away from. What is your name? I am Hu Yanju. Hu Yanju, are you renowned? Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui chuckled and replied, My name, Hu Yanju, resonates throughout the entire Lord's residence. Are you from the Lord's residence? Not at all. Then who are you? Why should you care who I am? Do you wish to challenge me? How do we play? I will teach you, soon. The silver-haired elder learned the rules. Just as he was about to engage in a game with Du Xiaoshui, the latter interjected with a grin. If you lose, in addition to drinking, you must bark like a dog. The two top disciples were enraged, but the silver-haired elder, confident in his victory, agreed. Before long, the silver-haired elder lost, a young man from the Lord's residence. Oblivious to his own limitations, laughed, "Old man, you lost. Quickly bark like a dog." Upon his words, others joined in the ridicule. Best out of 3. The silver-haired elder wished to cheat, perplexed as to why he had lost. After all, his cultivation was at the Tianji realm, far surpassing the norm. He should only lose to those of equal or higher cultivation. Forget it. You are old. I shall grant you another chance. Come now? Du Xiaoshui said, harboring respect for the elderly and refraining from scolding the silver-haired elder. Before long, the silver-haired elder lost again, staring wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaiming, "How did I lose again? Old man, you do not wish to play best out of 5. Do you?" Du Xiaoshui taunted. The silver-haired elder, unwilling to bark like a dog, sought to save face in front of the crowd. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. "Hu Yanzhu, your luck is remarkable. I cannot believe I lost to you. How about this? I shall take you as my disciple. What say you?" Chapter 50. Storming out, Du Xiaoshui, unperturbed by the unfolding chaos, leaned forward on the table, glaring at the two top-tier disciples of the Yuanwu realm. At that moment, a figure gracefully ascended to the second floor, not the tavern keeper nor the owner, but rather Bai Fu, the steward from the Lord's residence. "Ah, so you are all here. What transpired just now? Why has the tavern summoned Bai Fu?" Upon catching sight of the silver-haired elder's countenance, Du Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a pallor of fear. Over 30 years prior, during his 20s, he had encountered the silver-haired elder at the Lord's residence. Back then, the elder had a full head of black hair, yet the youthful visage he bore was etched firmly in Du Xiaoshui's memory. Why has this elder come so suddenly? Is there a significant event occurring in Xinming City? Bai Fu? The silver-haired elder inquired. "Yes, it is I." Bai Fu promptly approached to pay his respects, yet refrained from disclosing the elder's true identity in public. "Chief Steward, do you know this old man?" Du Xiaoshui surmised. "Indeed, I am acquainted with him, young hero Hu. This esteemed guest is a valued visitor of my master. I implore you to refrain from any disrespect." "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave." "You may continue your conversation," Du Xiaoshui declared, hastily extricating himself from the situation. The companions who had accompanied Du Xiaoshui to the tavern for drinks and games, upon learning of the elder's status as a guest of the Lord's residence, were visibly unnerved. Unlike Du Xiaoshui, they could not simply depart without consequence. Should the silver-haired elder desire to hold them accountable, there would be no escape, especially for the gentleman who had instigated the ruckus earlier, whose complexion had turned ashen as if he were a specter. Before long, Du Xiaoshui returned to the Lord's residence, where he fortuitously encountered Bai Yilong, who was admiring the flowers in the garden. Alongside Bai Yilong were two stunningly beautiful women, one named Duan and the other Muden, both of whom were Bai Yilong's concubines. As for the lady of the Lord, she had passed away 3 years prior. "Lord Bai, I see you are here enjoying the company of the second and third madams," Du Xiaoshui remarked, eliciting a hint of embarrassment from Bai Yilong. "Lord Bai, your esteemed guest has arrived." "Esteemed guest?" Bai Yilong inquired, puzzled. A venerable elder with silver hair and the face of a youth is soon to arrive at the Lord's residence. Bai Yilong immediately recognized who it was, uttering no further words as he hastened away from the garden. "Good day, second madam, third madam. Greetings, young hero Hu," Duan and Muden chimed, their faces lighting up with joy at the sight of Du Xiaoshui. Were it not for Du Xiaoshui's impeccable character and his refusal to engage in any impropriety, they would have already approached him, one on each side, seeking closer intimacy. Until next time. Until the next time. "Yanzhu?" they replied wistfully, their expressions tinged with a sense of loss as if a part of their spirit had departed with him. Shortly thereafter, Du Xiaoshui not only encountered Xinming, but also recounted his encounter with the silver-haired elder at the tavern. "What brings him here?" Xinming inquired, genuinely surprised. "Are you familiar with him?" "Not just familiar, but well acquainted. He is an elder of the Xianshan sect, by the name of Gong Zhenya." "How formidable is his cultivation?" "On par with mine, at the second tier of the Tianji realm." "Will Bai Yilong inform him of your poisoning?" "That is uncertain." "Then shall we depart?" Xinming contemplated for a moment before raising her head and stating, Yin brother, it would be prudent for you to leave, preferably beyond the bounds of the Xianshan sect. What are your intentions? My Xianqi has recovered to 40%. If Gong Zhinya insists on meeting me, I shall have my means of addressing the situation. What if he uncovers your true identity and seeks to retaliate? Gong Zhinya is neither the person I mentioned nor my third uncle. He would not act against me. Though she spoke with conviction, Xinming felt an undercurrent of uncertainty within her heart. In truth, had she truly trusted the elder of the Xianshan sect, she would have returned to the sect long ago instead of masquerading as Bai Yulo, sequestering herself within the Lord's residence to recuperate her Xianqi. He is a venerable elder of the Xianshan sect whom you trust, yet I cannot. We have shared a connection, so take care. I must take my leave. With that, Du Xiaoshui swiftly departed from the concealed chamber. Seeing him leave so abruptly stirred a tempest within Xinming, who was not one to easily form attachments. Yet, she had always been a solitary soul, finding it difficult to connect even with women, save for Yuntong. Despite her melancholy, she maintained control over her emotions. Perhaps it is for the best. He has treated me with kindness. Were it another, they would have abandoned me long ago. If I can discern Gong Zhinya's trustworthiness, my chances of returning to the Xianshan sect will be greatly enhanced. Should he betray my mother, I shall take matters into my own hands. Ensuring Bai Yilong is not implicated. Resolute in her acceptance of whatever may come, Xinming decided to face the future with unwavering composure. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoshui had already slipped out through the back door of the Lord's residence. However, he had not ventured far when he sensed a reaction from the dog system. Why has my charm value increased so significantly? 200,000. Oh, I must have misread. It is actually 20,000. Who could be responsible for this? Could it be that Sister Yunxiao has grown fonder of me? Or could it be Xinming? Du Xiaoshui mused as he walked, not glancing back in the dead of night. The Lord's residence in Xinming City was shrouded in silence. Bai Yilong, having exhausted all arguments, found himself powerless to prevent Gong Zhinya from visiting Bai Yulo. Resolved, he declared, Elder Gong, if you must go, then you may as well kill me first. Gong Zhinya found the declaration amusing. Yilong, you are not a child anymore. Why such childishness? I merely wish to meet your son. If you do not wish for me to see him, so be it. I shall not. Thank you, Elder. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yilong suddenly trembled, having fallen victim to a certain restriction cast by Gong Zhinya from afar. Given Bai Yilong's level of cultivation, to break free from such restrictions would take no less than half an hour. Summoned by Fu, Gong Zhinya commanded one of the top-tier disciples. Before long, Bai Fu arrived, accompanied by the disciple. Bai Fu, do you know where your young master is? Gong Zhinya inquired. Indeed, he is, Bai Fu began. But upon noticing Bai Yilong's frantic gestures, he hesitated. Is he in seclusion? Bai Fu responded. No, not answering was also out of the question. This only deepened Gong Zhinya's suspicions. He had never doubted that Bai Yulo's seclusion was a guise for Xinming, but rather felt Bai Yilong was concealing something from him. More importantly, having suffered at the tavern at Du Xiaoshui's hands earlier, he had intended to reprimand him. However, since Du Xiaoshui had already fled, his frustration remained unresolved, and he sought to vent it upon Bai Yilong. In essence, had it not been for the earlier incident at the tavern, even if Bai Yilong were indeed hiding something, Gong Zhinya would have cared little, simply intending to stay a few days at the Lord's residence before departing. Bai Fu, if you dare to deceive me, I shall not kill you. I will merely cripple Yilong's cultivation. Do you understand? Gong Zhinya threatened. Chapter 51. The red-haired oddity. Upon hearing Gong Zhinya's threat to cripple Bai Yilong's cultivation, Bai Fu, in a panic, knelt and implored, Elder, I assure you, the young master is indeed in seclusion. For how long has he been in seclusion? It has been intermittently for nearly 2 months. If he were truly in seclusion, why the secrecy? With my cultivation, a mere nudge would yield results more effective than his 2 months of seclusion. Bai Fu was at a loss, unaware of the depths of the situation, and could not formulate a response. Take me to see Yulo. Bai Fu glanced at Bai Yilong, who had closed his eyes, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Quickly, Gong Zhinya bellowed, his frustration palpable. Bai Fu, startled, nearly lost his composure. Realizing Bai Yilong remained immobile, he understood the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly, he led Gong Zhinya away from the hall. The 2 top-tier disciples followed closely behind, not remaining in the hall. Before departing, Gong Zhinya consoled Bai Yilong. advising him against futile attempts to break the restriction, assuring him that it would dissipate in half an hour. Bai Yilong felt he had done all he could. Since Gong Xinye insisted on visiting his son, he could only acquiesce. He hoped that upon meeting his son, the elder would remain oblivious to his condition. Or even if he did perceive it, that he would refrain from seeking vengeance upon the poison hand god, or returning to the Xian Shan sect to report the matter at that moment. Guided by Bai Fu, Gong Xinye entered a secret passage, confident that Bai Fu would not deceive him, and thus instructed Bai Fu to remain by Bai Yilong's side. Subsequently, Gong Xinye directed the two top-tier disciples to guard the midsection of the passage and proceeded alone. Upon reaching the entrance of the secret chamber, he softly called, "Yulo, I have come to visit you." Hearing his voice, Ximing remained composed and imitated by Yulo's tone, asking, "Who might you be? Has your father ever mentioned an elder of the divine sect by the surname Gong?" "He may have mentioned it. I am that elder. It is you. I beg your pardon for the lack of respect. Why are you being so formal? In my youth, I was under the care of your great-grandmother. As I pass through Ximing City, I wish to pay you a visit. Thank you for your kindness, but I am currently in seclusion and cannot. The fact that you can speak indicates you are able to meet with me. If you are unable to come out, I shall enter." After Gong Xinye finished speaking, he paid no heed to whether those inside would respond or not. With a gentle press of his hand on the door of the secret chamber, it swung open, allowing him entry. Once inside, his gaze swept around, and he chuckled, "Yulo, you are quite the sight to behold. Far more handsome than I." Ximing sat cross-legged on a stone platform against the wall and smiled slightly. "You flatter me excessively. What is your cultivation level?" "I am at the first layer of the Yuan Hong realm. Truly a gifted youth. Your aptitude rivals that of my most cherished disciple. What a pity your father did not send you to the divine sect as a disciple. My father has said that since my great-grandmother bore the surname Xian, I cannot be a disciple of the divine sect. Haha, I had forgotten this is a rule of the divine sect. Since you are well, I can rest easy. When I next visit, I hope you will have emerged from your seclusion, and we can have a proper conversation." Gong Xinye could not discern that Bai Yulo was impersonated by Ximing, as he had never encountered the real Bai Yulo before. If he were Bai Yulo's true father, Bai Yilong, or if Bai Yilong possessed his level of cultivation, any prolonged interaction would eventually reveal the truth. "I initially intended to see you off, but it seems unnecessary. Youngsters like you, even if gifted, must diligently practice rather than become blindly arrogant after a modicum of success. I shall take my leave. Focus on your cultivation." With that, Gong Xinye turned to depart. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked back to ask, "Yulo, have you ever been to Yulo City?" No. Gong Xinye was taken aback for a moment. In the next instant, the atmosphere in the secret chamber shifted dramatically. Gong Xinye was as swift as lightning, instantly moving outside the platform, reaching for Xuanming's face. Anticipating his move, Ximing reacted equally swiftly, bringing her palms together to trap his wrist. "You are not Bai Yulo," Gong Xinye exclaimed in shock. "Of course, I am not Bai Yulo. Otherwise, I could not withstand your divine dragon's claw. Who are you? Do you still not recognize me?" Gong Xinye pondered, his heart racing. Could it be that this girl had survived? Impossible. All those sent to kill her perished. How did she manage to survive? Did she not succumb to the shadowless divine poison? At that moment, Ximing cautioned, "You must not speak too loudly, or I could do anything." In truth, Gong Xinye was not unable to withdraw his hand. He understood that if he did so, Ximing would take them both down together. Her warning against speaking loudly was a caution not to attract attention, lest they both meet their demise. At over 80 years of age, he had no desire to die. Shifting his thoughts, he feigned great astonishment. You are the young master? Why must you act confused before me? Young master, what do you mean by that? Before I set out, I mentioned I would personally inspect the accounts at the Yipin building. Yet only two individuals know of this matter, Yuntong and my third uncle. Yuntong would never betray me, and indeed, my third uncle has laid a trap at Yipin building, awaiting my arrival. Upon hearing this, Gong Xinye continued to feign ignorance. Why would Deputy Sect Master Xianlei do such a thing? I suspect that the muddled accounts at Yipin building, amounting to over 100 billion, are related to him. You know well the sect master's temperament. You are more aware than I'd. Should the sect master discover that my third uncle has committed an act she loathes, he would not only face death, but also be rendered powerless. Of course, even if my third uncle were bold, he would not dare to rebel. However, If someone were to leverage this matter against him, the situation would differ. Gong Xinye knew who Xinming spoke of, but quickly responded to mislead her. It is not me, young master. I lack such audacity, I was not referring to you. Then who? I shall go kill him at once. Aside from the woman surnamed Luo, who else could it be? Deputy Sect Master Luo? Upon hearing this, Xuanming's heart sank slightly, realizing that even if Gong Xinye had not directly participated in the rebellion, he was at least aware of it. If the latter were true, she could reason with him. However, if it were the former, there would be no recourse. Who else could it be? Surely not. Deputy Sect Master Luo is loyal to the Sect Master. How could she, before Gong Xinye could continue? Xuanming's heart plummeted as she understood that Gong Xinye was indeed one of the conspirators. Elder Gong, why? Why what? Why did you betray the Sect Master and conspire with the woman surnamed Luo to harm me? Gong Xinye took a deep breath, realizing that pretense was futile. Young master, since you are so astute, I shall be forthright. Give me an explanation. Are you aware of the relationship between the Sect Master and Deputy Sect Master Luo? What relationship? Deputy Sect Master Luo is your mother's lover. Xinming was momentarily stunned. In that instant, Gong Xinye believed he had found his opportunity and attempted to withdraw his hand, enveloping himself in his protective energy to break through the ground above. If he fled quickly enough, even if Xinming could obliterate the entire Xinming city in her final moments, she could not inflict any harm upon him. You lie. Xuanming's eyes radiated a pure yet terrifying light, rendering Gong Xinye unable to withdraw his hand, let alone utilize his protective energy. Young master, have you mastered the Xian Shan Ichiju, a technique known only to the Sect Master? Gong Xinye was terrified. To his knowledge, the Xian Shan Ichiju was the foremost technique of the Xian Shan sect, and once mastered, its power could move mountains and drain seas, surpassing even the might of natural disasters. In the history of the Xian Shan sect, no one had truly mastered it in nearly 3 centuries. Just as Xinming was about to speak, both heard a disturbance from the secret passage and fell silent. At that moment, the 2 top disciples in the passage, afraid to eavesdrop, remained oblivious to the happenings within the secret chamber. However, they could see who approached from outside. A figure clad in a red robe with flowing red hair and a masked face entered the passage and advanced towards them. Halt! The 2 top disciples whispered sternly. You 2 are disciples of the Xian Shan sect, correct? The red-haired figure asked in a sharp tone. It is good that you know. Have you betrayed Sect Master Xuanchuang? Are you planning a rebellion? Hearing this, the expressions of the 2 top disciples shifted drastically. In an instant, they acted without further thought, planning to unite and eliminate the red-haired figure. Upon seeing their expressions, the red-haired individual knew his guess was correct. To hell with you. I haven't even made a move, and you are already attacking. Die! In retaliation, the red-haired figure focused his thoughts and simultaneously removed his mask. In that moment, although the 2 top disciples were at the first layer of the Yuan Wu realm, capable of demolishing dozens of stories of skyscrapers with a single punch, they froze upon seeing the red-haired figure's visage. Even more absurdly, their energy suddenly surged backward, out of their control. They fell swiftly and numbly, without making much sound, merely the sound of their bodies hitting the ground. That was quick. The red-haired figure donned his mask again, stabbed at the 2 with his sword, and in a blink, found himself outside the secret chamber, his eyes gleaming with a magical light. Yet he did not rush inside. Poison Hand Divine Lord? Xinming, facing the door of the secret chamber, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the red-haired figure, then expressed some surprise. Chapter 52. So handsome. I feel utterly handsome. Poison Hand Divine Lord. What brings him here? Gong Xinye glanced back, equally astonished in terms of cultivation. The true Poison Hand Divine Lord could not match him. However, the Poison Hand Divine Lord excelled in poison techniques and could fight him to a standstill under desperate circumstances. Being an elder of the Xian Shan sect, how could he not know that the Poison Hand Divine Lord had been recruited by the sect master as a guest elder? He had assumed the red-haired figure was sent by the sect master to deal with him. Just then, Xinming coughed up blood, her breath faint, and her body swayed precariously. Seizing this opportunity, Gong Xinye not only broke free from her control but also activated his protective energy, intending to break through the hard stone above and prioritize his escape. Retaliate! The red-haired figure stepped into the secret chamber, murmuring a spell, and as his mask shattered against his face, both he and Gong Xinye soared into the air. Before choosing to counterattack, the red-haired figure had received a prompt from the handsome system, allowing him to perceive Gong Zhanye's cultivation and power level. Second layer of the Tianji realm, power level, 40 million. Please select a mode, defense, evasion, counterattack. At that moment, Gong Zhanye found himself engulfed in a surreal confusion. This fellow is not the Poison Hand Divine Lord. He isn't that Hu Yinju who already fled. Is he? Damn it. I have been deceived with my cultivation. I could crush this brat with a single finger. Yet, he is quite handsome. If I were a woman, 60 years younger, I would undoubtedly fall for him. As Gong Zhanye's consciousness arrived at this realization, he felt his body grow light, as if ascending to the heavens like an immortal. Have I attained enlightenment? Strange, why can't I move my body? Where is my protective energy? Crack. Gong Zhanye's physical form hit the ground, his face bearing an expression of bewilderment, mixed with the joy of having ascended to immortality. The handsome value of 200,000 certainly makes a difference. The crimson-haired oddity descended to the ground, approaching Gong Zhanye, and lowered his head to take a glance. It struck him as peculiar. With his keen eyesight, he could not discern the cause of the man's demise, which appeared more akin to a peaceful passing. Upon this reflection, the crimson-haired figure stepped forward to assist the dazed Xianming. Stand back, Xianming suddenly uttered, lifting her head as she insisted on invoking a secret technique before her imminent demise. Oh, it's you? Who else but me? Hu Yinju? Didn't you leave long ago? And why would I leave without repaying you? Upon hearing this, Xianming felt a surge of emotions that transformed her tears into laughter, and then she unexpectedly fainted. What with the fainting? There's no need for such dramatics, Du Xiaoshui exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, he sensed something amiss and hastily turned inward. What the hell? Why has my charm value not only remained intact but actually increased? It surpassed 250,000. I feel incredibly handsome. However, in the next moment, his charm value plummeted rapidly, though thankfully it did not completely diminish, leaving him with several thousand points, sufficient for numerous endeavors. In the following instant, Du Xiaoshui returned to the secret passage, hauling the two corpses into the hidden chamber, placing them alongside Gong Zhanye's lifeless body. After a while, footsteps echoed from the depths of the passage. Two individuals, none other than Bai Yilong and Bai Fu. Du Xiaoshui, possessing extraordinary hearing, confirmed that Bai Fu had halted midway, while only Bai Yilong approached the entrance of the secret chamber, prompting him to speak in a hushed tone. By City Lord, if you wish for your son to remain alive, it would be prudent to halt your steps. Bai Yilong was taken aback. Despite his cultivation at the 6th level of the Yuheng realm, he had not detected the presence of another within the secret chamber. Who are you? You possess immense audacity. Had I not poisoned Gong Zhanye and the others, considering the might of the Xianshan sect, I would surely meet a grim fate. What punishment do you deem appropriate? Just as he finished speaking, Bai Yilong, still a good 10 meters away from the secret chamber's entrance, turned pale and suddenly knelt. To be frank, Bai Yilong was uncertain of Gong Zhanye's true capabilities, but he estimated him to possess at least the 1st level of the Tianji realm. The fact that such a formidable figure could succumb to poison indicated the extraordinary prowess of the Poison Hand Divine Sovereign. Even if he could not rival the leader of the Xianshan sect, he would not be far behind. Why are you silent? Du Xiaoshui inquired after a moment of waiting. The younger generation has nothing to say. Humph. The deaths of Gong Zhanye and the others transpired here. Even if you are not the murderer, you cannot escape culpability. Bai Yilong had refrained from speaking earlier as he contemplated this very matter. Given his understanding of the Xian Shuang sect leader, he knew that if Gong Zhanye perished within the city lord's manor, even if one of the top disciples fell, the sect leader would undoubtedly strip him of his position. The younger generation is aware. And what are your plans? I shall follow the arrangements of the elder. Your son was fortunate enough not to fall victim to my poison. I shall refrain from administering it to him again. Thank you, esteemed elder. Bai Yilong exhaled a sigh of relief. Where has that Hu Yinju gone? He departed long ago. Isn't he your son's friend? Indeed, he is, but he offended Gong Zhanye. Hence, how did he offend Gong Zhanye? He was unaware of Gong Zhanye's might and foolishly attempted to make him bark like a dog. Du Xiaoshui smiled faintly at this. That lad possesses mediocre skills but remarkable talent in detoxification. If he returns, inform him that I wish to take him as my disciple. As for other matters, not a word shall be uttered. Understood, the younger generation shall comply. Bai Yilong assented. City Lord Bai, will you handle the corpses? Bai Ilong hesitated briefly before comprehending. I will. I am quite adept at it. That is good. I trust you will manage it thoroughly, no problem. Even the sect leader would be unable to uncover them. Excellent. Return in 2 hours. ASU command. Bai Ilong turned to leave. Once Bai Ilong and Bai Fu exited the secret passage, Du Xiaoshui approached the platform within the hidden chamber and took a seat. He gazed at the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Yulo's, curious about how Xinming had accomplished this. Thus, he reached out to touch her face, but as soon as his hand made contact, Xinming awoke. I'm relieved you are not dead. Du Xiaoshui hastily withdrew his hand, a sheepish smile on his face. You wouldn't let me die, would you? Xinming replied with a smile. Of course not. I need you alive to repay your debt of gratitude. I find it strange. Xinming suddenly sensed something, her expression becoming peculiar. What is strange? I thought that even if I survived, I would lose all my cultivation. Yet after a mere nap, the wooing divine poison has vanished. Is that so? Brother Yin, thank you. Thank me for what? You saved me once again. Xinming regarded Du Xiaoshui with an oddly tender gaze, her voice exceedingly gentle. It seems I shall never be able to repay your great kindness in this lifetime. If there is a next life, I shall have to repay it then. Given that she presently bore the form of Bai Yulo yet acted in a daughterly manner, Du Xiaoshui found it somewhat overwhelming. Let us set aside the matter of gratitude for now. I need to discuss something with you. With that, Du Xiaoshui succinctly recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Xinming listened quietly, then glanced at the 3 corpses in the corner. Brother Yin, you possess remarkable abilities. It's not my prowess. Rather, Gong Zhinya has grown old, and a mere fright for me led to his demise. A fright? Indeed. He died. Oh. Xinming approached to inspect Gong Zhinya's corpse, discovering that it bore no difference from a peaceful passing, leaving her somewhat perplexed. As for the other 2 individuals, she presumed they had perished from having been pierced by Du Xiaoshui's sword. Moreover, she believed Du Xiaoshui's swordsmanship must be exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, the terror etched upon the faces of the 2 would not have been so pronounced. After a moment, Xinming ceased pondering how Gong Zhinya had met his end. For her trust in Du Xiaoshui had reached an extraordinary level of dependence. From another perspective, no one in the world was more deserving of her trust than Du Xiaoshui, not even her biological mother. Chapter 53. Inherent handsomeness is hard to abandon. Days later, Du Xiaoshui donned his original attire once more, his hair restored to its natural black hue, while his sword was nowhere to be found. He stealthily re-entered Xinming City, arriving at the rear entrance of the City Lord's manor. He was a friend of the young City Lord. The gatekeeper recognized him and allowed him entry without a word. Oh, Hu Xiaoxia, what brings you back? Bai Fu expressed surprise upon seeing him. What? Am I not allowed to return? You're not afraid. Afraid of what? Never mind. Anyway, that esteemed guest has already departed and likely won't return. Why? He is 2 or 3 decades my senior, coupled with his noble status. Hence, are you implying he has little time left? Bai Fu's expression shifted in alarm. Hu Xiaoxia, I shan't converse with you any longer. Do as you please. Shortly thereafter, Du Xiaoshui encountered Bai Ilong in the garden, where he was planting flowers, alone without Dujuan and Muden. City Lord Bai, Hu Yinju, have returned. Hu Xiaoxia, you have indeed returned indeed? Are you not worried? What is there to fear? I merely spent a few days elsewhere, only to realize that Xinming City is the best. Hence I returned. Haha, Hu Xiaoxia, you are a good friend of Yulo and have saved him. I would gladly wish for you to reside in Xinming City for all eternity. That's not feasible. I still intend to marry and have children. Xinming City is abundant in beauties. Feel free to tell me whom you fancy. I am handsome enough not to lack for beauties. For me, it's all about the spark of connection. Very well, you have the final say. Bai Ilong and Du Xiaoshui engaged in idle chatter for a while before Bai Ilong led Du Xiaoshui to the secret chamber, revealing that the Poison Hand Divine Sovereign had visited and wished to take him on as a disciple, yet he divulged not a single word regarding other matters. Seeing Bai Ilong had indeed complied with his directives, Du Xiaoshui felt quite satisfied. However, as he bid farewell to Bai Ilong to head to the underground secret chamber to meet Xinming, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Bai Ilong has reduced Gong Zhinya and the others to ashes and buried their remains deep beneath the garden? He decided it was best not to dwell on it further, resolving never to pass by this area again lest he be reminded and feel a chill. After a brief moment, Du Xiaoshui entered the underground secret chamber to meet Xinming. Upon seeing him, Xinming immediately inquired, "What happened to your hair? It's red one moment and black the next. I once worked as a hairstylist." Du Xiaoshui jested. "A hairstylist?" Xinming was puzzled. "A hairstylist is someone who cuts hair. I see that I not only cut hair, but I also dye it. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I'll let you see. By the way, do you like blondes?" "Blondes?" Xinming paused, quickly realizing Du Xiaoshui referred to blonde hair, and shook her head. "That I also dislike blondes. If I have a daughter, I shall never allow a blonde to come near. I prefer green." "Green?" Du Xiaoshui felt somewhat awkward. "Then you must indeed prefer blondes." Xinming, unsure why Du Xiaoshui had changed his stance so swiftly, smiled gently. "I favor blue the most." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui glanced at Xinming and remarked, "In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall dye your hair a splendid blue." "Really?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, it is a promise," he affirmed. "You are exceedingly kind to me." Xuanming's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, her gaze reflecting the innocence of a young maiden. Observing her demeanor, Du Xiaoshui mused. Given that the system has declared her beauty to rival that of Zhuer, it must hold some truth. If I were to express a desire to see her true visage, she would likely acquiesce. Yet, such a revelation might complicate our interactions henceforth. Patience is a virtue. I shall defer this matter for a later time. At that moment, Xinming spoke up. "Brother Yin, I have delightful news to share." "What tidings do you bring?" he inquired. "My Xuanqi has returned to 50%. I believe that within 2 months, I shall be fully restored." Indeed, this was splendid news. 10 days later, after considerable effort, Xuanming's Xuanqi had improved to 60%. 20 days hence, it reached 70%. Remarkably, it took merely a month for her Xuanqi to ascend to 90%. On this particular day, Xinming awaited Du Xiaoshui's arrival and shared various matters with him. Following his departure, he conversed with Bai Yilong for an extended period. Upon hearing the news, Bai Yilong promptly dispatched orders, and within 2 days, he had gathered dozens of rare medicinal herbs. Unbeknownst to him, Du Xiaoshui intended to store these herbs in a concealed chamber underground. Remarkably, just a day later, when Du Xiaoshui approached the chamber, he discovered that the door had become immovable, a strange energy swirling within. Having been forewarned by Xinming, he was not taken aback, merely intrigued. 3 days elapsed, and as Du Xiaoshui traversed the secret passage, he suddenly found himself unable to proceed halfway through its length. The techniques of the Xian Shen sect were indeed formidable. It seemed that Brother Yun would not only restore his Xuanqi but also enhance its quality, elevating his cultivation to the 3rd layer of Tianji realm. On that very same day, Du Xiaoshui instructed Bai Yilong to seal the entrance to the secret passage. Initially perplexed, Bai Yilong complied upon learning that it was to expedite the detoxification process. Time flew, and soon it was June 25. Du Xiaoshui had been away for a while, and though he feigned disinterest in returning to Hongfu Martial Arts Hall, the truth lay elsewhere. However, as Xinming had yet to emerge from her retreat, he could not return. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. At that moment, Bai Yilong sent Bai Fu to invite Du Xiaoshui to a banquet, stating that it was his 45th birthday. While he had initially wished to forego a celebration, his brother-in-law insisted on a gathering. Thus he had arranged a modest affair, inviting a mere 30 prominent figures from the city. Du Xiaoshui had no inclination to attend, yet upon hearing that a Taoist priestess would grace the event, he decided to join the festivities. Naturally, a banquet necessitated dressing well. Du Xiaoshui, possessing striking good looks, could wear anything and still appear handsome. However, for the sake of propriety, he adorned himself as a dapper young gentleman. Upon entering the banquet hall, his presence drew attention, particularly from a number of young men and women. "Isn't there only 30 guests? Why are there 50 or 60 here?" he wondered. It turned out that alongside the young attendees, numerous middle-aged individuals had also arrived. Bai Fu had not misrepresented the count. The city lordess invitees numbered merely 30, with the additional guests being the children or friends of those invited. Bai Fu could not openly comment on the situation and thus hosted them all. Before Du Xiaoshui could fully relish the attention, 7 individuals entered the hall, with the central figure being Bai Yilong's brother-in-law, Wan Chongkong. To his left stood a balding elder, and to his right was Wan Chongkong's daughter, Wan Xianer, the cousin of Bai Yulo, who was fair-skinned and exceptionally beautiful. The remaining 4 were skilled practitioners from the Wan family, all at the 6th layer of Kaiyang realm. Wan Xianer, adorned in heavy makeup, immediately became the center of attention upon entering the hall, captivating the young men and women alike, even those from the city's affluent families. Upon spotting Du Xiaoshui, Wan Changkong's eyes lit up, and he intended to greet him. But Du Xiaoshui, seemingly oblivious, made his way to a corner. Just then, the city's elite approached Wan Changkong for conversation, leaving him no choice but to abandon his attempt. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Fair maiden," Du Xiaoshui addressed a young Taoist priestess, likely around 16 or 17 years of age. "I am not a heroine," she replied. "Then, might you be a celestial being?" He jested. "I am neither. I am merely a young Taoist priestess," she said, casting a glance at the elder priestess nearby, uncertain if she should answer. The elder priestess, clothed in a pale yellow robe, possessed a delicate complexion and striking beauty, her attractiveness rated at an impressive 8. For at that moment, she kept her eyes closed, refusing to acknowledge Du Xiaoshui. Meanwhile, the young priestess was indeed a great beauty, albeit a touch naivete, lacking the allure of the elder. The system rated her similarly at 8. "For I see, you are indeed a celestial maiden," Du Xiaoshui concluded. I am not. I am just a young Taoist priestess named Yushuang." "What is your name?" "I am Yin Zhu." "Yin Zhu? What a peculiar name," she remarked. Du Xiaoshui smiled slightly. "I've heard there exists a Taoist temple to the west of the city, where a reclusive sage resides, known as My master is revered as Linkong Daozhong," she interjected. Chapter 54. This Taoist priestess has remarkably long legs. "Indeed, that must be the Linkong fairy," he affirmed. "Why master dislikes being called a fairy." "Why is that?" "Because, before Yushuang could finish her thought, the elder priestess suddenly opened her eyes, casting a glance at Du Xiaoshui before shutting them again. "Junior sister, do not converse with him. Once Lord Bai arrives, we shall pay our respects to the birthday celebrant and take our leave. Sister, he seems to be associated with the city lord's residence." "And what of it?" "I believe he is a good person. If he were truly a good person, he would not disturb us." "Did he disturb you?" Yushuang replied, implying that she felt no annoyance from Du Xiaoshui. The elder priestess, hearing this, was compelled to open her eyes once more and glared at Du Xiaoshui. "Yin Zhu, I care not who you are. If you dare to speak to my junior sister again, do not blame me for being impolite." She assumed Du Xiaoshui's surname was Yin, believing he was merely addressing her as such. "Yushuang, is she your elder sister?" he inquired. "Why do you call me junior sister?" The elder priestess retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. "If you can call me Yin Zhu, why may I not call you junior sister Yushuang? My junior sister's surname is Yang, her full name being Yang Yushuang. Aside from myself and my master, others are forbidden from calling her Yushuang. You've already done so, and besides, Yushuang does not seem to mind," Du Xiaoshui countered, playfully defying her. The elder priestess, infuriated, looked as though she might explode. "Yin Zhu," Yushuang spoke softly, "perhaps you should call me Miss Yang instead." "Are you displeased if I call you Yushuang?" he queried. "It is not that I am displeased, but rather that my elder sister would be. You are you, and your elder sister is your elder sister. As long as you are pleased, your elder sister's feelings should matter less, no?" Pondering this, Yushuang realized there was some truth to his words. Yet, having been raised to heed her elder sister's wishes, she felt conflicted. "Regardless, my elder sister treats me well. I cannot allow her to be upset." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui recognized that this young girl had been instilled with many misguided principles by her elder sister. Much like himself in the past, Zhu may have been naivete, but there was a certain charm in her innocence. However, this young girl was truly innocent, and he wished to guide her, lest she be bullied by her elder sister in the future. Shifting the topic, Du Xiaoshui asked, "Yushuang, why do you stand?" "My elder sister is seated, so I must stand," she replied. "But wait, your elder sister is not your master. Why should she sit while you stand? To sit together or stand together is the way of sisters. Is that so? If you do not believe me, you may inquire with others." Just as he finished speaking, the elder priestess sprang to her feet. "Are you never finished? Do you wish for a fight?" "What? Do you want to brawl with me?" Du Xiaoshui observed the elder priestess, thinking to himself, "This Taoist priestess indeed has remarkably long legs." The system claimed her height to be 1.75 meters. Initially, he doubted it, believing her to be only slightly taller than Yang Yushuang, perhaps 1.69 at most. It turned out her height was entirely in those long legs. At that moment, the elder priestess declared, "A fight? Humph! My master forbids me from engaging in combat with others. However, should you continue to speak nonsense, I may have no choice but to challenge you. Du Xiaoshui chuckled and asked, how do you intend to fight? What do you mean? How? Will it be a one-on-one or a two-on-one? I do not comprehend your words. A one-on-one means you and I will duel. A two-on-one means you and your junior sister will both fight me. Upon hearing this, Yang Yushuang hurriedly interjected, I will not engage in combat with you. Why not? My cultivation is at the first layer of Kaiyang realm. I fear I might harm you. You possess such high cultivation? Du Xiaoshui feigned surprise. Hemph. The elder priestess interjected. My cultivation is at the second layer of Kaiyang realm. Should you dare to face me one-on-one, within 3 moves, you shall surely be defeated. Du Xiaoshui shook his head. I do not believe it. One day, we shall have a grand duel of 300 rounds to see who is truly superior. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, proclaiming, the city lord has arrived. Instantly, the vast hall fell into a profound silence as all awaited the appearance of Bai Yilong. The Taoist nun, initially intending to say something, found herself swept up in the tide of the moment. Joining Du Xiaoshui and Yang Yushuang in gazing outside, a few seconds later, Bai Yilong stepped into view, laughing heartily, exuding an air of joviality. Esteemed guests have come to celebrate my birthday. I am truly honored. If my hospitality falls short, I ask for your understanding. You are too modest, city lord, the guests chorused in unison. Du Xiaoshui, not considered a guest, remained silent. The Taoist nun shot him a glare before leading Yang Yushuang to offer their birthday wishes to Bai Yilong. Aware of her status as the chief disciple of Linkong, the Taoist master from the west of the city, Bai Yilong treated her with utmost respect and exchanged pleasantries. However, when the Taoist nun indicated her desire to leave, Bai Yilong insisted she and Yang Yushuang stay for a meal, claiming he had prepared a vegetarian feast especially for them. Reluctantly, the Taoist nun agreed, and soon the hall was filled with tables laden with food. As hosts and guests alike took their seats, Du Xiaoshui, initially seated at Bai Yilong's table, declared his intention to partake in a vegetarian meal, moving to join Yang Yushuang and her sister at their table. The Taoist nun, noticing his arrival, wanted to express her displeasure, but with so many witnesses, she deemed it unwise to offend Bai Yilong and held her tongue. Yang Yushuang, however, was delighted. Having never conversed so extensively with a male before, she found Du Xiaoshui to be quite amiable, and they exchanged light-hearted banter. Meanwhile, the Taoist nun simmered in frustration, unable to voice her irritation. As the wine flowed and laughter echoed, Yang Yushuang suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Sister, why aren't you eating? The vegetarian dishes here are far superior to those at our temple. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. The Taoist nun finally seized the moment to express her dissatisfaction. Sister, are you unhappy? Indeed, I am not pleased. Why is that? Is it the taste of the vegetarian dishes? Du Xiaoshui nearly choked on his food at this, realizing that while he had previously thought Li Manju to be a simpleton, Yang Yushuang was the true novel one. At that moment, Wan Qin'er approached, sitting across from Du Xiaoshui, seemingly hesitant to draw near. Anticipating her interest in Bai Yulo, Du Xiaoshui feigned ignorance of her presence. When she saw he was ignoring her, Wan Qin'er's discontent grew. Why aren't you speaking to me? She inquired. Who? You doubt am I supposed to talk to you? Haven't we merely crossed paths before? We've met. So we should be acquaintances, she retorted, pouting. That was ages ago. Then tell me, where is my cousin? I don't know you're friends with my cousin. How can you not know? Bai Chengzhu is your cousin's father. Why don't you ask him? Having reached the age of 18, Wan Qin'er had only Bai Yulo to vent her frustrations upon, and while she contemplated unleashing her ire, she ultimately restrained herself. Please inform me, where is my cousin? Didn't your father tell you? He said my cousin is in seclusion. Then why ask me? At these words, Wan Qin'er felt her temper flare again but quickly suppressed it once more. What I mean is, today is the city lord's birthday. My cousin is usually quite filial. Why is he absent? Oh, he is in seclusion. Wan Qin'er was left speechless. Strangely, despite having endured twice, she found herself capable of holding back a third time. At that moment, the Taoist nun stifled a laugh, unable to contain herself. Wan Qin'er, already fuming, misinterpreted the laugh as ridicule directed at her, bristling with indignation. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at my own amusement. It is none of your concern. Are you mocking me? I'm not. The Taoist nun had recognized Wan Qian'er as the daughter of Wan Chongkong, the second most powerful figure in Ximing City and head of the Wan family, and she had no desire to offend. "I see you are. Suit yourself," the Taoist nun replied, her tone growing chilly. "Do you know who I am? Your father is the head of the Wan family, and even by Chengzhu must show you some deference. I meant who I am. Aren't you just the daughter of the Wan family head?" Du Xiaoshui mused to himself that he had not anticipated the Taoist nun to possess such wit. However, he wondered if her mimicry of his speech signified an interest in him. Wan Qian'er could no longer contain herself and slammed her hand down on the table, drawing the attention of all present. One man and three women became the center of attention. Chapter 55. The handsome young man with an impeccable build. Wan Chongkong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Qian'er, what are you doing?" "Father, she is bullying me." "Who is bullying you?" "This Taoist nun." "Surely not. She is a distinguished disciple of Linkong. How could she bully you?" "It must be a misunderstanding. Come over here. Father, come here." Despite Wan Qian'er's usual arrogance, she recognized her father's displeasure and shot a glare at the Taoist nun before retreating to her seat. Du Xiaoshui, relishing the chaos, leaned in and whispered, "Taoist nun, you've offended Wan Chongkong's daughter. While he may be in good spirits today and refrain from creating trouble, who knows what tomorrow holds? The head of the Wan family is not as petty as you might think." "You don't seem to be very forgiving either," she replied. "What did you just call me?" "Taoist nun." "What does adding female imply? Besides, I don't appreciate being called Taoist. Would you prefer fairy nun?" "Not that either." "How about beauty?" The Taoist nun hesitated, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. "You are quite the smooth talker. If you weren't affiliated with the city lord's estate, I would assume you were a rogue." "Sister, what is a rogue?" Yang Yushuang asked. "Yes, what is a rogue?" "How does one steal flowers?" Du Xiaoshui interjected, feigning ignorance. The Taoist nun was taken aback by Du Xiaoshui's unexpected question, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Although she had heard of rogues, she was not entirely certain of their methods. Just then, a voice announced, "The leader of the Hongdao sect has arrived." Du Xiaoshui paused, surprised, as far as he knew. The Hongdao sect was not based in Xinming City, being located at least 700 miles away. Why would Dao Ba, the sect leader, travel such a distance to celebrate Bai Yilong's birthday? Did they share a prior acquaintance? Otherwise, it seemed unnecessary for the leader of the Hongdao sect to make such a journey for someone like Bai Yilong, who was not a figure of the same caliber as Han Jianhuang. "Ha ha, brother Bai. I apologize for my tardiness," Dao Ba boomed, striding in with a broad grin and clasping his hands in greeting. Bai Yilong had already risen to welcome him. "Dao Xian, I never anticipated you would truly come. I make it a point to visit Xinming City each year to celebrate your birthday. How could I miss this year? You are too kind." As they spoke, Bai Yilong clasped Dao Ba's hand, their camaraderie evident as they took their seats together. Dao Ba occupied the spot Du Xiaoshui had previously occupied, and as Du Xiaoshui was seated at the corner, Dao Ba did not notice him. In fact, Dao Ba didn't spare a glance at anyone else, including Wan Chongkong. It was not due to arrogance. Rather, he had the standing to do so. In terms of cultivation, he and Bai Yilong were equal, both at the 6th level of the Yuheng realm, while Wan Chongkong, despite his high cultivation, was merely at the 5th level. Though one level may seem trivial, the difference in combat capability was substantial. Before long, the Taoist nun and Yang Yushuang took their leave from the city lord's residence. "What brings you out?" the Taoist nun asked as they stepped outside. "I came out for some fresh air and to see you both off." Du Xiaoshui replied, "There's no need." "There is. Are you harboring ulterior motives?" "If I were, it wouldn't look like this, would it?" The Taoist nun pondered this and conceded, allowing Du Xiaoshui to escort them. The three of them walked together. "Yin Zhu, are you also affiliated with the city lord's estate?" Yang Yushuang inquired. "No, so you aren't part of the city lord's estate," the Taoist nun remarked, slightly irked. "What gives you the right to represent the city lord's estate in seeing us off? I've enjoyed the city lord's hospitality for a while. Is it only fitting for me to see guests off?" "That's not what I meant." "What do you mean then?" "I mean, those who understand, understand. If you don't clarify, how am I to know what you mean?" "Forget it, it's pointless." "Then what exactly do you mean?" "Don't talk to me." The Taoist nun, flustered, quickened her pace. However, as they walked on, she overheard Du Xiaoshui and Yang Yushuang laughing together, which only fueled her irritation and a tinge of jealousy. "Yin Zhu, you should head back. One should see things through to the end. I must escort these two to the Xianin temple." Are you planning to stay for tea once we reach the Xianin temple? How did you know? Du Xiaoshui smiled, appearing charming yet cheeky. Fine, do as you wish. The great Taoist lady experienced a shift in her thoughts and conceived a plan. If Du Xiaoshui dared to step even a foot into the Xianin temple, she would have the opportunity to engage him in combat, and at that moment, she had no fear of his unruliness. As dusk fell, the trio finally arrived at the entrance of Xianin Temple. Situated to the west of the city, this temple had endured 30 years of trials and tribulations. When the esteemed Master Ling Kong first arrived in Xianming City, he was scarcely 40 years old. Yet now he approached his 70s. Originally, only a handful resided within the temple, but now dozens of Taoist nuns, each possessing their own cultivation, filled its halls, since the great Taoist lady did not impede their entry. And Yang Yushuang was rather unsuspecting. Once Du Xiaoshui entered the Xianin temple, he felt as if he had stepped into his own courtyard. After finishing their tea, night descended, and just as Du Xiaoshui was about to take his leave of Yang Yushuang, he saw the great Taoist lady re-entering from outside after a brief absence. She announced, "Junior sister, Master seeks you." "Very well, I shall go meet Master." Yang Yushuang responded without suspicion and departed the parlor. Du Xiaoshui discerned that the great Taoist lady wished to spar with him, yet he feigned ignorance. "Taoist, may I inquire your name? Are you not quite close with my junior sister? Did she not inform you?" "She did not." "Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Yuan. Why not Yang Yuan?" No sooner had he spoken than the great Taoist lady swiftly advanced, her delicate fingers pressing down on Du Xiaoshui's shoulder. "The reason I share my name with you is so that you will remember me. Next time you see me, I hope you keep your distance." "Why, are you unharmed?" Su Yuan, being at the second level of Kaiyang realm, found it surprising that Du Xiaoshui had not suffered any consequences from her actions. In the next instant, Du Xiaoshui placed his right hand on her waist and, with a speed she could not refuse, spun her around the parlor several times, resembling a dance. What are you doing? You placed your hand on my shoulder. Did you not wish to dance?" "I am quite easygoing, as you desired." In an instant, Du Xiaoshui propelled Su Yuan in a whirlwind, spinning her in place for over a dozen circles. Although Su Yuan possessed formidable cultivation, she lacked combat experience and soon felt dizzy. After several seconds, Du Xiaoshui quickened his pace, spinning her 10 times in a second. Su Yuan had never encountered such a scenario. Initially, she felt merely dizzy, but soon nausea followed. After Du Xiaoshui had spun her over 1,000 times, she could no longer contain herself and vomited, exclaiming, "What?" Du Xiaoshui deliberately did not evade, and his chest was instantly soaked. At that moment, he halted his spinning and called out, "Taoist Su, why have you splattered me with your vomit?" I feel so unwell." Su Yuan's complexion turned pale, and she clung tightly to Du Xiaoshui, fearing she might faint in doing so. She too became damp. After a moment, she finally regained her composure, pushed Du Xiaoshui away, and exclaimed, "Are you mocking me? Taoist Su, you have covered me in filth, and yet I have remained silent, and you have the audacity to claim I am mocking you. What is your cultivation level?" "Just like yours, the second level of Kaiyang realm." Taoist Su, I initially thought you were a gentle soul, given your beauty. I presumed what you expelled would be fragrant, yet it seems you are just like me. I ought to clean up." However, before he could take a step, Su Yuan turned and fled. When Du Xiaoshui emerged, Yang Yushuang returned, wearing an expression of confusion. "Yin Zhu, what happened to my senior sister? She attempted to fight with me, not only vomiting all over me but also soiling herself." "Just take a look," Du Xiaoshui said, gesturing toward his chest. "How peculiar, how could one vomit during a fight?" Yang Yushuang exclaimed in astonishment. "Let us not dwell on that. Where is there a place to wash? I must clean myself. I shall take you." Without further thought, Yang Yushuang led Du Xiaoshui to the guest quarters designated for esteemed visitors. Upon seeing a bathroom adjacent to the guest room, Du Xiaoshui disregarded whether Yang Yushuang was male or female and swiftly removed his outer robe, even shedding his shirt, revealing a strong and gleaming chest. Yang Yushuang, witnessing this, felt no shame but instead stole a few more glances. Only after a moment did she realize the implications. Her cheeks flushed red. "Oh dear, Yin Zhu, how could you? My apologies, I shall depart. I can wash myself without your assistance. I would not assist you." Yang Yushuang's face burned. her heart racing as she hurriedly covered her face and fled. Chapter 56. The Art of Eavesdropping. Approximately half an hour later, having not only bathed but also cleaned his outer robe, Du Xiaoshui did not hasten to cultivate and dry his clothes, but instead hung the robe in the guest room, appearing as if he planned to stay for an extended period. At that moment, a middle-aged Taoist nun entered, possessing average looks and modest cultivation. Yen Shizhu, as a guest of the city lordess' residence, you may stay here for the night. Thank you, master. Master? Ah, a slip of the tongue. Thank you, Taoist. Once the middle-aged Taoist departed, Du Xiaoshui entered the bedroom, discovering that it was even more luxurious than the quarters he occupied at the city lord's residence, a stark contrast to what one would expect from a recluse. Yet upon reflection, he deemed it quite reasonable. Temples and monasteries had always been rather affluent. There was a tale of an emperor who, prior to rebellion, became a monk in a monastery to avoid starvation, illustrating that those who renounced worldly ties often possessed more wealth than ordinary folk. Shin Im Temple received considerable donations each month, with the city lord's residence being its largest benefactor, thus ensuring the temple's financial stability. The lavishness of the guest quarters likely stemmed from the fact that the temple often entertained distinguished guests, and ordinary accommodations would simply not suffice. After a while, Du Xiaoshui intended to fall asleep, even if just for a short nap, yet he found himself unable to do so for an extended period. Resigned, he interlaced his fingers behind his head and began to let his mind wander. Ever since his cultivation had entered the 6th level of Kaiyang realm, and having failed to break through the 5-tier version of the Demon Jade technique, he had become rather complacent in recent months, even neglecting the practice of the Bull Demon God Fist. His interest had shifted elsewhere, yet he had made some progress. For instance, his demon concealment technique had become more refined. This secret technique was a unique skill of the Heavenly Demon sect, one that few could master. Only 3 individuals within the sect understood it, the other 2 being the sect master and Feng Dajuan. The Grand Elder and Du Dayo had not learned it due to their lack of qualification, as this technique was secretly imparted by the former sect master to the current sect master, who then passed it on to Feng Dajuan. Originally, Feng Dajuan had no authority to teach it to him. Yet given the weight of his responsibilities as an undercover agent in the Sea Palace, it was beneficial for him to acquire as many skills as possible. Hence, even at the risk of breaching sect rules, Feng Dajuan had chosen to impart it to him. Of course, aside from the demon concealment technique, Du Xiaoshui had also learned much from Feng Dajuan, including a form of espionage technique known as demon listening. Unable to sleep and feeling quite bored, he began to practice demon listening, hoping to deepen his understanding of it. This technique could eavesdrop without the need for spiritual energy, yet it could not be perfected without it. Perhaps due to innate talent, Du Xiaoshui could hear any rustling nearby, though he lacked the ability to perceive. In other words, demon listening was akin to having an ear for the wind, able to hear without seeing. With its drawbacks being quite apparent, yet its advantages were formidable. Under normal circumstances, even those at the Tianji realm would be oblivious to the actions of someone at the Kaiyang realm eavesdropping on them. Half an hour later, Du Xiaoshui sensed a slight deepening of his demon listening, and feeling somewhat drowsy, he contemplated wrapping up his practice. Suddenly, he overheard a man's voice saying, "Junior sister, after 10 years, you remain as enchanting as ever." The tone sounded slightly aged, unmistakably indicating an untrustworthy character. Silence. "What brings you here?" A woman's voice retorted, sounding neither old nor young, perhaps in her middle years. "Junior sister, it has been a decade since we last met. I have greatly missed you, and come to pay a visit." "Humph. Do you not fear the city lord by capturing you now that you are in Xianming City? By Ilong is of no consequence." "And what of me, junior sister? You would not betray me. Were you not my senior brother, I would have long since beaten you to a pulp and turned you over to city lord Bai. Junior sister, I have risked much to come here to assist you." "Assist me? Do you know what transpired a few months ago?" "I do not, nor do I wish to know." Upon hearing this, the elder man chuckled darkly and remarked, "You cannot possibly be unaware. That scoundrel Bai Ilong is your godson." Du Xiaoshui, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of surprise. If he was not mistaken, the woman was indeed Ling Kong Daoist, and it seemed she was Bai Ilong's godmother, making this a matter worth further eavesdropping. "Will you leave or not? Junior sister, you remain oblivious to the identity of the missing person, do you not?" "Humph. To speak plainly, he is the son of Xian Shuang." "Son?" Du Xiaoshui was taken aback, then quickly comprehended that the individual the elder referred to was Xian Ming. It appeared that few were aware of Xian Ming's gender, and what of it? I had no intention of disclosing this. But you are my junior sister, and you once aided me. Thus, I have resolved to tell you, Xian Shuang's son is dead. You speak nonsense. Yilong has been here and informed me that that important figure has not vanished but has returned to the divine sect. That is false news. Humph. Lingkong Daoist was evidently unconvinced. Junior sister, I understand your skepticism, but what I say is the truth. Whether you believe it or not, you must accept it, the elder declared through gritted teeth. That Xian Shuang, that demoness, is cruel and barbaric, causing me to be deprived of sunlight for a decade. Now that she has lost her only son, it is but retribution. However, given her numerous misdeeds, her failure to die is insufficient to quell public outrage. Sooner or later, she will pay for her crimes. Enough! Have you not committed your own share of wrongdoings? Lingkong Daoist retorted angrily. Junior sister, I have yet another monumental secret to share with you. Xian Shuang's brother, Xian Lei, has also met his demise. What? Lingkong Daoran was taken aback, and Du Xiaoshui was equally astonished. Who is this elder? How does he know so many secrets, to my knowledge? Xian Lei was involved in the assassination attempt on the young master of Xian Shin sect. Wait, why would Xian Lei do such a thing? How would I know? However, I surmised that he sought to become the sect leader, which led to his betrayal of Xian Shuang. What more do you wish to say, junior sister? Are you not curious how I came by this information? What you say is nonsense. I have no intention of asking. Ha ha, junior sister, you are frightened. That which Xian Shuang has a peculiar temperament. If she learns that you have listened to me, she will undoubtedly kill you. You will perish as well. I have long ceased to care. My purpose in living is to await her demise. The elder shifted his tone and continued, junior sister. I know you regard Bai Yilong as your own son, but I must caution you. There are matters he is better off not knowing. Otherwise, regardless of whether his grandmother bears the surname Xian, or even if his grandfather does, with Xian Shuang's brutality, she would find someone to eliminate him. Lingkong Daoran coolly replied, if you have finished speaking, you may leave. Junior sister, my visit today was not solely to see you. I also wish to assist you in achieving a grand endeavor. I am a monk, long detached from worldly fame and fortune. Do you not wish for Bai Yilong to ascend to the throne of the Southern Emperor one day? Upon hearing this, Lingkong Daoran appeared momentarily stunned, remaining silent for a long while. Junior sister, let us conclude for tonight. I shall return in a few days. Shortly thereafter, while Lingkong Daoran remained lost in thought, her senior brother had already departed from Xianin Temple, making his way out of Xianming City, heading southward. After traveling nearly 100 miles, he noticed a dense mountain range on his left and abruptly changed direction, entering the mountains. Following closely behind, Du Xiaoshui also ventured into the mountains. Before long, Du Xiaoshui caught up to the elder, or rather, the elder was waiting for him. I thought you were my junior sister's disciple. But it appears you are not. The elder, dressed in a black robe, possessed a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Yuan Wu, indeed the infamous He Wu Chong. You know I have been tailing you? Of course. Who are you? I am your grandfather. Upon seeing that Du Xiaoshui, aside from being somewhat handsome, exhibited no remarkable traits, He Wu Chong began to toy with him. Do you know who I am? Are you perhaps Bai Yilong's spy planted in Miaoying Temple? No. I am Hu Yinzi you. An unknown wretch. I see you are not much better off. 20 years ago, I was quite renowned. And you were still an infant. No. I was not even born 20 years ago. To be precise, I was still in my mother's womb, barely a sperm invisible to the naked eye. Sperm? He Wu Chong was bewildered by the term. Du Xiaoshui continued, several decades ago, you two were a sperm, and after encountering an egg, you combined, resulting in your existence. However, you faced competition from at least 1 billion other sperm. What on earth are you saying? He Wu Chong was utterly perplexed. Du Xiaoshui chuckled lightly, saying, I merely wish to convey that the birth of a human is no trivial matter. One must cherish the days of being alive. Now, tell me, how did you learn of the young master's death in Xian sect? Chapter 57, Destiny of Character. After hearing Du Xiaoshui's words, He Wu Chong burst into laughter. I originally thought you were a spy for Bai Yilong, but it seems your rank is even higher. You must be a spy cultivated by Xian Shuang, a spy cultivated by Xian Shuang. Du Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback. Seeing his expression, He Wuchang believed he had guessed correctly and continued. It is said that for the past 18 years, Xian Shuang has meticulously selected several batches of good-looking individuals, regardless of gender, as spies scattered throughout the 5 royal kingdoms. You are not half bad in appearance. You must have been chosen a few years ago. Now, tell me, how would you prefer to die? You intend to kill me. You know it well. May I make a small request? What small request? Tell me everything you know. You seek death. Regardless, I am destined to die. Please grant me this favor. Upon hearing this, He Wuchang let out a strange laugh and said, I can accommodate you, but first, you must inquire whether my fist agrees. Alas, do not force my hand. Force you? With you? What is your cultivation level? The 6th layer of Kaiyang, and yours, the 4th layer of Yuan Wu. He Wuchang spoke without a trace of pride, for his cultivation was significantly higher than Du Xiaoshuai's. Even a once-in-a-thousand-years genius would struggle to defeat him, capable of besting only someone at the 6th layer of Yu Hong. To kill Du Xiaoshuai would be a mere trifle. Suddenly, Du Xiaoshuai sprang into action like a leopard, launching a punch directly at He Wuchang's face, possessing a combat power of at least 3 million, albeit in the realm of hidden strength. Attempting to approach me? Do you think you are worthy? He Wuchang emitted a protective aura. Though it was not a true Xian Qi shield, it was sufficient to withstand an opponent at the 6th layer of Yu Hong. Bang! Du Xiaoshuai's fist collided with He Wuchang's nose, blood gushing forth. Your cultivation level is not the 6th layer of Kaiyang. It should be the 1st layer of Yuan Wu. Well done. I shall eliminate you. In an instant, He Wuchang's aura surged, aiming to strike Du Xiaoshuai down in one blow. At that moment, Du Xiaoshuai perceived He Wuchang's cultivation and combat power. 4th layer of Yuan Wu, combat power of 650,000. Please select a defense mode. Guardian, evasion, counterattack. Du Xiaoshuai's mind raced, and he silently decided, Guardian. Bang! In a fit of rage, He Wuchang unleashed his full combat power, a single punch capable of toppling a skyscraper dozens of stories high, causing rivers to reverse in their flow. However, when his fist struck Du Xiaoshuai's nose, it not only failed to inflict any damage, but also felt as if it encountered a peculiar protective barrier. A Xian Qi shield. Your cultivation is at the 6th layer of Yuan Wu? He Wuchang was greatly astonished. Boom! Du Xiaoshuai also maximized his combat power, using the Bull Demon God Fist to strike He Wuchang in the chest. In that instant, He Wuchang felt a slight pain in his chest, then was sent flying, crashing to the ground dozens of meters away. You have forced my hand. Du Xiaoshuai approached He Wuchang, discovering him on the brink of death, unlikely to survive more than 10 minutes. The next moment, his eyes darted rapidly, employing a secret technique taught by Feng Dejun, known as the Demon God Soul Seizure. Merely placing his hand on He Wuchang, the latter was as if ensnared by an immensely powerful soul-searching technique. No matter what Du Xiaoshuai asked, He Wuchang would respond without fail. This technique was originally extremely taxing on Xian Qi, yet after a flurry of inquiries, Du Xiaoshuai felt little depletion, indicating his Xian Qi was indeed extraordinary. He Wuchang's lack of resistance stemmed solely from his imminent demise. His energy depleted to the utmost. Were he in good health, regardless of whether his cultivation reached the 4th layer of Yuan Wu or even the 6th layer of Yu Hong, Du Xiaoshuai's use of the Demon God Soul Seizure would have met with fierce resistance. He would not have submitted easily. Before long, after answering Du Xiaoshuai's final question, He Wuchang promptly perished. It turned out this fellow's name was He Wuchang, and there was another elder of comparable cultivation named by Wuchang. Besides the two of them, there were over 300 martial cultivators who were their associates, all harboring a deep-seated hatred for Xian Meng's mother. According to him, there was an old demon named Hong Imo, a practitioner of the dark arts, with whom he had connections, who had also been bought off by the Xian Shin sect. It seemed that the red-robed elder I had slain was indeed Hong Imo. With this thought in mind, Du Xiaoshuai kicked He Wuchang's corpse down a steep cliff to the right. Subsequently, he stealthily returned to Xianming City, once more taking residence in Xianin Temple. The next day, upon awakening, Du Xiaoshuai habitually checked his charisma points, discovering an unwavering increase of 10 points. He was content yet slightly dissatisfied, for neither Yang Yushuang nor Su Yuhuan had developed any affection for him, let alone become utterly enamored. Oh well, Du Xiaoshuai mused. I am not truly a heartthrob, seeking to seduce every beautiful woman. Such behavior would inevitably lead to infamy, with everyone rallying against me. Not long after, Du Xiaoshui rose to groom himself, intending to sneak out of the temple without partaking in breakfast. Just then, Yang Yushuang and Su Yuhuan arrived. Yang Yushuang retained her innocent demeanor, while Su Yuhuan appeared somewhat different from yesterday. Her figure was so remarkable that her robe could scarcely conceal it, and she wore just the right amount of makeup, making her all the more alluring. Though Du Xiaoshui was not a lecherous fiend, he could not help but steal a few glances. This girl seems a bit peculiar today, Du Xiaoshui contemplated, deciding it was time to leave. Yanzi Udasu Yuhuan smiled sweetly, her tone akin to that of a beloved. Yesterday, I was in the wrong, and I apologize to you. Flattery without cause is either treachery or theft, Du Xiaoshui thought to himself, and upon reconsideration, felt an unusual joy. The charm system is truly invincible. If a woman genuinely likes him, it will surely increase his charisma points. Conversely, if she does not, then he would be able to see through any deceitful act. No matter how masterfully performed, you need not apologize, I have grown accustomed to it. Yanzu Gij. Yanzu Gij? Aren't you older than I? I merely appear older. In truth, I am 18 this year. Du Xiaoshui felt goosebumps all over. And before he could speak, Yang Yushuang asked the question he wanted to pose. Senior sister, are you unwell? Unwell? What do you mean? Su Yuhuan inquired. I remember 7 years ago, when you were 12. There was a night when you had a fever, your body was burning, and you were babbling nonsense. Today, I am not feverish, and I was not 12 7 years ago. I was referring to my age in terms of the Chinese counting system. The Chinese counting system? So, you are 18 this year? Hee, indeed. Upon realizing this, Du Xiaoshui deduced something. The two sisters possessed remarkable beauty, both being goddess-level enchantresses, yet they followed different paths. The junior sister's persona was that of youthful beauty, claiming to be 18 but appearing only 16, younger than her actual age. Conversely, the senior sister's persona exuded mature beauty, claiming to be 19 yet looking 20 or even older, surpassing her true age. Reflecting on their self-created personas, Du Xiaoshui, as the chosen one, felt he ought to have one as well. However, upon reconsideration, he acknowledged that his persona had already formed, that of a lecherous man, particularly fond of the fairer sex. I must take my leave, Du Xiaoshui declared, eager to depart from Shinin Temple. Yanju Gij, you cannot leave just yet. Why not? My master has heard of your arrival and wishes to meet you. Is your master beautiful? After posing the question, Du Xiaoshui regretted it instantly, realizing that his lecherous persona was hard to shake off. My master was a great beauty in her youth. Any man who saw her would be utterly captivated. Not to mention, I mean to say, my master is indeed very attractive. Perhaps another time. Yanju Gij, do not call me Yanju Gij. Simply Yanju will suffice. Du Xiaoshui could hardly tolerate Su Yuan's coy tone. Very well, Yanju. My master wishes to invite you for a conversation. Is it absolutely necessary? What do you think? Su Yuhuan, unable to suppress her own pretenses, relapsed into her previous demeanor. All right, I shall pay my respects to your esteemed master. Du Xiaoshui felt a sense of relief, as he no longer had to endure Su Yuhuan's incessant endearments. Such personas are destined. A woman like Su Yuhuan ought to don knee-high boots, revealing her shapely, long legs, wielding a small whip, her gaze icy. However, this persona diverges from Yen Rubing's. Yen Rubing is aloof and speaks little, only opening up to him, while Su Yuhuan is prideful. Before long, Du Xiaoshui found himself in the main hall. Encountering Linkong Daoren, just as He Wucheng had mentioned, this Taoist indeed possessed an enduring charm. Though aging, he appeared not yet 50, resembling Bai Ilong's elder sister rather than a godmother. Young hero who, please take a seat. Senior, you first. After exchanging pleasantries, they formally delved into the matter at hand. Young hero who, your true name is Hu Yanju, is it not? How does Senior know? I once heard Lord Bai mention you, stating you were handsome, youthful, and a close friend of Lord Bai. You flatter me. The reason I invited you here is to act as a matchmaker. A matchmaker, Du Xiaoshui, Su Yuhuan, and Yang Yushuang were all taken aback. Senior, what do you mean? Du Xiaoshui inquired once he regained his composure. Might there be a virtuous wife at home for young hero who? Well, even if there were, it would be of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui had yet to respond. But Su Yuhuan, feeling anxious, interjected, Master, I do not wish to marry just yet. Whether you wish to marry or not, I have my own arrangements. Master, silence. Seeing Linkong Doran's growing displeasure, Su Yuhuan dared not speak further, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. It was not that she disliked Du Xiaoshui. Rather, she believed that if she were to marry, it must be to someone she truly adored. Young hero who, what do you think? At this moment, Lingkong Daoren kindly asked Du Xiaoshui, "Go speak candidly. I already have several wives at home. That is of no concern. Not just one, the South Emperor has hundreds of beauties in his harem." "How do you know?" "I have been to the South Emperor city before. The South Emperor city is the heart of the South Emperor's realm, far larger than Ximing City in terms of both scale and population. And the royal palace where the South Emperor resides is located within it. Lord Wan, why do you wish to marry your daughter to me?" Du Xiaoshui, unafraid of offending Wan Chongkong, posed the crucial question. "Young hero who, do you remember that elderly gentleman?" "Which elderly gentleman?" "The one who lost to you in a drinking game." Du Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback. "What does that have to do with him?" "Although I do not know his name, I know he was a venerable figure of the divine sect. You once offended him, yet he has not sought retribution, indicating your exceptional qualities. Wait, you have met him?" "When he last visited, I made a point to come to the city lord's residence to pay my respects and even shared a drink with him." "What did he say to you?" "He expressed concern for Yulo, inquiring whether she had a favored suitor and whether she was diligent in her training." "And how did you respond?" "I mentioned that Yulo is still quite young and does not currently have a favored suitor, and that she is hardworking, though she did visit Yulo City in early March." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui's heart trembled slightly. No wonder Gong Zhenya reacted so strongly when he asked if Xianyun had been to Yulo City. He quickly deduced that Xianyun was not truly by Yulo. This must have been the work of his uncle. After pondering, he inquired, "Lord Wan, does your daughter not have feelings for brother Yulo?" "Yulo is her cousin." "Would you truly hold that against her?" "I am indifferent, but to speak candidly, Qian'er does not genuinely harbor feelings for Yulu. She merely grew up alongside him." Wan Chongkong, upon realizing something, inquired, "Hu Xiao Xia? You wouldn't mind this, would you?" "I would stake my life on the fact that Qian'er and Yulu are innocent, for Yulu does not have affection for Qian'er." Du Xiaoshui smiled faintly. "Is that so? Hu Xiao Xia, let me be frank with you. Though I feel remorse for saying this, I must express that for Qian'er's future, it is imperative to note that Yulu may not be inclined towards women." Du Xiaoshui, recalling something, quickly waved his hand. "Master Wan, refrain from speaking further. Regardless of what kind of person Yulu is, he remains my friend. I shall pretend not to have heard today's conversation, and I kindly ask you not to bring it up again in my presence." "Very well, I shall not mention Yulu, but rather discuss Qian'er. Master Wan, you propose to marry your daughter to me? Not for her sake, but for your own." "Indeed," Wan Chongkong surprisingly conceded. "What I do is for myself, but also for her. She cannot marry Yulu." "Why not?" "Because the city lord would never consent." "Surely not." "Why would the city lord?" "You have already met Daozhang Lingkong. Let me be candid. She is the city lord's foster mother, and she opposes this union." "Why? Hu Xiao Xia, do you not grasp the situation? The city lord's foster mother intends to betroth her esteemed disciple, Su Yuhuan, to Yulu." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback. "But wait, isn't Su Yuhuan a Taoist priestess?" "A Taoist can also return to secular life." "How do you know that Su Yuhuan will return to secular life?" "Having lived for over 40 years, I possess enough discernment." Du Xiaoshui chuckled softly. "Master Wan, it seems you are adept at fortune-telling. Fortune-telling? What I mean is, haha, I indeed possess such skills." Realizing that Du Xiaoshui understood his meaning, Wan Chongkong continued, "Had I known you were skilled in such matters, I should have befriended you sooner. Go be close to Hu Xiao Xia is my privilege. If that is the case, let us postpone discussions of marrying your daughter to me for another time." "Shall we?" "Very well." Wan Chongkong, not daring to press too hard, acquiesced. Yet, he had gained something from this encounter. The previously indifferent Du Xiaoshui now viewed him with newfound respect, and if this continued, a promising future awaited. Chapter 59, A Tangled Web of Emotions. 2 days later, Wan Chongkong concocted a reason to send someone to the city lord's residence, inviting Du Xiaoshui to a banquet at the Wan mansion. Du Xiaoshui did not refuse and indeed attended. Upon arriving at the Wan residence, he realized just how significantly Wan Chongkong valued him. Not only did all the servants come to greet him, but even the family generals and all members of the Wan clan lined up to welcome him. Such grand treatment was unprecedented. Even Bai Yilong had never experienced such a reception. "Has Wan Chongkong mistaken me for the young master of Xianshan sect?" Du Xiaoshui mused. During the banquet, Wan Chongkong instructed the adorned Wan Xiner to toast Du Xiaoshui. Typically willful, Wan Xiner, rather than throwing a tantrum, behaved like a dutiful daughter, her voice exceedingly gentle. Du Xiaoshui could not discern whether her demeanor was a change of heart or a forced act under her father's pressure. As night fell, Wan Chongkong initially intended to send 2 clever maidservants to attend to Du Xiaoshui for the night, but upon learning this, Du Xiaoshui, with a sense of integrity, graciously declined. The stroke of midnight. After a brief rest, Du Xiaoshui opened his eyes, only to be met with a persistent knocking at the door, which he feigned ignorance to. However, the knocking grew more insistent, leaving him no choice but to respond. "Who is it?" "It is I, Hu Degu. Miss Wan. What brings you here? I have something to discuss." "Very well, speak." Du Xiaoshui remained in bed, unmoving. "It is inconvenient outside." "May I enter?" "Boundaries must be respected. What I wish to discuss is of utmost importance." "How important?" "Hu Degu. If you do not open the door, I will force my way in." Wait. Du Xiaoshui, aware of Wan Xiner's determination, reluctantly emerged from his chamber and opened the door. Before Du Xiaoshui could fully comprehend the situation, Wan Xiner pushed him inside and swiftly closed the door behind her as if committing a theft. "Hu Degu," Wan Xiner said, her expression peculiar, taking a deep breath before asking, "You must tell me honestly, does my cousin have feelings for you?" Du Xiaoshui paused, slightly taken aback. "Does Yu Lu harbor affection for me?" "What a jest! He is a man, and I am also a man. How could he possibly like me? But my father told me that my cousin does not fancy women." "Your father is deceiving you." "Why would my father lie to me? How would I know?" Wan Xiner, on the verge of tears, appeared pitiful. "If my cousin does not like women, then marrying him would mean living a life of solitude. If you genuinely like him, then even living a life of solitude for 10 lifetimes would not be unbearable," Du Xiaoshui remarked, feeling quite clever. "But, unless you do not truly like him, my cousin and I have been childhood friends. How could I not have feelings for him?" "I cannot speak to that. I have no experience with childhood friends. My father insists that I do not genuinely like my cousin. Such matters cannot be dictated by your father. You must ask yourself." After uttering this, Du Xiaoshui felt as though he had become an expert in matters of the heart, offering counsel to none other than Wan Xiner. Wan Xiner pondered for a long while, at times feeling she had come to an understanding, only to fall back into confusion. Eventually, she shook her head and, tearfully resigned, admitted, "It turns out I do not truly like my cousin. I am sorry for him. There is no need for apologies. After all, Yu Lu does not return your feelings." "What do you mean? How could my cousin not like me? If he were fond of you, why would he continually avoid you? When one person is attracted to another, no amount of disguise can conceal it." Boom. Wan Xiner felt her head buzzing. Only at that moment did she begin to comprehend. Yet her pride could not accept it. Impossible. I am so beautiful with a splendid figure. How could my cousin not like me? The world is vast, and there are countless beautiful maidens. What does a good figure signify? There are surely thousands with your physique in South Huang Kingdom. You speak nonsense, though I may have exaggerated. Within this Xianming city, at the very least, there are 2 individuals more beautiful than you. Who are they? The 2 disciples of Dao Zhang Lingkong. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiner felt a pang of jealousy. Beauty is not solely defined by facial features. One must also possess grace and figure. Can your figure compare to Su Yuhuan's? At that moment, Wan Xiner, standing at merely 1.70 meters, found it challenging to counter this claim. Yet soon enough, she decided to fight back, unwilling to concede to Su Yuhuan in front of Du Xiaoshui. Height does not equate to a good figure. Does her bosom surpass mine? Du Xiaoshui, momentarily taken aback, soon succumbed to temptation. "I have not seen either of your bosoms. How would I know who is larger?" "Then look at mine." With that, Wan Xiner began to loosen her garments. "Have you lost your mind?" Du Xiaoshui scolded, though his eyes sparkled with mischief, and a smirk played at the corners of his lips. Wan Xiner, initially merely a bit irrational, found herself entranced as their gazes locked, as if bewitched. In that instant, she realized that Du Xiaoshui was not merely handsome. He radiated an irresistible charm. "Hu Degu, you are so handsome. Can handsomeness suffice as sustenance?" "Of course it can. Hu Degu, will you take me?" Wan Xiner exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Du Xiaoshui, her body warm and soft, emitting passionate sighs. In that moment, Du Xiaoshui remained lucid, feeling akin to a holy monk or an enlightened sage, impervious to any allure. After a brief moment, Du Xiaoshui allowed Wan Qin'er to cling to him, her hands roaming as if in a frenzy. Although he appeared indifferent, he had truly grasped the highest level of the five-fold version of the Demon Jade technique. How delightful! In an instant, Du Xiaoshui's cultivation not only broke through the Kaiyang realm, entering the Yuheng realm's first layer, but also ascended to the sixth layer of the Yuheng realm. His meridians became unprecedentedly robust and transparent, and the essence within his dantian underwent a qualitative transformation. Exhibiting signs of spiritual transcendence, his mental power significantly strengthened, allowing him to release his aura at will. Whether to restrain, harm, or even kill was no longer a challenge. Hu Degu, you truly are handsome. You are my deity, my sky, my ultimate beloved. Wan Qin'er, overcome with desire, began to fantasize. Du Xiaoshui, undeterred by her beauty, suddenly pushed Wan Qin'er away. She stumbled, leaning against the door, lost in a haze of emotion. Woman, do you believe this will win my affection? No, not at all. Look into my eyes. Du Xiaoshui stepped forward, pressing his left palm against the door, leaning closer, his gaze electrifying and irresistibly captivating. Wan Qin'er gasped. Collapsing to the floor, her eyes glazed with infatuation, utterly defenseless. Miss Wan, are you all right? Du Xiaoshui had not anticipated that Wan Qin'er would be so inept. Fearing she might faint, he retracted his bewitching gaze and returned to a state of normalcy. After a while, Wan Qin'er regained her senses and hurriedly rose to fix her disheveled attire. At this moment, Du Xiaoshui had already retreated to the table, seated comfortably while sipping tea, exuding an air of leisure. What did I just do? She inquired. What do you think? Have we perhaps already become husband and wife? Wan Qin'er, not entirely grasping the nuances of such matters, was bewildered. No. You assaulted me, he replied with a slow, deliberate sip of tea, his tone solemn. You assaulted me? Wan Qin'er was somewhat dazed, yet upon reflection, it seemed there might be some truth to his words, and she had rather enjoyed it. I didn't mean to. Wan Qin'er said bashfully, you need not feel responsible. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Oh, what now? You may leave. Do not divulge tonight's events to your father, I understand. Wan Qin'er nodded obediently, as if her spirit had been whisked away, and then exited the room. Chapter 60. As long as one remains thoroughly unprincipled, there shall never be a day of collapse. The following day, upon awakening, Du Xiaoshui discovered an increase in his charm value. How did my charm value inexplicably rise by 300 points? Could it be related to Wan Qin'er? But I do not harbor any feelings for her. She could not possibly like me either. At most, she was merely captivated by my allure. After pondering for a moment, Du Xiaoshui deemed it unnecessary to dwell on the matter. Regardless of the cause, the charm value was an indisputable indicator. An increase is an increase, such as professionalism. The dedication of the system, akin to a loyal dog, was truly impeccable. Young master who, from this day forth, the doors of the Wan family shall always be open to you. Feel free to visit at any time. After enjoying breakfast at the Wan residence, Du Xiaoshui prepared to return to the city lord's manor, only to be met with these words from Wan Chongkong as he escorted him out. Haha, Master Wan, you overestimate me. Hu Yinju.it should be that young master who is elevating Wan. Then I shall take my leave. Du Xiaoshui glanced at the golden plaque of the Wan estate before departing. However, before he reached the street where the city lord's manor was situated, he encountered a group of over 10 individuals approaching, led by none other than Dao Ba. Why is this fellow still here? Du Xiaoshui initially considered evading or pretending not to see Dao Ba, but the latter had already spotted him, his expression brightening as he hurried forward with his entourage. Is this not the esteemed owner of the Yin Pavilion? Long time no see. Who are you? Du Xiaoshui intended to greet Dao Ba, but upon reconsideration, he feigned ignorance. I am the sect master of Hongdao sect. Dao Ba assumed Du Xiaoshui had simply forgotten him due to his lofty status. Sect master of Hongdao? I do not recognize you. You must have mistaken me. Yin. It appears I have indeed mistaken you. My apologies. Dao Ba, being a sect leader, quickly surmised that Du Xiaoshui wished to avoid a public reunion. They passed each other by, each continuing on their own path. Suddenly, Du Xiaoshui halted and turned back, saying, I remember now. You were the big-bearded man who came to the city lord's manor to celebrate Lord Bai's birthday a few days ago? Dao Ba was momentarily taken aback, then turned with a smile. Yes, indeed. I am that big-bearded man. Forgive my lack of recognition. May I ask how you are addressed? I am called Hu Yanjurara. It is young master Hu. No need for formality. You are a friend of Lord Bai, and I am a friend of the young city lord. Shall we find a place to enjoy ourselves tonight? Certainly. What do you recommend? I have heard there is a delightful place in the northern part of the city called Xiang Pavilion. Have you heard of it? Haha, young master Hu, you have indeed asked the right person. The owner of Xiang Pavilion is an old friend of mine. Then it is settled. We shall meet at Xiang Pavilion tonight. Agreed. With that, they parted ways. Upon returning to the city lord's manor, Du Xiaoshui first inspected the sealed secret passage, finding no signs of trouble, which put his mind at ease. As evening approached, Du Xiaoshui changed into casual attire and exited the city lord's manor through the back door, meandering until he arrived outside Xiang Pavilion in the northern part of the city. The establishment was well understood by those in the know, akin to a social club. As soon as Du Xiaoshui entered, he was ushered to a private room where Dao Ba waited. After engaging in light conversation, Du Xiaoshui realized he had been overly cautious. Dao Ba truly regarded him as a friend. He stated he did not wish to see any women that night. And indeed, no women were present. Moreover, the entire Xiang Pavilion appeared perfectly normal, bustling with patrons just as it always had. This was due to the excellent soundproofing of the room Dao Ba had reserved, creating an atmosphere of serenity, as if they were isolated from the outside world. Sect Master Dao, tell me honestly, is your visit to Xinming City merely for Lord Bai's birthday celebration? Actually, I have another purpose. What purpose? I have not seen Xiang in a year. Are you and the owner of Xiang Pavilion truly old flames? We have known each other for a decade. Had she not insisted on managing Xiang Pavilion, I would have married her long ago. Is that so? Why does the owner not accompany you to be the sect leader's wife? A woman's thoughts can be simple at times and complex at others. I do not know why she chooses this path. At this moment, the door swung open, and the owner of Xiang Pavilion entered. May I come in? Please do, Dao Ba replied, glancing at Du Xiaoshui, who showed no objection. A woman of medium stature, striking yet graceful, stepped inside. Sect Master Dao, your friend is also my friend. Please introduce us. I recognize you. Du Xiaoshui smiled before Dao Ba could respond. Dao Ba was puzzled by this comment, as was the striking woman. Are you not the owner of Xiang Pavilion? I saw you during my last visit. Ah, so Sect Master Dao's friend is a regular at my Xiang Pavilion. I have only been here twice. This is my second visit. Then I must apologize. Sect Master Dao, you are truly fortunate to have such a beautiful confidant. At this, both Dao Ba and the owner of Xiang Pavilion blushed slightly. Sect Master Dao, it appears your friend knows quite a bit about me. Not at all. I merely mentioned my intention to marry you. Before the owner of Xiang Pavilion could speak, Du Xiaoshui burst into laughter and said, Sect Master Dao, it seems you are doomed. The owner is angry now. Should you wish to ask her to marry you again, your chances are even slimmer. Dao Ba, upon hearing this, merely chuckled. If she does not wish to marry, then so be it. I have been a bachelor for 40 years, and I can continue to be one for a lifetime. And how will you resolve that? Resolve? Oh, I can manage that myself. Upon hearing this, the owner of Xiang Pavilion scoffed. Men will be men. I shall take my leave. Please continue. With that, she turned and closed the door behind her. Afterward, Du Xiaoshui conversed with Dao Ba about various matters, mixing truth with fiction. Dao Ba, after listening, genuinely believed Du Xiaoshui was merely traveling for leisure, and having encountered the young city lord in Xinming City, they had formed a bond, leading him to stay for an extended period. When Dao Ba learned that Du Xiaoshui planned to leave Xinming City next month, he recalled something and asked, Owner Yan, would you be interested in visiting a place? Where to? To Nanhuang City. What business do we have in Nanhuang City? Every 5 years, in late July, Nanhuang City holds a sword testing tournament. Han Jianhuang was the champion of the first tournament and has since been revered as the Sword Emperor. Are there other Sword Emperors apart from Han Jianhuang in Nanhuang? Indeed, although 2 of the Sword Emperors have already passed. Du Xiaoshui raised an eyebrow, inquiring, how did they die? Dao Ba lowered his voice conspiratorially. It is said that those 2 Sword Emperors conspired to rebel and were killed by experts from the divine sect. When did that happen? 7 or 8 years ago. Are there any other Sword Emperors still alive? Yes, the champion from the last tournament is still alive. This year marks the 5th tournament, and the winner remains to be seen. So this year is the 5th tournament. What a pity I am terrible with the sword. Otherwise, I might have tried my hand. Dao Ba, intrigued, asked, Owner Yin, do you not wish to witness the event? What is there to see at a sword testing tournament? Besides the sword testing, there are other attractions. Other attractions? Since the last tournament, there has also been a beauty pageant. A beauty pageant. Du Xiaoshuai's eyes sparkled. Why did you not mention this earlier? Ah, the desire for beauty is universal. The next beauty pageant will not occur for another 5 years. So I absolutely cannot miss this one. Daba once again lowered his voice. I have heard that this year's beauty pageant will feature not only beauties from Nanhuang, but also from Zhonghuang, Donghuang, Shihuang, and Beihuang. If that is the case, the event will undoubtedly be a grand assembly of stunning women. Du Xiaoshuai pondered for a moment, then laughed. Sect Master Dao, it seems you have your heart set on the owner of Xiang Pavilion. You cannot possibly wish to attend merely for the spectacle? Of course I will go, but I will not fall for any other woman. My heart belongs solely to Xiang. Du Xiaoshuai, amused, remarked, so you are indeed a romantic at heart. A romantic? You are quite devoted to the owner of Xiang Pavilion. I am flattered that I too am quite devoted. That is evident, Dao Ba agreed. Dio, you know what I am. What is it? I am a scoundrel. What does it mean to be a scoundrel? As long as she is a young and beautiful woman, I find her appealing. Is that not a form of devotion? Ha ha. When Du Xiaoshuai uttered these words, he felt that his persona was already well defined. From that moment on, he would embrace the identity of a scoundrel, steadfastly pursuing this path, confident that he would never face ruin. Chapter 61. A moment of spring breeze in early July. On a sultry summer night, Du Xiaoshuai lay on a cool mat, clad only in a pair of shorts. His actions were not motivated by a desire to escape the heat, but rather by a simple yearning for comfort. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, teetering between dreams and reality, he sensed an unfamiliar presence. He attempted to open his eyes to investigate, only to discover that his limbs felt as if they were bound. And even his eyelids seemed ensnared by an invisible force. What is happening? Why can't I move? Am I succumbing to madness, or have I fallen victim to some malevolent sorcery? The more he struggled, the more futile it became. System, handsome system, come forth and assist. Yet, the handsome system remained unresponsive. Could it be that I have already drifted into slumber? Am I merely dreaming? Indeed, dreams possess an enigmatic quality that remains beyond human comprehension. They come in myriad forms, yet Du Xiaoshuai's favorite are those of a more intimate nature. In the next instant, he found himself enmeshed in such a dream. A breathtakingly beautiful woman, with a visage that could captivate a city, approached him with a graceful demeanor. She first disrobed, then removed his trousers, and finally pressed her fragrant, soft lips against his. As they explored each other, it seemed as though they wished to merge into one. Before long, as they entwined, Du Xiaoshuai realized that she was still a virgin. Momentarily taken aback, he soon lost himself in the experience. Initially tender, fearful of causing her pain, his fervor gradually intensified. The enchanting woman began to emit soft, melodic sighs, and he transformed into a passionate beast, charging forth repeatedly until they reached a harmonious union of spirit and flesh, as if they were destined to be together. After several passionate exchanges, the woman regained her composure, realizing that Du Xiaoshuai remained unsated. With a deft movement, she employed her mystical arts, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. Time passed, and Du Xiaoshuai awoke with a sensation akin to emerging from a profound dream. As he opened his eyes, he caught a whiff of an intoxicating fragrance. How delightful it is! It resembles an ethereal scent I have encountered before. It dawns upon me. This is the scent of Xianming. Has she emerged from her seclusion? Upon this realization, he sat up, noting the air thick with an enigmatic aroma. Could it be that my escapade last night was not a mere figment of my imagination? He quickly turned inward, discovering that his handsome value had increased by a mere 10 points. Lost in thought, he soon noticed a white piece of paper left on the bedside, inscribed with delicate characters written with an eyebrow pencil. Upon reading it, he understood that the captivating woman was none other than Xianming. Could it be? Was my spring dream truly real? Xianming has departed. Yet, why can I not recall her true appearance? I only remember her beauty, akin to that of a celestial being. Have I been violated? She mentioned that her cultivation had reached a realm surpassing the Tianji stage, which can only be the Tianqian stage. She also indicated that she had clarified matters with Bai Yilong. What could this mean? Does Bai Yilong now know of Bai Yulo's tragic demise? Du Xiaoshui pondered silently for a while before crumpling the paper and consuming it. Although he had not genuinely fallen in love with Xinming, he felt a peculiar attachment to her, prompting this act. Swallowing the paper inscribed with her words was akin to engulfing Xinming herself. An hour later, after dining, Du Xiaoshui set out to find Bai Yilong. After much searching, he arrived at the familiar garden and found Bai Yilong, whose demeanor appeared significantly altered, as if he had aged a decade. Clutching a sword, he stabbed it forcefully into the ground. Muttering incantations as Du Xiaoshui approached, he inquired, "City Lord Bai, what are you doing?" "Ah, nothing," Bai Yilong replied, regaining his composure upon seeing him, a smile returning to his face. "I was just playing around. Have you had dinner?" I have not yet eaten," Bai Yilong remarked, turning to leave for his meal. "City Lord, are you truly unwell?" Du Xiaoshui expressed concern for Bai Yilong's condition. "I am perfectly fine, not a thing amiss," Bai Yilong assured him, taking a few steps forward before turning back with a smile. "Young hero who, I shall be entering seclusion for training in a few days, and I do not know when I will emerge. If you wish to stay in the city lord's residence, Bai Fu will heed your wishes. Should you grow weary of your stay, you may leave at any time and I will always reserve a place for you should you wish to visit again." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui surmised that Bai Yilong was aware of Bai Yulo's unfortunate fate, and he could not help but feel a surge of sympathy. However, after speaking, Bai Yilong departed, leaving Du Xiaoshui with no chance to offer comforting words. Only a deep sigh in response. 2 days later, within the grand hall of the Wan residence, Wan Chongkong was struck with dismay upon learning that Du Xiaoshui had fled. "Why, dear son-in-law, why did you leave without a word? I had intended to marry Qian'er to you. How shall I ever find you again?" "Heaven forbid." Suddenly, the bald elder standing behind him, the foremost general of the Wan family and their second strongest fighter, could no longer bear to witness this. He stepped forward and spoke softly. Perhaps what? Young hero who may head to the Southern Emperor City." "Southern Emperor City? Ah, I understand now. He is certain to go there. My dear son-in-law, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall find you." At that moment, Wan Qian'er entered from outside, speaking as she walked. "Father, I heard that brother Hu and cousin have gone out for a trip. Do you know where they have gone?" "I do not know," Wan Chongkong replied. "Brother Hu truly is inconsiderate, leaving without a word." "What? You are only concerned about young hero Hu? Who said that? I also care about cousin." Wan Qian'er's tone betrayed her, revealing her unease, which was not lost on either Wan Chongkong or the bald elder. That evening, in a secret chamber of the city lord's residence, Ling Kong Daoist was engaged in conversation with her godson, Bai Yilong. Suddenly, she struck Bai Yilong across the face, appearing quite furious. Yet, rather than resist, he knelt before her. "Are you truly intent on learning that technique?" Ling Kong Daoist asked, her voice trembling. "I must learn it." Bai Yilong insisted. "What if I refuse to teach you? I shall remain kneeling until you do. You have grown wings now. Please grant me this request," Bai Yilong replied with unwavering resolve. After a long silence, Ling Kong Daoist shed tears and relented. "Very well, since you wish to learn, I shall teach you. I had planned to keep this elixir for myself, but I will give it to you as well. Regardless of what the future holds, you will always be a good son to me. Alas, the Bai family may face extinction." With that, Ling Kong Daoist produced a medicinal vial and handed it to Bai Yilong, imparting the incantations of a particular technique until Bai Yilong had memorized them all, after which she gracefully departed. Chapter 62. We are our own support. On the 5th of July, Du Xiaoshui returned to the Hongfu Martial Arts Hall. Brimming with confidence and vigor, despite having traveled over 1,000 miles in the sweltering summer heat, he emerged without a single bead of sweat. "The Hall Master is back," someone exclaimed. "The Hall Master is so handsome." Another chimed in. "The Hall Master is majestic and imposing. The Hall Master is wise and valiant. The Hall Master is unrivaled in the world. The Hall Master can cover the heavens with one hand." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui immediately interjected. "What do you mean by covering the heavens with one hand?" "Isn't that the hallmark of a supervillain? These children truly are something. At such a young age, they have already mastered the art of flattery. What will become of them in the future? In truth, the children flattering Du Xiaoshui were not much younger than him, with two nearing the age of 16. During my absence, have you all been diligent in your training? Yes, very well. Continue to work hard. Elated, Du Xiaoshui stepped to the center of the training ground to demonstrate his skills. He assumed a horse stance. Fists clenched and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! Two gusts of fist wind collided midair, erupting with astonishing force, easily surpassing 100,000 martial power. Did you see that? When you can achieve what I just did, you may be ready to venture forth. With that, Du Xiaoshui retracted his fists, filled with pride. When Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiaojiao arrived, they happened upon this spectacle and exchanged knowing smiles. Hall Master, you've finally returned. After Du Xiaoshui washed his face in a token gesture, Zhang Tianbao remarked, What is the matter? Is there something going on? Qiandafu has sent people several times to inquire whether the Hall Master has returned. What does he want from me? It seems he wishes to invite the Hall Master to a feast. I lent him 150 million. Does he still have the gall to dine with me? I am not certain, but I heard he donated 500 million to save his life. To whom? Of course, it went to the bank under the divine sect. Du Xiaoshui chuckled heartily. The wealthy cannot compete with the powerful. This has been true throughout history. Hall Master, you are now both wealthy and influential. Wang Jiaojiao remarked, I possess some wealth, but to claim I wield influence would be an exaggeration. Hall Master, you are unaware. Many say that our martial arts hall is protected by the Hangdao sect, and no one will dare to cause trouble in the future. Hangdao sect is nothing to fear. Upon the utterance of those words, Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiaojiao were taken aback. They were unaware of their masters, Qi Hongfu's, true prowess, mistakenly believing that it was limited to merely the 6th layer of the Kaiyang realm. Consequently, they regarded a master like Dao Ba as an extraordinary figure. Now, with Du Xiaoshui's dismissive remarks regarding the Hangdao sect, it seemed to belittle the entire sect, including Dao Ba Master. Do we possess a more formidable backing than the Hangdao sect? They wondered. What a joke. Our martial arts school requires no backing. We are our own support. After speaking, Du Xiaoshui retrieved a vial from his bosom and tossed it to Zhang Tianbao. Master, what is this? This is a cultivation pill I acquired at great expense from the black market. Tonight, each of you shall take one, and thereafter one pill each month. In less than 6 months, your cultivation will ascend to the Kaiyang realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiaojiao quickly expressed their gratitude. In truth, Du Xiaoshui had never ventured to the black market. The so-called cultivation pills were items he had seized from 2 elite disciples of the Shinshan sect. He had no use for them himself and initially intended to sell them at the black market. However, given that Ximing was the young master of the Shinshan sect, he was aware that such pills were products of their sect and advised against selling them to avoid potential trouble. He heeded the advice and, considering that Zhang Tianbao and Wang Jiaojiao might need them, decided to bring them back as gifts that very night. After each consumed a cultivation pill, they soon found themselves drenched in sweat and hastily entered into dual cultivation. By dawn, their cultivation levels had noticeably increased, particularly Zhang Tianbao, who had ascended 2 layers, while Wang Jiaojiao had increased by 1 layer, both reaching the 8th layer of the Yaoguang realm, if they continued at this pace. Taking a pill each month, they indeed had a chance to elevate to the Kaiyang realm within half a year. Naturally, the two were immensely grateful to Du Xiaoshui and erected a longevity tablet in his honor within their abode. Praying for his long life. As the 9th day of July arrived, Qiandafu sent someone to inquire whether Du Xiaoshui had returned, fortuitously encountering Du Xiaoshui himself. Reluctantly, he made a trip into the city. The following day, Dao Ba, the sect master of Hangdao, arrived, bringing along 2 palanquins, one specifically prepared for Du Xiaoshui. On the 12th of July, Du Xiaoshui and Dao Ba each took a palanquin, intending to enjoy a spell in the southern emperor city. As the bearers were martial artists from Hangdao, each at the 1st layer of the Kaiyang realm, they traveled swiftly, covering 1,000 miles in a single day. Du Xiaoshui found this pace rather excessive. So starting the next day, they limited their journey to 600 miles daily, allowing more time to appreciate the scenery, savor delicacies, and admire beauties. One day, as a group of more than 30 approached a city. Just as they were about to enter, 13 swift horses suddenly galloped past them and entered the city first. Dao Ba was displeased but refrained from causing a scene. Du Xiaoshui was indifferent, merely noting that the horses were quite magnificent, akin to the legendary steed. After settling into an inn, Du Xiaoshui inquired, Dao Zhengzhu, do you know those 13 individuals? I have heard of them. What is their background? They are the 13 guardians of the Lihua sect. How do the Lihua sect and Hengdao compare in strength? Dao Ba hesitated before responding. I have heard that the leader of the Lihua sect has ascended to the Yuanwu realm. I should not be his match. How old is the leader of the Lihua sect? In his 60s, haha, you are only 40 this year. By the time you reach 60, you might very well ascend to the Tianji realm. Upon hearing this, Dao Ba could only smile wryly. Cultivation is a gradual process, yet when one reaches a certain level, most individuals find it exceedingly difficult to progress further in their lifetime. The Kaiyang realm is the first hurdle, while the Tianji realm is the second. Out of 1,000 martial artists, 900 will falter before the Kaiyang realm, and of the remaining 100, only one may have the opportunity to ascend to the Tianji realm. Thus, for the vast majority of martial artists, the Yuanwu realm is the ceiling. By the way, I noticed those horses seem quite impressive. I wonder what their market price is. Does Master Yin wish to purchase one? If possible, I would certainly love to acquire one to ride. Those horses are the legendary steeds from the Fengyan ranch. Money is not an issue, but the key is having connections. Do you have connections? Unfortunately, I do not. Dao Ba had initially been reluctant to admit this, but in the presence of Du Xiaoshui, he felt it best not to boast, lest his words be proven false. What a pity. Master Yin, if you truly wish to buy a steed, we might as well visit the ranch for a try. You mean the Fengyan ranch is nearby? With our pace, we should cover 400 miles in less than an hour. Right? Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui realized that the Fengyan ranch lay just 400 miles away. Chapter 63. Extraordinary Beast. The Fengyan ranch is the largest ranch in the Southern Emperor nation. Said to be genuinely owned by a royal uncle of the Southern Emperor, making it part of the royal family. However, this individual has never shown his face. The ranch is managed by a martial artist named Nangong Yuan. Nangong Yuan's cultivation is at the first layer of the Yuanwu realm, and he is over 70 years old. He has 4 disciples, all at the Yuheng realm. The eldest disciple, Huang Chong, has the lowest cultivation at the 3rd layer of the Yuheng realm, yet he manages most ranch affairs. Normally, Huang Chong would not easily meet guests, but upon hearing that Dao Ba, the sect master of Hengdao, had arrived, he assumed Dao Ba sought to make a significant purchase and personally attended to him. However, when Dao Ba explained his intentions, Huang Chong felt somewhat disheartened. Hengdao and Fengyan ranch were quite distant, with no prior interactions. If Dao Ba wished to purchase several hundred fine steeds, Huang Chong would have immediately agreed. Yet Dao Ba was only interested in 2 legendary steeds, which he needed to consider further. Brother Huang, I have something here I would like you to see, Dao Ba stated, attempting to lead Huang Chong aside. Huang Chong immediately understood and followed. However, Du Xiaoshui, discerning Dao Ba's intent to bribe Huang Chong, deemed it imperative to resist such underhanded dealings, proclaiming loudly, Dao Zhengzhu, I suddenly have no desire to buy a legendary steed. I shall simply choose any horse. Really? Of course, I speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Huang Chong was visibly displeased, exchanged a few polite words, and left, marking Du Xiaoshui in his memory. Shortly thereafter, Dao Ba selected a fine steed. Yet Du Xiaoshui continued to be dissatisfied, finding fault with each horse presented, much to the chagrin of those in charge, and even Dao Ba, who began to feel that Du Xiaoshui was excessively picky. Oh, what is this horse? At that moment, Du Xiaoshui approached a gaunt white horse that limped. Are you interested in it? The attendant asked, eyes widened. Indeed, Du Xiaoshui was eager to make the purchase immediately, for in his eyes, that white horse was no ordinary creature but a divine being. According to the evaluation from the handsome system, its attributes were as follows. Divine steed, height of 2 meters, valiant demeanor, 1 in a billion. An extraordinary object with a comprehensive score of 9.7. The attendant remarked, its temperament is quite fierce, and its leg is injured. It cannot run more than 10 miles a day. Then why do you still keep it? This creature was not originally ours. It appeared a year ago from who knows where. The steward, seeing its decent coat, assumed it to be a fine steed, but when it could not be ridden, he broke its leg in a fit of rage. Do you truly wish to buy it? I have little money, so it seems I can only afford this one. Very well. Soon, Du Xiaoshui and Dao Ba each purchased their chosen steeds and emerged side by side from the ranch's gates. Master Yin, you are rather stubborn. It is just a small sum of money. It's not as if I cannot afford it. So why the formality? Dao Zhengzhu, you may treat me to drinks, invite me to Chouxiang Pavilion for entertainment, or even gift me money, but this time, I must pay for myself. All right, it is as you say. Dao Ba, gazing at his horse with pride, remarked, Master Yin, look at my steed. It is robust, jet black, without a single stray hair. While it may not rival a legendary steed, it should not fall too far behind. It can run about 800 miles a day. Du Xiaoshui, intrigued, inquired, is it true that a legendary steed can only run 1,000 miles in a day? Dao Ba replied, I cannot speak for other legendary steeds, but those from Fengyan Ranch can run up to 3,000 miles in a day, and they are capable of running again the next day. This is why connections are essential for purchased, so if your big black horse runs 800 miles in a day, it would be utterly exhausted by the next day. Haha, even if it does not perish from exhaustion, it would certainly be quite fatigued. What do you think of my white horse? If your white horse were not limping, it should be able to run 500 miles a day. Shall we give it a try? Certainly. With that, the two mounted their steeds. With a whoosh, the big black horse surged ahead, covering several meters in an instant. Master Yin, I shall take my leave. Dao Ba, as the sect master, usually carried himself with a certain gravitas. Yet in front of Du Xiaoshui, he resembled a child, heedless of whether Du Xiaoshui could keep up, galloping away and leaving him behind. After a while, Dao Ba had raced over 20 miles when he turned back, only to find no trace of Du Xiaoshui. He had no choice but to return. There, he spotted Du Xiaoshui, who was limping along on the white horse, having covered less than half a mile. Du Xiaoshui was muttering complaints, lamenting his poor judgment. Dao Ba had initially intended to tease him, but realizing something, he refrained and instead comforted, Master Yin, why not let us return and select another horse? No need. After Du Xiaoshui finished speaking, he contemplated for a moment before suddenly bending down and whispering something into the ear of the white horse. In the next instant, the white horse appeared to be infused with a new spirit. Despite its emaciated frame, it stood tall and seemed significantly more imposing. Whoosh! After dashing forward several meters, the white horse leapt into the air, landing over 30 meters away, and then galloped away as if riding on clouds. Dao Ba was taken aback and hurriedly urged his horse to chase after it. Yuan Guanzhu, what did you say to it? Why has it changed so? I mentioned that it possesses great beauty. At least a 9 out of 10.9 out of 10. What is the full score? Of course, it is ten.is that even possible. Dao Ba lowered his head and spoke to the black horse. Dehe, your looks are at least a 9. However, Dehe had already reached its full speed, and there was no possibility of further acceleration. At that moment, Du Xiaoshui's steed, the white horse, disdainfully cast a glance at Dehe and increased its pace, swiftly leaving Dehe in its wake. Naturally, Dehe was unwilling to concede and maintained its full effort. By nightfall, Dehe had covered over 100 miles, although it eventually caught up to the white horse. The latter had been waiting by the roadside for quite some time. Yuan Zhongguan, you've struck gold, Dao Ba exclaimed in astonishment. That's why I urged Bai to run so fast, to prevent the people from Fengyan Ranch from having second thoughts. They won't. How can you be so sure? If the ranch dares to go back on their word, I, Dao Ba, will be the first to object. But you cannot contend with Nangong Yuan, can you? True, I may not be able to defeat him. But the reasoning is on our side. I refuse to believe that Nangong Yuan would dare to escalate matters. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui feigned ignorance and asked, did you not say that the owner of Fengyan Ranch is the emperor's uncle? With such a powerful figure backing him, Nangong Yuan should not fear the situation escalating, right? Yuan Guanzhu, you only know one side of the story, not the other. Pray tell at that moment, the two seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, abandoning the official road in favor of a broader mountain path leading toward a village at the foot of the distant hills. When they arrived at the outskirts of the village, Dao Ba shared a great deal of information with Du Xiaoshui at it. Turned out that since Xian Shuang had assumed leadership of the Xian Shen sect, her methods had been quite ruthless, resulting in numerous deaths. However, none of those executed by her orders were innocent. They either plotted rebellion or committed many heinous acts. The city lord that Dao Ba had slain months prior was a corrupt official who secretly profited at the expense of over 20 innocent lives. For 18 years, the Southern Emperor's realm had been relatively peaceful, with little violence. However, should such matters arise, once alerted, the Xian Shan sect would dispatch personnel to handle it, and the party at fault would undoubtedly face dire consequences. If Fengyan Ranch persisted in seeking trouble with Du Xiaoshui under unjust circumstances, unless Nangong Yuan could resolve the issue swiftly, the longer it dragged on, the more likely it would come to the attention of the Xianshun sect, which would report it to the sect leader Dai. In that case, not even the Southern Emperor's uncle would dare to protect Nangong Yuan for fear of being implicated. It seems my mother-in-law does possess some merits, not entirely devoid of virtue. Since Du Xiaoshui was already married to Xian Ming, he felt no hesitation in regarding Xian Shuang as his mother-in-law in his mind, and of course, this was merely his unilateral notion. And Xian Shuang might not recognize him as her son-in-law. Yet, Du Xiaoshui remained indifferent to this fact. Others feared Xian Shuang, but he was unafraid. After all, he would one day contend with the Sea Queen. How could Xian Shuang, no matter how formidable, compare to her? Therefore, Xian Shuang's intentions were inconsequential. What truly mattered were Du Xiaoshui's own aspirations. The next morning, after spending a night in the village, Du Xiaoshui and Dao Ba returned to the official road via the mountain path to continue their journey. However, as fate would have it, within 100 miles of riding, they were pursued by 30 fast horses. The leader was not Huang Chong, but a young man in green who appeared to be of similar age to Dao Ba. Dao Zhongzhu, please hold on, the young man in green called out. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui and Dao Ba turned their horses around, forming a stark confrontation with the people from Fengyan Ranch on the official road. The young man in green first scrutinized Du Xiaoshui's steed for a while, confirming it was a divine horse, before assessing Du Xiaoshui himself. Dao Ba intended to say something, but seeing Du Xiaoshui remain composed, he felt it unreasonable to lose his own cool and thus stayed silent. After a moment, the young man in green smiled slightly and said, Dao Zhongzhu, I'm a steward from Fengyan Ranch, surnamed Zhao. This is not a place for conversation. May I borrow a moment of your time? Chapter 64. Young man, strike with care. Dao Ba did not recognize the young man in green, and a look of difficulty crossed his face. Suddenly, Du Xiaoshui pointed into the distance, saying, there is a hill over there. Shall we speak on the other side? Excellent, please, the both of you. The young man in green had already set his sights on that hill. Even if Du Xiaoshui had not suggested it, he would have chosen that location. Shortly after, they all rode to the foot of the hill, circled around it, and found an open area, dismounting their horses. It is like this. The young man in green did not wish to waste time and decided to be brief. Yesterday, one of our ranch's stewards, due to carelessness, sold a fine steed at a bargain price. So Dao Zhongzhu, I am speaking of you. Du Xiaoshui interrupted loudly before the young man in green could finish. Dao Ba, upon hearing this, chuckled and said, Steward Zhao, if you wish to buy back to hay, I have no objection. Consider it making a friend. I am not referring to Dao Zhongzhu. Then who? It is this young hero, me? Du Xiaoshui exclaimed. That is impossible. The horse I purchased is nothing but skin and bones. It bears no resemblance to a fine steed. It may be thin, but it runs faster than a 1,000-mile horse. So what? Thus, I am willing to offer 100,000 to buy it back. Du Xiaoshui had spent only 2,000 when purchasing the horse, and in less than a day, the price had multiplied 50-fold, yielding far greater profits than any stock market windfall. Truly a remarkable gain. However, Du Xiaoshui refused, saying, I will not sell 200,000. I still refuse to sell 1 million. The young man in green raised the price 5-fold, doubting Du Xiaoshui would remain unmoved. If to buy were truly worth 1 million, I would be even less inclined to sell 3 million. The young man in green said with a stern voice, I won't sell even for 5 million. Du Xiaoshui chuckled. Then 10 million. The young man in green felt he had already shown enough courtesy to Dao Ba, and if he could not buy back the white horse, even offering 100 million would be pointless. Those who had accompanied the young man in green were astonished that a horse could be valued at such an amount. Dao Ba was also greatly shocked. They all believed Du Xiaoshui would certainly agree to sell. To their surprise, Du Xiaoshui shook his head, utterly unfazed. Dao Zhongzhu, is he your friend? Indeed. He is unaware of the circumstances of Fengyan Ranch. Do you not know? I urge you to persuade him. Hearing this, Du Xiaoshui replied, this matter has nothing to do with Dao Zhongzhu. No matter the price you offer, I will not sell. Do you truly wish to put me in a difficult position? The young man in green frowned. It is merely a white horse. Why must Steward Zhao make such a fuss? This is not a trivial matter. This white horse was already reserved for a significant figure 3 days ago. Which notable figure? Dragon Sword Emperor. I have only heard of Han Sword Emperor, but not of Dragon Sword Emperor. Dragon Sword Emperor is the champion of the last sword trial conference, having long attained the Yuanwu realm. How old is he? In his 30s. A genius. It seems you are also a genius. Since you insist on competing with Dragon Sword Emperor for this divine steed, I shall have no choice but to seize it. Steward Zhao, you cannot do this, Dao Ba said sternly. Hemph, Dao Zhengzhu, I advise you to stay out of this. What if I insist on intervening? You lack the qualification to intervene. Does Fengyun Ranch truly wish to disregard reason? The one disregarding reason is you. This white horse has long been sold to Dragon Sword Emperor, and even if it escalates to the Southern Emperor's court, it is you who will be in the wrong. Upon hearing this, Dao Ba appeared both shocked and furious, seeming even more invested in the matter than Du Xiaoshui. Steward Zhao, do not forget the sex regulations. We certainly abide by the sex regulations. But the reasoning is on our side. Even if it escalates to the sect leader, we are unafraid. Dao Ba sensed something amiss and intended to persuade Du Xiaoshui to sell the white horse for 10 million to avoid Fengyun Ranch having some sort of immunity. However, before he could speak, Du Xiaoshui smiled slightly and said, I simply will not sell. Good. The young man in green believed he had given Du Xiaoshui an opportunity. Since he insisted on making things difficult for the steward, he would see just how capable Du Xiaoshui was. Dao Zhengzhu, do not say I did not warn you. Should you take action, we will swarm you, and you will not prevail. Dao Ba retorted angrily. Am I afraid of you? I will warn you one more time. If you act, from tomorrow onwards, Fengyun Ranch will sever ties with your sword sect. You are threatening me? You may consider it as you will. As soon as the words left his mouth, Du Xiaoshui took 2 steps forward and inquired, Steward Zhao, do you know my rules? What rules do you have? I do not enjoy fighting, but once it begins, I will strike with full force. Should I happen to kill you? Haha, you think you can kill me? Do you know my cultivation level? You are not on par with Dao Zhengzhu. I presume. You guessed correctly. The young man in green swayed his shoulders, swiftly closing the distance to Du Xiaoshui and grasping his shoulders. Dare you? With a furious roar, the Blade Sovereign prepared to strike. However, the 30 or so subordinates of the man in the green attire stood poised and ready, each one a master of the Kaiyang realm, despite not reaching the Yuheng realm. Should they swarm him? It would be implausible for the Blade Sovereign to slay them all in such a short span of time. Just then, with an astonishing angle, Du Xiaoshui's right fist struck the green-clad man's chest. In the next moment, the green-clad man stood frozen, collapsing straight down, his arms still extended forward as if to grasp something. Dead? The Blade Sovereign was momentarily stunned. The 30-odd Kaiyang masters stood in shock. After a brief pause, the 2 with the highest cultivation rushed forward to inspect the green-clad man's condition, trembling in fear and turning pale once they confirmed his lifelessness. You killed Chief Zhao with a single punch? Did I not warn him? My strikes carry no weight or mercy. Do you even know who he is? The chief of your ranch. He is also the most cherished disciple of Old Master Nangong. You have slain him, and Old Master Nangong will be furious beyond measure. Du Xiaoshui chuckled. Let him be angry. It is none of your concern. Upon hearing this, even the Blade Sovereign regarded Du Xiaoshui as a veritable demon, albeit one he found remarkably impressive. Unlike the others who were merely filled with dread. We should leave. Inform Nangong Yuan that the white horse was purchased with my money, and do not send anyone to seek me out again. Otherwise, my strikes will be merciless, and I cannot guarantee how many more lives will be lost. After uttering these words, Du Xiaoshui made no attempt to obstruct the people from Fengyun Ranch, instead watching them hastily depart on horseback. Carrying the corpse of the green-clad man, he then turned to the Blade Sovereign and said, Master Dao, let us part ways here. How can that be? I know you will find a way to avoid being embroiled in this trouble. I shall take my leave. We will meet again in Nanhua City. Du Xiaoshui mounted his horse, and without needing a command, the white steed understood his intent. In an instant, the horse leaped onto the mountaintop, then galloped down the slope with a swift grace, its hooves barely touching the ground, exuding an ethereal lightness. The Blade Sovereign stood in awe for a moment before slapping his thigh in astonishment, exclaiming, By heavens, is this truly the fabled white dragon steed? One could not purchase it for 1,000 billion. Master Yin, your luck is astonishing. Why do I lack such fortune? Chapter 65. A stunning beauty that afternoon. In a grand hall of the Fengyun Ranch, Nangong Yuan, his beard grizzled, sat in a chair with his arms resting on the armrests, exuding an air of authority without anger. Flanking him on either side were Huang Chong and his 2 disciples, alongside a dozen or so masters of the Yuheng realm. Outside the hall, A sea of people gathered, no less than 800 in number. Such a scene had never been witnessed before and would likely never be seen again. After a moment, Nangong Yuan erupted into a hearty laugh. Qingyun, have you truly perished? Is this not a case of my white-haired self sending off a black-haired one? Huang Chong, explain to me what on earth has transpired. Huang Chong, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the events in their entirety before kneeling with a thud. Nangong Yuan's expression shifted several times as he inquired, why did Qingyun insist on purchasing that white horse? My junior brother claimed that the white horse was extraordinarily precious. How precious? He did not specify. Why did you not stop him? I could not. Upon hearing this, a murderous glint flickered in Nangong Yuan's eyes. If you had not sent someone to track the Blade Sovereign and that young man, you would not have known that the white horse was exceptionally swift, would you? Indeed. Had you not informed Qingyun of this matter, he would not have rushed to acquire the horse, correct? Master, I am to blame. I am to blame. Huang Chong, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly bowed his head. You are indeed to blame. However, we shall discuss this matter later. At this, Nangong Yuan's second disciple whispered, Master, shall we not seek vengeance against the Blade Sovereign? Nangong Yuan snorted lightly. The Blade Sovereign cannot escape. That young man is even less likely to. Just as he finished speaking, a servant hurriedly entered, kneeling down to report, Old Master, Long Jinhuang and Lady Long have arrived. What business do they have here? Nangong Yuan quickly rose. They wish to visit Nanhua City to witness the spectacle and have come to pay their respects to you. Very well, you may leave. Everyone else, disperse. Soon, all those outside the hall departed, while those within were either Nangong Yuan's disciples or his trusted aides. Thus there was no need for discretion. Huang Chong, did you truly sell that white horse to Long Jinhuang? No. Huang Chong was momentarily taken aback. Truly not. No. Note, I shall ask you once more. Did you or did you not? Yes, yes. Huang Chong finally grasped Nangong Yuan's intention. Good. This matter is now entrusted to you. Should you fail to handle it properly, you shall face the consequences. If you succeed, we shall consider the merits and demerits balanced. Thank you, Master, for giving me this opportunity. Huang Chong bowed repeatedly, feeling as if he had a chance to survive without punishment. Nanhua City, the capital of the Nanhua Kingdom, was vast and bustling, teeming with visitors and vibrant with life. On this day, outside an inconspicuous inn in the western part of the city, a black-clad youth led a white horse. This young man was none other than Du Xiaoshui. He had entered the city through the western gate half an hour prior. Yet after searching high and low, he found either fully booked inns or exorbitant prices, leaving him without suitable accommodation until now. How much? 1,000 a day. I asked that not too expensive. Not at all. This is the capital of the Nanhua Kingdom during peak season, where other inns charge several thousand a day. Is that inclusive of meals? No, could you lower the price? Young sir, I see you are quite handsome, so I only charge 1,000. For others, I would have to add 200. I ask that so? Am I really that handsome? I have never seen a young man as handsome as you. Very well, if you call me handsome boy, I shall stay for 10 days. Handsome boy, handsome boy, handsome boy. The innkeeper was a straightforward man, and he called out the phrase multiple times for free. Du Xiaoshui was immensely pleased and promptly paid the lodging fee, settling into the inn named Shiqing. Shortly after, 3 individuals arrived at the Shiqing Inn, an elderly Taoist nun and 2 young Taoist nuns. The elderly nun, though still possessing some charm, was evidently advanced in years and thus required no veiling. The 2 younger nuns, however, were strikingly beautiful, wearing veils to avoid attracting too much attention from passers-by. Master, there is an inn here, the shorter young nun exclaimed cheerily. I see it, replied the elder nun, casting a glance at the Shiqing Inn signboard. Do the 3 of you wish to stay? The innkeeper inquired as he emerged. What do you call me? The elderly nun asked. A beauty. Do I look like a beauty to you? You are indeed a beauty. You are quite the flatterer. The people of the capital are truly different. How much is it per day? The elderly nun, having not heard anyone call her a beauty for over 40 years, felt a surge of delight and decided to stay. Are the 3 of you together? Yes, then I shall give you a discount. For 1,000 a day. 4,000? The taller young nun glared in disbelief. Indeed. Give it to him. The elderly nun, still in high spirits, did not negotiate. The taller nun thought the price excessive. But since her master had spoken, she complied. As for the shorter nun, she had little concept of money. If the innkeeper had said it was 10,000 a day, she would have found it perfectly normal. Not long after the three beautiful Taoist nuns checked into the inn, another visitor arrived. "Innkeeper, do you have any rooms available?" A graceful woman, fragrant and adorned in red, strode in, her face veiled. "We do. Do you have a carriage?" "A carriage? What kind? Of course, a horse-drawn carriage. We indeed have one available for our guests, but money is not an issue," the red-clad woman stated, placing a gold ingot worth 500,000 on the counter. The innkeeper and his staff were left dumbfounded by such extravagant patronage, especially from a woman, as they had never encountered such a guest before. At this moment, Du Xiaoshui emerged from within and, noticing the gleaming gold ingot on the counter, inquired, "Whose is this?" "What, are you trying to rob it?" the red-clad woman retorted. "Under broad daylight, how could I dare to commit robbery?" Du Xiaoshui glanced at the red-clad woman, momentarily captivated by her beauty, a stunning beauty, standing at 1.68 meters, exuding a spirited charm, a rare gem among women, with an overall score of 8.9. "What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before?" The red-clad woman shot back, her demeanor as bold as her appearance. "A lady as breathtaking as you, of course, warrants a few extra glances. How do you know I am breathtaking? Your eyes are bright and clear. If not a celestial being, what could you be? Are you planning to stay, young man?" "Humph. What else would I come here for if not to stay?" "Then stay, and I shall treat you to a meal later." After saying this, Du Xiaoshui strode out. The red-clad woman momentarily stood in astonishment, then called after his retreating figure, "Who are you? I do not even know you. Can you afford to treat me to a meal?" Du Xiaoshui had clearly heard, yet pretended not to. After a short while, he arrived outside a tavern, just as two burly men emerged, blocking his path. "Apologies, but this tavern is under the control of our Feihu gang. May I take some food to go?" "Absolutely not." Soon, Du Xiaoshui found another tavern, only to be confronted by two more muscular men. "Sorry, but this tavern is claimed by our Jinshi sect. Another one taken? Let us go. Is it possible?" "No." Du Xiaoshui felt immense anger, but chose not to dwell on it. As he continued down the street, he discovered that every tavern along the way was monopolized by various sects. Gangs, martial arts schools, and escort agencies. At last, he stumbled upon a modest eatery where the clientele was sparse, with only one patron present. However, upon entering, he overheard the solitary customer, who had his back turned, exclaim, "This food is terrible. If I had somewhere else to go, I wouldn't touch this slop." "Mom, Dad, we have a guest." Du Xiaoshui was taken aback, and soon a middle-aged couple emerged, their features quite unremarkable and notably unattractive. The man and woman each bore a resemblance of mediocrity, making them a perfect match, indistinguishable in their lack of appeal. Chapter 66. The arrival of fortune. Upon seeing the couple's appearance, Du Xiaoshui could hardly muster a compliment and resolved to leave rather than endure a meal there. "Please don't go. My mother's cooking may be unpalatable, but it's not poisonous. It won't kill you." The man, who appeared to be a customer but was indeed the owner, called out without turning around. At that moment, Du Xiaoshui, having just stepped out, spotted the formidable Daoba passing nearby and decided against encountering him, thus retreating back into the eatery. "Is there a restroom here?" "Yes." The male proprietor grinned widely, his demeanor seemingly amiable, though his unattractive visage rendered it nearly imperceptible. "May I use it?" "Of course." Half an hour later, Du Xiaoshui emerged from the back, and just as he reached the main hall, someone inquired, "What exactly are you here for?" "Huh." Du Xiaoshui turned to regard the speaker, whose expression was rather peculiar. "Are you a woman?" "Of course I am." The individual stood at a height of 1.7 meters, with a notably dark complexion that, at first glance, made her appear male. However, upon closer inspection, she was revealed to be a tall young lady. "Then why do you have a beard? Can't you tell my beard is fake?" The dark-skinned girl replied, tearing off the false beard and reapplying it with a sense of pride. Du Xiaoshui, taken aback, pondered, "Could it be? This person possesses such striking beauty? Comparable to Bingjia, a goddess-level beauty rated at an 8. Yet, I fail to see it. At best, I would rate her a 7.9. Noticing his silence, the dark-skinned girl pressed, "Are you going to eat or not?" "Ah Chi, don't frighten the guest," the female proprietor interjected. "It's fine. Just prepare me a couple of small dishes." Du Xiaoshui responded and took a seat, glancing several times at the self-assured dark-skinned girl, increasingly convinced of her undeniable allure in the span of a day. He had encountered two extraordinarily beautiful women, both rated higher than the notably lovely Su Yuhuan and Yang Yushuang in the eyes of the handsome system, a rare occurrence indeed. In a wonder, he felt a sense of romantic fortune upon leaving his guest room. It seemed his sixth sense was remarkably accurate. Before long, the female proprietor brought forth two dishes, a plate of spicy stir-fried meat and a bowl of mapo tofu. Du Xiaoshui took a few bites and was instantly captivated. Isn't it terrible? The dark-skinned girl tilted her head and asked. It's absolutely delicious. Du Xiaoshui spoke truthfully, as both the spicy meat and the mapo tofu evoked a long-lost taste, reminiscent of his mother's cooking. Really? The dark-skinned girl rose and approached without waiting for his consent, taking a bite of the spicy meat. What is this? It's awful. Are you deceiving me? Despite her distaste, she swallowed the food, her grimace unmistakably genuine. Unperturbed, Du Xiaoshui polished off 4 bowls of rice. Noticing the dark-skinned girl sitting nearby, he grew curious and asked, Miss, what is your name? I am Lu Qi. And you? I am Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu? Then I shall call you Zhu. Zhu? Du Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback. How much? He inquired. How much for what? For the meal. Zhu, why are you being so polite? We hit it off at first glance. I want to take your money. That's not acceptable. Du Xiaoshui, a man of principles, insisted on paying. Very well, then you may give me 1,000. 1,000? Du Xiaoshui nearly cursed, but after a moment's contemplation, deemed it worth the price and complied. After receiving the money, Lu Qi's tone shifted. Zhu, you're quite wealthy. What do you think of me? What do you mean? I have taken a liking to you. Why don't you marry me? Are you out of your mind? Du Xiaoshui exclaimed, bolting from the tavern as if fleeing from a plague. Zhu, I shall wait for you. Lu Qi stood by the door, earnestly watching Du Xiaoshui's retreating figure. Meanwhile, her parents, the remarkably unattractive couple, exchanged glances filled with helplessness. They adored Lu Qi, yet their daughter had sustained a brain injury at the age of 5, resulting in a distorted sense of taste and a peculiar temperament. Despite their high cultivation, they were unable to remedy her condition. Upon returning to the West City Inn, Du Xiaoshui noted that there was still some time before nightfall. Just then, a Taoist nun wearing a veil approached. Standing at an impressive height of 1.75 meters, rather uncommon, Su Yuhuan? Du Xiaoshui paused briefly before striding towards her. They brushed past each other and walked a few meters apart. The previously pleased Su Yuhuan felt a tinge of irritation since Du Xiaoshui had not acknowledged her presence. Hey, why didn't you greet me? Are you speaking to me? Du Xiaoshui pretended not to recognize her. Yin Zhu, don't pretend you don't know me. Huh? How do you know my name is Yin Zhu? Did you mistake me for someone else? Humph. Su Yuhuan felt a surge of annoyance. Miss, which Yin and which Zhu are you referring to? Are you toying with me? Su Yuhuan scoffed internally, speaking earnestly, the Yin of Junyan. The Zhu of ancestor. Haha, then you've truly mistaken me. Young brother is the Yin of appearance and the Zhu of ancestor. That's so? Su Yuhuan clearly did not believe him. Miss, what is your name? I am Yang Yuhuan. Miss Yang, your eyes are truly beautiful. If I weren't somewhat composed, my soul would have been captivated by you. Are you planning to enter a beauty pageant? Su Yuhuan was momentarily taken aback by this question, which she had not considered. Her master, Ling Kong Daoran, had brought her and Yang Yushuang to Southern Emperor City solely to broaden their horizons, with no intention of entering any competitions. Just then, 2 individuals entered, the one in front being the extravagant woman in red. The other, dressed in blue and without a veil, possessed extraordinary beauty, graceful and elegant, truly a goddess-level beauty, according to the handsome system's assessment. While this woman's looks did not surpass those of Su Yuhuan or the woman in red, she still rated an impressive 8.3, a rare beauty indeed. Make way, you two, don't block the path. My miss is arriving, the red-clad woman shouted, exuding an air of entitlement. Du Xiaoshui was taken aback. The red-clad woman was undoubtedly stunning, yet the blue-clad beauty she referred to as her miss appeared slightly less attractive. This was inconsistent with the expected social hierarchy. Normally, wouldn't the miss be more beautiful than her maid? Humph. The street is wide. Can't you walk around? Su Yuhuan retorted coldly upon seeing the red-clad woman. As if encountering a nemesis, do you know who my miss is? Who is your miss? My miss is the daughter of Duamu Ba, the leader of the Mingyu sect. Mingyu sect. Su Yuhuan was momentarily startled. For the Mingyu sect was a prestigious faction in the Southern Emperor Kingdom, renowned for its numerous disciples and reputed to have thousands of martial cultivators. The current leader, bearing the surname Duanmu, possessed a cultivation level that had reached the 5th layer of Yuanwu realm. As Su Yuhuan hesitated whether to yield, Du Xiaoshui turned to return to his room, prompting her to step aside and watch as the red-clad woman and blue-clad beauty passed by. How strange, Su Yuhuan mused. I heard my master mention that the Mingyu sect is located on Mingyu Mountain, less than 100 miles from Southern Emperor City. With their substantial resources, they must possess at least 10 villas within the city. If they truly are members of the Mingyu sect, why are they residing in such a place? Before long, Su Yuhuan approached an attendant and inquired, Young man, do you know the name of that woman in red who wears a veil? Just like me? I don't know. How can you not know? ISNT, they're a registry. This is the guest privacy. I dare not at that moment. Su Yuhuan took out 500 coins and placed them on the counter. Oh, it came to me that the young lady in red seems to be named Jia Xiaoyu. Jia Xiaoyu? What about her family, young lady? The young lady of her family? I truly do not know. How could you not know? Her family's young lady is the daughter of Duamu Ba, the head of the Mingyu sect. Young lady, you must be mistaken. The head of the Duanmu family only has 2 sons? Both over 30 years old. How could he have a daughter? Even if he did, it would be impossible for someone from the formidable Mingyu sect to reside here. Upon hearing this, Su Yuhuan became quite enraged. She had always been astute, yet she did not expect to be deceived this time. Therefore, without waiting for the attendant to retrieve the coins, she took them back. Young lady, what is this? The coins were not for you. I simply enjoy displaying them. Young lady, one must not, if the shopkeeper learns that you have disclosed a guest's privacy. My dear lady, I implore you to cease. Consider me convinced. The attendant, terrified, turned pale and dared not voice any further complaints. Chapter 67. How could a refined person like me possibly engage in a brawl? The next day, after Du Xiaoshui had completed his morning grooming and awaited the attendant to bring breakfast, he rewarded the attendant with 5,000 coins. 500 was a tip for the attendant, while the remaining 4,005 was for errands. On that very day, the attendant delivered an entire set of bizarre attire and a mask to Du Xiaoshui. Clad in the eccentric garments and donning the mask, Du Xiaoshui gazed at himself in the long mirror for quite a while, thoroughly satisfied. Such a flamboyant ensemble would surely catch the eye of not only women but even men. Du Xiaoshui was destined for overnight fame. The following day, Du Xiaoshui swaggered out of the West City Inn in a manner reminiscent of Batman, meandering through the streets and alleys of the western part of the city for several hours. It was then that he realized his haste was unwarranted. With the sword competition and beauty pageant approaching, a multitude of martial artists had flocked to the city, each more peculiar than the last. Although his attire was rather unique, there were at least 10 others donned in equally unconventional garments, and there were hundreds of martial artists wearing masks. Among them was a group uniformly adorned with green wolf masks, comprising the elders and disciples of the Green Wolf sect. At this juncture, as he traversed a certain street, someone chased after him and inquired, Azu, what is with your attire? Upon recognizing it was Lu Qi, Du Xiaoshui feigned ignorance and chose not to engage. Azu, it's me, Lu Qi. Oh, it's you. Even in this guise, you still recognize me? I would recognize you even if you turned to ash, cough, 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 auspicious and prosperous. Your cultivation must be quite high. Not particularly. I am merely at the first level of the Yuanwu realm. Du Xiaoshui was not surprised to hear this and inquired, what of your father and mother? They are not particularly high either. My father is at the 3rd level of the Yuanwu realm. Impressive. Du Xiaoshui gave a thumbs up. Your entire family is composed of experts, while I am but a mediocre hand unworthy of conversing with you. Azu, don't go. Lu Qi hurriedly seized Du Xiaoshui's wrist, preventing him from leaving. My parents are quite fond of you. They insisted that after I see you, I must take you home for a meal. I have no money. This time, I truly do not need any. I have no time. I have been following you for half a day. It appears you are merely aimlessly wandering. If you accompany me, you will regret it. Du Xiaoshui thought of Bai Yulo and did not wish to stay too close to Lu Qi. I suffered a grave illness at the age of 5, lingering between life and death for half a year. I am no longer afraid of death. You are female. I am male. So you fear that I might marry you? Rest assured, I shall be your confidant. If you do not wish to marry me, I shall bear no resentment. At this point, Lu Qi unceremoniously began to touch his body, asking, "Is this a wing? If you say it is, then so be it. Azu, your physique is truly sturdy." Enough. Du Xiaoshui could no longer endure Lu Qi's excessive enthusiasm and constant touching. He distanced himself a bit. "Your mother's cooking is quite to my liking. I shall go and have another meal." Consequently, the two of them walked together until they arrived outside the Lu family restaurant. Just as Du Xiaoshui stepped into the eatery, he spotted a handsome young man in a blue robe seated inside, partaking of his meal. However, the young man exuded a palpable aura of despondency. Although his robe was clean, it was quite old, appearing to have been worn for over a decade. According to the handsome system's evaluation, while this person's looks did not reach the level of divine beauty, he was nonetheless quite handsome, standing at a height of 1.82 meters, with an extraordinary demeanor. His overall score reached an impressive 8.9, a veritable male god, the pinnacle of handsome men. Merely a step away from divine beauty. This fellow is remarkably handsome, rivaling that of a celebrity, though he still pales in comparison to my master, Du Xiaoshui mused. At that moment, Lu Qi entered and inquired, "Oh, Uncle Li, when did you arrive?" The handsome young man in the blue robe first glanced at Du Xiaoshui, then replied, "Just arrived." "Uncle Li, you are becoming increasingly handsome." In response, the young man merely took a sip of his drink, seemingly unperturbed. However, Lu Qi swiftly changed the subject. "No matter how handsome you are, you cannot surpass my beloved." "Your beloved?" The young man in blue was quite taken aback, indeed. "When did you acquire a beloved? Where is he?" "Right here." Lu Qi proudly pointed at Du Xiaoshui. The young man in blue cast a fleeting glance at Du Xiaoshui, initially intending to say something, but changed his mind and nodded. "Xiaoqi, congratulations on acquiring such a desirable partner. I am not her husband," Du Xiaoshui hastily interjected. "Xiaoqi claims you are, thus you art. If you dare to bully her, I shall first chop you into 6 pieces and then sew you back together." "How absurd! If I were to be chopped into 6 pieces, even if sewn back together, how could I survive?" "Ignorance. I would chop off your hands and feet, so that makes 5 pieces. What about the 6th? "The 6th piece is your little mate." "Humph." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoshui was first taken aback, then noticed Lu Qi's expression of confusion, shrugged, and chuckled. Subsequently, the young man in blue paid no further attention to Du Xiaoshui, finished his last bite of food, picked up the wine jug, donned the bronze mask that had been placed on the table, presumably without settling the bill, and strode out. Du Xiaoshui discerned that this individual was no ordinary person, with unfathomable cultivation, and thought it best to avoid unnecessary trouble, thus refraining from pursuing the matter further. After a moment, Du Xiaoshui caught the enticing aroma of stir-fried chicken, which ignited his appetite. As Aunt Lu served the dishes, he began to eat heartily. Following that, Aunt Lu brought out dishes such as twice-cooked pork, streaky pork, boiled fish, and mapo tofu, along with spicy stir-fried meat, totaling 6 large plates of home-style dishes. "Why haven't you eaten a bite?" After finishing his meal, Du Xiaoshui suddenly remembered and asked Lu Qi, who was sitting opposite him, propping her chin on her hands and gazing at him as he ate. "Azu, you are truly handsome. Merely watching you eat makes me feel full. Are you insulting me?" "Insulting you? Not at all. I am being earnest." After Lu Qi spoke, her eyes widened and sparkled even more, shimmering at Du Xiaoshui as if he were her dream lover. Du Xiaoshui observed that she was still dressed like a man and attempted to advise, "Why do you always present yourself like a man? If you were to don women's attire and embellish yourself a bit, perhaps you could even participate in the beauty pageant." "Really? I would not deceive you." "Then you must promise to marry me." "Forget it. As a scoundrel, Du Xiaoshui would never easily settle down, and he had once vowed never to fall in love with a woman easily. Thus he was even less likely to marry Lu Qi. "If you enjoy being a man, then continue in that way." "Do you like men?" "I do not like men. I like women," Du Xiaoshui declared loudly, placing 1,000 coins on the table and dashing out of the Lu family restaurant like the wind. "Truly handsome. No wonder I, Lu Qi, chose you at first sight." Lu Qi, unabashed, collected the meal's payment and handed it to her mother. "Xiaoqi, since you are so fond of him, why not switch back to women's attire?" Aunt Lu inquired. "If I were to change back to women's attire, he would only be with me for a few days. But in my current appearance, he will remember me for a lifetime. He won't be able to forget me even if he wanted to. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu and Uncle Lu exchanged glances. Feeling that this foolish girl had become infatuated, and no one could alter her course, as dusk fell, Du Xiaoshui wandered aimlessly for a while before returning to the West City Inn, young hero Yin. The innkeeper called out upon seeing him. "What is it, Innkeeper Wu? I have a letter here, left for you by a friend. Du Xiaoshui pondered and concluded that aside from Daoba, he had no true friends. Sure enough, after reading the letter, it indeed was from Daoba, stating that he was residing at a certain place and advising him to be wary of the Fengyun Ranch people. Young hero Yin. Innkeeper Wu, noticing Du Xiaoshui about to leave, hurriedly called out, "There is another letter. It is, what is it?" "It is from your enemy. My enemy?" Upon receiving the second letter, Du Xiaoshui surmised it was from the Fengyun Ranch. After glancing at the letter, he saw it was signed by Nangong Yuan. Subsequently, Du Xiaoshui tore up the letter written to him by Nangong Yuan in front of Innkeeper Wu and tossed it into the rubbish bin. "Innkeeper Wu, does your inn permit brawls?" "It does not permit them, but if they do occur, it is of little consequence." "Why is that?" "Because our West City Inn pays a security fee every year." "What is the guarantee fee?" Wu Zhongguei explained. "In the capital, there exists a commercial establishment known as Shunwu, which engages in various businesses, one of which pertains to the guarantee fee. If a brawl occurs at our West City Inn resulting in damage, the Shunwu establishment will compensate double the amount." "Young hero Yin, with your attire, surely you haven't gone out to engage in a fight, have you?" Du Xiaoshui, upon hearing this, chuckled. "How could a refined person like me possibly get into a brawl? That is good to hear. Should you engage in a fight here, regardless of victory or defeat, Shunwu will find a way to extract tenfold from you." "Haha, what if I refuse to pay?" "Then you may find yourself tossed into the moat outside the city." "I see." Du Xiaoshui shrugged and turned to leave. If he guessed correctly, the owner of Shunwu must either be of royal descent or have some connection to the royal family, possibly even an industry of the Shinshin sect. Otherwise, this establishment would lack the audacity and capability to devour both the defendant and the plaintiff. Chapter 68. Astonishing. All on July 24th, Du Xiaoshui had been in the southern royal city for 5 days. On this day, he donned his attire, put on a mask, and intended to explore the southern part of the city. As for the sword testing competition and the beauty pageant, since the officials had not announced specific dates, the earliest would be tomorrow and the latest would not exceed July 30th. Wu Zhongguei, what happened to your face? As Du Xiaoshui passed by the counter, he noticed a handprint on Wu Zhongguei's left cheek. Arousing his curiosity, "It's nothing, just a minor accident. In a way, to be honest, I was struck by someone." Wu Zhongguei realized he could not keep it hidden and had to confess. "Who would dare to hit you?" "It was merely that tall young Taoist priestess. Fortunately, my cultivation is at the 10th layer of the hidden Yuan realm. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to the point of spitting blood." "How did you offend her?" Du Xiaoshui found it amusing. "She accused me of swindling her master." "How so?" "She claimed I'd charge you 1,000 a day, while her master and disciples together cost 4,000 daily. In that case, you did indeed swindle them." "That's not the case, young hero Yin. You do not provide meals, whereas they cover their own meals and other expenses. Charging them 4,000 a day is already quite generous." Du Xiaoshui calculated that even without considering other expenses, merely 3 meals a day for 3 individuals would amount to 9 meals, especially the lunch and dinner, which are quite exquisite, nearing 1,000 altogether. "So that's the situation. You've been wronged. It's all right, young hero Yin. Are you heading out?" "Yes." "Then I wish you a smooth journey." "Thank you." Du Xiaoshui flicked his cloak and strode out of the inn. An hour later, Du Xiaoshui arrived in the southern part of the city and noticed a grand 7-story restaurant, where the patrons were not ordinary individuals, with the lowest cultivation being at the first layer of the enlightened realm. Thus, he too entered. However, not long after, even the guests who were masters at the first layer of the Jade Harmony realm began to depart. Although Du Xiaoshui sensed something amiss, he did not dwell on it and continued dining alone on the 7th floor. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairs, not from the 6th floor, but rather from the 1st. Had it been anyone else, they might have felt anxious or even spat blood on the spot. Yet Du Xiaoshui remained seated, unfazed. "Young man, impressive skills." Upon reaching the 7th floor and seeing Du Xiaoshui unharmed, the newcomer exclaimed in admiration. Following him were 5 individuals, all of whom were of the Jade Harmony realm. Du Xiaoshui glanced at the six without uttering a word. Suddenly, a yellow-haired ruffian shouted, "You, Yin, upon seeing my master, why aren't you kneeling to accept your fate? Who is your master?" "The renowned owner of Fengyun pasture." "So it is the owner of Nangong." Yin, another young man of similar age to the yellow-haired ruffian, frowned and said, "My master invited you to drink at the Kwalaki Villa. Why have you come here?" "If I wish to drink, what place cannot suffice? Must I go to Kwalaki Villa?" Du Xiaoshui's eyes gleamed with mockery. "What my master says, no one dares to disregard." "What, do you wish to fight, young man?" Nangong Yuan said blandly, "You killed my closed-door disciple. Is it unreasonable for me to seek clarity from you? With someone dead, there's nothing left to discuss. You kill at the slightest provocation. This is not permissible within the Southern Royal Kingdom. Fighting is not the same as sparring. If I were to kill you, you would have no words to say. What if you were to perish at my hands? Then it would be my demise." "Very well, let us engage." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuan did not hastily strike, but instead walked over to sit opposite Du Xiaoshui. "Killing requires compensation. Debts must be repaid. Young man, even if your master is like me, at the first layer of the Yuan martial realm, he cannot possibly protect you. My actions bear no relation to my master." "Then I ask you, who is your master?" "He has long since retired. It is best not to mention him." Nangong Yuan intended to inquire further about Du Xiaoshui's master. Yet as Du Xiaoshui remained tight-lipped, he lost interest in pursuing the matter. "My disciple was merely careless and thus fell to you. However, your ability to defeat him is somewhat commendable," Nangong Yuan said, placing one hand on the table and subtly channeling his internal energy. Suddenly, like a startled bird, Nangong Yuan stood up, flicked his sleeve, and hurried down the stairs without looking back. Witnessing this, not only did Nangong Yuan's second and third disciples and three subordinates fail to anticipate his departure, but even Du Xiaoshui was taken aback by the old man's swift exit. This old man realized I am not easy to deal with and had to flee, yet his speed was unexpected. At this moment, Nangong Yuan's two disciples and three subordinates rushed downstairs, and by the time they reached Nangong Yuan, he had already led over 100 pasture members out of the restaurant, several dozen meters away. Regardless of whether the pedestrians were martial cultivators or not, they made way for Fengyun pasture's people to avoid conflict. While a few bold souls whispered among themselves, "Master, why are you in such a hurry?" The yellow-haired ruffian questioned Nangong Yuan's behavior. "That lad seems somewhat peculiar. We shall deal with him later," Nangong Yuan replied, quickening his pace. However, his heart felt a twinge of unease. "I never expected that lad's cultivation would rival my own. Even if we were to swarm him and kill him in the restaurant, what would we achieve? His master must be a celestial realm expert. What if he comes seeking vengeance? Where would I hide? At over 70 years of age, I wish to live a few more years. I shall leave this matter to Long Jianhuang, as he has also arrived in the southern royal city." After the people of Fengyun pasture had left, Du Xiaoshui emerged from the restaurant and cast a glance around. Noticing many gazes fixed upon him, including those of several high-level martial cultivators, all brimming with astonishment, he remained unfazed and strode forward confidently. Approximately an hour later, he walked from the southern part of the city to the eastern part. Naturally, there were many places in the south he had yet to visit, so it could not be considered true exploration. Rather, it was aimless wandering, simply taking it as it comes. Suddenly, he spotted a carriage parked outside a grand mansion, which featured towering walls and a red-painted gate far exceeding that of ordinary households. Even among the wealthiest, few could compare. More importantly, there was a large number of guards outside, all standing at least 1.8 meters tall, with several reaching nearly 1.9 meters. As Du Xiaoshui approached, two figures emerged from the mansion, a woman in red and a beauty in blue. Following them was an exceptionally tall man, taller than Feng Dajuan, clad in full armor, save for a helmet. Upon closer inspection, Du Xiaoshui noted that the man appeared to be in his early 20s, his looks rivaling those of the handsome young man in the blue robe. Achieving a striking score of 8.9, is this a joke? How could I encounter yet another extraordinarily handsome man? Du Xiaoshui mused to himself. Chapter 69. I do not fight women drive. Just as Du Xiaoshui was lost in thought, the woman in red and the blue-clad beauty exchanged a few words with the tall, handsome man before climbing into the carriage and leaping onto the driver's seat. Brandishing the whip, in an instant, two swift horses propelled the carriage towards Du Xiaoshui. He quickly sidestepped, pondering. Is this girl doing this on purpose? I wonder if she recognizes me? Forget it. I'll walk my own path while she treads her own. It matters not who she is. At that moment, the tall, handsome man cast a glance at Du Xiaoshui. Although he found Du Xiaoshui's attire rather peculiar, he did not dwell on it and turned back toward the mansion. As Du Xiaoshui passed in front of the estate, he realized it was a royal residence. No wonder the entrance was so spacious. Even with a slight squeeze, it could accommodate over 1,000 people. Du Xiaoshui thought, I've heard the Southern Emperor is named Huangfu Yi, and the master of this royal residence has the surname Shangwan. I wonder what their connection is. Before long, Du Xiaoshui reached the end of the street where the Shangwan royal residence was located. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hooves behind him, and the woman in red came chasing after him in her carriage. Wait, don't go. I recognize you, she called, stopping the carriage and looking down at Du Xiaoshui. How do you recognize me? You are quite tall and have a good build. I previously doubted whether I was mistaken. Du Xiaoshui, upon hearing this, inquired, Do you need something?